With a resounding rumble, dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky like galloping wild stallions, while raindrops, as large as soybeans, cascaded down in torrents. The air was infused with the scent of rain and dust. Iwuyue ambled through the campus, his right hand clutching a meal, while his left hand held an umbrella. He rather enjoyed the rainy weather, watching as the sky darkened and the soybeans' eyes droplets danced in the wind, accompanied by streaks of purple lightning that cut across the heavens. The rhythmic patter of raindrops falling upon the earth, buildings, and foliage created a unique atmosphere, with thunder crashing like a persistent drumbeat. Li Weiyue sensed an increase in the electrical discharges around him. Suddenly, a blinding flash of purple lightning appeared before him, followed by an intense pain coursing through his body. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Li Weiyue thought, "What is happening? Am I about to be struck by lightning?" This was the last thought he articulated before succumbing to darkness. In a secluded courtyard of Kanahagakure, several wooden huts were nestled, adorned with traditional Japanese gates and walls. Constructed of light brown timber, the paper windows complemented the wooden frames, while a few gently swaying wind chimes hung from the eaves of the main house. Though modest in size, the courtyard exuded elegance, featuring a miniature garden and a flowing water feature that imbued the space with vitality. On the bed in the main house lay a child of 2 or 3 years, seemingly in a deep slumber. Abruptly, the boy bolted upright. A pained groan escaped his lips, his eyes reflecting a blend of agony and confusion. "What has happened to me? I appear to have been duped," he lamented internally. Before he could ponder further, a flurry of fragmented memories surged into his mind, bringing waves of discomfort. The disjointed recollections and the accompanying pain were brief but illuminating, and he soon grasped the situation. Could it be that the melodramatic plots of novels have manifested in my life? I must seek an opportunity to discern the truth. Li Weiyue mused, lying back on the bed. He continued to reflect on the memories that flickered through his mind, realizing that he had traversed into the Uchiha clan. His parents had perished during a mission, and his grandfather had long since departed. He lived with his elder sister, who was 2 years his senior, and their elderly grandmother. By chance, the boy into whom he had transformed also bore the name Uchiha Wuyue. Is this mere coincidence? He silently pondered that in the days that followed. He had his grandmother and sister take him outside for a stroll, and he had confirmed that he had indeed entered the world of Naruto. Wuyue observed the bustling ninjas traversing the streets, the magnificent Hokage Rock, and the streets that felt both familiar and foreign. The Hokage Rock before me only dates back to the 4th Hokage. It seems Konoha has endured the chaos of the Nine Tails, and the 4th Hokage has perished. Wuyue had gleaned from conversations with his grandmother and sister, piecing together the current timeline. However, upon comparing the timeline of the Uchiha clan's extermination with the present, he estimates that there are roughly 4 to 5 years remaining that he wonders if he will be able to survive. This impending crisis, "Why do others possess systems while I have nothing?" lamented Wuyue inwardly. Yet, he could not afford to remain idle. In recent days, he had diligently studied the ninjutsu texts left behind by his parents, resolving to teach himself the art of ninjutsu. He could not simply do nothing. Wuyue picked up the ninjutsu book and examined it intently. Indeed, it pertains to extracting power from the cells within the human body and relates to spiritual energy and the Bodhis meridians. Fortunately, I have traversed here and possess a certain foundation. If I were an ordinary child, I would lack the motivation to learn this. Wuyue perused the knowledge and illustrations within the book. He felt as though he had opened the door to a new world. Time swiftly passed, and Wuyue memorized the intricate details of chakra refinement. Reflecting carefully on the material that in the stillness of the night, I shall begin to learn chakra refinement. I wonder if I will succeed on the first attempt. In the deep of night, Wuyue assumed a meditative posture, quietly seated on his bed. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions, striving to achieve a state of mental clarity. I will attempt to succeed this time, although it seems quite challenging, he thought silently. Wuyue cleared his mind and began to sense the energy within his cells. Is this chakra? He suddenly felt a wondrous sensation within him, akin to a warm current. he cautiously guided this energy through the meridians of his body, as instructed in the book. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to circulate this energy through his meridians. Suddenly, he sensed another force within him, vaguely resembling a purple lightning shape, evoking the sensation of electricity, albeit faintly. He realized that the chakra within him would gradually guide this lightning energy to flow outward. The chakra he released bore a subtle essence of thunder, though still quite weak, requiring focused attention to perceive it. What is this? How could such a thing exist within me? Could it be an external enhancement or a so-called system? Am I destined to soar to great heights? Wu Yue thought joyfully. However, upon concentrating, he noticed that the purple lightning flickered faintly. This is likely related to my traversal. Was I not struck by lightning to arrive in this world? Though the purple lightning merely flickered, this could be attributed to his insufficient chakra to fully activate it. Nevertheless, his chakra, filtered through the purple lightning, now possessed an inherent electrical power, and his physical and spiritual vitality had significantly increased. Wu Yue casually threw a few punches and began to bounce on the spot. He sensed a remarkable enhancement in both strength and speed. Wu Yue was inwardly astonished. It appeared that the purple lightning within him was no ordinary phenomenon. Although the purple lightning seems not yet fully activated, the fact that my chakra bears the power of thunder is undoubtedly a fortuitous development. Moreover, my successful chakra refinement is surely intertwined with my unique circumstance of having traversed worlds, and my spiritual strength surpasses that of the average person. The power of purple lightning will surely be harnessed in the future, and I hope it brings me delightful surprises, given the smooth extraction of my chakra. It seems that the study of ninjutsu can be prioritized sooner rather than later. Wu Yu contemplated silently. It appears that my journey into this new realm has not left me empty-handed at the very least. I possess the purple lightning within me to draw upon. Tomorrow, I shall retrieve the ninjutsu text left behind at home and commence my study of fundamental techniques. Wu Yu mentally charted his future. At the same time, he exhaled deeply, feeling a surge of confidence from his successful chakra extraction. Furthermore, the purple lightning within him harbors mysterious powers, and now it remains to be seen how his aptitude for ninjutsu will unfold in the days to come. On this particular day, Wu Yue rummaged through his parents' bedroom, hoping to uncover some valuable tomes on ninjutsu. At long last, he stumbled upon a concealed wooden box. This box was remarkably discreet, nestled within the wooden framework of the bed. Had it not been for Wu Yue's meticulous examination, it would surely have been overlooked. What significant treasure could be hidden in such an obscure location, especially within the confines of one's home? Wu Yue's curiosity piqued. He unlatched the box, revealing a collection of his parents' cultivation insights, along with several confidential documents and a diary. However, what astonished Wu Yue most was the discovery of a letter addressed to the third Hokage. For a moment, Wu Yue was taken aback by this correspondence, as such a plotline had not appeared in the original narrative due to the timeline. He hastily perused his parents' notes and the confidential files, before meticulously examining the contents of the letter, which ultimately unveiled the truth behind the matter. It turned out that his father's identity was far from ordinary. Within the Uchiha clan, he served as a trusted aide to Uchiha Fugaku, possessing formidable strength. Yet, in the shadows, he was also a direct member of the third Hokage Zumbu. From the notes, Wu Yue gleaned that although his father worked for both parties, he had always strived to maintain a delicate balance between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. His father had longed for their clan to live peacefully in Konoha, and Fugaku was indeed aware of his father's affiliation with the Zumbu, subtly advising him to refrain from actions that might jeopardize the Uchiha clan. However, upon reading the letter, Wu Yue detected certain implications. The letter not only informed the third Hokage of recent events concerning the Uchiha clan, but also recounted an assassination attempt by the Zumbu during his father's return to the village. This revelation shocked Wu Yue's father, and through an interrogation using the Sharingan, he discovered that the assailants were Zumbu operatives from the Root Division. Root, which was under the command of Danzo, now seemed to suggest the gravity of the situation. The concluding remarks of the letter indicated that Wu Yue's father would conduct a covert investigation, and his notes documented the matter as well. However, thereafter, the correspondence between his father and the third Hokage ceased abruptly. It appeared highly probable that his father had encountered misfortune, a conjecture that led Wu Yue to suspect Danzo's involvement. A man of dark inclinations and extreme paranoia, Danzo acted without regard for consequences, fixated solely on outcomes. Reflecting on this, Wu Yue realized that should he survive the Uchiha clan's massacre, he would undoubtedly attract Danzo's attention. This thought weighed heavily on him. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter remained his cultivation. Practice, practice, and more practice. Only with formidable strength could he ensure his survival. Wu Yue did not rush into training. Instead, he dedicated a period to nurturing his body and delving into his father's previous cultivation notes, which included his father's insights on mastering ninjutsu. Additionally, he discovered that he could amass a substantial sum of gold coins. Additionally, there remained the cultivation insights and journals left by his father, which contained numerous ninjutsu techniques, predominantly those adeptly utilized by the Uchiha clan. Among these were some techniques for fire and wind release, as well as a manual on swordsmanship. To his surprise, his father had also practiced the art of the sword, which piqued Wu Yue's interest. He discovered that this swordsmanship manual was indeed quite valuable. Although the techniques within were fundamental, they were highly practical, and the methods and key points for cultivation were recorded in considerable detail. At the conclusion of the manual, there were 3 lethal techniques and half of a treasure map. What an enigma the treasure map was. Why was it only half? Wu Yue felt a twinge of regret, pondering how fortunate he would be if he could find the other half, potentially leading to a fortune. However, it appeared that this ambition would have to be shelved for now. Aside from his training, he would occasionally accompany his grandmother to work, due to familial circumstances. Although Konoha provided compensation for the fallen, it was essential for Wu Yue's future that they maintained a more stable life. His grandmother worked at a Japanese barbecue restaurant, primarily responsible for chopping vegetables and managing the cash register. Wu Yue would sometimes assist by serving dishes and washing dishes, and the restaurant owner was exceptionally kind. Despite Wu Yue being merely a child, he was compensated fairly for his efforts. What intrigued Wu Yue was the opportunity to interact more closely with the ninjas of Konoha during his time at the restaurant, inadvertently gleaning some task information. He also realized that within Konoha village, the Uchiha clan was indeed not well regarded, particularly due to the disdain associated with the duties of the Konoha guard, compounded by the clan's inherent temperament. The tragic fate of the Uchiha clan was not a topic of discussion among the other significant families, which Wu Yue pondered silently. As time passed, 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. These 3 years could be deemed neither long nor short. Throughout this period, Wu Yue remained steadfast in his training, and as the chakra within him increased, he successfully activated the purple lightning. Nonetheless, he did not become complacent. He continued to strive diligently. Strength, he came to understand, was not solely defined by the magnitude of one's power, but rather by an indomitable spirit that refuses to yield. This spirit would be a wellspring of unwavering strength. Though still young, Wu Yue had grown noticeably taller than his peers. In terms of ninjutsu, despite never attending a ninja academy, he benefited from the advantages of being a transmigrator. His self-learning capabilities were exceptional, and he had managed to master several fire and wind release techniques through his own insight. He also self-studied the Chidori and Chidori stream. While not yet in their complete forms and lacking in overwhelming power, they represented advanced ninjutsu that he had managed to grasp. He had initially intended to practice swordsmanship, but he lamentably discovered that he lacked sufficient funds to purchase a sword. Even in Konoha, acquiring a quality blade required a considerable sum, and after accounting for the daily expenses he shared with his grandmother, his remaining funds were scant. He felt it inappropriate to solicit money from his grandmother, leaving him in a state of financial destitution. Just as he was fretting over his monetary woes, an unexpected turn of events occurred. One day, while he was training in the courtyard, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. The residence of Wu Yue is situated in a rather secluded corner of the Uchiha clan, rarely frequented by visitors. Over the years, Wu Yue has not encountered any clan members coming to her home. However, at this moment, someone has arrived, capturing Mingxuan's attention. Wu Yue's grandmother approached the entrance and casually opened the door. There stood an individual clad in a shinobi uniform, who wasted no time on pleasantries. He glanced up at Wu Yue and Mingxian in the courtyard and offered a disdainful smirk. The clan competition is set to commence in 3 days. Do not forget to participate, he remarked before turning away. As he departed, he muttered under his breath, truly, after Kangi's demise, only 2 utterly useless wastrels remain, a lamentable squandering of the clan's resources. At this moment, Wu Yue was also drawn in, paying no heed to the mocking words of the ninja. Instead, he found the clan competition quite intriguing. Yet another occurrence not found in the original text. He mused silently, aware that reality diverged from anime. He turned to his grandmother and inquired, "Grandmother, what does the clan competition entail?" Wu Yue, every year, peers of the same age within the clan engage in combat. Those who achieve commendable rankings are rewarded with significant resources for cultivation, his grandmother replied gently. Significant cultivation? Wu Yue asked, perplexed. The clan's elite will provide unified training for these promising youths, enabling them to assume positions of authority within the clan upon maturity, she explained, affectionately ruffling Wu Yue's hair. Your father participated as well and secured first place. How amusing. Wu Yue fell into contemplation upon hearing his grandmother's words. Acquiring superior training resources would indeed be advantageous. However, what intrigued him more was how to connect with the original protagonist. His initial intention was to befriend Uchiha Itachi, so that on the day of the clan's demise, he might secure a chance for survival or seek assistance from the third Hokage with that letter. Nevertheless, with this opportunity to engage with the Uchiha's higher echelons, even the clan leader, Wu Yue resolutely decided to strive for first place in the upcoming competition. 3 days flew by, and his grandmother accompanied Wu Yue to the clan's competition grounds. He had diligently reviewed the ninjutsu he had learned, confident that his current abilities would suffice for him to claim the top position. Upon arriving at the venue, Wu Yue beheld a bustling crowd. After considerable effort, he managed to pull his grandmother to the front of the line. Scanning the area, he was struck by the sheer number of attendees. At that moment, he spotted several figures that piqued his interest. Fixing his gaze, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter Uchiha Fugaku leading Itachi to the clan competition. However, given his status as the clan leader, this was hardly unexpected. Simultaneously, he noticed many children of his age had also arrived, gathered in clusters, chattering away, seemingly unperturbed by the occasion. After all, they were but children, most of whom appeared to be treating the event lightly. As Wu Yue surveyed his surroundings and organized his ninja tools, he felt fortunate to have a few kunai left at home. Otherwise, he would have entered the arena empty-handed. Observing the proceedings, Wu Yue discerned that the format was a knockout tournament. Participants needed to register and would then be grouped to compete in pairs, with victors advancing to the next round. Without delay, Wu Yue proceeded to the registration desk and patiently awaited his turn to be called. At the edge of the arena, Uchiha Fugaku cast a glance in Wu Yue's direction. Upon noticing Wu Yue standing with his grandmother, his eyes narrowed slightly. He turned to a nearby ninja and inquired, "Who is that child?" The ninja, upon seeing Fugaku's interest, looked toward Wu Yue. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly replied, "Clan leader, that should be the offspring of Tsukikage." Fugaku's expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, so he is Tsukukage's son. How have they been faring lately? Has the pension been dispersed punctually? Indeed, it has been distributed in accordance with the established regulations. The elder mused. That is reassuring. However, Fuchio's gaze lingered on Wu Yue's form, plunging him into a moment of contemplation, his profound eyes concealing the thoughts swirling within. At that moment, Wu Yue sensed a piercing gaze directed at him from the side. Upon glancing over, he discovered that it was Uchiha Fuchio observing him intently. Is this due to my father's influence? Wu Yue pondered silently. Suddenly, a bright voice rang through the arena. Contestant number 9, Uchiha Genji versus contestant number 10, Uchiha Wu Yue. Oh, how swiftly my turn has arrived, Wu Yue thought, surprised at the rapid progression. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he stepped into the arena. Despite having devoted the past few years to rigorous training and often sparring with his shadow clones, this would be his first true match against another, albeit a child. With a steady gaze, Wu Yue scrutinized his opponent. Though the boy appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years of age, he towered over his peers, exhibiting a physique that, while not entirely muscular, still conveyed a sense of strength. At that moment, Wu Yue's heart was as calm as still water, quietly observing his adversary's entrance. His eyes fixed on the opponent, relaxed on the outside, yet tense within. Uchiha Genji, noticing Wu Yue's composed demeanor, mistakenly believed his rival was frozen in place. He held a robust confidence in his own abilities. Hey, you must be the son of that Kang, he sneered. Humph. Your father failed his mission and died for nothing. What a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. As he cracked his knuckles, he continued to taunt. I see you've inherited his uselessness. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yue could not help but feel a surge of anger, even with 2 lifetimes under his belt. It seems my father not only fell victim to treachery, but was also wrongfully accused. Wu Yue thought bitterly. Why do you prattle on so? If you wish to fight, then come at me. If not, be gone. Do you not realize that battling you is a waste of my time, child? Wu Yue unleashed his sharp tongue, revealing his own talent for biting retorts. Genji, incensed by the provocation, could no longer contain his fury and charged forward. You seek death. Watch as I incapacitate you. Leaving you bedridden for days, he roared. Wu Yue, unfazed by Genji's reckless advance, stepped back with his left foot and slightly forward with his right, lowering into a crouch as he extended his right hand outward, positioning his left hand horizontally across his chest, a classic stance of Bagwazang. Throughout his years of training, Wu Yue had cultivated numerous ideas, having consumed a vast array of novels and cinematic works in his previous life. Inspiration struck him. Why not integrate martial arts into his physical techniques? Moreover, in the original Naruto series, it seemed there were no fixed moves in taijutsu. Success hinged on reflexes and strength. Harnessing the enhancement provided by the purple lightning, he melded his past martial arts knowledge with his current training, retaining the majority of the essential techniques from familiar styles such as Tai Chi, Bagwazang, and Wing Chun, augmented by chakra, resulting in astonishing combat efficacy. At that moment, Genji's fist was upon him. Wu Yue reacted swiftly, gliding his right hand past Genji's punch, seizing his wrist with a firm grip. Before Genji could comprehend the situation, Wu Yue's left hand thrust forward, pushing him back with precision. In an instant, Xianji was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground. So this is all there is after all that commotion? Wu Yu remarked derisively, gazing at the fallen Xianji. Meanwhile, on the spectator's platform, Fu Qiu observed Wu Yu's demeanor with mild astonishment, then quietly remarked, as expected of Song Ye's son, quite impressive. He then turned to Itachi beside him and inquired, "What do you make of this child?" Itachi, taken aback by Fu Qiu's question, replied thoughtfully, "Father, this child possesses great potential and remarkable talent." Fu Qiu smiled gently upon hearing Itachi's response. In the arena, after being struck and sent flying by Wu Yu, Xianji hurriedly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust and declaring with fury, "You think you can get away with this? I will kill you." Undeterred by the blow, Xianji's anger only intensified as he drew a kunai from his side and charged at Wu Yu, without the slightest hint of panic. Wu Yu calmly prepared to engage with the towering figure before him. Xianji, wielding a kunai, lunged at Wu Yu's vital points. Yet Wu Yu did not attempt to block. He maintained a low stance, his footwork unwavering as he circled around Xianji. His movements were as graceful as a butterfly, weaving around Xianji, occasionally striking him lightly, merely inflicting discomfort rather than serious harm. Frustrated by the mockery, Xianji hurled his kunai backward in swiftly formed hand seals. A fireball erupted from his mouth, summoning the technique of fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wu Yu observed a colossal fireball hurtling toward him, the intense heat radiating forth, scorching his skin. Ah, ninjutsu, Wu Yu thought with a cold smirk. Since his opponent resorted to such techniques, he had no reason to hold back. He swiftly formed his own hand seals, his speed surpassing Xianji's by double. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu produced a fireball 3 times larger than Xianji's, which erupted from Wu Yu's mouth. The massive fireball obliterated Xianji's attack, yet the residual flames seemed to engulf the space before him. Alarmed, the referee rushed forward. Aware that though both were utilizing the same ninjutsu, the disparity in power was vast. If he did not intervene, Xianji could very well face dire consequences. In a flash, a figure darted past Xianji, pulling him out of harm's way just as Wu Yu's Great Fireball Jutsu surged forward. Xianji, momentarily dazed by his rescue, took a few breaths before his gaze sharpened again. Trembling, he pointed a finger at Wu Yu, stammering, "Why you? You?" He struggled to articulate his thoughts. Wu Yu, relishing Xianji's disarray, couldn't help but taunt, I what? Aha. Perhaps you should watch your mouth more carefully when you step outside." With a low, menacing tone, he gestured across his throat in a mock threat. "Enough. The winner of this match is Uchiha Wu Yu. Please exit the arena and await your next bout," the referee declared, turning to Wu Yu. Heeding the referee's words, Wu Yu showed no interest in pressing the advantage against such a minor adversary. He stepped toward the exit, but before he could take more than a few strides, a voice called out from the side. "Truly, you are the son of Aoyi. Heroes indeed emerge from youth," Fu Qiu praised Wu Yu. "Mission accomplished," Wu Yu mused, glancing at Fu Qiu, realizing his decision had been prudent. Now, the question was how to further strengthen their bond. As Wu Yu pondered, Fu Qiu spoke again. "It seems there is no one of your age who can match you. Itachi, why don't you step up and spar with him?" Both Wu Yu and Itachi were taken aback by Fu Qiu's sudden proposition. "Surely not. Is he serious about this?" Wu Yu lamented internally. Itachi, slightly stunned. Regarded the young man before him with newfound respect, surprised that his father had pitted him against such a formidable opponent. Is there truly anything remarkable about him? Very well. Father. Although Itachi felt a twinge of doubt at that moment, he nonetheless stepped onto the field. Fear not. It shall remain a mere formality, no need for concern. Itachi calmly reassured Mingxuan. It appears I have been underestimated. However, Itachi's kind nature remained intact. Mingxuan, upon seeing Itachi enter the arena, felt no fear, for he held confidence in his own abilities, especially with the ace of the spirit core up his sleeve. Yet, amidst such a multitude, it was prudent to conceal his strength. I humbly ask for your guidance. Mingxuan clasped his hands in respect towards Itachi. He dared not be careless. His opponent was not a mere trifler like Uchiha Genji. He retrieved 2 shuriken from his side pocket, gripping them firmly as he assumed a defensive stance. His gaze fixed intently on Itachi, wary of any misstep on his part. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the arena as onlookers refrained from making a sound. Their attention riveted on the 2 combatants. Itachi, recognized as a prodigious talent of the clan, was a well-known figure, while Mingxuan had been quietly honing his skills, regarded as a nameless entity within the clan. Moreover, being the son of Konoha only served to diminish expectations for this perceived failure. Mingxuan felt the weight of the crowd's scrutiny upon him, his hands trembling, not from fear, but from exhilaration, a manifestation of adrenaline surging through him. Noticing that Itachi remained still, he understood that Itachi was granting him the first move. With that in mind, Mingxuan surged forward, his feet propelling him like an arrow released from its bow. The distance between them closed in an instant, and Mingxuan thrust 1 shuriken forward while slicing horizontally with the other. Itachi, unfazed, stepped back slightly, his arms crossing to intercept Mingxuan's thrust with precision. Such remarkable reflexes startled Mingxuan, yet his hands moved unfalteringly, discarding the shuriken as he leapt backward. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, summoning the shadow clone technique. 2 clones materialized at his sides. The 3 of them advanced towards Itachi in a triangular formation. The 2 clones flanking Itachi while Mingxuan charged directly at him. An impressive tactic, Itachi remarked as he observed the unfolding scene. The 3 figures closed in rapidly, and Itachi, recognizing the threat, positioned his arms defensively across his chest, his feet poised in an agile stance. The clash of fists and the sounds of their bodies colliding resonated through the arena, as Mingxuan and his clones unleashed a frenzied assault on Itachi, with the 2 clones launching a frontal attack while Mingxuan sought an opportunity for a surprise strike. However, Itachi, being a true genius of the clan, seemed intent on engaging Mingxuan in a spirited exchange rather than retaliating aggressively, his defense impeccable and impenetrable. With deft movements, he neutralized Mingxuan's onslaught. The 2, along with the clones, engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, executing a flurry of techniques in mere moments. Remarkable. He has parried my attacks. Yet, by the timeline, Itachi should possess strength nearing that of a Jonin, Mingxuan thought, internally alarmed. I cannot afford to prolong this battle. Lingering will only disadvantage me. Wu Yue, along with his 3 clones, leaped backwards several times to create distance, realizing that he could not match the physical prowess of his opponent. He conveyed a warning to Itachi, who was now on high alert. Following this, the 2 clones simultaneously performed hand seals, unleashing the fire style, great fireball technique, combined with wind style, great breakthrough. The scorching fireball and wind wall merged, propelling a colossal wall of fire toward Itachi. The fusion of these 2 ninjutsu significantly amplified their power. Even those observing from a distance could feel the searing heat emanating from the fire wall, causing the surrounding air to become arid. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers, as they had not anticipated Wu Yue's exceptional mastery of ninjutsu, with a speed and potency that far surpassed his peers. Fuzhou, witnessing Wu Yue's performance, narrowed his eyes, his gaze toward Wu Yue sharpening. Itachi, unperturbed by this formidable assault, performed hand seals for the fire style, great fireball technique, countering with the very same technique. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, only Uchiha Itachi could wield the great fireball technique to such an extraordinary level. A massive fireball surged forth, its flames deepening in color, nearly matching the size of Wu Yue's firewall. As the fireball collided with the wall, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the arena. The shockwave, accompanied by a torrent of heat and dust, swept outward, rendering the outcome of their clash indecisive. However, seizing the advantage of the initial explosion, Wu Yue maneuvered behind Itachi and delivered a powerful punch aimed at his back. Success! Wu Yue reveled internally. Yet, before he could execute his next move, a resounding thud echoed as Itachi's body transformed into a wooden stump, collapsing to the ground. Alarmed, Wu Yue realized he had fallen for a substitution technique. He hastily scanned the area for Itachi's figure, but he was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Wu Yue sensed a rush of wind approaching from behind. Danger. He needed to turn quickly. In an instant, Wu Yue summoned all his strength to pivot, but just as he turned, he found Itachi's fist mere inches away from him. Reluctantly, he prepared to reveal his hidden card. With a weighty focus, he channeled chakra within him, igniting a surge of purple lightning. Instantly, a faint purple glow enveloped his body as the chakra crackled with electrical energy. The lightning style, Chidori surged around Wu Yue, arcs of electricity radiating outwards, enveloping a 3-meter radius in their grasp. Upon seeing the lightning surrounding Wu Yue, Itachi instinctively retreated. Yet, he was still struck by the electric discharge. A wave of paralysis coursing through him. I seem to have underestimated you, Itachi remarked, a hint of acknowledgement in his tone. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yue adeptly evaded the attack with Chidori, countering against Itachi. In that case, I shall take this more seriously. Upon finishing his words, Itachi's eyes suddenly transformed into a vivid crimson hue, with 3 tomo rotating slowly within the deep red pupils, the legendary 3 tomo Sharingan. A wave of alarm surged through Wu Yue's heart as he discerned that Itachi was about to unleash his true prowess. Just as he braced himself for the impending confrontation, a voice resonated through the arena. That is enough, Itachi, spoke Uchiha Fugaku, who had just stepped forward between the two. His gaze fixed steadily upon Mingxuan, a faint smile gracing his lips. You are the son of Tsukuyo, and it appears your talent surpasses that of your father, Fugaku commended. He then turned to address the gathered crowd, declaring, the champion of this clan's competition is none other than Uchiha Wu Yue. He shall have the opportunity to seek guidance from both myself and Itachi at any time, and the clan will also allocate funds to support Mingxuan's family. The onlookers exchanged glances, astonished that the victor of the clan's internal contest was the relatively unknown Uchiha Wu Yue. However, his demonstrated strength spoke volumes, leaving no room for dissent. Thus, Wu Yue not only emerged victorious in the clan competition, but also garnered the admiration of both Fugaku and Itachi, realizing that he had begun to earn their esteem. In the days that followed, Wu Yue found legitimate cause to visit Uchiha Fugaku's residence, seeking Itachi's tutelage. He understood that Itachi was a prodigy among prodigies, and having him as a training partner would undoubtedly accelerate his own growth and skill. One day, he accompanied Itachi to the home of the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. For the first time, the grandeur of the clan leader's residence is truly impressive, Wu Yue remarked in awe. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, the layout of both the garden and the exterior of the house exuded an air of sophistication and opulence, far surpassing Wu Yue's modest courtyard. Is Itachi back? A voice, rich and resonant, echoed through the air. Mingxuan turned towards the source, spotting Uchiha Fugaku quietly standing by the door, his eyes fixed on Itachi before shifting to Wu Yue. A ripple of emotion coursed through Wu Yue, though he quickly regained his composure. As he gazed at Fugaku, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. Though Fugaku had not demonstrated any remarkable strength in the original narrative, he had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. What a pity that such eyes, shrouded in mystery, had yet to reveal their unique abilities. Wu Yue pondered silently, wondering if he, too, would one day unlock the Mangeki Sharingan. Itachi, you have brought Wu Yue along, Fugaku inquired. Yes, father. Mingxuan intends to train with me in ninjutsu, Itachi replied. Ah, very well. Please wait here for a moment, Fugaku instructed, turning to Wu Yue. Come, walk with me. I have some matters to discuss with you. Though puzzled, Wu Yue followed Fugaku into the house. Observing Fugaku's back, he sensed an inexplicable weariness and age in the man. It seemed that being the leader of a clan was not an easy task, Wu Yue mused inwardly. Recently, how have you and your family been? As Wu Yue pondered in silence, Fu Yue broke the stillness. Thanks to the village and our clansmen, my grandmother and I are doing quite well. That is good, Fu Yue remarked. Yet his gaze suddenly faltered as it locked onto Wu Yue's eyes. Do you wish to know how your father met his demise? Fu Yue's words struck like lightning. Wu Yue's heart raced in shock. He never anticipated that Fu Yue would broach such a subject. Chief, what do you mean? Wu Yue had a vague inkling of his father's fate, but chose to feign ignorance. Have you heard others say that your father died while on a failed mission? A hint of sorrow and a bitter smile surfaced on Fu Yue's face. In truth, that is far from the case. He was my trusted aide. However, Due to his involvement in certain sensitive matters, he fell victim to Danzo's machinations, Fuyue said in a somber tone. Humph, it is indeed the hand of Danzo, Fuyue deduced, piecing together previous letters and Fuyue's statements. His father's position and identity had obstructed Danzo's ambitions for the Uchiha Sharingan. Thus, Danzo resorted to foul play during his father's mission, leading to his assassination. I must warn you, it is because you will inevitably attract Danzo's attention. Therefore, I advise you to refrain from engaging with him until you possess sufficient strength. Do you understand? Fuyue cautioned Fuyue. Hearing Fuyue's words, Fuyue feigned shock and discontent. He was acutely aware that his current abilities fell short of avenging his father against Danzo. Well then, Itachi is waiting for you outside. Let us depart, Fuyue stated. Very well, thank you, esteemed chief, Fuyue replied before turning to exit. Itachi, upon seeing the two emerge from the dwelling, refrained from inquiring about their conversation. However, he sensed a subtle disturbance in Fuyue's demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries with Uchiha Fuyue, Itachi led Fuyue toward the inner courtyard. Brother, you are back. A rather youthful voice exclaimed as a long-haired boy rushed from a room and leaped into Itachi's embrace. Fuyue took a closer look at this child, who appeared to be around his age. Goodness, is this the young Sasuke? He looks remarkably handsome even at such a tender age, Fuyue silently mused. Yet, I do not believe I am any less so. Fuyue often gazed into mirrors, discovering that he too possessed a rather charming appearance. Fair skin, a slender face, bright, expressive eyes, and double eyelids. If he grew normally, he would surely blossom into a handsome young man. Brother, who is this? Why is he here? Sasuke inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze as he scrutinized Fuyue. Allow me to introduce him. This is Uchiha Fuyue, a prodigious young talent I encountered during my training. He has already mastered chakra extraction. If I have missions in the future, I will ask him to keep you company, if that is agreeable. Itachi said as he affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. Hello, I am Uchiha Fuyue. We are of similar age, so you may call me Fuyue, he introduced himself. I do not want him to play with me. I want my brother to play with me. Sasuke, with a hint of disdain, remarked, Damn. I'm being looked down upon. Truly, your brother is everything to you. In silence, Miyu internally scoffed at this. Sasuke, my dear. Didn't you express a desire to learn ninjutsu? You can join Miyu and learn from me, Itachi said, his tone laced with a touch of indulgence. Miyu excitedly thought, Am I really being supported by two strong arms? Haha. All right, brother, Sasuke replied, resigned. You can play with Miyu for now. I'll have a word with father, Itachi said as he stepped outside. Sasuke, with no choice but to bring Miyu into his bedroom, shared his toys with him. Sasuke, may I tell you a story? Miyu suddenly asked. What story can you tell? Sasuke replied, perplexed. How dare you underestimate me? I've read so many novels. I can easily weave a few tales to captivate you, Miyu thought with pride. Thus, he began narrating the story of his favorite novel from his past life, Dolo Adelo. Before long, evening fell. Itachi and I'm sorry, but I must return home. Grandma and my sister are waiting for me to have dinner, Miyu stated. You still haven't told me what kind of martial soul Tang Sen awakened. Why are you leaving now? Sasuke called out to him. I apologized, Sasuke. I'll tell you next time, Miyu replied with an apology. Just be careful on your way home, Itachi interjected. Okay, Itachi and I will often come to play with you and Sasuke. Goodbye, Miyu said, starting his journey home. It seemed that today had yielded great rewards. Not only had he secured Sasuke and Itachi as allies, but he could also frequently visit Sasuke. However, during the Uchiha massacre, Miyu wondered if Itachi would remember their friendship and spare his family. With thoughts swirling in his mind, he made his way home. After receiving guidance from Itachi, Miyu resolved to lay a solid foundation, diligently refining his chakra and practicing basic hand seals. He also planned to incorporate water walking and tree climbing. Recalling how Sasuke and Naruto had employed these methods to master chakra control. I must grow quickly to protect my sister and grandmother, Miyu silently vowed. He pondered about his parents back on Earth, wondering how they would feel if they knew their son had perished by lightning. A glimmer of longing and sorrow flickered in his eyes at the thought. Thinking so much is futile. Since I cannot return, I must protect my loved ones here. He reminded himself. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, and Miyu adhered to a disciplined routine. Each day, he diligently refined his chakra, practiced the body flicker technique, and engaged in water walking and tree climbing. Occasionally, he would visit Itachi and Sasuke to seek counsel regarding challenges he faced in his training. Yet, each time he arrived at Itachi's home, Sasuke was always the first to greet him, insisting that Miyu tell him stories. Miyu found himself somewhat exasperated. He had never imagined Sasuke to be such a fan of novels, as he had never perceived this side of him while watching anime. After 6 months of rigorous training, Uchiha felt a significant increase in the amount of chakra within him, subtly imbued with a hint of lightning. He often sensed that this chakra infused his physical form with a modicum of vitality, enhancing his speed and strength ever so slightly. However, this effect was so subtle that one could easily overlook it. It appeared that the purple lightning coursing through him had not undergone any remarkable transformation. Was it merely possible to slightly alter the attributes of his chakra? Nonetheless, this was still a commendable achievement. He mused that if his chakra continued to grow, the benefits to his physical abilities would likely amplify, and his subsequent use of lightning-based ninjutsu would surely be enhanced as well. As Uchiha contemplated these thoughts, he made his way from home into the woods, intending to practice the body flicker technique in water walking as well as tree climbing. Upon entering the forest, he suddenly spotted several figures among the trees. What could they be doing? He wondered as he approached. Look at her eyes. They're all white. How ugly. She can't possibly be a monster, can she? A group of boys surrounded a small girl, taunting her mercilessly. Uchiha recognized her at once. It was Hinata Hyuga. Her black hair had a slight bluish tint, and her striking white eyes certainly drew attention. She bore an expression of fear and shyness, and her distinctive features made it clear who she was. According to the unfolding narrative, it was the moment for Naruto to come to her rescue. Uchiha silently reflected that this encounter would leave a lasting impression on Hinata. However, at that time, Naruto was still young and somewhat oblivious, likely not taking the situation seriously. Let go of that girl, called out a somewhat naive voice. Uchiha focused his gaze and saw young Naruto shielding Hinata. What is your business? You're not friends with this monster, are you? The taunt seemed to strike a nerve within Naruto, prompting him to swing his fist at the speaker. Yet, outnumbered, he was quickly overwhelmed and pinned to the ground. It appeared that it was Uchiha's turn to take action. How fortunate he felt. Not only could he forge a bond with Itachi and Sasuke, but also with the protagonist, Naruto. This was the advantage of knowing the plot, Uchiha thought with excitement. He charged forward, confident that after months of refining his chakra and honing his physical prowess, dealing with a group of mere children would be a trivial endeavor. In a swift motion, Muyu darted over. Without uttering a word, he kicked aside 2 children and seized another, flinging him away. In mere moments, he had dispatched these children to the ground. Who are you? Who gave you the right to meddle? One child shouted loudly. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I cannot abide by the sight of so many of you bullying a single individual. Miyu replied with a hint of indifference. What does it matter to you? Brothers, let's take him down together. With that, the group of children charged towards Muyu. How can they be so oblivious to their own limitations? Muyu silently scoffed within himself. In the face of this group, Miyu did not regard them as a threat. He had been diligently training his body, refining his chakra, and practicing ninjutsu. Dealing with a few children was effortless for him. He dashed towards them, leveraging his speed to trip the first child, then raised his hand and struck another nearby. Pivoting, he delivered a powerful kick to another child's abdomen, sending him flying. Simultaneously, he executed the swimming dragon emerges from the sea, launching the 2 children before him away. Within seconds, the group lay sprawled on the ground once more. Ouch, my leg. You better not run away. I'll go get my brother, the children exclaimed, scrambling to their feet and fleeing. That was so cool. I felt like a hero just now, haha. If only my punch had been angled a bit higher. It would have been perfect, Miyu mused to himself. Hey, who are you? Thank you for your help. At that moment, Naruto looked at Muyu with gratitude. Thank you for assisting us, Hinata shyly added from the side. Mingxuan smiled gently at Naruto and Hinata. No need for thanks, I am Uchiha Muyu. I merely intervened because I cannot stand by while they bully you two, he replied. And who might you be? Muyu inquired knowingly. I am Hinata Hyuga. And this is Naruto Uzumaki, they both answered in unison. The day is getting late. You should head home soon. Be cautious, they might come back seeking revenge. Miyu advised. All right, thank you once again. We will head home now, Hinata responded, turning to leave the woods. Miyu made no attempt to stop her. He was contemplating how to initiate a conversation with the protagonists. Hey, Naruto, where do you live? Is it on our way? Should we walk home together? Miyu asked. Naruto paused for a moment, taken aback by the question. Well, sure, we can walk part of the way together, he replied. Indeed, they were still children. Lacking any sense of wariness, Muyu thought to himself. How old are you, Naruto? Muyu inquired. Me? I'm almost 4 years old, Naruto answered. I'm 4 too. It seems we are the same age, haha. Miyu exclaimed joyfully. You're already this impressive at 4? Naruto exclaimed. It's nothing extraordinary. I just exercise regularly, Miyu replied modestly. Naruto, do you not fear for your family's concern while you play outside? Uchiha deliberately steered the conversation towards Naruto's origins, hoping to cultivate a deeper connection. Upon hearing Uchiha's inquiry, Naruto fell silent for a few moments, a hint of melancholy in his voice as he replied. I have no family. I have never met my parents and do not know whether they are alive. My apologies, Naruto, Uchiha said regretfully. I too lost my parents during a mission when I was young. Now, only my grandmother and sister are with me. I am sorry to hear that. At least you have your grandmother and sister with you, Naruto responded, his spirits evidently low. Why not come to my house tonight? I will treat you to dinner. Uchiha suggested generously. Is that really appropriate? I wouldn't want to disturb your family, Naruto asked, somewhat surprised. Not at all. It's usually just the 3 of us. And your presence will bring more liveliness, Uchiha replied, as he took Naruto by the hand and hurried home. Grandma, I'm back. Not long after, Uchiha brought Naruto into the house. Mingxuan is back. Go wash your hands for dinner. Grandma called out loudly. Grandma, I brought my friend for dinner, Uchiha said, leading Naruto further inside. Uchiha, is this your new friend? Yes, Grandma, this is Uzumaki Naruto. I met him while I was out playing, and he hadn't eaten yet. So I brought him along, Uchiha explained to his grandmother. Wonderful. Naruto, dear boy, come here quickly. We have prepared a delightful meal. Please eat plenty. Grandma said kindly, her warmth evident. Thank you so much, Grandma, Naruto replied, feeling a bit bashful under her affectionate gaze. No need for thanks. I may rely on you in the future. Uchiha thought to himself, secretly delighted. He was determined to strengthen his bond with Naruto, hoping to share in some of the protagonist's fortune, and perhaps even connect with figures like Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. In a world where connections are vital, it was clear that relationships mattered immensely. Before long, dinner was finished. And during the meal, Uchiha discreetly informed his grandmother that Naruto was an orphan, much like himself, having lost his parents at a young age. Upon hearing this, Grandma looked at Naruto with compassion, continuously serving him more food. Having never experienced such care in his childhood, Naruto felt his eyes welling up at the kindness shown by the Mingxuan family. Uchiha silently observed, harboring a long-standing resentment towards the 3rd Hokage. For despite Naruto being the son of the 4th Hokage, he had endured unfair treatment due to the circumstances of his lineage. Naruto's childhood was indeed tragic. He lived alone, devoid of affection, often subjected to the disdain and bullying of villagers, surviving on instant noodles. Had it been anyone else, they might have succumbed to mental anguish long ago. Uchiha had resolved to invite Naruto to stay at his home, as it was typically just him, his grandmother, and sister there. I hope you can also enjoy a delightful childhood. If I am unable to survive the Uchiha clan's massacre in the future, I suppose I could be considered your first friend, haha. Uchiha lifted his gaze to glance out the window. It was already nighttime, with only the dim streetlights flickering outside. He wished to invite Naruto to stay, thus providing a reason for him to remain here. Naruto, it's quite late. Why don't you spend the night at my house? Uchiha turned to inquire. Is that really appropriate? Naruto replied with a hint of hesitation. What could possibly be wrong with that? It's usually just the few of us at home. Having you here wouldn't be an issue, Uchiha reassured him. At that moment, Uchiha's grandmother chimed in, saying, Naruto, you can stay with us anytime. Uchiha's sister goes to ninja school during the day, and Uchiha is often home alone. Your presence would be perfect for them to play together. You often come to our house anyway. Living together would be quite nice. Grandma, you just voiced everything I wanted to say. Uchiha exclaimed excitedly, laughing. Is that true, Grandma? Can I really stay here? Naruto asked, his excitement palpable. Of course. If I invite you, you should come without worry, Uchiha said, giving Naruto a friendly embrace. Thus, Naruto settled into Uchiha's home, where Uchiha frequently took him for training, teaching him to harness chakra. He was also intrigued by the 9 tails residing within Naruto, being the most formidable of the tailed beasts. However, he understood that such exploration would only be possible after awakening the Sharingan, particularly considering that the Mingxuan Sharingan could manipulate tailed beasts through Jinjutsu, a thought that intrigued Uchiha. Wouldn't it be remarkable if I could control a tailed beast with the Mingxuan Sharingan, becoming a Jinchuriki? Uchiha mused, though he knew not whether he could ever awaken the Mingxuan Sharingan. As Uchiha trained alongside Naruto, he noticed Naruto's stamina and chakra were indeed extraordinary. Befitting a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Wu Yue silently resolved to strengthen Naruto, knowing he would face numerous formidable adversaries in the future. He aimed to establish a solid foundation for Naruto, allowing him to grow more rapidly. This way, I can better cling to your coattails. Wu Yue chuckled inwardly. Now, after nearly a year of diligent effort, Wu Yue had significantly improved in both physical training and chakra control. He had become quite adept at the three-body technique and was now eager to practice a particularly overpowered technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the Naruto manga, the technique had shown brilliantly in Naruto's hands, appearing deceptively simple, yet proving formidable when wielded effectively. Wu Yue recognized that the Shadow Clone Jutsu could enhance ninja experience, recalling how Naruto had utilized it to master the wind release, Rasengan, in a remarkably short time. Having unearthed the scroll detailing the Shadow Clone technique from his home, Wu Yue began to practice diligently, reviewing it several times before successfully executing the technique on his first attempt. This is related to his regular practice of chakra control and his persistent study of the hand signs for ninjutsu. Moreover, if he encounters difficulties, he can always seek guidance from Itachi. Thus, this rudimentary ninjutsu has ceased to pose a significant challenge for Mingxuan. Mastering the Shadow Clone technique has greatly facilitated his subsequent learning of ninjutsu, even though his chakra reserves at this stage remain limited. Nevertheless, he harbors a firm belief that, as he matures, his chakra capacity will exceed that of his peers, not only due to his youth allowing him to refine his chakra but also because his soul, having traversed dimensions, possesses greater spiritual strength than others. These constitute his advantages. Mingxuan is also quite clear about his aspirations for the future. Under normal circumstances, he wishes to emulate Kakashi, lacking the enhancements offered by tailed beasts, yet still capable of standing his ground against formidable foes, thereby avoiding the fate of becoming mere cannon fodder. Throughout his subsequent training, Mingxuan often creates two shadow clones to train alongside him, which, though exhausting, significantly accelerates his progress. Hey, I hope that when the time of clan annihilation arrives, I at least possess the ability to escape, Mingxuan muses silently. At times, he employs shadow clones to engage in sparring, honing his physical prowess. Although devoid of a teacher's guidance, he has watched numerous martial arts videos and films from his previous life on Earth. In this life, within the Naruto universe, his physical strength surpasses that of his former self, enabling him to effortlessly execute basic combat techniques. He is not particularly anxious about practicing other ninjutsu. Considering his chakra reserves are still modest, there is no need for haste. I can always find time to seek out Itachi for physical training. As the captain of the Umbu, he possesses invaluable resources that would be foolish to neglect. Mingxuan's thoughts drift to Itachi, acknowledging that it has been a while since he last visited Itachi and Sasuke. Sigh, I suppose Sasuke will want to hear stories from me again. Mingxuan silently chuckles, never expecting that the tale of Dolua continent he once shared would captivate Sasuke so profoundly. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, he walks towards Sasuke's home. Itachi. Sasuke, I've come to play, Mingxuan announces as he pushes open the door to Itachi's house, finding both Itachi and Sasuke engaged in play in the yard. What a playful age, Sasuke. You hardly resemble the stoic character from your anime, Mingxuan reflects inwardly. It's Mingxuan. Long time no see. Itachi greets him warmly upon his arrival. Mingxuan, you finally arrived. You left just when the story was getting exciting last time, and I've been thinking about it for days. Please tell me what soul rings Tang-san and his companions obtained. Sasuke rushes to Mingxuan's side, eager for the continuation of the tale. Haha, my apologies, Sasuke. I came to discuss something with Itachi this time. Once we finish, I'll tell you the story, alright? Mingxuan replies with a smile. Oh, Mingxuan, what do you need to discuss with me? Itachi inquires. Itachi. I've recently mastered the multiple shadow clone technique and feel that I've made significant progress. I'd like to spar with you, Mingxuan expresses enthusiastically. Spar with me? You've become quite formidable, haven't you? Itachi responds. Not at all. I'll employ the three-body technique along with shadow clones, Mingxuan assures him. You can only utilize physical techniques. How about we engage in a physical training session? I too wish to accumulate some experience in combat, Wu Yue suggested. After pondering for a few moments, Itachi responded, Very well, it will be a good opportunity to observe your recent training progress. However, let us keep it light. I would prefer not to be injured, Wu Yue hastily added, not wishing to suffer a severe defeat at Itachi's hands. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint, Itachi assured him. Then let us commence, Wu Yue said as he began his warm-up exercises, while Itachi quietly observed. However, Wu Yue soon felt a shift in the atmosphere around Itachi, which grew quiet and oppressive, instilling a subtle sense of pressure. Itachi's deep gaze fixated on Wu Yue, attentive and composed. Truly, Itachi, though merely a few years my senior, exudes an intimidating presence that makes me hesitant to strike, Wu Yue thought, astonished. Yet, with a shift of his gaze toward Sasuke, he called out, "Hey Sasuke, what are you up to? What intriguing item do you have in your hands?" Upon hearing Wu Yue's words, Itachi turned his head to look at Sasuke. Aha, an opportunity. Wu Yue seized the moment. With swift hands, he formed two shadow clones and charged toward Itachi, his original self following closely behind. Itachi, noticing that Sasuke showed no unusual signs, quickly regained his focus. However, by this time, Wu Yue's clones had already closed in on him. Itachi remained unfazed, stepping back to evade one clone's attack with a sweeping kick that sent it crashing to the ground. He then deftly blocked the other clone's assault with his arm. At this moment, Wu Yue reached Itachi's proximity, noticing an opening and launched a powerful strike aimed at Itachi's chest. Itachi, calm and collected, seized one clone to shield himself. And Wu Yue's fist collided with the clone, causing it to dissipate upon impact. Wu Yue was momentarily taken aback, but Itachi seized this opportunity. He swiftly kicked the fallen clone away, sending it hurtling toward Wu Yue. In response, Wu Yue quickly braced himself, crossing his arms defensively before retreating several steps, causing the clone to vanish under the force of the impact. Itachi capitalized on this moment and rapidly closed the distance to Wu Yue. Such incredible speed. It feels as though a shadow has darted before me, Wu Yue marveled internally. As Itachi approached, Wu Yue adopted a defensive stance. Itachi aimed a punch at Wu Yue's abdomen, which Wu Yue managed to block with his outstretched hand. However, before Wu Yue could fully process the situation, Itachi deftly grasped his wrist and pulled him outward. Wu Yue stumbled, and Itachi executed a sweeping kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, Itachi lifted his leg to strike at Wu Yue's head. In a moment of urgency, Wu Yue raised his hands to block, only to realize that it was a feint. Itachi's foot connected with Wu Yue's abdomen. Just as Itachi struck, there was a sudden thud, and Wu Yue transformed into a wooden log. Is that a substitution technique? Itachi noted, impressed by Wu Yue's quick response. At that moment, Wu Yue suddenly appeared behind Itachi. It turned out, when he had seen Itachi's kick aimed at his abdomen, he had refrained from blocking with his leg, knowing that remaining on the ground would surely lead to his swift defeat at Itachi's hands. Thus, he formed hand seals and executed the substitution technique. In this manner, he not only managed to leave the ground, but also seized the opportunity to counterattack. He charged behind Itachi and, raising his hand, delivered a punch to the back of Itachi's head. However, Itachi seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. He swiftly crouched and executed a sweeping kick that sent Mingxuan tumbling to the ground. Dismayed, Mingxuan marveled at Itachi's lightning-fast reflexes. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, Itachi raised his leg to kick at his head. This assault caught Mingxuan off guard. He barely had time to shield his face with his hands. Itachi's leg came to a halt just in front of Mingxuan's arm. All right, let's call it here. If I were to kick down, you might sustain some minor injuries. But since this is merely a sparring session, let us keep it light, Itachi stated as he helped Mingxuan back to his feet. Itachi, you're truly impressive. I nearly had my head knocked off, haha. Mingxuan exclaimed, filled with admiration. You are quite remarkable as well. Possessing good reflexes at such a young age, and adeptly applying ninjutsu in practical combat to create opportunities. Truly commendable, Itachi praised. Really? I feel rather inadequate. Having failed to block several of your attacks, Mingxuan humbly replied. Do not belittle yourself. At your age, you are already quite formidable, Itachi reassured him. Your blocking and attacking stances are commendable. However, you do lack experience, speed, and power in combat. Overall, you're doing well. What should I do next to improve? Mingxuan inquired earnestly. Continue to train your body to enhance your speed and strength. Maintain greater focus during combat, and especially when striking, refrain from using all your strength. Reserve some energy to allow yourself the opportunity to react and change tactics, Itachi advised. Just as when you attempted to strike me from behind, you did not anticipate my counterattack, which led to you being knocked down again. Itachi, hearing this has truly enlightened me. I've learned so much, haha, Mingxuan joyfully exclaimed. From now on, you can occasionally seek me out for physical training. I will also teach you some techniques and skills. Additionally, you can come by to tell stories to Sasuke, Otherwise, he will pester me endlessly, Itachi remarked with a hint of exasperation. All right, Miyajitsu replied, feeling both pleased and resigned. He was delighted at the prospect of training with Itachi, yet somewhat reluctant about the storytelling obligation to Sasuke. Miyajitsu, it seems you are quite impressive as well, managing to last several rounds against my brother. After all, he is the captain of the Umbu, Sasuke remarked, a hint of pride in his voice. Indeed, your brother is the strongest. No one surpasses him, Miyajitsu thought to himself, stifling a chuckle. Through this encounter with Itachi, Miyajitsu gained invaluable combat experience and skills. Moreover, the prospect of frequently sparring with Itachi would greatly benefit him, not only enhancing his practical experience, but also fostering a closer relationship with both Itachi and Sasuke. Miyajitsu had his own plans. He intended to learn Itachi's shuriken techniques and the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. The day of reckoning for his clan drew ever nearer, and he needed to begin mastering ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would possess no means of resistance. In addition, Muyu was quite concerned about the purple lightning within him. Although the activation of this purple lightning had shown a slight increase with the enhancement of his chakra, it was still insufficient. His intuition hinted that a full awakening of the purple lightning would undoubtedly bring about a profound transformation. At that moment, Muyu glanced outside and noted that night had fallen, shrouded by ominous clouds that hinted at an impending downpour. It's getting late, Itachi. I must head home now, Muyu stated. Ah, but you haven't told me a story yet. Why are you leaving? Sasuke exclaimed anxiously. Haha, my apologies, Sasuke. I really must return home. Rest assured, I will come back in a few days, Muyu replied with regret. All right, Sasuke, let us allow Mingxuan to head back first. It's late and the rain is about to start, Itachi suggested. Understood, Itachi. Sasuke, I'll take my leave now. I'll return in a few days for some sparring, Muyu said as he walked towards the exit. After bidding farewell to Mingxuan, Itachi, and Sasuke, Muyu set off for home. However, the sky was laden with dark clouds, swirling ominously, and flashes of lightning danced within the thunderous clouds, filling the air with a damp scent. Mingxuan looked up at the sky, momentarily lost in thought. It seemed that before his journey into this world, he had experienced a stormy day when struck by lightning, and now, almost 5 years had passed since he arrived in the world of Hokage. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning shot across the sky, leaving a brilliant trail of violet light. The thunderclap interrupted Muyu's musings, prompting him to hasten towards home. With each rumble of thunder, Muyu realized the frequency of lightning was increasing. Surely, I want to be struck again, he silently mused. The lightning appeared to respond to his thoughts, flickering ominously above him. Oh no, I was merely jesting, Muyu thought, sensing an impending doom. Could it be that the purple lightning within me has the ability to attract thunder? Just then, a bolt of lightning indeed descended upon Muyu. He barely had time to react. A flash of brilliance blinded him, and he felt his body paralyzed by the electric shock, collapsing to the ground. The lightning surged chaotically within him, causing excruciating pain, akin to countless ants gnawing at his flesh. His clothes were blackened by the strike. However, at that moment, he sensed a peculiar movement from the mysterious purple lightning inside him. The overwhelming currents of electricity were suddenly absorbed by the purple lightning. What had once been a dormant force now surged to life, its previously dim glow transforming into a radiant brilliance, akin to a miniature sun shining within Muyu. Under the influence of the purple lightning, his chakra also morphed into a vibrant hue of violet, emanating a distinctive electric power. As Muyu observed the peculiar changes within his body, a sense of relief washed over him. It appeared to be linked to the purple lightning coursing through him. Explaining why he had been struck by lightning, he mused with a hint of sarcasm. Once the purple lightning absorbed the natural electrical energy, the numbing sensation throughout his body dissipated. Supporting himself against a sturdy tree, Muyu gradually rose to his feet. He assessed his condition and found that he had sustained no significant injuries, save for his damaged attire. I nearly had a heart attack. I thought I was going to be struck dead again, Muyu lamented internally, feeling despondent at the notion of such misfortune so soon after his arrival in this realm. He took a moment to calm his racing heart. The transformation of the purple lightning, which had absorbed the power of nature's thunder, was intriguing. Upon further examination, he realized that the purple lightning within him seemed to have been activated, glowing like a miniature light bulb. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Wuyue's mind, and he used his chakra to stimulate the purple lightning. In response, the lightning erupted with a fierce electrical force that, rather than harming him, melded seamlessly with his chakra. This newly combined energy surged forth, enveloping his entire being in a vibrant display of purple lightning, akin to a protective armor. The dazzling purple light radiated brilliantly, making Wu Yue feel both powerful and majestic. What is this? Is this the power of the purple lightning? An armor of purple lightning? How splendid! Wu Yue exclaimed, exhilarated by his unexpected boon. He had unwittingly awakened the power of purple lightning through adversity. Gazing at his electrifying armor, he thrust his fist toward a nearby tree. As chakra coalesced in his palm, a bolt of lightning erupted and struck the tree with a resounding crack, toppling it to the ground. Such tremendous force! Wu Yue thought in awe. With a powerful push from his legs, he launched himself forward like a bolt from a crossbow, dashing several meters in the blink of an eye. The augmentation in his speed was astounding. Under the influence of the purple lightning armor, his physical vitality and strength had significantly increased, and he sensed a notable surge in his chakra as well. Moreover, he felt as though time itself had slowed around him, suggesting a remarkable enhancement in his reflexes. Overwhelmed with joy, Wu Yue erupted in laughter. I knew the purple lightning would greatly impact my abilities in the future. What a stroke of fortune, he thought, reveling in his newfound power. With such an extraordinary advantage, he felt invincible. However, as time passed, the purple lightning armor began to fade after a mere 2 to 3 minutes, and the purple lightning within him dimmed slightly. Alarmed, Wu Yue quickly examined the state of the purple lightning inside him and noted a significant depletion of his chakra, causing the lightning to lose its brilliance. He promptly focused on refining his chakra, discovering that as he replenished his energy, the purple lightning gradually regained its luminosity. As Wu Yue exhaled a long breath, it became evident that the purple lightning had indeed been activated. However, the purple armor mode could only be sustained for 3 minutes. Nevertheless, as long as he refined enough chakra, he could activate it again. Observing the striking nature of this technique, he thought it deserved a formidable name. Thus, in his mind, he decided to call it Thunder Emperor. The sensation of donning the purple lightning armor enveloped him with an imperial aura. Little did Wu Yue anticipate that the title of Thunder Emperor would resonate throughout the entire ninja world, but that was a matter for another time. Wu Yue returned home, weary and ready for rest, collapsing into slumber. It was not until noon the following day that he awakened languidly. Upon rising, he felt revitalized, and the purple lightning within him had reverted to its original state. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he realized his chakra had significantly increased, indicating that he could now prioritize the training of ninjutsu. With such a substantial augmentation in chakra, he was confident in his ability to perform several ninjutsu techniques. He rummaged through his home for his ninjutsu texts, and upon perusing the myriad techniques, he promptly decided to learn several lightning-style jutsu, as the purple lightning within him would undoubtedly enhance their potency. Additionally, he sought to master fire and wind-style jutsu. Previously, he had consulted Itachi to assess his chakra attributes, discovering that in addition to lightning, he possessed wind and fire attributes. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was renowned for their fire techniques, offering a plethora of jutsu for him to study. Soon, he focused on a select few techniques: the Rasengan, lightning release, Chidori, lightning release, body flicker, fire release, great fireball technique, and wind release, great breakthrough. It was undeniable that Chidori and Rasengan were essential, while the great fireball technique and great breakthrough were also crucial for his learning. The great fireball technique, as he recalled, was Sasuke Uchiha's signature move, and mastering wind release would allow him to combine it with the great fireball technique to create a joint ninjutsu, greatly amplifying its power. With approximately a year and a half remaining until the Uchiha clan's tragic demise, Wu Yue was determined to make the most of this time to cultivate his abilities. At the very least, he needed to master these techniques to possess the capacity to resist. Furthermore, the Thunder Emperor form instilled him with immense confidence. From now on, I shall seek Itachi daily to learn ninjutsu, he mused internally, convinced that with Itachi's assistance, he would swiftly acquire these techniques. Thus, Wu Yue frequently visited Itachi's home to study ninjutsu, while also sharing stories with Sasuke and taking Naruto along to train and refine their chakra. Days turned into weeks, and before long, a year had passed. Wu Yue was now nearly 6 years old, standing close to 1.2 meters tall. His slender frame was both upright and handsome, with jet black hair cascading just past his shoulders. Although traces of youthful innocence remained on his face, his features were sharply defined, resembling a sculpted visage, and his large eyes glimmered with a hint of maturity and confidence. After a year of ninjutsu training, he had mastered these techniques with remarkable finesse, significantly enhancing their power. In particular, the lightning-style jutsu, augmented by the purple lightning within him, exhibited a magnitude far surpassing that of ordinary techniques. However, he had never employed them in front of others. He has managed to maintain his lightning release mode for 4 minutes, significantly boosting his confidence. Under Itachi's tutelage, his physical prowess has seen remarkable enhancement, and he has taken to secretly training in this mode to become accustomed to its combat style. He calculates in his mind that the day of the clan's annihilation is drawing near. The atmosphere within the Uchiha clan has grown increasingly tense, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, instilling a sense of foreboding. It appears that the fateful day is approaching, prompting him to consider visiting Itachi's home to glean some information. Additionally, he must swiftly arrange for the safety of his grandmother and sister, ensuring their protection. If necessary, he might have to ask Naruto to take them to his home, where the presence of the third Hokage's personnel should provide a safeguard for them. Recently, Naruto has been residing at the Mitsuki household, and he senses a feeling of being watched, likely by the third Hokage Sunbu. Settling his grandmother and sister with Naruto should pose no issues. Wu Yue first greeted his grandmother and sister. "Grandma, sister, why not stay at Naruto's place for a few days?" "There's something going on," Wu Yue said. "What is happening? Why must we go to Naruto's, Mingxuan?" Grandma inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Grandma, please don't ask right now. Just trust me and go to Naruto's for a few days," Wu Yue replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Despite their lingering doubts, both grandma and sister had sensed the unusual occurrences within the Uchiha clan over the past few days. With Wu Yue's suggestion, they chose not to oppose him and began to pack their belongings for Naruto's home. "Wu Yue, I have matters at home. Please let grandma and sister stay with you for a few days," Wu Yue conveyed to Naruto. "All right, Wu Yue brother. What might happen these days?" Naruto asked, his curiosity piqued. Having spent the past 2 years with Wu Yue's family, Naruto had grown to regard them as his own, his personality evolving into a more cheerful and vibrant demeanor than that of his former self in the anime. "There may be some changes soon, but nothing to worry about. I believe everything will be resolved in a few days," Wu Yue reassured Naruto, grandma, and sister. "Brother, we will go to Naruto's. Just be careful," Mingwei said with concern. After graduating from the ninja academy, she had heeded Wu Yue's advice and refrained from becoming a ninja, choosing instead to stay home with grandma. Wu Yue preferred that his sister lead a safe and secure life. "All right, you two go ahead to Naruto's. I have something to attend to, so I'll step out for a bit," Wu Yue said as he walked away. Before long, Wu Yue arrived at Itachi's home. Upon knocking and entering, he found Itachi's family in the yard, with Itachi instructing Sasuke in taijutsu, while Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi's mother observed quietly. "Hello, uncle and auntie. I've come to play with Itachi and Sasuke again," Wu Yue greeted Fugaku. Fugaku regarded the youth before him with a calm demeanor. Over the past 2 years, as Wu Yue trained with Itachi, he recognized this young man as a prodigious talent, achieving remarkable prowess at such a tender age, perhaps even surpassing Itachi at that stage. His gaze reflected a maturity that belied his years. Another genius on the rise? Fugaku mused silently. "I'll go train with Itachi now. I've learned a formidable jutsu recently and wish to spar with him," Wu Yue informed Fugaku and Itachi. "Wu Yue, it's been a while. Have you learned any impressive jutsu?" Itachi asked Mingxian. "Not much. Just feeling like I've progressed rapidly in the last few days. I wanted to challenge you," Wu Yue replied, observing Itachi's somewhat haggard demeanor, as if burdened by many concerns. It seems the day of the clan's tragedy is indeed approaching. He must have met with the third Hokage, Wu Yue thought to himself. Not only did he wish to seize this opportunity to gauge Itachi's sentiments, but he also aimed to test his own abilities against him. The pressure mounting with the impending tragedy of the clan weighed heavily on Wu Yue. This time, he intended to summon all his strength to engage in a serious spar with Itachi to ascertain the extent of the gap between them. "Itachi, long time no see. How about we spar a bit?" Wu Yue proposed to Itachi. "Sure, let me see what progress you've made in ninjutsu," Itachi replied. "You'd better be cautious. I'm serious this time," Wu Yue warned, his gaze sharpening as he pulled 2 shuriken from his side pouch, assuming a combat stance, quietly observing Itachi. In that fleeting moment, his entire being became imbued with focus, and an aura of danger enveloped him. Noticing Wu Yue's seriousness, Itachi, too, could not afford to be negligent. Retrieving 2 shuriken from his pouch. "All right, Wu Yue. I am eager to witness the extent of your improvement over the years," Itachi communicated. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Wu Yue summoned the purple lightning chakra within him to his feet, bending his legs and propelling himself forward, simultaneously launching a shuriken at Itachi. He formed hand seals to execute the shadow clone technique, producing 3 clones that charged toward Itachi. Itachi deftly deflected the incoming shuriken with his own, but at that moment, one of Wuyue's clones swiftly formed hand seals for fire release. Great fireball technique, sending a massive fireball hurtling towards Itachi. Recognizing the imminent threat, Itachi also formed hand seals, retaliating with the same ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. The 2 fireballs collided explosively. Unexpectedly, another of Wuyue's clones unleashed a wind release technique, merging it with the previous fireball, creating a combined ninjutsu. This was Wuyue's innovative application of utilizing wind to amplify fire, a technique previously demonstrated in the anime by the 5 Hearts. Bolstered by the wind, Wuyue's fireball surged past Itachi's, but to Wuyue's surprise, Itachi made no effort to evade the oncoming inferno. Wuyue, however, remained cautious, fully aware that Itachi would not be so easily overwhelmed. Suddenly, from Wuyue's blind spot, several shuriken flew forth, colliding in midair and converging on Mingxuan and his clones from various angles. Wuyue raised his head to block the incoming shuriken, but 3 of his clones were struck and vanished. Where is he? Wuyue pondered, scanning his surroundings but finding no trace of Itachi. Abruptly, he sensed a rush of wind behind him. Ducking instinctively, he evaded the attack and quickly pivoted. At that moment, Itachi was upon him, thrusting a shuriken toward Wuyue. Wuyue raised his own to parry, and the 2 engaged in a fierce exchange of strikes, the sounds of clashing shuriken ringing out as they exchanged dozens of blows. Suddenly, Itachi seized upon a slight opening, trapping Wuyue's shuriken with his own and delivering a powerful kick that sent Wuyue flying. Regaining his balance, Wuyue found no respite, as Itachi surged forward once more. Impressive, Wuyue thought. After just a few exchanges, I find myself struggling to keep up, with no opportunity to utilize my ninjutsu. As he beheld Itachi charging towards him, Wuyue did not hesitate. Prolonging the battle would only allow Itachi to dictate the rhythm of the fight. He swiftly activated the power of the purple lightning within him. The Raikage observed as the purple lightning armor rapidly enveloped Wuyue's form, and Itachi, noticing this unique ninjutsu, narrowed his gaze in contemplation. This power is not merely a simple lightning technique, he pondered discreetly. Suddenly, Itachi's eyes widened, transforming into a crimson hue, with 3 tomos spiraling within. Wuyue realized that Itachi had activated the Sharingan, indicating that he was now fully serious. With a surge of determination, Wuyue summoned even more of the purple lightning's might. I must take the initiative, suppress him with my speed. I cannot allow him to control the pace of this battle. He resolved inwardly as he charged towards Itachi. Enhanced by the purple lightning, he surged forward like a violet flash, closing the distance to Itachi in an instant. As Wuyue raised his hand, a bolt of purple lightning surged towards Itachi. Noticing this, Itachi's eyes narrowed as he deftly sidestepped the electrifying assault. However, Wuyue had already closed the distance, launching a powerful punch toward Itachi. Observing Wuyue clad in purple lightning armor, Itachi refrained from blocking with his hands and instead used a kunai to deflect the blow. The kunai pierced Wuyue's fist but caused little harm, indicating that the Raikage form could withstand certain physical attacks. Seizing the moment, Wuyue unleashed a flurry of punches toward Itachi. With the enhancement of the purple lightning armor, his strength and speed were significantly augmented. In the blink of an eye, he struck Itachi multiple times, yet Itachi remained composed, skillfully parrying each assault. Observing this, Wuyue's chakra erupted, and he initiated the lightning release, Thousand Birds technique, a ninjutsu he had specifically mastered to complement his Raikage mode, enabling both offense and defense. Realizing the danger, Itachi swiftly retreated, but Wuyue, sensing an opportunity, gathered chakra in his hands. A sphere of purple lightning coalesced, accompanied by the sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds. Wuyue then dashed towards Itachi, his form flickering as he closed in. The 1,000 birds attack aimed directly at Itachi's chest. However, the crackling electricity obscured Mingxuan's vision momentarily, allowing Itachi to seize Wuyue's arm from above, flinging him away with force. Itachi then launched several kunai at the grounded Wuyue. In response, Wuyue executed the 1,000 birds technique again, sending the kunai flying. Quickly rising to his feet, Wuyue formed hand seals for lightning release, earth walking. A barrage of lightning bolts surged toward Itachi, who deftly leaped back to evade the strike. Wuyue, undeterred, concentrated lightning in his hands and thrust forward. The lightning release, Thousand Birds technique unleashed a multitude of electric strikes toward Itachi, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. Itachi was struck by the bolts but, with a resounding poof, vanished, revealing it was merely a shadow clone. Wu Yue, puzzled, scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of Itachi. Suddenly, a faint sound from behind caught his attention. Itachi had swiftly closed the gap and charged at Wu Yue. Reacting quickly, Wu Yue turned to face him, only to find Itachi's intense gaze locked onto his own, the three tomos spinning ominously. Alarmed, Wu Yue recognized the onset of Jinjutsu, but had no time to react before being ensnared in Itachi's illusion. As Wu Yue focused, he saw Itachi standing before him, acknowledging the significant progress he had made over the years and the formidable power of the purple lightning. "You have improved greatly," Itachi remarked. Wu Yue, scratching his head in modesty, replied, "Oh, it's merely a reflection of your teachings. But truly, how much of your strength are you using? You seem to be holding back." Itachi responded, "With your current strength, you have become quite formidable. Under the influence of your purple lightning, you have surpassed the average nin. You are still quite young. In a few years, your abilities will undoubtedly soar, and perhaps you may even surpass me." Upon hearing this, Wu Yue felt a surge of joy within, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain. At such a tender age, he had already attained this level of prowess. "All right, let us conclude this battle for now. I shall dispel the illusion. Let us step outside," Itachi said calmly to Mingxuan. Wu Yue, eager to speak, quickly interjected, "Wait a moment, Itachi and I. Has there been any recent unrest within the clan? The atmosphere among our kin seems exceedingly tense. It feels as though everyone is transformed." Itachi paused momentarily at Mingxuan's inquiry. "There is nothing to worry about. Rest assured," he replied, withholding the truth from Wu Yue. "Is it possible that the Uchiha clan is planning a rebellion against Konoha?" Wu Yue boldly dropped this bombshell, knowing full well that if this were the case, Itachi would likely not be forthcoming with the truth. "You." Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment at Wu Yue's revelation. "How do you know this? What else are you aware of?" he asked anxiously. "Itachi and I was informed by others. It is best not to inquire further, for everyone harbors their own secrets. I merely wish to know how you intend to handle this situation. Are you considering?" Wu Yue probed. Itachi fell silent, gazing intently at Wu Yue without uttering a word. It seems the only course left is to unite with Uchiha Bido to eradicate our clan," Wu Yue surmised, interpreting Itachi's silence. "Regardless of the outcome, I sincerely hope that my family and yours remain unharmed. Given sufficient time, I believe I can resolve all these issues. Acting rashly will only drive matters to extremes. Moreover, Itachi and you must confide in us regarding any difficulties you face. I have already come to regard you all as family. I hope for transparency among us," Wu Yue spoke earnestly. "Whatever decision you make, we will support you," Itachi and Wu Yue added. Itachi sighed upon hearing Wu Yue's words. "Indeed. There have been significant changes within the clan. They are plotting a rebellion against Konoha, and I have reported this to the third Hokage. However, rest assured, there will be no harm to you or your family. Additionally, I would like to ask a favor of you," Itachi said to Wu Yue. "Surely. It appears I will safely navigate this impending calamity," Wu Yue thought gleefully, guessing that Itachi wished for him to look after Sasuke. At that moment, Itachi addressed Mingxuan, saying, "Wu Yue, despite your youth, you possess immense talent and potential as a new genius of the Uchiha clan. You exhibit a level of composure and wisdom beyond your years, at times. I even question whether you truly are a child. Your actions are typically discreet, drawing little attention from others. If any upheaval occurs within the clan, I implore you to take care of Sasuke." "Rest assured, Itachi and Wu Yue replied confidently. "Over the past 2 years, I have come to regard Sasuke as my younger brother. Even if you do not express it, I shall diligently take care of him," vowed Mugetsu with unwavering sincerity. Upon hearing Mugetsu's assurance, Itachi felt a sense of relief. He then waved his left hand, sending a raven soaring towards Mugetsu. The raven's eyes were astonishingly a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, prominently displaying a pinwheel design. "This is the eye of Uchiha Shisui," Mugetsu gasped in astonishment. Mugetsu had unexpectedly received Uchiha Shisui's eye, which possesses the formidable Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. In the anime, Danzo harbored an overwhelming desire for this pair of eyes, going to great lengths to seize them from Shisui. "This is the eye of my dear friend, a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. I bestow it upon you, hoping you will unveil its true potential." Itachi spoke to Mugetsu as if entrusting him with a sacred legacy. "In your future endeavors, Exercise caution and prudence. I shall also implore the third Hokage to extend additional care towards you, Sasuke, and your family, Itachi added earnestly. Itachi, you. Mugetsu began, wishing to continue his thoughts. Enough. Let us step outside. You have made significant progress this time, yet there remain areas for improvement that I wish to discuss. Itachi interrupted, dispelling the genjutsu. He guided Mugetsu to the front yard, where Sasuke immediately rushed over upon seeing Itachi and Mugetsu sparring. Mugetsu, you truly come to challenge my brother right away. Last time, you left just as things were getting exciting. Hurry, tell me what happened next. Sasuke insisted, eager for the story. Sighing inwardly, Mugetsu thought, in the days to come, you may find it quite arduous. Fortunately, I will be here to look after you to some extent. Otherwise, you would be in quite a predicament. Wu Yue did not linger long in Itachi's residence. As he was concerned for Naruto and his family's safety, he intended to first check on Naruto's household, advising him not to venture outside for the next few days. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Wu Yue walked along the path at a leisurely pace when suddenly several figures emerged before him, clad in black attire and wearing the ANBU masks. Wu Yue's pupils instinctively tightened. ANBU personnel? What is the meaning of this? Has my visit to Itachi drawn their attention? He pondered silently. You are Uchiha Wu Yue, are you not? We are ANBU directly under the third Hokage. He wishes to see you, and we request that you accompany us, the leader stated calmly. What does the third Hokage want with me? I am merely a child. I need to return home, Wu Yue replied, feigning ignorance rather than immediately acquiescing. That is not our concern. We are merely executing the third's orders. We hope for your cooperation and wish to avoid any coercive measures, the leader responded, his tone carrying a hint of menace. It appeared that refusing was not an option. I cannot provoke any conflict now. It must be my recent interactions with Itachi and Naruto that have piqued the third's interest in me, Wu Yue thought to himself. Very well, I will go with you. Lead the way, he said nonchalantly. The ANBU led Wu Yue to the Hokage's office, where he found the third Hokage seated behind a desk. A frail old man adorned with the Hokage hat and cloak. The passage of time had etched deep lines into his face, and he occasionally puffed on a pipe, releasing wisps of smoke rings. So, this is the third Hokage, and he has aged considerably, Wu Yue realized. You may leave now. I wish to have a word with this child, the third said, gesturing for the ANBU to depart. As they exited, the office fell into silence, with only Wu Yue and the third remaining. The old man observed him without speaking, causing Wu Yue to feel a twinge of anxiety. What does this old man intend? Surely he does not wish to eliminate me? The third seemed to sense Wu Yue's apprehension, placing down his pipe and smiling gently. You are indeed Uchiha Wu Yue, are you not? Your parents perished during a mission, leaving only your grandmother and sister at home, he remarked casually. I have been observing you for some time. At such a young age, you have managed to refine your chakra and have adeptly mastered several ninjutsu techniques, while also honing your physical skills. You are quite the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. The third praised. Wu Yue was taken aback by this acknowledgement. His efforts to remain inconspicuous had evidently caught the attention of the third Hokage. Perhaps it was his connections with Itachi and Naruto that had drawn such scrutiny, considering the weight they held in the third's regard. Thank you for your kind words. Lord Hokage, may I inquire as to why you seek me? Wu Yue inquired with a respectful demeanor. The third Hokage paused momentarily. You know Naruto, do you not? He is the son of the fourth Hokage. I am preoccupied with managing the Hidden Leaf Village and lack the time to attend to him. It is you who has formed a friendship with him and taken great care of him. I sincerely thank you for that, the third Hokage expressed. However, I noticed that you recently moved your grandmother to Naruto's home. Has something occurred? The third Hokage inquired, his curiosity piqued. Has suspicion already begun to brew? Wu Yue pondered silently. Lord Third, Itachi informed me that the Uchiha clan is planning to instigate a rebellion. I thought it prudent to temporarily relocate my family to Naruto's residence for safety. Wu Yue decided to speak candidly, realizing that no matter how he approached the matter, the third Hokage would inevitably harbor doubts. Upon hearing Wu Yue's revelation, the third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly regained his composure. It appears that you share a close bond with Itachi, as he entrusted you with such critical information. What is your perspective on this situation? The third Hokage queried, acutely aware that a single misstep in his response could lead to dire consequences. After all, an individual's worth pales in comparison to the village's interests, Wu Yue mused inwardly. Lord Third, the discord between the Uchiha clan and Konoha has not arisen overnight. The rift has escalated to an irreconcilable state. However, even if the Uchiha were to seize power, it would only lead to their own ruin. Unity and collaboration are the only paths to a brighter future. Wu Yue found himself articulating thoughts from his past life. The third Hokage was taken aback by Wu Yue's words, struggling to believe that such wisdom could emanate from a child. For a time, he fell silent, contemplating deeply before turning to Wu Yue and stating, "I have entrusted the handling of this rebellion entirely to Itachi. Out of respect for him, I shall do my utmost to protect your family." Upon hearing this, Wu Yue felt a temporary sense of assurance regarding his family's safety, believing they would likely survive as Sasuke had. Nevertheless, he resolved to demonstrate his own capabilities to further press the third Hokage. "Lord Third, I truly appreciate your noble intentions. However, I must insist that my family must not suffer the slightest harm. Otherwise, I shall personally eliminate anyone responsible," Wu Yue declared, summoning the purple lightning within him, instantly transforming into the Raiden form. The purple lightning armor enveloped him, radiating a brilliant glow, as arcs of electricity coiled around him like serpents. The sheer intensity of Wu Yue's unleashed Raiden mode even elicited a sense of pressure upon the third Hokage. "What is this? Such an impressive youth," the third Hokage thought with astonishment. "Very well, I shall deploy the Umbu to protect you discreetly. Moreover, they have been closely guarding Naruto, so there should be no cause for alarm," the third Hokage reassured him. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. I have one more request. Once this rebellion has passed, I hope you can publicly announce that my family and I perished during this upheaval. Personally, I wish to join the Hokage's direct Umbu forces," Wu Yue stated, knowing he must align himself with the third Hokage to ensure his ongoing safety. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage agreed. "Very well. You may report to the Umbu by the end of this month. You may return now." The third Hokage expressed his gratitude, and without further ado, Wu Yue bid farewell and departed. This time, he felt fortunate. After 2 years of preparation, he finally believed he had a solid chance of overcoming the impending crisis. However, he knew he must remain vigilant. On the day of the clan's massacre, he intended to seek out Itachi to discuss future arrangements. Utilizing his knowledge of the Hokage's storyline, he planned to lay the groundwork in advance. He understood that although he might survive and the third could temporarily shield him, he could not ascertain whether Orochimaru, Danzo, and the Akatsuki organization were aware that others, besides Sasuke Uchiha, had also survived. There was no guarantee they would not take action, especially Orochimaru, whose obsession with the Sharingan bordered on madness. Furthermore, he pondered whether the formidable adversary Obito would come seeking him. As a couple of days passed, the Uchiha clan had effectively entered a semi-closed state, with most members having returned to Konoha. A select few elite Uchiha often congregated, rendering the entire Uchiha compound eerily tranquil. It seemed the Uchiha were on the verge of rebellion. Wu Yue received news from Itachi that the coup would commence that night. He equipped himself with his weapons, donned a black attire, and masked his face, quietly awaiting Itachi and Obito's assault on the Uchiha clan. He surmised that besides the two of them, Danzo's Umbu might also intervene. Otherwise, it would be implausible to eliminate the Uchiha clan without a trace. Suddenly, he sensed commotion outside. It had begun. In an instant, Wu Yue leaped from his home to the rooftop, and in the distance, he discerned the unmistakable signs of battle. He needed to reach Itachi's residence swiftly and ensure Sasuke's safety. With a powerful push from his legs, he surged forth toward Itachi's home. The sounds of human screams, the sharp clinks of kunai clashing, and the explosive booms of ninjutsu filled the air. This was his first encounter with the specter of death and combat, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. He dared not let his guard down. He had resolved that should his life be threatened, he would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. This was a battlefield, and his survival was paramount. Suddenly, several kunai hurtled toward him. He quickly drew his kunai to defend himself. Ahead, a group of ninjas clad in black and wearing Umbu masks emerged, blocking his path. "Who are you?" "Halt," the leader of the Uchiha clan commanded with authority. "You intend to kill me, and yet you demand I stand still?" Wu Yue seethed inwardly, realizing they were likely Danzo's rude operatives. He chose silence and attempted to circumvent them. Observing his intent to flee, the Umbu swiftly closed in on him. "Eliminate him. He appears to be just a child. Dispatch him quickly," the leader ordered. "Humph. Overestimating your own abilities," Wu Yue declared defiantly. "Fire style, great fireball technique." He formed seals with his hands, unleashing a massive fireball toward the Umbu. One of the Umbu countered with earth style, earth wall, blocking the fiery assault, while the others spread out to engage him in close combat. There was no need to entangle himself with these Umbu. thought Wu Yue silently, determining to resolve the matter swiftly. Activating the power of the purple lightning within him, he enveloped himself in the radiant armor of purple electricity. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he surged forward towards the several umbu before him. Like a bolt of lightning, he closed the distance in an instant. With a swift motion, he unleashed the lightning release, Chidori Saban, sending dozens of lethal projectiles towards the umbu. They hastily attempted to defend themselves, giving Wu Yue the perfect opportunity to close in on the first adversary. Seizing a kunai, he slashed diagonally, catching his opponent off guard and severing his throat. Despite his youthful appearance, the umbu underestimated him at their peril. They were taken aback when one of their own fell so easily to Wu Yue's onslaught. Too late, he thought with a cold smirk, forming hand signs with his hands. The lightning release, Chidori Ryu Maiken, erupted from his body, unleashing a violent burst of purple lightning that enveloped a 5-meter radius around him. The umbu caught in the vicinity found themselves paralyzed, unable to move. Seizing the moment, Wu Yue hurled 2 kunai, striking true to the hearts of 2 more umbu ninjas, dispatching them with precision. As his foes faltered, he unleashed a fluid series of ninjutsu attacks, effortlessly eliminating several more. This was Wu Yue's principle in battle. When he struck, he did so with overwhelming force, leaving no room for mercy. He held nothing back even in sparring with Itachi, favoring ninjutsu to disrupt his opponent's rhythm and seize the initiative, pushing through to victory in one relentless surge. Surely, within the ranks of the Hokage, there are none with such advanced combat philosophies, he mused, secretly reveling in his own prowess. You little brat, I shall personally slay you, fumed the leader of the umbu, his fury ignited by the consecutive losses of his subordinates. In a furious charge, he launched himself at Wu Yue, who met him with a kunai aimed at his chest. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over a dozen strikes, Wu Yue capitalizing on a moment of vulnerability to pierce the leader's chest with his kunai. Yet, before his eyes, the adversary dissolved into a mass of dirt. Not good, a Doton clone. Wu Yue's pupils narrowed slightly as he sensed a powerful gust approaching from behind. Reacting swiftly, he crossed his arms in front of him to guard his vital points. The umbu leader's fist struck his arms with a force that sent him flying. What immense strength! Were it not for the Raiti mode, my arms would surely be broken, Wu Yue thought to himself. Meanwhile, the enemy did not relent, charging at him with renewed vigor. Gathering lightning chakra into his hand, Wu Yue unleashed Chidori once more, propelling himself towards his foe. Die, he shouted. And the Chidori pierced through the enemy's heart. However, Wu Yue was also caught by a punch to his chest, sending him sprawling. With the enemy now lifeless, Wu Yue did not linger, swiftly turning to make his escape. The battle had certainly drawn the attention of others, and he needed to depart quickly before reinforcements arrived. Breathing heavily, he acknowledged the prowess of the umbu. The continuous use of ninjutsu and taijutsu had depleted much of his chakra, and the blows he received had left him feeling fatigued. Hastening to reach Itachi's residence was an urgent thought coursing through Wu Yue's mind. Suddenly, the space ahead distorted slightly, and a figure emerged from the void, clad in black. With a swirling mask obscuring their features, save for a single eye, this individual wielded a large fan emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's insignia. Uchiha Obito. Wu Yue's heart sank in despair. The very presence he feared had materialized. What should I do? Should I flee immediately? As Wu Yue pondered his next move, Obito spoke. What a remarkable child. You dispatched the umbu ninja with such ease. Alas, no matter your prodigious talent, you shall perish here today. Panic surged within Wu Yue at the realization of his dire predicament. Without further ado, he activated the purple lightning within him, enveloping himself in the Raikage mode, and turned to make his escape. Given his current abilities, he could still handle a few lackluster umbu ninjas. Confronting Uchiha Obito was simply out of the question. Moreover, the formidable prowess of Obito's Mangeki Sharingan left him no choice but to retreat. However, just as he took a few steps forward, the space warped again, and Obito reappeared before him, reaching out to seize him. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. Wu Yue formed hand seals, launching a massive fireball towards Obito. Yet, Obito utilized his intangibility to evade the flames, materializing right in front of Wu Yue. He raised a hand, aiming for Wu Yue's neck. Lightning style, Chidori. Wu Yue countered, enveloping himself in the protective aura of Chidori. But Obito, employing his intangibility once more, passed right through Wu Yue's form. Turning to face him, Obito refrained from attacking, merely observing Wu Yue in silence. Gasping for breath, Wu Yue felt the toll of their brief skirmish deplete his energy significantly, compounded by his earlier encounter with the umbu. This was dire, If this continued, he would surely meet his demise. A few beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he contemplated his grim situation. A remarkable young man. Would you care to join my organization? Obito inquired coolly. Who are you, and why do you wish to eliminate the Uchiha clan? Wuyue feigned ignorance, fully aware of the implications. Who am I? I am Uchiha Madara, Obito replied. Deceived, Wuyue thought Madara had been dead for ages. While he subtly recuperated his strength, he responded, the world harbors many unimaginable truths. What you cannot achieve, others may. Join Akatsuki and help save this shattered world, Obito tempted. Very well, I agree. Wuyue replied without hesitation, hoping to placate Obito until he could reunite with Itachi, who would undoubtedly assist him in escaping. Obito, taken aback by Wuyue's swift acquiescence, found himself momentarily speechless. All right, follow me, he instructed, leading Wuyue onward. After a few minutes of walking, Wuyue spotted Itachi standing silently atop a nearby rooftop. The Uchiha clan had been nearly annihilated, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Itachi sensed the presence of the two individuals behind him and turned to face them. At that moment, Mugetsu seized the opportunity and swiftly approached Itachi. Brother Itachi, it's me. Please save me. This masked person is trying to take me away. Mugetsu urgently pleaded for help, and Itachi instantly recognized her voice. Weren't you supposed to stay safe at home? Why did you come out? Itachi reproached Mugetsu. I wanted to talk to you about something, but I unexpectedly encountered this person, Mugetsu murmured. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Itachi inquired with concern. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. What is going on? Wasn't the third Hokage's order to eliminate all those involved in the rebellion? Mugetsu deliberately questioned. Yes, that is the decision made by the third Hokage and the village, Itachi replied calmly. What about your family? What will happen to Sasuke? Mugetsu asked anxiously. We need to hurry home. You'll have to look after Sasuke from now on, Itachi responded. At that moment, Madara approached the two. Before he could speak, Itachi interjected, Madara. This is my other younger brother. I hope he can remain in the village to help me take care of Sasuke. After a moment of hesitation, Obito, upon hearing Itachi's words, eventually agreed, albeit reluctantly. All right, but if the kid ever wishes to join the Akatsuki, he can find me in the Rain Village. Madara said to Mugetsu. Understood, Lord Madara, Mugetsu replied verbally, but inwardly thought, only a fool would do that. Madara, please wait for me outside the village. Mugetsu and I will handle some family matters and then join you, Itachi stated before turning away, leading Mugetsu back home. Along the way, neither spoke. Itachi seemed preoccupied, while Mugetsu understood that Itachi was about to take a grave step against his own kin, leaving her at a loss for words. Before long, they arrived at Itachi's home, entering cautiously to avoid making any noise. Come in. It's just your mother and me. There are no traps, Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated from within. Itachi paused slightly before guiding Mugetsu inside. They saw Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi's mother kneeling silently on the floor. Ah, Fugaku, Mugetsu acknowledged. Uncle, the Uchiha clan is in turmoil. Everyone else is already. Before Mugetsu could finish, Fugaku interrupted her. I know. I've been aware that this cannot be resolved by an individual. After a brief pause, he turned to Itachi and said, Itachi, you've been a genius since childhood, capable of contemplating the essence of life with an adult's mindset. You and Sasuke will always be your father's pride. Whatever decisions you make, your mother and I will support you. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Itachi's hand trembled as he held the blade, tears streaming down his face. Mugetsu, you are also a talented youth, having known Itachi and Sasuke since childhood, steady and unassuming. I hope that after Itachi leaves the village, you can help take care of Sasuke. On the table outside are my lifelong insights into training and some secrets regarding the Uchiha clan. I leave the rest to you and Itachi, Fugaku said to Mugetsu. Yes, uncle, you can rest assured. I shall undoubtedly take good care of Sasuke, Wuyue declared before striding out of the room, unable to bear the sight of familial strife. He chose to leave, granting the father and son their final moments together. Wuyue gazed skyward. The overcast heavens loomed like a dark shroud enveloping the night, allowing no sliver of moonlight to penetrate. The surrounding sounds gradually faded into silence, leaving the vast Uchiha clan shrouded in an eerie stillness. With a heavy sigh, Wuyue pondered the uncertain trajectory of his future. Though he had narrowly escaped the massacre of his clan, he questioned whether he was truly safe. Danzo, Orochimaru, and even the Akatsuki organization were undoubtedly aware of his survival and might soon come seeking him. Furthermore, he had to ensure the safety of his grandmother and sister. He resolved to grow stronger. Wu Yue silently mapped out his path. If he could become powerful enough, no one would dare to harm him or his family. He planned to secretly join the Umbu, amassing strength in the shadows to cultivate his abilities safely. At the very least, being near the third Hokage would mitigate many troubles. At that moment, Itachi emerged from the house, his expression inscrutable as he addressed Wu Yue. "Let us go." Seeing Itachi's demeanor, Mingxuan already comprehended the outcome. Words of comfort lingered on his lips, yet remained unspoken. The two made their way outside when suddenly Sasuke dashed back into the house. Upon spotting Itachi and Wu Yue, he exclaimed, "Itachi, Mingxuan, what on earth is happening? Why are all the clan members dead?" Itachi remained silent, his eyes transforming into the Mangeki Sharingan as he unleashed Tsukuyomi, ensnaring Sasuke in a genjutsu. After a brief moment, Sasuke's eyes widened in terror before he collapsed to the ground. "Wu Yue, I entrust Sasuke to your care," Itachi said softly. "Do not worry, Itachi. Sasuke shall henceforth be my new little brother," Wu Yue reassured him. A faint smile graced Itachi's lips as he vanished in an instant. Wu Yue swiftly cradled the unconscious Sasuke and hurried home. He later informed Naruto and his family of his safety, at which point they learned of the Uchiha clan's annihilation at Itachi's hands. Wu Yue urged them to keep this knowledge to themselves, treating it as if they were oblivious and maintaining their usual demeanor. Upon hearing the news, his grandmother and sister were momentarily stunned. Taking a while to process the gravity of the situation, Wu Yue refrained from elaborating further, recognizing that additional explanations would only deepen their sorrow. After resting at home for several days, Wu Yue gathered his ninja tools and attire, turning to depart for the Hokage's office. Today marked the day he would report to the Umbu, uncertain of where he would be assigned. Wu Yue arrived at the Hokage's office shortly, pausing momentarily outside the door to compose himself. After a gentle knock, he entered to find the third Hokage seated quietly behind his desk, a smoking pipe in hand. He took a deep drag, exhaling a perfect smoke ring, his gaze fixed contemplatively on the Hokage rock, lost in thought, presumably regarding the Uchiha clan. "Third Hokage, I have come to report," Wu Yue said respectfully. "Wu Yue, you arrived so swiftly? Have you managed to resolve matters at home? Is your family well?" The third Hokage inquired. Turning to him, "Thank you for your concern, third Hokage. My family is safe. As for Itachi," Wu Yue began, but was abruptly interrupted by the third Hokage. "I am already aware of Itachi's situation. An announcement will be made regarding his status as a rogue ninja responsible for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan." The third Hokage stated calmly, "Only I and a select few high-ranking officials are privy to your family's whereabouts. I will declare that you and your family are included in the list of deceased. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I can now proceed to report to the Umbu." Wu Yue expressed gratefully, feeling a sense of security in his current predicament. As long as he concealed his Uchiha identity, he would be safe. "This is your appointment letter. Take it to the Umbu for reporting. While your abilities are commendable, given your youth, I will not assign you any perilous tasks," the third Hokage stated, handing him the letter. "Understood. I shall report immediately," Wu Yue replied, taking the letter and turning to leave the Hokage's office. The third Hokage watched him depart, lost in thought, wondering whether allowing him to survive was a mistake. In Wu Yue, the third Hokage perceived a shadow of the fourth Hokage, reminiscent of his former proud disciple, talented, mature, and composed. Though he belonged to the Uchiha clan, he possessed the ability to view matters from the village's perspective. "May my decision prove to be the right one." The third Hokage pondered silently. Wu Yue, clutching the appointment letter, soon arrived at a room within the Umbu, where he found two individuals awaiting him. Both stood around 1.7 meters tall, clad in black attire and Umbu masks. One was a tall figure with long, light blue hair, likely a woman, while the other was a robust man sporting an explosive hairstyle and carrying a large sword on his back. Upon hearing his footsteps, both turned to look at Wu Yue. "Greetings. I am the newly arrived Shinju Wu Yue," he introduced himself. "It is my first day in the Umbu. I look forward to your guidance. Here is my appointment letter," he said, extending it forward. The woman took the letter, glanced at it, and responded, "Hello, Wu Yue. I am Minako Kawaniko, the captain of this Umbu team. You may call me Minako. This is my fellow member, Kenta Najira. You can refer to him as Kenta." As Wu Yue heard her voice, melodious and enchanting, he couldn't help but speculate that she must be a beauty. As soon as the individual named Kenta laid eyes on Mujetsu and heard her words, he turned to Minako and scoffed, "What on earth? The third Hokage has sent us a mere child. What can she do? Play in the mud? Haha. Be quiet. There is a reason the third Hokage personally dispatched Mujetsu," Minako retorted sternly, silencing Kinta, who, though begrudgingly quiet, could not fully conceal his disdain. It seemed that this captain wasn't half bad, especially since she was a girl. I wonder how old she is, Mugetsu mused silently. Don't be nervous, Mugetsu. Since you were assigned by the third Hokage, there must be a good reason for it. From now on, we are comrades. Let us strive together, Minako said gently. It seemed that being part of the third Hokage's direct umbu was indeed preferable. If it were the route, no one would care about your well-being, Mugetsu thought to herself. All right, I look forward to everyone's guidance, Mugetsu said, offering a slight bow to Minako, disregarding Kinta entirely. With someone so evidently lacking in intellect, it was best not to engage. Upon noticing Mugetsu's silence towards him, Kinta huffed, but chose not to comment further. Now, Mugetsu, since we will be working together on missions, please share your strengths so that we can formulate our strategies, Minako prompted. I excel in fire, lightning, and wind release techniques. And my proficiency in shuriken techniques is also commendable, Mugetsu replied. You're quite impressive for your age, Minako praised. I specialize in medical ninjutsu and sensory techniques. And I am also skilled in taijutsu. Kinta here is adept in earth release and possesses considerable strength, favoring the use of a large polearm. It appeared that this team was relatively capable. Although neither of them seemed to have reached the rank of jonin, their abilities were commendable within the umbu, and it was likely that they would not be tasked with overly perilous missions. The third Hokage seemed to care for her well-being, Mugetsu thought quietly. At that moment, Kinta interjected mockingly, can this little girl really be that capable? Just boasting, I suppose. Mugetsu chose not to respond, thinking to herself, you'll understand my abilities soon enough. Our current mission involves border patrol, where we are responsible for monitoring the area surrounding Konoha village for several miles each day. Generally, we won't encounter much danger. But if any ninja from other villages attempt to gather intelligence or infiltrate Konoha, we may have to engage, Minako explained. Mugetsu, since this is your first time, there's no need to be anxious. Kinta and I will ensure your safety. Rest assured, Minako, I am capable of defending myself. You need not worry. Mugetsu replied with a faint smile. Minako then produced a mask and handed it to Mugetsu. We must wear masks during our missions. This one is for you. Remember, when on a mission, do not reveal your real name. You may refer to each other by nicknames or code names, she elaborated. All right, take your time to prepare. Once you're ready, we shall depart, Minako stated. No worries, I am already prepared. Let us set off, Mugetsu affirmed. Mina, along with Kinta and the enigmatic Uchiha, journeyed towards the border of Konohagakure. Before long, they arrived at the fringes of the village, where the duo diligently advised Uchiha on the points of caution to heed. The border of Konoha was densely forested, with towering trees standing majestically, their canopies so thick that they nearly obscured the sky. Yet, the piercing sunlight managed to filter through the gaps in the foliage, casting shadows and littering the ground with fallen leaves, rendering the entire woodland a realm of serene silence. A few kilometers away, within the depths of the forest, a small squad of ninjas had gathered in a circle. Our objective for this mission is to gather intelligence on the hidden Leaf Village, and should the opportunity present itself, to infiltrate Konoha in hopes of acquiring some of its confidential secrets. Recent whispers of significant internal upheavals within Konoha have presented us with a fortuitous chance. The leader of the squad, a ninja adorned with dual blades, murmured, Remember, this is a covert operation. We must not allow them to perceive our presence. If we encounter any of their ninjas, eliminate them without mercy. Understood? The surrounding ninjas responded in unison, affirming their comprehension. Meanwhile, Uchiha and their team remained blissfully unaware of the looming threat, unwittingly advancing towards the very direction of this ninja squad. Unbeknownst to the trio, a looming danger awaited them. Minako led the way, accompanied by Mugetsu and Kinta, as they advanced along their predetermined path. Yet, mere hundreds of meters into their journey, Minako abruptly halted, gesturing for Mugetsu and Kinta to follow suit. Upon noticing her signal, both crouched low, instinctively on guard. Kinta leaned in to inquire, What is it? Is there something ahead? A grave expression crossed Minako's face. Do you not find it eerily quiet? Usually, we encounter small creatures or hear the chirping of birds along our patrol. Today, however, the atmosphere has shifted to an unsettling silence. There may be something amiss ahead, so we must tread cautiously. Kinta, sensing the unusual stillness, nodded in agreement. This path was a crucial route to Konohagakure, and any intruders seeking to gather intelligence would undoubtedly traverse it. Observing the tension between his companions, Mugetsu instinctively assumed a defensive stance. Minako utilized her sensory ninjutsu to scan their surroundings, and suddenly, her expression changed dramatically. We must move quickly. There is a chakra disturbance ahead. I sense at least 8 or 9 individuals, definitely ninjas from another village. As the two prepared to flee, a voice emerged from the thicket. It's too late to escape now. A figure stepped forth, wielding dual blades, adorned with a ninja headband, and clad in deep brown attire. Following closely behind were several more ninjas, forming a squad of 12. Upon closer inspection, Mugetsu recognized the insignia on their headbands, the mark of the hidden Mist Village. It's the Mist Ninjas. We must flee and not engage, Minako exclaimed, realizing their cover was blown, and she turned to lead Kinta and Mugetsu away. At that moment, several Mist Ninjas surged forward, chanting, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Simultaneously, they unleashed their jutsu, and several water dragons surged toward the trio. Kinta swiftly pivoted, forming hand seals and slamming his palms into the ground, invoking Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A rising earthen barrier effectively shielded them from the water dragon's assault. However, the Mist Ninjas seized the opportunity to encircle the trio. Ah, the Ambu of Konoha, is it? Just 3 of you? This will be an easy task, the leader scoffed. Mugetsu regarded the enemy ninjas, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Suddenly, a vision flashed in his mind. So that's it. No wonder he looks familiar. Especially with those dual blades. It dawned on him that this was none other than the wielder of the Thunderblade, Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. He had appeared in several episodes of the manga before meeting his demise at the hands of Naruto and his companions, ultimately taking his own life with lightning. Mugetsu silently mused about the misfortune of encountering one of the 7 swordsmen so soon into his mission. Yet, he felt a flicker of confidence. With the power of the purple lightning and his Reikage mode, escaping should pose no challenge. However, he could not abandon his teammates. He could hardly imagine the wrath of the 3rd Hokage if he were to forsake his comrades on his very first mission. As the Moonless Eye turned, Wiyue addressed Leia, saying, Did you think we were unaware of your presence? The moment we detected you, we signaled for assistance. Once reinforcements from Konoha arrive, none of you will escape. Upon hearing Wiyue's words, Leia's expression slightly shifted, and he instructed his subordinates. Finish them quickly and let us depart. Wiyue silently scoffed, regretting his earlier bravado. At that moment, several ninjas from the Mist Village charged towards Mingxuan and his companions. You seek death, Kinta shouted as he brandished his large sword and rushed forward. Wiyue thought to himself, is he a fool? However, there was no avoiding the battle, and Wiyue had to act. You go on ahead. I will hold them off with Kinta. We will regroup shortly, he said to Minako. Being a support-type ninja, her presence would only hinder Wiyue's offense. No, I want to leave. If we go together. I cannot abandon you, Minako resolutely declared. Wiyue sighed inwardly, appreciating her kind heart. Yet, he could not afford to let his guard down as the enemy approached. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, sending a massive fireball hurtling toward the opposing ninjas. Reacting swiftly, the adversaries countered with Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique, resulting in a collision of the fire and water dragons that generated a dense cloud of steam. Seizing the opportunity, Wiyue gathered chakra for lightning release, Chidori Senbon, sending forth numerous bolts of lightning into the mist. The opposing ninjas, caught off guard, suffered minor injuries from the electric onslaught. Meanwhile, Kinta, wielding his sword with brute force, engaged several ninjas in combat, momentarily restraining them. Seeing that he could not easily dispatch his opponents, Leia joined the fray, wielding a lightning sword as he charged at Mingxuan. With a swift motion, he swung his dual blades toward Wiyue, who hastily defended himself with kunai. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, clashing several times in rapid succession. Suddenly, Leia seized an opportunity, driving his swords into the ground. Unleashing a branch-like blue lightning attack aimed at Mingxuan, Lightning Burial, Feast of Thunder. Wiyue remained composed and formed hand seals for lightning release, Chidori, causing a surge of electricity to erupt from Mingxuan, neutralizing Leia's assault. Noticing that Wiyue had countered his attack, Leia chose not to press further and redirected his assault towards Minako. At that moment, she was already overwhelmed by 2 or 3 ninjas, her status as a support-type ninja leaving her struggling to fend off their attacks. With Leia joining the fray, Minako found herself unable to hold her ground and was caught off guard. Leia struck her fiercely on the back, blood gushing forth. You dare seek death? Wiyue roared in fury, recognizing that despite their brief acquaintance, Minako, a kind-hearted girl, had cared for him deeply. Seeing her wounded ignited a blaze of wrath within him. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, executing Chidori Sunban to drive back Leia and his comrades. He swiftly helped Minako to her feet, only to discover a deep wound on her back, blood streaming down. Wu Yue hurriedly pulled out a hemostatic bandage from her backpack and pressed it against the wound. "Minako, how are you? Are you all right?" Wu Yue asked anxiously. "I'm fine. You and Kinta should take the opportunity to escape. There's no need to worry about me. If we stay like this, none of us will make it," Minako replied weakly. Wu Yue turned to Kinta, who also noticed Minako's injury and wanted to help, but he was entangled with several ninjas and could not reach her in time. "Wu Yue, take your chance and go ahead. I will hold them off," Kinta shouted to Wu Yue. Initially, he had underestimated Wu Yue's strength, thinking her just a child. But he was now impressed by her formidable combat skills. However, the enemy had the advantage in numbers, and if this stalemate continued, none of them would escape. "Rest assured. None of you three will flee today," Leia said coolly. "If I cannot handle these three, then I have no right to be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen." Upon hearing this, Wu Yue's temper flared, and he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, this truly amuses me," he exclaimed. "Little devil, you are on the brink of death. Yet you still laugh," Leia bellowed. "On the brink of death?" Wu Yue replied, gazing skyward. "With your pitiful strength, you believe you can slay me? I shall ensure that you all perish here today." As he spoke, Wu Yue's eyes widened, transforming from black to a fierce red, with 2 spinning tomos swirling within his pupils. Witnessing Minako's injuries and Leia's taunts awakened his Sharingan to its 2nd tome. This might be related to his inherent mental fortitude, which, when provoked, triggered this latent ability. Seeing this, Leia crossed his twin blades to gather electricity before unleashing a widespread lightning assault directed at Wu Yue and Minako. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Wu Yue pondered silently, perceiving that the movements of his adversary seemed to slow, allowing him to discern the chakra flow within and the hand seals clearly. Wu Yue shielded Minako behind him, summoning the power of purple lightning within, instantly enveloping himself in a shimmering purple lightning armor. Every bolt of Leia's assault was effortlessly thwarted, leaving Wu Yue unharmed. "Playing with lightning, are we?" Wu Yue taunted. "What is this power? Lightning release?" Leia gasped in disbelief, realizing his offense had been completely neutralized, rendering him hesitant. Wu Yue, however, was not one to hold back, splitting into 2 shadow clones. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The 2 jutsu combined, surging toward Leia and his accomplices as a massive wall of fire. Leia reacted swiftly, leaping back. Yet 2 ninjas were caught off guard and met their demise in the flames. "Cursed little demon," Leia cursed inwardly. Lightning release, lightning strike. Leia gathered chakra atop his blades, channeling it around him. Yet, in contrast to Wu Yue's display, which was adorned with a powerful purple electric armor, Leia's attempt appeared feeble and pixelated. Observing this, Wu Yue scoffed. "You dare compare with me, counterfeit?" Enraged, Leia unleashed lightning release, lightning dragon tornado. Summoning lightning with his blade, he rapidly spun to form a dragon-shaped entity that surged toward Wu Yue. Unperturbed, Wu Yue focused his chakra. Lightning release, Chidori. He charged forth with Chidori, transforming it into a striking purple as he closed the distance to the lightning dragon. With a powerful upward swing, he severed the dragon's head, concentrating chakra beneath his feet. He propelled himself forward like a flash of lightning, appearing before Leia. Lightning release, Chidori stream. A fierce surge of electricity erupted from him, rushing toward Leia. Though he managed to block the attack with his twin blades, the shock briefly paralyzed him. Seizing the moment, Wu Yue grasped the hilts of Leia's swords and delivered a swift kick, sending Leia flying. "You are unworthy of wielding this blade. It is I who should be its master," Wu Yue said softly to Leia. "Without this knife, what else can you accomplish?" Upon seeing his dual blades taken from him, Leia felt a surge of retreating desire and swiftly turned to flee. Wu Yue, concerned for Minako behind him, hesitated to pursue too deeply, fearing she might fall prey to other ninjas. Instead, he pivoted and joined Kinta to dispatch the remaining lesser ninjas. As the 2 finished dealing with these foes, Wu Yue's time in his Raidi mode came to an end, and the purple armor enveloping him dissipated. Kinta flung his large sword to the ground and collapsed beside it, panting heavily. "Well done, kid. You're quite formidable. I acknowledge your strength," Kinta declared loudly. "I don't need your recognition, you weakling," Wu Yue replied, slumping to the ground. His youthful body exhausted from the intense battle, having drained much of his stamina and chakra. Without delay, Wu Yue rushed to Minako's side, only to find she had fainted from excessive blood loss. He quickly retrieved a tourniquet, but the injury was on her back, necessitating the removal of her clothing to properly dress the wound. Although Wu Yue had lived 2 lives, in his previous life, he had little interaction with women, making the current situation quite awkward for him. Has she already passed out? Wu Yue, why aren't you bandaging her wounds? Kenta turned to Mingxuan, urging him to act. But Wu Yue's expression faltered. Stop hesitating. Minako is several years your senior. She likely sees you as a younger brother. Hurry and bandage her, Kenta insisted. Reluctantly, Wu Yue took matters into his own hands, tearing away Minako's clothing to reveal her delicate, pale back, marred by a deep cut. Steadying his nerves at the sight, he swiftly applied the tourniquet, halting the flow of blood. Turning to Kenta, he noticed him tending to his own wounds as well. Despite their earlier conflict, Kenta proved to be a decent person, not abandoning his companion. He approached Kenta with a roll of bandage, saying, Here, let me assist you. Kenta looked up at Wu Yue and flashed a grin. No need, kid. I see now that you're quite capable. I thought you were merely a burden. But it seems you saved us all, Kenta said with a carefree tone. Indeed, I am a genius. Of course, I excel, Wu Yue joked back. Haha. You're quite amusing, kid. All right, let us carry Minako and make our exit. Who knows if they'll return? Kenta remarked. Hey, why must I carry her? It's improper for men and women to engage in such actions, Wu Yue protested. I'm also injured, you know. Naturally, it falls to you, Kenta replied, somewhat exasperated. Fine, fine. It's not like I'm at a loss here, Wu Yue conceded, his mind wandering to the mystery of Minako's beauty hidden beneath her mask. I wonder what she looks like. Her voice suggests she is quite pretty. He turned and carried Minako on his back, feeling the warmth of the person behind him, akin to the touch of jade. Her light blue hair cascaded down to Wu Yue's shoulders, and a subtle fragrance wafted from her, soothing his heart. He silently admired her well-proportioned figure. Although this mission had posed significant dangers, the rewards were quite substantial. Not only had Wu Yue activated the Two-Tomo Sharingan in a moment of anger and peril, but he had also acquired one of the 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist Village, the Lightning Blade, Fong, a weapon that complemented his own lightning-style jutsu. He was grateful for the power of purple lightning within him in the Raijin mode. Otherwise, he might have perished today. Hadn't Uchiha Fuchu imparted to him a lifetime of training insights? Perhaps he should return to review them, as he might still learn the forbidden jutsu of the Uchiha clan. Wu Yue contemplated silently. The 3 of them, dragging their injured bodies, wearily made their way back to the village. Wu Yue hurriedly took the 2 wounded individuals to the hospital for treatment. Since he bore no visible injuries, he promptly reported the situation to the 3rd Hokage. Before long, Wu Yue arrived at the office of the 3rd Hokage. He knocked on the door and entered, stating, Hokage-sama, I have urgent news to report. Wu Yue's tone was tinged with anxiety. Oh, what has happened? The 3rd Hokage inquired, visibly surprised. Wu Yue recounted the events in detail, and the 3rd Hokage fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. It appeared that news of the Uchiha massacre had reached various ninja villages, and they were likely probing for the truth, the 3rd Hokage remarked with a hint of resignation. In that case, Hokage-sama, we should. Before Wu Yue could finish, the 3rd Hokage interjected, No worries, I will increase the village's security measures. In a few days, I will announce this matter and designate Itachi Uchiha as a rogue ninja. Upon hearing this, Wu Yue found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He understood that someone had to bear the consequences of this situation, and without a doubt, Itachi was the most suitable candidate. Yet, the weight of this revelation bore heavily on Wu Yue's heart. The 3rd Hokage regarded Wu Yue intently and said, Very well, you have just completed your mission. Return home and rest. Wu Yue, upon hearing this, refrained from further speculation and took his leave. However, a thought flickered in his mind, perhaps due to his involvement. The narrative surrounding the Hokage would also shift because of the butterfly effect, and he needed to be prepared for the ensuing consequences. As Wu Yue contemplated this, he walked home, and soon arrived at his doorstep. However, he hesitated for a moment, for since the massacre, Sasuke had been residing in his home, and he was unsure how to address the matter with him. He understood that if he remained silent, events would likely unfold as per the original narrative. Nevertheless, he decided to reveal a portion of the truth to Sasuke. No one wished to see a young boy burdened with the weight of deep-seated vendettas. Upon entering the house, he first assured his grandmother and sister of his safety, then inquired about Sasuke's well-being. He hasn't stepped outside for several days, his grandmother gently suggested. Well, you should talk to him. As promised, I made my way to Sasuke's abode. Upon arriving at the door, I found Sasuke seated there, motionless, enveloped in an aura of despair. "Sasuke, how have you been lately?" I inquired in a deliberately casual tone. At the sound of my voice, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards me, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of hatred, despair, and a hint of anguish. "What on earth is happening?" he rasped. After a moment of contemplation, I solemnly posed a question. "Sasuke, Itachi is your brother. Do you truly believe he could commit such a heinous act against your clan?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke fixed his gaze intently upon my eyes, a look of skepticism crossing his face, rendering him momentarily speechless. "However, I firmly believe that there must be deeper reasons behind Itachi's actions," I asserted with conviction. "Furthermore, the Uchiha clan is not devoid of skilled shinobi. It seems utterly implausible that a single individual could annihilate the entire clan." As I spoke, I noticed Sasuke's pupils dilate slightly, a flicker of uncertainty apparent in his eyes. In truth, without my prompting, he could have discerned the incongruities had he remained calm. Yet, we are both woefully weak. To uncover the truth, we must possess formidable strength, lest our inquiries amount to mere castles in the air. Moreover, those who have passed must be honored, the living must endure their suffering. But we must also strive to live for their sake, I reflected. After I finished speaking, Sasuke took a deep breath, his countenance softening somewhat. "Very well. Take some time to ponder this," I suggested, sensing his emotional state had eased, before stepping outside. The secret scroll bestowed upon me by Uchiha Fukaru still lingered in my possession, and I had yet to examine it. Now seemed an opportune moment to do so. I mused. Upon entering my modest dwelling, I retrieved the scroll from its hidden compartment and began to peruse its contents. I discovered that it not only contained insights into my own ninjutsu training, but also several pages detailing forbidden techniques obscured from view. It seemed likely that these latter pages held Uchiha secrets, though they probably did not deviate significantly from the anime. Yet, the insights on ninjutsu training were precisely what I sought. One section detailed swordsmanship. While it lacked ostentatious techniques, it was remarkably practical. Now that I had acquired the Thunderblade, I could put this knowledge to good use. Swordsmanship primarily revolves around slashing techniques, with fundamental moves evolving from these basics, including thrusts, cuts, blocks, and other essential maneuvers. Even the most formidable sword techniques are grounded in these fundamental skills. This particular swordsmanship text amalgamates these basic moves to showcase the most effective method. However, the blade is prone to damage, typically. A regular knife becomes unusable after just 3 uses, and it also consumes a considerable amount of chakra. This technique appears to wield immense power, and in Wu Yue's mind, it should be sufficient to rival A-rank ninjutsu. In the days that followed, Wu Yue dedicated time each day to practice fundamental techniques in the Thunder Obliteration Slash. He felt a significant improvement in his basic swordsmanship, and he was able to train by sparring with his shadow clones. Yet, at times, the Thunder Obliteration Slash still failed to manifest its full potential. After all, mastering an A-rank ninjutsu was no simple feat. Moreover, the purple lightning within him had not changed much since the last time he was struck by lightning. However, a portion of his chakra had already transformed into lightning-style chakra, and he sensed that the purple lightning within him would undergo further changes, akin to an upgrade system. For now, it merely marked the beginning of its awakening. Yet, the notion of this upgrade method left him somewhat apprehensive. After all, it required being struck by lightning, and a careless mistake could result in dire consequences. Wu Yue resolved to focus on honing his swordsmanship, setting aside other ninjutsu for the time being. Although his chakra surpassed that of others, it still paled in comparison to that of the higher-ranked shinobi. Nevertheless, he believed that with ample time for growth, the quantity of his chakra would not pose an issue. In recent days, Sasuke's mood had considerably improved. He often ventured out for walks and diligently trained alone, indicating that Wu Yue's words had indeed made an impact. Minako and Kenta's injuries had also healed significantly after a few days of recuperation in the hospital, and they had arranged to dine with Wu Yue upon their discharge to express their gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Had it not been for Wu Yue, their fates would have surely been grim. One early morning, Wu Yue rose early to purchase 2 bouquets of fresh flowers. As it was the day of Minako and Kenta's discharge from the hospital, the 3 had agreed to celebrate by dining at a barbecue restaurant. Before long, Wu Yue arrived at the hospital entrance, where the 2 were already waiting for him. Kenta had regained his spirited demeanor, while Minako had tied her long hair into a ponytail and donned a fitted ninja outfit, looking sharp and tidy. Upon seeing Wu Yue's arrival, both of them displayed expressions of joy. "How are you both? Your injuries are healed, right?" Wu Yue inquired, handing them the bouquets of flowers. This little injury is nothing, but we owe our recovery to you. Without you, we would have surely faced dire consequences, Kenta said, clapping Wu Yue on the shoulder. Hey, it seems you have truly recovered. You're quite forceful, Wu Yue remarked, a hint of discomfort flickering across his face. At that moment, Minako stepped forward, saying, if it weren't for you, I would have certainly perished. I didn't expect someone your age to possess such formidable strength. Oh, it's nothing. I merely had a stroke of luck, Wu Yue shrugged in response. But if you feel compelled to express your gratitude, perhaps. Perhaps what? Minako asked, her curiosity piqued. Perhaps you could offer yourself as a token of appreciation, haha. Wu Yue jested. Minako paused in surprise before retorting, but I am several years your senior. You little brother, and playfully ruffled Wu Yue's hair. That's all right. I can endure some losses, Wu Yue replied with a smile. Now, let us hurry to our feast. In recent days, I have been consuming only nutritious meals at the hospital, and it has been quite a while since I savored any meat. The carefree Kenta beside me urged, prompting a resigned glance from Tsukuyumi. Without hesitation, she led us to one of the more renowned barbecue establishments in Konoha. Having been engrossed in my training, I had scarcely ventured into the bustling commercial district or dined at a restaurant. I mused that it had been years since I truly explored Konoha village and indulged in its culinary delights. In no time, we arrived at the barbecue restaurant, where the three of us ordered an abundance of grilled meat. As the meat sizzled on the grill, releasing fragrant smoke that wafted into our nostrils, I couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. Memories of shared meals with family and classmates on Earth flooded my mind, though I had spent several years in this world. A tinge of nostalgia occasionally surfaced in my thoughts. What are you daydreaming about? The meat is nearly burnt, Minako interjected, snapping me back to reality. Oh, my apologies. I got a bit lost in thought. Let us eat quickly. The meat is perfectly cooked, I replied, placing a piece of grilled meat into Minako's bowl. Hey, Tsukuyumi, you're being a bit biased, aren't you? I'm still here, Kenta complained from the side. You'll get a piece too. You can't seem to stop talking while eating. Don't you know that ladies come first? I said, adding a piece for Kenta as well. Minako couldn't help but smile at the exchange. Tsukuyumi, this is your first mission, right? Minako inquired. Indeed, and it was quite perilous for a first attempt. I replied with a hint of exasperation, recalling how my mind felt momentarily paralyzed. Unlike you seasoned ninjas. Don't say that. At your young age, you possess remarkable strength. You will undoubtedly shine in the future. We might even rely on you, Minako praised. Yes, if it weren't for you, we might not have made it back. Kenta echoed in agreement. All right, let us not dwell on the mission anymore. This is a celebration of our safe return. Living is more important than anything else. Cheers, Minako declared, raising her glass. I smiled and lifted my cup as well, feeling the warmth of friendship reminiscent of my life before the transition. Even in this foreign world, I could forge bonds of friendship, love, and family. My sole purpose was to strive to grow stronger and protect everything dear to me, as is often the case. Joyful moments are fleeting. Before long, the night began to settle in, and after bidding each other farewell, we each took our separate paths home. Gazing at the setting sun, I observed the vibrant hues of red spreading across the clouds, painting half the sky with a gentle crimson glow. The sun, a mix of red and gold, peaked just above the horizon, casting a brilliant light before the encroaching darkness. How beautiful, I thought to myself. Yet, the stunning sunset was ephemeral, and soon the earth was shrouded in darkness. Sensing this, I turned and hastened home. Suddenly, I detected faint sounds around me. Before I could listen intently, 4 figures sprang forth from the shadows. Each of them donned dark masks and fitted in ebony attire, effectively blocking the path of Uchiha Mugetsu. Before he could utter a word of inquiry, the leader of the 4 stepped forward and addressed him. You must be Uchiha Mugetsu. We serve Lord Danzo of the Umbu. He wishes to see you, so come with us. Upon hearing this, Mugetsu instantly grasped their intentions. Danzo sought him for a few reasons: to inquire about the Uchiha clan's massacre, to recruit him for his purposes, or to eliminate him and reclaim his Sharingan. One thing was certain: if he accompanied them, he would not escape unscathed. Thus, he firmly declined, saying, Who is Lord Danzo? I apologize, but I am a direct subordinate of the 3rd Hokage. Any matters must first be reported to Lord Hokage. Mugetsu's refusal, coupled with his nonchalant demeanor, seemed to enrage the individuals before him. Yet, he understood that if he showed any sign of weakness, they would not relent. Thus, he decided to sever any pretense, knowing they could not harm him within the confines of Konoha. Since you refuse to cooperate, we shall have to take you by force. If you resist, I suggest you prepare for a broken leg, the leader venomously threatened. Very well, I shall accompany you. Mujutsu replied with a hint of resignation, stepping toward them. However, as he approached the leader, he suddenly drew a blade and struck swiftly. The speed of his attack left the leader no time to react, and a deep gash appeared across his chest. You bastard! The leader gasped in shock. Leaping back as he shouted, attack! The other three swiftly surrounded Mujutsu, but he remained unperturbed. It seems this initial strategy has proven effective. Injuring one right off the bat, he mused, having been deeply influenced by the art of war, finding such tactics entirely natural. Was it necessary for both sides to adopt formal stances? That would be utterly foolish. At this moment, the three Umbu had closed in, armed with shuriken, ready to apprehend Mujutsu. Having recently honed his swordsmanship and eager for a challenge, Mujutsu grasped his Raiga and charged into battle against the Umbu. The clashing sounds of blades echoed around them, the air vibrating from the rapid movements of his strikes as the reflected gleams of steel flickered through the dense forest. In a heartbeat, they exchanged dozens of blows. How formidable! No wonder they are from the root, Mujutsu thought, feeling the weight of the blade's pressure, impressed by their skill. They refrained from lethal force, allowing him, at his young age, to hold his ground against them. However, he knew he could not afford to prolong this exchange, lest the tides of battle shift against him. After effortlessly sweeping back three adversaries with his dual blades, Wu Yue swiftly employed the shadow clone technique. As the smoke dissipated, two clones emerged alongside him. At that moment, Wu Yue continued to form hand seals, summoning lightning release. Strands of lightning rapidly coursed along the ground, quickly reaching the feet of several Umbu members, who reacted promptly and leaped aside. This created an opportunity. As both of Wu Yue's clones simultaneously unleashed their jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique, and wind release, great breakthrough. A sphere of intense flames and a violent gust of wind surged forth towards the Umbu. The two jutsu intertwined in midair, forming a more formidable wall of fire that advanced towards them. This technique was inspired by Wu Yue's observations of the anime, where he learned that combining different jutsu could amplify their potency. He adeptly applied this knowledge to maximize his attack's effectiveness, albeit at a greater chakra cost. The wall of fire rapidly approached the Umbu, and one of them hastily performed hand seals, invoking Earth Release, Earth Wall, which raised a barrier of earth before him. However, Wu Yue's combined jutsu was not easily thwarted by a mere earthen barrier. It was obliterated within moments. The Umbu members were subsequently blasted away, collapsing onto the ground. Before they could regain their footing, Wu Yue, along with his two clones, charged forward. The Umbu, momentarily incapacitated by Wu Yue's jutsu, struggled to unleash their full potential, and soon, Wu Yue subdued them with his blades. Throughout the battle, the small leader, severely injured, found himself unable to intervene. The wound on his chest continued to bleed profusely. He was astonished to see Wu Yue swiftly overpowering his subordinates, not anticipating such remarkable prowess from someone so young. He lamented his oversight, recognizing the prowess of the Uchiha clan. What do you intend to do? We are all subordinates of Lord Danzo, and capturing you is merely carrying out orders. Do you wish to betray Konoha? The small leader threatened, his bravado masking his unease. Wu Yue retorted with a smirk, but I am a direct subordinate of Lord Hokage. Surely, the Hokage's authority surpasses that of your so-called Danzo. Why should I heed your commands? Furthermore, how can I be certain you are not imposters? He advanced towards the small leader, continuing, until I ascertain your true identities, I reserve the right to retaliate. Even if I were to eliminate you, I would report to the third Hokage that I was assaulted by unidentified individuals who attempted to abduct me, and in my self-defense, I inadvertently killed a few. Do you suppose the Hokage would investigate my actions? With a cold demeanor, Wu Yue tightened his grip on Raiga, pointing the blade towards the leader, demanding an answer. The small leader, feeling the weight of Wu Yue's icy words and the blade poised before him, found himself increasingly anxious. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his gaze reflected a hint of fear. We are indeed subordinates of Lord Danzo. Since you refuse to comply, we will have him personally communicate with Lord Hokage to resolve this, he replied, his tone now submissive. Recognizing the leader's capitulation, Wu Yue chose not to press further. He understood that these individuals were ultimately under Danzo's command. To eliminate them now would signify a complete rupture with Danzo, and given his current state, it would be unwise to cultivate enemies prematurely. However, he sensed through this battle that the arduous training he had undergone during this period was not in vain. He had reached a level where he could engage with the Umbu and emerge unscathed. Although his opponent was not particularly formidable in the grand scheme of the Hokage, it was quite commendable for someone of his age. Hurry and leave. If you wish to find me in the future, speak to Lord Third. I heed only the commands of Lord Third, do you understand? After saying this, Wu Yue dispelled his shadow clone. The several Umbu exchanged glances, realizing that they were no match for Wu Yue. Further entanglement would serve no purpose. They supported each other as they retreated, while Wu Yue remained vigilant, gripping Raiga, waiting until they had completely departed before heading home. Moreover, he felt it imperative to report today's events truthfully to the third Hokage. As the Umbu were about to leave, Wu Yue suddenly sensed a gaze upon him from nearby. He quickly turned his head and spotted a shadow lurking behind a tree not far away. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. He had not detected this person's presence, indicating their formidable strength. Observing that Wu Yue had noticed him, the figure swiftly emerged from the shadows, clad in black ninja attire. This individual carried 2 weapon pouches at their sides and a short blade slung across their back. A black mask obscured their eyes, revealing only the lower half of their face. The person scrutinized Wu Yue quietly, emanating an aura of lethal intent that weighed heavily upon him. This attire looked so familiar. Wu Yue pondered, struggling to recall who this ninja could be. Suddenly, realization struck him. It was Yamanaka Toryun, one of Danzo's trusted aides, a member of the Yamanaka clan. He had some recollection of this individual. In the original anime, he had been swiftly captured while battling Uchiha Obito. However, that did not imply he was weak. Rather, Obito's strength was overwhelming. His ability was to manipulate nano-sized poisonous insects, and he was an astute adversary, adept at analysis. After exchanging blows with Obito, he could roughly deduce Obito's capabilities. This is troublesome. I never anticipated encountering an elite Umbu. Wu Yue lamented inwardly, having thought that by dispatching these few, he could safely return, only to be confronted by an elite operative. Are you Uchiha Wu Yue? Heh, impressive strength for someone so young, Toryun complimented. His demeanor calm as if he were in no rush to engage. You should accompany us. Should I take action, you may find yourself in a difficult position. Wu Yue, observing Toryun's nonchalant expression, couldn't help but sneer internally. Did he truly believe he could easily subdue me? Wu Yue thought to himself. You are quite bothersome. After dealing with one group, another appears. Like a persistent leech, he quipped, taunting Toryun and his companions. Humph, Toryun scoffed coldly, opting not to engage in further conversation, and leaped toward Wu Yue. Such incredible speed. Wu Yue, and noted as Toryun swiftly closed the distance, demonstrating that elite Umbu were not comparable to ordinary ones. Yet Wu Yue remained unfazed. Slicing forward with Raiga to halt Toryun's approach, Toryun shifted his body slightly to the side, lowering himself as he swung his right hand, launching the short blade from his back. With a swift motion, Wu Yue raised his left hand to parry the incoming strike. The sound of metal clashing resonating sharply in the air. The force transmitted through the blade caused Wu Yu's arm to bend abruptly, leaving him momentarily astonished at the strength of his opponent. Unyielding, Wu Yu was determined not to concede easily. He initiated a dual-wielding sword technique. Engaging in a fierce duel with Chu General in a fleeting moment, the two exchanged blows, their movements fluid and relentless. Wu Yu observed Chu Jin's composed demeanor while he himself began to struggle under the pressure. The latter's combat experience was evident, executing each strike with precision aimed at vital points, thwarting Wu Yu's attempts to counterattack and forcing him back time and again. In an instant of distraction, Chu Jin capitalized on an opening, thrusting his blade forward. Before Wu Yu could react, the short sword had already drawn near, and despite his efforts to evade, he sustained a cut to his right arm. He retaliated by swinging both blades, driving Chu Jin back while he himself retreated. A deep gash marred his right arm, blood flowing profusely. Panting heavily, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. The pain from his injury rendered his arm somewhat numb, and his grip on the sword began to tremble. Though your strength is commendable, it appears to be your limit, Chu Jin mocked, observing Wu Yu's injured arm. Acknowledging his prowess, Wu Yu felt a sense of helplessness, having intended to conceal his Sharingan for longer. The revelation of his hidden card would surely draw the attention of Toby and his allies. Without hesitation, Wu Yu activated his Two-Tomo Sharingan. His dark pupils transformed into a vivid crimson, 2 black tomos swirling within, exuding an air of mystery and danger. You actually awakened the Sharingan, Chu Jin exclaimed, taken aback by Wu Yu's young age and remarkable capability. The battle has only just begun, Wu Yu declared with newfound confidence. Feeling the power of the Sharingan coursing through him, he discovered that not only could he perceive the flow of chakra within his opponent, but the entire world around him became strikingly clear. Gripping his dual blades tightly, he re-engaged Chu Jin, now able to anticipate his movements. With a flurry of strikes, Wu Yu unleashed a torrent of attacks towards Chu General. The latter, now wary, retrieved a kunai from his side pouch, matching Wu Yu's offensive with renewed vigor. The contrast in their performance was stark. Wu Yu had transformed from being on the defensive to executing counterattacks with remarkable agility. We cannot delay any longer. This commotion may attract the village's ninjas, Chu Jin contemplated anxiously. What are you all waiting for? Join me and subdue him quickly, he commanded the nearby Umbu operatives. Upon witnessing this, the Umbu members sprang into action, charging towards Wu Yu. You seek death, Wu Yu exclaimed, both alarmed and enraged, realizing that if he did not unleash his full potential, he would surely be overwhelmed. Ducking away from Chu Jin's strike, Wu Yu gathered lightning chakra in his hands and directed it to his blades, which crackled with a surge of electricity. In a sweeping motion, he executed the thunderclap slash, a colossal strike imbued with the power of lightning, hurtling towards the approaching Umbu. The brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the night, casting a radiant glow across the battlefield. A few shadow ninjas were utterly unprepared for the sudden lethal strike from Wu Yue. The swift slash caught them off guard, resulting in their bodies being cleaved in two, blood and severed limbs strewn across the ground. How dare you? Hyujin exclaimed, horrified at the gruesome scene. You reckless fool, if you wish to kill, then do it. Wu Yue retorted, his fearlessness emerging as the confrontation escalated. Not one to waste words, Hyujin removed his gloves and upper garments, revealing skin that quickly became enshrouded in a peculiar purple substance, presenting an eerie spectacle. Wu Yue, recognizing the imminent threat, understood that Hyujin was about to unleash his full power, a technique he was familiar with. This purple material was a nanoscale venomous insect. Upon contact with flesh, it would invade the body, inflicting severe damage and excruciating pain. Curse it, if I come into contact, it will be the end, Wu Yue thought resignedly. He concentrated, feeling the purple lightning within him, activating it with chakra, illuminating the purple bolts coursing through his body. Raijin mode, he declared, as the purple lightning surged forth, enveloping him in a suit of armor, even concealing his face behind a mask, while the weapon in his hand became cloaked in the same electric energy. What kind of monster are you? Hyujin gasped, witnessing Wu Yue clad in shimmering purple armor, crackling with arcs of lightning that illuminated the surroundings. With a cold snort, Wu Yue charged at Hyujin, wielding his weapon with intent. Hyujin, sensing the danger, refrained from engaging directly. He swiftly formed hand seals, invoking a secret technique, insect dust technique. A swarm of venomous insects coalesced between his palms, which he then expelled in a gust, enveloping the area in a thick, purple mist. Wu Yue, aware that inhaling the toxic dust would lead to infection and death, summoned the purple lightning armor's protective power, intensifying its glow. While he remained unharmed, he could not allow the poisonous mist to infiltrate his defenses. With a swift formation of hand seals, he unleashed lightning release, Chidori stream, erupting with purple lightning that pushed the toxic fog back. In an instant, Wu Yue propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, closing the distance to Hyujin in mere moments. In Raijin mode, his speed and cellular vitality experienced a remarkable enhancement. However, this power came with a caveat: exceeding its duration would leave his body severely weakened. Thus he seldom resorted to it unless in dire straits. Two blades, infused with lightning, surged toward Hyujin's face. Alarmed, Hyujin evaded swiftly, joining his hands in another formation, insect sphere technique. Several large insect orbs manifested from his palms, hurtling toward Wu Yue with haste. Thunder Moon Slash, Wu Yue declared, channeling his lightning chakra into his dual blades, spinning rapidly around himself. The blades, crackling with electric energy, swiftly cleaved through the approaching insect spheres, scattering them in a chaotic flurry. The remnants of the insects rained down upon Wu Yue but were halted by the protective barrier of his lightning armor, emitting sizzling sounds as they were electrocuted, causing no harm whatsoever. It appears my ability is perfectly suited to counter his insects. Haha, Wu Yue thought, delighting in his advantage. Unexpectedly, Kigen found himself confronted by the formidable prowess of Mujutsu. In a fleeting moment, he contemplated retreat as he realized that his own abilities were being countered. With a heavy heart, he chose silence and began to withdraw, leaping several meters away. However, Mujutsu was quick to pursue, unwilling to let him escape. Having revealed too much of his own capabilities that night, he was determined to keep his secrets hidden, especially since his Right mode could not be sustained for long. He needed to resolve this swiftly. As the chase unfolded, both figures traversed considerable distance until suddenly, several masked ninjas emerged not far from them. Casting a sidelong glance, Mujutsu recognized the presence of these shadowy figures clad in dark attire. Could they be from the Umbu? A sense of unease gripped Mujutsu as he pondered whether more Umbu agents from Root would arrive, potentially jeopardizing his situation. At that moment, more ninjas sprang forth to block their path, encircling them. The leader revealed himself as a member of the 3rd Hokage's direct Umbu, independent of Danzo's faction. What are you two doing here? Are you unaware that fighting is prohibited within the village? The individual refused to adhere to Danzo's orders, suspecting them of being spies from another village, and commanded their apprehension. Kigen, seeing the opportunity, hastily accused Mujutsu. How laughable. I am part of the 3rd Hokage's direct Umbu. Why should I heed Danzo's commands? Who is Danzo, anyway? I've never even heard of him. With the mask torn off, Mujutsu decided to speak candidly. Enough. You will accompany us to meet the Hokage. Do not resist. The assertion from the leader confirmed his alignment with the 3rd Hokage, and Mujutsu felt a measure of relief as he and Kigen followed the group. They arrived at the Hokage's office, where not only the 3rd Hokage was present, but also Danzo, sitting nearby, clad in a black casual outfit that obscured his left arm and with his face partially bandaged, revealing only his right eye. Danzo's presence was imposing. He regarded Mujutsu with a penetrating gaze that seemed to harbor a latent ferocity, causing discomfort in Mujutsu's heart. He realized that offending Danzo would require him to tread carefully in the days to come, ensuring he left no incriminating evidence against himself. Lord Hokage, Mujutsu began, intending to take the initiative. This individual, for reasons unbeknownst to me, has openly attacked me within the village, disregarding its regulations. You scoundrel. Kigen seethed at Mujutsu's words, incensed. It was I who instructed him to summon you. I never anticipated that you would annihilate an entire squad of my ninjas and audaciously defy my orders, Danzo retorted coldly, his gaze now fixated on Mujutsu, akin to a venomous serpent targeting its prey. Just as Mujutsu contemplated his next move, the 3rd Hokage interjected, though Mujutsu has only recently joined the Umbu. He is still under my direct command. Moreover, it is hardly surprising that he, being still quite young, has not heard of you. At this moment, Mujutsu felt a quiet relief upon witnessing the 3rd Hokage speak on his behalf. After all, should Danzo find any incriminating evidence against him, he would likely endure considerable suffering, if not death. Danzo, observing the 3rd Hokage's defense of Mujutsu, recognized that he was not on the righteous side of the argument. Yet he remained resolute and turned to the 3rd Hokage, inquiring, I summoned him to discuss the Uchiha massacre. You have mentioned that he is still young. Yet how is it that he and his family remain unscathed? At this point, Mujutsu could not hold back his defense. That is because I have known Brother Itachi since childhood. He has taught me many things. Furthermore, he kept me around merely to look after the young Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Danzo was not ready to relent and sought to press charges against Mujutsu. However, before he could utter another word, the 3rd Hokage firmly addressed him. The matter of the Uchiha clan is in the past. I do not wish for anyone to dwell on it further. Moreover, as long as Mujutsu resides in Konoha, he shall be under its protection. This is unchangeable. He then cast a penetrating glance at Danzo, realizing that the 3rd Hokage's expression signified that this matter could not be pursued any further. Danzo refrained from further argument and departed with his subordinates. At that moment, Mujutsu exhaled deeply, aware that a rift had formed between him and Danzo, who would undoubtedly seek retribution. Nonetheless, he held on to the belief that by then, he would have become a formidable warrior. The 3rd Hokage, watching Danzo's retreating figure, found himself momentarily speechless. Turning to Mujutsu, he kindly inquired, Mujutsu, are you all right? The events of this evening were my oversight. To which Mujutsu hastily responded, thank you, Lord 3rd. I have not sustained significant injuries, though I did inadvertently kill several ninjas. I fear. No need to worry. Your well-being is what matters most. I will ensure that the aftermath is handled appropriately, the 3rd Hokage replied with a reassuring smile. It is getting late. You should return and rest. Very well. Thank you for your concern, Lord 3rd. I take my leave, Mujutsu said, feeling a warmth spread through him at the sight of the 3rd Hokage's benevolent expression. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Mujutsu felt a sense of lightness wash over him, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death that night. As he walked, he reflected on his experiences. Had he made even a single mistake, he might have ended up a lifeless corpse. He silently lamented the precariousness of his situation. However, he also recognized that he had gained valuable combat experience, illuminating his current shortcomings. Determined to engage in rigorous training in the days to come, he resolved to be more relentless with himself than before. At that moment, a vivid image of a bushy-browed, bowl-cut figure clad in a tight, green jumpsuit flashed through his mind. If I possessed even half of Gai-sensei's dedication, I could probably best Danzo, he chuckled to himself. In the ensuing days, Miyajitsu embarked on a grueling regimen, dedicating his time to training aside from his daily tasks. Occasionally, he engaged in team competitions with Minako and Kenta, where the two would spar against him, of course, without revealing his Sharingan or his Raiden form. The two individuals, undoubtedly seasoned ninjas of the Shadow Realm, not only possessed extensive combat experience, but also demonstrated remarkable synergy in their coordination. Through prolonged encounters with the formidable Wu Yue, their battle instincts and skills had undergone considerable refinement. He also engaged in a swordsmanship duel with Kenta, whose imposing stature belied a somewhat carefree disposition. However, his innate strength rendered a hefty blade akin to a mere plaything in his grasp. His swordsmanship was characterized by grand, sweeping movements that gradually constricted his opponent's combat space, thereby creating opportunities for his allies. Wu Yue found himself quite willing to spar with Kenta, as their styles were perfectly complementary opposites. Wu Yue's approach to swordsmanship was swift and aggressive, relying on rapid strikes to exploit his adversary's vulnerabilities. During his duels with Kenta, he would intentionally allow Kenta to strike, focusing instead on defensive counterattacks. This not only honed his defensive abilities but also allowed him to better grasp the rhythm of combat. Meanwhile, Minako was instructing Wu Yue in sensory training. Although Wu Yue initially sought to learn her medical ninjutsu, Minako modestly claimed that her healing skills were not particularly exceptional. Rather, she excelled in sensory techniques. Wu Yue did not press the matter, and perhaps due to his unique circumstances, his mental fortitude was formidable, allowing him to master sensory ninjutsu with relative ease. Over this extended period of practice, the camaraderie among the trio deepened significantly. Minako frequently treated the two to meals, and it was only later that Wu Yue discovered this gentle older sister was, in fact, quite affluent. Several shops in Kanahagakure were owned by Minako's family, prompting Wu Yue to jest. "You must treat us to meals more often. Rest assured, I shall protect your safety henceforth." However, as Wu Yue delved deeper into sensory ninjutsu, he began to sense a vague presence lurking around his home and its vicinity, indicative of someone surveilling him. It was all too evident that Danzo's root organization was covertly monitoring his movements. Truly a pack of rats hiding in the shadows, Wu Yue thought with a fierce glare. He needed to devise a plan to extricate himself from this predicament. It was not the thief he feared, but the one who kept watch. Who could say when Danzo might decide to act on a whim? Wu Yue harbored no doubts regarding Danzo's willingness to resort to force, as he had shown a complete disregard for ethics in pursuit of his objectives within the original narrative. Consequently, Wu Yue sought an audience with the third Hokage to discuss the matter. The esteemed third assured Wu Yue that, for the time being, Danzo would remain inactive, provided that Wu Yue remained under the village's control. Upon hearing the third's message, Wu Yue realized that the matter had yet to be resolved. He needed to devise a strategy to free himself from Danzo's grasp, allowing him the necessary time to grow. Time slipped away, and months passed swiftly until a surprising turn of events unfolded. One day, Wu Yue received an unexpected summons from the third Hokage, instructing him to come to his office for a confidential mission. What secret task could possibly be assigned to me at this juncture? Wu Yue pondered, feeling a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. While he was well versed in the lore surrounding the Hokage, the realities of life often diverged from the narrative. As he contemplated these thoughts, Wu Yue approached the door to the third Hokage's office, his heart racing with trepidation. Upon entering, he found the third, pipe in mouth, exhaling clouds of smoke. Within the haze, the third's weathered visage occasionally emerged, his calm and steady gaze exuding an undeniable sense of pressure. As the third Hokage observed the arrival of the moonless night, he exhaled a wisp of smoke, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed Moonless. "Ah, you have come. I hear you have been diligently honing your skills lately. Surely your prowess has grown." Upon hearing this, Moonless felt a subtle weight in his heart. Yet he feigned nonchalance, replying, "Well, with little else to occupy my time, I figured I might as well train a bit more. It will enable me to better fulfill my duties in the future." However, a sense of caution stirred within him. It seemed that not only was Danzo closely monitoring his actions, but the third also appeared to be covertly observing him. This was hardly surprising, considering the deviations from the original narrative. In the original tale, only Sasuke, a mere child, managed to survive, causing little uproar. Moonless, on the other hand, possessed considerable strength and had awakened the Sharingan. The higher-ups must be eager to scrutinize his every move. As Moonless indulged in his thoughts, the third spoke again. Moonless, there is a special mission I wish to entrust to you. This task requires you to investigate a certain location, and it will span a considerable duration. I would like to hear your thoughts on this. After speaking, he gazed silently at Moonless. At this moment, Moonless felt a jolt of realization. This mission appeared to be a splendid opportunity to temporarily escape from Konoha. A quiet triumph surged within him. He could seize this chance to evade the current turmoil. Nonetheless, he maintained a composed facade, turning to the third and saying, I shall diligently complete the task entrusted to me, Lord Third. The third, upon hearing Moonless' response, smiled gently and replied, ultimately, this mission is merely an investigation. Exercise caution, and you should encounter no significant peril. Moreover, it will allow you to venture outside the village for a while, will it not? It seemed the third had discerned Moonless' thoughts, and he offered him a calm smile. Thank you, Lord Third, Moonless replied, his face brightening with gratitude. Very well, your assignment involves investigating a base suspected to be an experimental site of Orochimaru. While it seems the personnel have vacated, I urge you to remain vigilant. As he spoke, the third handed Moonless a mission scroll. Upon hearing this, Moonless' pupils constricted slightly. Orochimaru was an incredibly dangerous individual. Not only was he ruthless, but his strength was formidable. Although he was merely tasked with investigating a base, he had to tread carefully. Should Orochimaru return unexpectedly, it would spell certain doom for him. However, he could also utilize this opportunity to train outside the village, as the third had not stipulated a strict timeline for the mission. Worst case, he could be away for 2 or 3 years before returning. But what of his family? Who knew if Danzo would seize his loved ones in his absence? At that moment, the third seemed to read Moonless' thoughts, reassuring him, rest assured. I shall ensure your family is cared for by Naruto and Sasuke. Then I am profoundly grateful, Lord Third. I shall set forth immediately, Moonless replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Having exited the third's office, he hurried home to inform his sister, grandmother, Naruto, and Sasuke about the mission, while also entrusting them with certain matters before making his way outside the village. Halfway through his journey, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to bring any money. As he contemplated returning home to retrieve some, he remembered that there wasn't much waiting for him there either. How could he have overlooked such an important detail? He lamented silently, recalling that he had also forgotten to request travel expenses from the third elder. It seemed he had no choice but to disturb the affluent Minako. The image of this wealthy lady materialized in his mind, and since he had yet to inform his companions about this mission, he decided to pay her a visit first. Upon arriving at Minako's residence, he found her engrossed in her skincare routine. The array of bottles and jars on her table left him astonished. No wonder her skin was so flawless. He mused, questioning her decision to play the role of a ninja when she was clearly a wealthy woman. Why are you here? Uyue, do you need something? Minako inquired, applying a slice of cucumber to her face as she spoke. Well, I just thought of you and wanted to see how you were doing, Uyue replied playfully, enjoying the banter. Minako merely rolled her eyes, unfazed. She was indeed a beautiful girl, albeit older than him, he noted silently. The third elder has tasked me with a secret mission that requires me to leave the village for a while, and I find myself short on funds. He explained in a more serious tone. I came to borrow some activity expenses from you, a wealthy lady, with the intention of reimbursing you upon my return. Upon hearing this, Minako did not hesitate. Is this mission dangerous? How much do you need? I'll provide whatever you require, but you must promise to stay safe. Seeing her concern, Uyue smiled softly. It's really not that perilous. It's merely an investigation. I could use this opportunity to clear my mind, and you know my capabilities. Well, even so, your concern is quite touching, he added, teasingly. Who cares about you? I'm just worried about my money not being returned. Just wait here. I'll fetch some cash, she said, striding into her house. Moments later, she returned with a thick bundle of bills. Here you go, she declared. Wait. I'm not going on a vacation. I want to need this much. Uyue exclaimed, feeling a warmth in his heart as he looked at the money. Stop complaining. This amount is nothing to me. Minako replied, feigning arrogance. Honestly, you're quite adorable when you act this way, he chuckled. Get lost. Don't bother me, she retorted, pretending to be annoyed. All right, I'm off then. And don't forget to tell that fool Kenta to train diligently, or else I might return to defeat him soundly. Wu Yue waved goodbye as he departed. After leaving Minako's home, Wu Yue steadied his mind and made his way towards the village exit. Having spent so much time in the Hidden Leaf Village, he realized he had never ventured beyond its borders. The prospect of exploring the outside world filled him with excitement. Before long, he found himself outside the village, walking through the adjacent woods. He glanced back at the distant Hokage, feeling a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Suddenly, No Moon felt a stir in his ears, and he vaguely heard a commotion from afar. Just as he was about to employ his sensory ninjutsu to investigate the disturbance, four dark figures swiftly emerged from the front. Each figure landed in a different direction, subtly encircling No Moon in the center. Instantly, No Moon assumed a defensive stance, his gaze darting over the individuals. Upon recognizing their faces, a heavy sensation settled in his heart. How careless I have been. I never anticipated their audacity. They dare to act against me so soon after I left the village. Uchiha No Moon. This time I shall witness how you attempt to escape. Ha ha ha. The speaker was none other than Y-In Tsujetsu, a root ninja who had previously clashed with No Moon. For this occasion, Lord Danzo has specially dispatched 3 elite members of the root to assist me. This time, you will surely be captured. As Tsujetsu spoke, the group gradually closed in on No Moon. Rest assured, I will shatter your limbs this time, ensuring that you obediently return with us, Tsujetsu declared menacingly to No Moon. Miyue gazed ahead at the 4 encroaching figures without a trace of fear. Rather, his eyes sparkled with a fierce battle intent. Mere defeated foes. Yet they have come together. How amusing. At this moment, Miyue continued to taunt Tsugen. Tsugen's face contorted with anger as he swiftly drew the short blade from behind him. With a swift motion, Tsugen led his companions to charge towards Miyue. Come forth, perfect timing to test the fruits of my arduous training, Miyue declared, drawing his weapon. Thunder Fang, and positioning his dual blades defensively across his chest. The Sharingan activated. Faced with the fierce onslaught of the 4, Miyue did not dare to be complacent. The 2 Tomo in his eyes began to spin slowly, exuding an aura of enigma and mystery, allowing him to perceive every movement of his adversaries with crystal clarity. At that moment, Tsugen and his companions closed in. The ensuing confrontation erupted into a clash of physical techniques. The dual sword style, hurricane-like slashes, saw lightning crackling around Miyue and Thunder Fang. Utilizing the electrical stimulation to enhance his physical vitality, Miyue's speed surged dramatically. A testament to the innovative combat style he had forged during his rigorous training. He wielded Thunder Fang with precision, deftly parrying the assaults of his 4 opponents, who responded with calmness, weaving in and out to launch their attacks. In the forest, the 5 figures moved with such speed that they appeared as mere shadows. The sound of clashing blades resonating like an exquisite symphony, yet the peril intertwined within was known only to Miyue. Truly, the elite of the root were formidable, and Miyue realized that their strength was far beyond that of the weaklings he had previously dispatched. With a powerful technique, Thunder Moon Slash, Miyue repelled several attackers and swiftly leapt backward to create distance. Before Tsugen and his companions could react, he formed hand seals for the Shadow Clone technique. With a resounding poof, 2 clones materialized. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The 2 clones, one on each side, unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously. The Fire Technique, augmented by the wind, surged forth, conjuring a colossal dragon of flames that roared silently as it surged toward Tsugen and his allies. The heat wave generated by the fire dragon scorched the faces of Tsugen's group. Yet Miyue's assault did not conclude there. Lightning Release, Earth Walk. Bolts of electricity surged along the ground toward Tsugen's group. The attacks from both sky and earth converged upon them. This time, Miyue was confident that his assault was flawless. But he had underestimated the strength of his opponents. To his astonishment, Tsugen and his companions remained unfazed. They swiftly formed hand seals for Water Release, Water Barrier, Earth Release, Earth Barrier, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The 3 adversaries simultaneously executed their ninjutsu for defense. The fire dragon collided with the water technique, while the remaining attacks were thwarted by their earth barrier. Humph, I have indeed underestimated my opponents, Miyue thought, a twinge of disappointment settling in his heart upon witnessing his attacks neutralized. Despite his recent progress from relentless training, he recognized that these were, after all, 4 elite members of the root. Meanwhile, Tsugen, astutely aware of the threat Miyue posed, harbored a growing apprehension. Realizing that allowing this young man to remain was indeed a harbinger of disaster. To my astonishment, during our time apart, he has significantly refined both his ninjutsu and taijutsu. At this moment, a palpable atmosphere of tension began to envelop the arena. Following this round of assaults, neither side chose to escalate the conflict. They had both realized that the other's prowess exceeded their expectations. Time was of the essence, for he stood alone against 4 adversaries. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Yue was secretly contemplating a counterattack utilizing the Raiden mode. Yet, before he could react, the opponents made their move, using summoning techniques. One of them conjured a massive 5-meter-tall brown bull, which bellowed and charged toward Wu Yue, its horns seemingly intent on toppling anything in its path. Wu Yue cursed under his breath, taken aback by the presence of a summoned beast. With a powerful leap, he evaded to the side, but before he could safely land, Tsugen, wielding a short blade, had already closed the distance. Tsugen had shed his shirt, revealing his body covered in purple, nanoscale poisonous insects. The other root ninjas seized the opportunity to surround him. It seemed he could not hold back any longer. Mingxuan, realizing he was encircled, braced himself for a desperate struggle. Anger surged through Wu Yue as he shouted at the group. "You wretches, hiding in the shadows, always proclaiming your loyalty to the village while engaging in despicable acts behind closed doors. Today, I shall show you the true essence of power and the spirit of a true warrior. Raiden mode, activate." With Wu Yue's fierce roar, he activated the Raiden mode. A brilliant purple radiance erupted around him, and a suit of purple lightning armor materialized, enveloping him. In this moment of spiritual awakening, the intricate patterns on the armor became more vivid than ever. Even the Raikiba was cloaked in violet lightning. "Take heed, you fools," Tsugen gasped in horror. Fully aware of Mingxuan's capabilities in this mode, he had once fled after only exchanging a few blows. This time, he had deliberately chosen ninjas skilled in wind and earth techniques to counter Wu Yue. The others, upon hearing Tsugen's warning, proceeded with caution. "Wind release, blade of wind." They chanted in unison, channeling swirling winds into blades in their hands. Simultaneously, they performed hand seals, invoking wind release, great breakthrough, and wind release, vacuum great sphere. 2 wind techniques surged toward Wu Yue, effectively sealing off his forward path. "Huh, come at me." Wu Yue, undaunted by the onslaught bolstered by the Raiden mode, raised his twin blades above his head, gathering purple lightning in the Raikiba. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Thunder Destruction Slash. 2 arcs of purple lightning slicing through the air. The collision of the slashes and the wind techniques produced an explosive shockwave, momentarily engulfing both parties in the aftermath. Shielded by his purple lightning armor, Wu Yue quickly regained his footing and, like a bolt of lightning, leapt above Tsugen and his companions. The situation became dire as Kuegen, taken aback by the speed of Wu Yue, hastily retreated with his companions. In the state of the Reikage mode, Wu Yue's speed had surged to more than double. And before Kuegen and the others could escape even a few meters, Wu Yue unleashed his ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori. Instantly, a cascade of dense purple lightning erupted around him, striking Kuegen and his companions before they had the chance to react. Before they knew it, they were paralyzed and sprawled on the ground, unable to move. Wu Yue felt a surge of exhilaration, seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. However, just as he prepared to strike, the brown bull that had charged earlier returned and barreled towards him once more. Truly troublesome, Wu Yue thought, realizing he had lost the chance to severely wound his opponent and was now forced to evade the bull's attack. "I must first deal with this foolish beast." With a swift movement, Wu Yue leaped onto the bull's back and raised his Reikage blade to stab downwards. Empowered by the lightning, the blade pierced deep into the bull, causing purple lightning to surge throughout its body. The summoned beast, suffering such grievous injury, dissipated into smoke. Just as Wu Yue intended to turn back and finish off Kuegen and his companions, he discovered they had already recovered from their paralysis. What a nuisance, Wu Yue thought. Recognizing the situation's complexity, he had aimed to resolve the battle swiftly in Reikage mode, but to his surprise, his opponents displayed remarkable resilience and had evidently devised strategies to counter him, leaving him no respite. Kuegen, demonstrating impressive analytical skills, quickly discerned the weaknesses of Wu Yue's technique. He understood that while Wu Yue had gained formidable power, it surely came with drawbacks. If they could endure this period, Wu Yue would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, Wu Yue glanced at the 4 opponents ahead, taking a few breaths. Even with his experience of continuous battles and the activation of Reikage mode, the strain on his body was considerable, and if this dragged on, he would surely be captured. "Damn it, I'll give it my all." Wu Yue gritted his teeth and leaped forward, launching a desperate assault. Two massive slashes of purple lightning, the thunder annihilation, surged towards Kuwagen and his companions. Seeing this, they dared not confront it head-on and swiftly dodged to the sides. However, in Raikage mode, Wu Yue's strikes had escalated in both power and speed. The two slashes streaked through the air like meteors, severing one of them at the waist. Damn it! Kuwagen cursed silently but quickly turned to the remaining two, instructing. Implement Plan B, restrain him. The other two formed hand seals and executed water release, hidden mist technique. Gradually, a thick fog began to rise around them, obscuring the environment in an instant. Even Wu Yue, possessing the Sharingan, found his vision shrouded by the dense mist. Before he could react, he noticed that the color of the fog was changing to purple. Hastily, he activated his bloodline eyes, realizing the truth. I see, so they have some skill after all. It became evident that Kuwagen had infused the mist with nano-level poisonous insects, spreading them throughout the fog. In a frantic attempt to escape the dense fog, Wu Yue retreated, only to find that the mist continued to envelop him with each step he took. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yue discerned the reason behind this phenomenon. The nano-sized venomous insects within the fog, while presently unable to harm him, were capable of pinpointing his location. Clearly, the intent of these individuals was to slowly deplete his strength using this method. How would he manage to escape this time? Meanwhile, the insects were constantly alert to Mingxuan's movements. Despite the presence of 4 elite shadow ninjas specifically dispatched for this mission, Wu Yue felt a tremor of concern regarding the opponent's formidable capabilities. Even so, they had already lost one of their own, and the remaining 3 were nearing their limits. Wu Yue realized that he could not afford to prolong this confrontation any further. His mind raced in search of an escape route, and he pondered whether he should resort to that particular technique. A wry smile crept onto his face. He had hoped to avoid using it. Given his current physical state and chakra reserves, employing such a technique carried significant risks. There was a distinct possibility that he could be adversely affected as well. However, with no other options available, he resolved to take a gamble. At that moment, Wu Yue ceased to care about his chakra. He utilized the shadow clone technique to create 3 clones, which, alongside his original self, unleashed a barrage of fire release techniques: fire release, dragon fire technique, and fire release, great fireball technique. A magnificent display unfolded as fire dragons and flames surged skyward, dissipating into the air. Unperturbed, Wu Yue continued his onslaught, dispersing some of the surrounding fog with the force of his flames. What is he doing? Is he squandering chakra? Or does he have some ulterior motive? Chigen observed Wu Yue's peculiar actions with astonishment. To him, it seemed akin to courting disaster. Once Wu Yue exhausted his chakra and exited that mode, they would have little difficulty subduing him. Yet, as Wu Yue directed his fire release skyward, the temperature around him began to rise, causing moisture and fog to converge above. In a short while, the previously clear sky became obscured by gathering clouds. Success is within reach. I must exert more effort, Wu Yue thought, gazing at the cloud cover with a flicker of hope. Suddenly, a rather unorthodox idea struck him. He shouted into the surrounding gloom. Hey, Chigen, come out. This situation benefits no one. Why don't we have a discussion? I am willing to leave with you. Hearing Wu Yue's unexpected request for negotiation, Chigen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Is he unable to hold out any longer? He mused. So young, and yet so naive. When the time is right, I shall seize the opportunity to incapacitate you and see what you can manage then. With that thought, Chigen led his companions toward Mingxuan's position. As they approached, he noted that Wu Yue had indeed ceased his flight, instead standing still, his purple lightning armor dimming. Nonetheless, he remained cautious, wary of any hidden schemes from Mingxuan. The group halted a mere 10 meters from Wu Yue. Wu Yue, sensing their presence, felt a surge of optimism. Despite the distance, he remained within the striking range of his lethal techniques. I am willing to leave with you, but only if you ensure my safety, Wu Yue declared to Chigen. Very well, simply toss those twin blades over here. Koko pointed at Mugetsu's dual swords with a gesture. Mugetsu, upon seeing this, lifted his gaze toward the heavens. The sky had already darkened, thick storm clouds gathering ominously, flickers of lightning faintly visible within their depths. At last, the moment has come. Mugetsu thought to himself, taking deep, steadying breaths to calm his racing heart. Hey, haven't you noticed yet? Mugetsu now addressed Koku and his companions, his tone almost mocking. With his objective already achieved, he no longer feared revealing his plan. Noticed? Noticed what? Koku tensed, unsure of Mugetsu's sudden shift in demeanor. Yet, recalling the earlier peculiarities in Mugetsu's actions, a creeping unease settled over him. The sky, It's darkened. One of the masked Umbu beside Koku murmured in realization. The sky? Koku's head snapped upward, his eyes widening as he beheld the heavens now shrouded in oppressive storm clouds. Before he could react, Mugetsu raised his right hand high above his head. Right on Chidori. A surge of lightning-based chakra coalesced violently in his palm. Above, the storm clouds seemed to respond to the technique, crackling with intensified energy. Bolts of lightning gathered and swirled, illuminating the darkened sky with an eerie glow. Then, the lightning coalesced into a colossal, roaring beast, a Kirin, its radiance casting the battlefield in blinding daylight. Mugetsu laughed, exhilarated. Yes, this was it, the legendary S-rank ninjutsu, right on Kirin. The very technique Sasuke Uchiha had once wielded against Itachi. A technique of unparalleled speed and devastation, capable of annihilating all in its path. Had Itachi not summoned Susanoo, even he would have perished beneath its fury. Before Koku and his men could react, the lightning Kirin writhed within the storm, its form expanding. Its presence suffocating, an overwhelming pressure that stole the breath from their lungs. Retreat. Now, Koku finally understood. Mugetsu had lured them close deliberately, all to unleash this monstrous technique. He had underestimated his foe, never imagining that even now, Mugetsu had concealed such a devastating trump card. But Mugetsu was not finished. Raising his blade, Raikiri, toward the heavens. The violet lightning armor encasing his body surged upward, merging with the Kirin above. The fusion transformed the beast, its form now shimmering in deep violet, its outline sharper. Its eyes gleaming with an almost sentient ferocity. Go, Raijin Kirin Hakai. With Mugetsu's furious roar, the Kirin descended like divine wrath. No matter how swift Koku and his men were, none could outrun lightning. In an instant, the Kirin struck. Boom! The explosion was deafening, the sheer force of it rattling even Mugetsu, his ears ringing from the blast. Trees were obliterated, the earth torn asunder, dust and debris erupting in a cataclysmic storm. And Mugetsu, standing too close to the epicenter, was not spared, his own body seared by the very lightning he had summoned. Indeed, the situation had escalated beyond expectations. This was the final thought of Wuyu before losing consciousness. After a considerable duration, the forest returned to its former tranquility. However, the scattered twigs and debris, along with a clear clearing of 100 meters in diameter, bore witness to the immense devastation that had occurred. A figure emerged unsteadily from the soil. Their clothes tattered and their entire form cloaked in darkness. Wuyu took several deep breaths, leaning against a sturdy tree as he settled onto the ground. Fortunately, he was relatively unharmed. Despite his severe injuries, he felt a profound sense of relief. The first thing he resolved to do upon awakening was to check on the remnants of the Kurenai group. To his dismay, he discovered that the epicenter of the explosion had reduced them to mere fragments, confirming that he had yet to fully master that technique. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Had he not been cornered with no other options, he would not have resorted to such measures. Thankfully, his possession of the purple lightning had spared him from meeting the same fate as Kurenai, who was now nothing more than a pile of ash. After a brief respite, Wuyu hastily departed the scene, uncertain whether Kurenai had left behind any contingency plans or if Danzo had dispatched others in pursuit. He gathered what supplies he could salvage and made his way eastward. Recalling his map, he knew of a town situated a few kilometers from Konoha, and he intended to find refuge there. The distance was neither too far nor too close, allowing him to remain concealed from Danzo's potential pursuers. Injured and on the move, Wuyu finally reached the town before nightfall. With the little money he had left, he purchased some medicinal supplies and subsequently checked into a modest inn. Lying on the bed, he finally allowed himself to unwind, the previous battles and relentless travel having drained his spirit. Had it not been for his formidable willpower and mental fortitude, he might have collapsed along the way, like any other individual would have. Curse you, Danzo. When I return, I shall settle this score, he thought as he drifted into slumber, soon filling the room with the sounds of his snores. After several days of recuperation, Wuyu's injuries had healed completely. To his astonishment, he discovered that the purple lightning within him had seemingly evolved. Not only had its size increased significantly, but intricate patterns began to manifest on its surface. Upon further examination, he unveiled his newfound abilities. Firstly, he found that he could exert a degree of control over the ions in the air, having generated a magnetic field around himself. This convergence of magnetic and lightning powers enabled him to manipulate electromagnetic waves, allowing him to emit these waves and sense the alterations in their reflections, effectively transforming him into a human radar without the need for sight. However, this ability would continuously deplete the energy of the purple lightning. Secondly, He was astonished to discover that his Sharingan had absorbed a trace of the purple lightning's power, a revelation he had never anticipated. When he infused this electric energy into his eyes, the deep crimson irises exhibited a hint of purple. Remarkably, this lightning power could be projected from his eyes, exhibiting extraordinary penetrating force akin to laser beams, capable of piercing through several trees before ceasing. Nonetheless, this ability came at a cost, as it inflicted significant strain on his eyes, resulting in temporary blindness. It seems that this can only be used as a last resort, Wu Yu thought to himself. Although he had fully recovered from his injuries and even awakened a new ability, another dilemma arose. He discovered that he was nearly out of money. The explosion had ravaged the considerable sum he had brought with him, reducing it to mere shambles. Coupled with the expenses of accommodation and medical care over the past few days, he found himself devoid of even a single penny. He glanced at his empty wallet, a bitter smile crossing his lips. He hadn't even discarded his tattered clothes, as he lacked the means to purchase new ones. Surely, he could not resort to thievery or robbery, he mused, though he soon relinquished that thought, despite having become a formidable ninja. Perhaps due to the influences and education of his previous life, he still harbored kindness and fervor within his heart. After all, he had limbs and could easily seek employment to earn money. He could not compromise his principles and boundaries for the sake of material wealth. A true warrior must learn to master and regulate their own power and desires, rather than allowing those forces to dominate them. Wu Yu ventured out early, exiting the inn in search of work, yet reality proved to be harsh. Others, perceiving his youth, were hesitant to hire him, while some seemed eager to exploit him. After wandering aimlessly for half the day, he finally paused in front of a barbecue restaurant. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the establishment made his stomach growl, and he heard the sizzle of meat cooking on the grill, intensifying his hunger. Just as he was caught in this internal conflict, a girl clad in an apron emerged from the restaurant. With her slender figure and youthful visage, it was evident she was only a few years older than Wu Yu. At that moment, she was carrying a black trash bag, preparing to dispose of the refuse. Noticing Wu Yu, who was fixated on the grilled meat inside, she couldn't help but smile gently. She set down the trash bag, and moments later, she returned with a bowl of grilled meat rice. Extending the bowl towards him, she said, "Here, you must be hungry, little brother. Go ahead." Her soothing voice roused Wu Yu from his reverie. "Oh, is this for me?" "I couldn't possibly accept it. I have no money," he stammered, his gaze firmly fixed on the bowl of food. "It's all right. This is a gift for you. Eat without worry," the girl insisted, placing the bowl firmly into Wu Yu's hands and affectionately ruffling his hair. To be honest, although our protagonist was merely 11 or 12 and donned ragged attire, he was indeed quite handsome, a quintessential young boy. As Wu Yue gazed at the bowl of rice in his hands and the visage of the young girl before him, he felt a surge of warmth within. "Thank you. I won't take advantage of your kindness. I can help you with work here," Wu Yue earnestly said to the girl. "Haha, splendid. You can be my assistant, little brother," the girl replied, playfully pinching Wu Yue's cheek. Wu Yue felt a tinge of embarrassment. Though his body was that of a teenager, his mind bore the weight of 30 years. He found himself somewhat resistant to the gesture. Thus, Wu Yue commenced his first job at the barbecue restaurant. Through the past few days, he learned that the establishment was run by an elderly man, and the girl's name was Asuka, the man's daughter. The father and daughter had been operating the barbecue restaurant in this small town for over a decade. That day, Asuka took pity on Wu Yue and offered him a chance to assist. It was indeed a good arrangement. He enjoyed ample meals, comfortable lodging, and even a salary, which brought him quiet joy. He worked during the day and practiced in the evenings, leading a far more fulfilling life than before. There were no prying eyes watching over him, nor any rogue ninjas to disturb him. Over the years, Wu Yue finally found the time to recuperate properly. After all, cultivation required a balance of work and rest. Previously, he had felt overwhelmed by pressure from all sides. However, on that fateful day, a group of individuals arrived, shattering the tranquility of his life. The leader, flanked by 10 others, strode into the barbecue restaurant. "Hey, old man, the management fee for this month hasn't been paid. Do you intend to keep this place running?" The restaurant's owner, upon hearing this, hurried over, bowing humbly. "I sincerely apologize. We have been using our funds to restock supplies these past few days. I will personally deliver the payment as soon as I can." The leader's countenance darkened as he seized the old man's collar, lifting him off the ground. "Oh, you plan to delay for a few more days? Do you think we are easy to bully? If you don't bring the money in a few days." He glanced towards Asuka, swallowing hard. "I'll take your daughter as my little wife," he bellowed, laughter erupting from him and his cohorts. Seeing this, Wu Yue clenched his fists tightly, ready to intervene, but Asuka, standing beside him, held him back. "No, we cannot provoke them," she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With both the old man and Asuka still present in the restaurant, and other patrons dining nearby, Wu Yue knew he could not act out. It would disrupt the peace. He resolved to inquire about the situation from the old man and Asuka before making a move. If he were to act, he intended to do so decisively. His gaze turned cold as he regarded the leader. Were it not for his current reservations, he would not allow these ruffians to leave the establishment unscathed. After exchanging a few more threatening words, the group departed. The old man and Asuka watched their retreating figures, worry etched on their faces. "Asuka, who are they? What is going on? Why are they demanding protection fees?" Wu Yue inquired lightly. Asuka, momentarily taken aback by his question, soon gathered her thoughts and began to explain the situation. It turned out that these individuals were part of a gang, with several of their leaders being rogue ninjas who had escaped from other small ninja villages. Upon arriving here, they had established a casino, bar, and brothel in the town. Simultaneously, protection fees were extorted from several small shopkeepers, due to their status as ninjas. The townsfolk had no choice but to endure this situation. After all, confronting them would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. On this particular day, the time had come to collect the management fees. The shopkeepers had already allocated their funds towards rent and essential ingredients, leaving them with no surplus to offer. It was clear that they were a band of scoundrels. In a few days, they would be dealt with. Humming Moon had already devised a plan. When the time came for the uncle to pay, she would take his place and simultaneously rid herself of these nuisances. Days passed swiftly, and the uncle, after much effort, finally managed to gather the protection fee. Just as he was about to head out to deliver the payment, he was intercepted by Humming Moon, who greeted him with a smile. "Uncle, let me go," she urged. "This is out of the question. You are but a child." He replied, "Such matters cannot be entrusted to you. Stay here and assist Xianghui. I will handle it. They won't dare to harm me," he reassured her, gently patting her head. "Don't worry, uncle. You and Xianghui have taken great care of me these days, and I have not been of much help. Trust me. I am merely going to deliver the money. They will not take issue with a child," Humming Moon replied calmly. Before the uncle could respond, she snatched the money from his hands and made her way outside. "Ah, this child." The uncle watched her retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. "Be careful," and returned swiftly. He called after her, unable to do anything but remind her to stay safe. Humming Moon turned back, waving her hand in assurance that she would be cautious. Exiting the barbecue shop, Humming Moon inquired among the nearby residents. From their accounts, she learned that these individuals typically congregated within a grand casino at the town center, their stronghold. She checked her weapons, securing her shuriken and raiga on her back, and set off towards the casino. Upon arriving, Humming Moon observed that despite being a casino, the establishment was exquisitely decorated, constructed from red pine. The intricate latticework of the windows and the grand redwood doors exuded elegance. Beautiful hostesses greeted patrons at the entrance, where a red carpet was laid out. Inside, numerous gamblers filled the space, the sounds of roulette wheels and shouts echoing from within. How many fortunes have been swindled here? Humming Moon thought to herself, anger surging within her as she surveyed the casino. Nevertheless, she refrained from acting hastily. She intended to first ascertain the situation, activating her electromagnetic waves to scan both the interior and exterior of the casino. After a brief period, Humming Moon collected her thoughts. Her scan revealed nearly 10 ninjas within, while the remainder were merely thugs. However, she also sensed a remarkably powerful presence among them. The energy radiating from this individual distorted the surrounding magnetic field, hindering her ability to investigate further. This posed a dilemma for her. Logically, her own strength was considerable. Yet she had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent in this small town. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to enter the casino. Should the need arise, she could activate her Raijin mode. However, if a battle were to erupt, it would be prudent to draw the opponent out, lest innocent bystanders be harmed. Upon entering the casino, Wu Yue was met with an extraordinary display of opulence. The marble floors gleamed, gilded tables shone, and solid wooden chairs adorned the space. As Wu Yue surveyed the surroundings, he spotted the notorious gang leader seated boldly at the central table, flanked by his henchmen who stood vigilantly on either side. With a cold smirk, Wu Yue approached them, catching the leader's attention as he noticed the young child making his way toward him. The leader scrutinized Wu Yue from head to toe before exclaiming, "Ah, so it's the little brat from the store the other day. Why isn't the old man here to send you instead? Ha ha ha." He and his lackeys erupted into laughter, mocking Wu Yue. Unfazed, Wu Yue coolly extended the money in his hand towards the leader. Here, this is the management fee you require. The leader glanced at the money but did not take it. Instead, he arrogantly replied, "Is that all you've got? Forget it. You poor fools can hardly muster anything." Then, shifting his tone, he added, "But how about this? If you crawl through my legs today, I shall let you go." With that, he and his men burst into laughter once more. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yue's pupils slightly constricted. "Oh, so if I comply, you will spare me?" Wu Yue replied with an air of indifference. "Indeed, if you comply, you shall be spared, little brat." The leader was oblivious to the fact that he was confronting a formidable ninja rather than just a mere child. Ha ha! Wu Yue burst into laughter, fueled by anger. The individuals before him were taken aback by his unexpected reaction. "Hey, you little brat, are you tired of living? What are you laughing at?" One of the sycophants shouted angrily at Wu Yue. Seeing this, Wu Yue wiped the smile from his face and fixed his gaze sternly upon them. "You should take a look in the mirror. You are nothing but a bunch of pathetic losers. Do you genuinely believe yourselves to be invincible? Little brat." The leader was about to retort when suddenly, a shadow flashed before him, and Wu Yue appeared right in front of him, lifting him effortlessly. "Dare to utter another word." Wu Yue's chilling voice whispered in the leader's ear as he bore into him with a frigid stare, rendering him momentarily speechless with fright. However, the surrounding lackeys, unaware of the situation, rushed forward to subdue Wu Yue. With a mere flick of his wrist, Wu Yue hurled the ruffian leader aside, as if he were refuse, then collided with the encroaching crowd. They fell to the ground like a scattered pile of sand. "Rest assured, none of you shall escape today," Wu Yue declared, gazing down upon the fallen figures with a calm demeanor. The onlookers at the gambling tables, witnessing the unfolding drama, set aside their games to observe the spectacle. "Quickly, summon the big brothers," the ruffian leader instructed his underlings. Upon seeing this, the lackeys scrambled to their feet and fled to the rear. "Are you calling for reinforcements? Excellent. I shall await them here," Wu Yue remarked, unperturbed by the turn of events. Before long, several figures charged forth from behind. "Hey, little brother, are you all right?" The newcomers were robust, their eyes gleaming with intensity, and they exuded a palpable aura of pressure. Clad in tight ninja attire and equipped with ninja pouches, their appearances unmistakably marked them as ninjas. "Ah, so these are the individuals you rely upon," Wu Yue mused, regarding them with a cautious demeanor, as he did not take the average bystander seriously. However, the emergence of ninjas warranted a more prudent approach until he ascertained their true capabilities. "Big brothers, you've arrived. This is the one who injured our ruffian leader," he exclaimed, gesturing towards Wu Yue. The leading brother and the other ninjas focused their gazes upon Wu Yue, incredulous. "Are you serious? He's just a child," one of the ninjas complained, clearly dismissive of Wu Yue's presence. The leader scrutinized Wu Yue carefully. "A child? And you think you can act with impunity just because you possess some strength?" Truly, the fearless audacity of youth, he mocked, underestimating Wu Yue's capabilities. In response, Wu Yue slowly drew Raiga from his back and skillfully wielded it, performing a dazzling flourish with the sword. "Fear not, since you have all come forth, none of you shall depart." A cold smile graced Wu Yue's lips as he surveyed the crowd. Sensing the impending danger, the head ninja alerted his comrades urgently. "Be cautious." He quickly retrieved 2 shuriken from his pouch for defense. "Big brother, it's nothing to worry about. A mere child wielding a knife. What could he possibly achieve?" One of the subordinates remarked as he approached Wu Yue. "Hey, little brat, do you truly believe that brandishing those 2 dull blades will enable you to triumph over us?" A minion taunted Wu Yue. With a sudden surge of power, Wu Yue sprang forward, his dual blades tracing a graceful arc through the air, positioning himself behind the minion in an instant. The chilling edge of his blades glistened with a trace of crimson. How swift! This thought echoed in the minds of all present. The once arrogant ninja now uttered not a sound, as blood erupted from his neck and chest, the sickening sound of gushing blood heightening the tension among the onlookers. In that fleeting moment, Wu Yue had severed his throat and pierced his chest. "He's killed someone. Run!" The spectators finally grasped the gravity of the situation, scattering in a frenzied panic. The opposing ninjas and henchmen were taken aback, some even retreating slowly in an attempt to escape. "What are you dawdling for? He is but one person. Together, we shall slay him." The leader of the ninjas bellowed with a fierce snarl. Upon hearing their leader's command, the others drew their weapons and charged toward Wu Yue. "Ha! With your pathetic lot?" Wu Yue retorted, sweeping his blades outward to repulse the advancing crowd. At that moment, a surge of lightning energy enveloped his dual blades. Dual blade technique. Gale slash. Wu Yue transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting into the throng. He weaved swiftly among them, his blades slicing, hacking, and parrying, akin to twin beams of light targeting vital points. In mere moments, a dozen lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground. The clang of clashing weapons resounded as the leader and a few of his subordinates managed to withstand Wu Yue's onslaught. Gazing at the fallen, despair gripped his heart. Only he and a handful of his men could barely keep pace with Wu Yue's movements, while the others were mercilessly dispatched. Where did this formidable child come from? As the leader pondered, he realized that only a few of them remained standing. We were wrong. Are you here for money or something else? We can offer you all the riches you desire, he pleaded, desperately seeking to appease Wu Yue while considering an escape route. Killing you will suffice. I can acquire wealth regardless, Wu Yue scoffed at his plea. The leader, sensing Wu Yue's unwavering intent to end his life, steeled his resolve. Then let us all perish together. Even in death, we shall ensure you accompany us. With that, he rallied his remaining subordinates to surround Wu Yue. Upon receiving their leader's order, the henchmen prepared to fight to the death, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that their leader was stealthily retreating. You shall not escape. Wu Yue charged at the leader. But his path was obstructed by several individuals. The leader, reaching a nearby pillar, pressed a concealed mechanism, revealing a hidden door. Wu Yue's heart raced with urgency. He had not anticipated such a trick from his adversary. While he was not afraid of the leader's escape, he dreaded the thought of the leader hiding and plotting vengeance against Xiang Hui and the others after he left, for he could not remain here indefinitely. Just as the leader was about to vanish through the secret door, a commanding voice rang out, "You scoundrel." A figure swiftly darted behind the leader and unleashed a powerful punch to his back. At that moment, the leader had no time to react and was sent flying by the force of the blow. His body crashed through the wall, propelled by an immense power, causing the surrounding structures to shatter under the resulting shockwave. Witnessing this, Wu Yue felt a tightening in his chest. He understood that if such an attack were to land upon him, he would surely suffer grievous injuries. The leader who had just been sent flying was undoubtedly dead. Wu Yue quickly focused his gaze on the individual who had suddenly appeared in the arena as the dust began to settle. A striking figure stood amidst the haze. The person possessed enchanting phoenix eyes and wore an oversized green coat emblazoned with the character for gamble. Below, she donned black capri pants and sandals. Despite the baggy attire, her alluring figure was evident. Golden hair was styled into a ponytail, cascading down her back. Wu Yue scrutinized her several times before exclaiming, "Tsunade. Oh, you recognize me?" The captivating woman turned her gaze toward Wu Yue upon hearing his words. Panic surged through Wu Yue as he realized he had inadvertently revealed his knowledge of her identity. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. After all, he had the third Hokage standing behind him, assuring his own safety. Wu Yue chose not to immediately respond to Tsunade's inquiry. Instead, he swiftly dispatched the remaining minions with his weapon, Raiga, before approaching her. "Greetings, Lady Tsunade," he said with a bow. "I am a ninja dispatched by the third Hokage to carry out a mission. I have often heard the Hokage speak of you." "Oh, so you are a ninja from the village," Tsunade remarked, her wariness dissipating upon hearing Wu Yue mention Konoha and the third Hokage. "What brings you here?" she inquired, puzzled. Wu Yue contemplated for a moment before detailing the changes that had transpired in Konoha over the years. His purpose in doing so was twofold: to clarify his allegiance to the Hokage and to elicit Tsunade's sympathy, for she was likely to become the fifth Hokage, barring any unforeseen events. Upon hearing about the significant transformations in Konoha, Tsunade was taken aback. Although she had not returned to the village or served as a ninja for a long time, she still harbored a deep affection for Konoha. Aside from the traitor Itachi, "Are you and Sasuke the only remaining members of the Uchiha clan?" Tsunade inquired with a hint of sympathy in her voice. "My grandmother and sister owe their lives to the third Hokage. They are both doing well now," Wu Yue replied with a smile. "Danzo? Huh? That man gives off an unsettling aura." Tsunade expressed her disdain. "Incidentally, my current mission is somewhat related to you." Wu Yue intended to reveal the details of his task to Tsunade, hoping to secure her assistance. "Related to me?" Tsunade's face reflected confusion. "I have been ordered by the third Hokage to investigate a secret base left behind by Orochimaru at the border," Wu Yue responded matter-of-factly. Tsunade momentarily fell silent upon hearing this, murmuring Orochimaru's name as her eyes glazed over, lost in some distant memory. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Is that so? That rogue remains as defiant as ever." Tsunade lamented, her heart heavy upon hearing Orochimaru's name. Suddenly, with a thud, Wu Yue unexpectedly knelt before Tsunade. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Tsunade was taken aback by Wu Yue's actions. I wish to take you as my master, Lady Tsunade. Please teach me powerful ninjutsu. I want to protect my family. Wu Yue declared loudly from his position on the ground. In truth, he was taking a gamble, betting on Tsunade's compassion, as she had never taken on a disciple. Moreover, even if Tsunade refused, he would not truly suffer a loss. Tsunade gazed at the kneeling Wu Yue, lost in thought. If Shinsuke were still alive, he would be about his age, she reflected, recalling her late brother. Wu Yue remained silent on the ground for a while, not receiving a response from Tsunade. And a wave of disappointment washed over him. Just as he was about to rise, a delicate hand rested upon his head. Very well, from this day forth. You shall be my disciple, Tsunade announced. Wu Yue's heart leapt as he looked up to see Tsunade's beautiful face adorned with a smile. Thank you, master. This is wonderful. Wu Yue exclaimed joyfully. All right. This is not the place for idle chatter. Let us step outside, Tsunade reminded him. Indeed, we should clean this place up first. Wu Yue recalled the purpose of his visit. He gathered the wealth from the premises, discovering an astonishing number of chests, over a dozen. How tragic it is. Not knowing how many lives they have harmed, Wu Yue thought, feeling increasingly justified in his actions. Tsunade approached, still uncertain about the events that had transpired. Yet she guessed Wu Yue was ridding the world of harm. Together, they carried the treasures outside and secured a carriage, heading towards the barbecue restaurant. Meanwhile, the onlookers gradually made their way into the casino, soon to learn that the ninjas who had oppressed them were no more. Before long, Wu Yue and Tsunade returned to the barbecue restaurant, where they found Uncle and Xianghui anxiously waiting. Upon seeing Wu Yue return safely, both let out a sigh of relief. Wu Yue, are you all right? Xianghui approached, checking for any injuries on him. I'm fine. Those men were dealt with by my master, Wu Yue replied, introducing Tsunade to Uncle and Xianghui. Upon hearing that the ninjas had been eliminated by Tsunade and Wu Yue, tears of joy filled their eyes. Finally, we won't have to endure their bullying anymore, Xianghui said. Her voice choked with emotion. Wu Yue stepped closer to Xianghui, gently ruffling her hair in a comforting manner. Don't worry, I've got everything covered. He reassured her with a grin. Xianghui, looking at the still shorter Wu Yue, affectionately patted his head, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Uncle, we have gathered all the wealth from the casino, Wu Yue announced. Together, there must be over a dozen boxes. Tomorrow, you should gather the villagers from the town and distribute the money, Wu Yue said as she turned to the uncle. Upon hearing Wu Yue's words, the uncle snapped back to reality from his astonishment. All right, I will notify everyone right away. Wait a moment, Wu Yue. I sneaked out to meet you without letting Shizen know. I'll go fetch her now that it seems the situation here is under control. Okay, master. Please bring Sister Shizen over, and we can all have a meal together. After a considerable amount of time, Wu Yue and the others successfully resolved the matter. The funds were evenly distributed among the villagers, and the casino would continue to be managed by the local residents. In the end, everyone was delighted, and Wu Yue was now discussing the upcoming journey with Tsunade. Although the third Hokage did not specify a deadline for the task, it had been nearly 3 months since Wu Yue arrived in this small town. While the past 3 months had been comfortable, Wu Yue lamented the lack of progress on the mission, which was indeed rather excessive. After deliberation, Wu Yue and Tsunade planned to embark on a journey to the borders of the Land of Fire to seek out the secret base left by Orochimaru. Since the third Hokage had not set a specific date for the mission, they could gather information along the way. Additionally, Tsunade and Shizen could guide Wu Yue in her training, thus serving a dual purpose. They intended to reach the borders of the Land of Fire within a year, taking advantage of this time to teach Wu Yue about physical techniques and medical ninjutsu. After resting for a few more days in the small town, they bid farewell to the uncle and Xianghui. Don't be sad. I will return in a few days. Wu Yue comforted the tearful Xianghui, with reluctance in her eyes. Xianghui hadn't expected Wu Yue to leave after just a few days, especially after she had been such a great help to her. Nevertheless, she was somewhat aware of Wu Yue's identity. It was clear that Wu Yue was destined not to remain here indefinitely. If you find it difficult to stay outside, remember you can always come back. You will always be welcome here, Xianghui said, embracing Wu Yue. Rest assured, the barbecue here is the best I have ever tasted. I will definitely return, Wu Yue reassured her, patting Xianghui's back. All right, Xianghui. The eagle will eventually soar high in the sky, but it will also return to its nest. The uncle, drawing from his own experiences, offered his comfort. In my youth, I too enjoyed wandering, he chuckled. Hearing the reassurances from the uncle and Wu Yue, Xianghui's spirits lifted somewhat. After bidding a heartfelt farewell, Wu Yue and Tsunade set off on their training journey. Tsunade first provided Wu Yue with a crash course in the fundamentals of ninjutsu. Although Wu Yue was now capable of using ninjutsu, much of her knowledge had been self-taught. As a formidable ninja and an expert in medical ninjutsu, Tsunade's guidance was immensely beneficial to Wu Yue, particularly in terms of chakra control. Wu Yue, possessing a naturally strong mental fortitude, made rapid progress under Tsunade's training. Compared to before, not only had her ninjutsu grown in strength, but its chakra consumption had also diminished. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards Naruto, who, after all, was a vessel of the Nine Tails and a member of the Uzumaki clan. There is never a need to worry about chakra, but Mingxuan is an exception. Perhaps due to the presence of purple lightning and the Sharingan within him, his own chakra reserves are rather insufficient. A fleeting thought crossed Wu Yue's mind. What if he were to capture a tailed beast and become a Jinchuriki? However, acknowledging his current weakness, he refrained from indulging in such extravagant aspirations. As Wu Yue made strides in his chakra control, Tsunade entrusted him with a unique secret technique, super strength. Upon hearing this news, Wu Yue felt a stir of excitement. In the original narrative, Tsunade's super strength had left a profound impression on him. It was a terrifying technique capable of altering the very terrain with a single blow. Mastering this technique necessitated precise chakra control, as one must concentrate their chakra into a single point or area before unleashing it. A lack of proper control could result in injury to the user themselves. Wu Yue, the training ahead will be exceedingly painful. I hope you can endure it, Tsunade stated sternly. What? Is that really the case? Wu Yue felt an ominous foreboding upon hearing her words. Soon, he experienced the physical agony that Tsunade had alluded to, realizing the intent behind her training. This regimen was designed to enhance Wu Yue's resilience and reflexes. Tsunade instructed him to stand in an open space while she and Shizen would throw sandbags at him. Indeed, sandbags. Under Tsunade's formidable strength, the sandbags traveled with remarkable speed and struck with a stinging intensity. Often, after a day of training, Wu Yue's skin would bear the marks of bruises and even blood. However, during the evening rest, both Tsunade and Shizen would meticulously attend to his injuries. In those moments, Wu Yue felt a familial warmth emanating from them. Tsunade was immensely satisfied with her disciple. Despite the arduous training, he never complained and approached each session with utmost seriousness, demonstrating remarkable talent. At long last, through Wu Yue's diligent efforts, he began to grasp the fundamentals of super strength. Although he could not yet reach Tsunade's level of mastery, his current power was indeed formidable. An idea sparked in his mind. Why not combine the force of super strength with the power of purple lightning? Without hesitation, Wu Yue set out to the open ground over the next few days. Activating his Raiden mode, the purple lightning armor enveloped his body once more. He concentrated the energy of the purple lightning in his right hand and struck the ground with a punch. With the speed of lightning, Wu Yue's fist collided with the earth. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, causing the ground to shatter under the immense force, accompanied by waves of purple lightning that spread outward. The area within a 50-meter radius was left in a state of utter devastation. The power of this strike was indeed terrifying. Wu Yue was taken aback by the sheer might of his own blow. He had not anticipated such a formidable attack. However, as he gazed at his hands, now enveloped in black smoke, he could not help but offer a wry smile. Though the strike was powerful, unleashing such energy in a mere instant proved to be an overwhelming strain on his young body. After all, he was still quite young. However, having mastered this formidable technique, Wu Yue could not help but feel a sense of clandestine delight. He had even bestowed upon this move a grandiose name, Secret Art, Thunder's Rending. This technique was practiced in secrecy, unbeknownst to even Tsunade and Shizen. While Wu Yue's training was far from complete, Tsunade began to instruct him in another realm of ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu. In truth, he found himself more intrigued by medical ninjutsu than by sheer brute strength. Not only could it heal wounds, but he also aspired to learn Tsunade's 100 healing technique, a potent skill considered to be a significant advantage. Furthermore, he harbored even grander ambitions. He planned to transplant the cells of Hashirama. And as a member of the Uchiha clan, he might just awaken the Rinnegan. Of course, this was merely one of his aspirations, as the cost of awakening the Rinnegan was immense. As Wu Yue progressed in his training, he began to grasp the fundamentals of medical ninjutsu, acquiring skills such as Sage Art and In Healing Wound Destruction. However, Tsunade cautioned him that while he had only just begun to master these techniques, achieving true proficiency would require further practice. Nonetheless, even at this preliminary stage, Tsunade could not help but express her admiration for Wu Yue, noting that he learned with remarkable speed, surpassing her own pace. Yet, his advancement in the 100 healing technique was considerably slower. Tsunade reassured him not to rush, explaining that this particular technique necessitated a substantial accumulation of chakra, which could not be achieved overnight, especially given Wu Yue's limited chakra reserves. As time passed swiftly with Wu Yue's training, the group soon reached the borders of the Land of Fire. It had been over half a year since Wu Yue had departed from the small town and more than a year since he had left the village. Time flies. Wu Yue mused inwardly, wondering about the well-being of his grandmother, his sister, Naruto, and Sasuke. He felt a wave of longing, concerned that the old Koot Danzo might have harmed them, but he reassured himself that the third Hokage would surely protect them. Once this mission is complete, I shall return to the village. It has been far too long since I last saw them, Wu Yue resolved within himself. With that, alongside Tsunade and Shizune, they hastened towards the location of the mission assigned by the third Hokage. The mission scroll indicated that Orochimaru's secret base lay underground, replete with numerous perilous experiments. Most of these individuals had been reduced to mere machines of slaughter. The task required Wu Yue to eliminate these threats. He sensed the gravity of the situation, yet felt bolstered by the presence of his master, Tsunade. Following the mission's directives, Wu Yue activated the ground mechanism, and a moment later, a dark underground entrance emerged. Gazing into the inky abyss, a sense of trepidation washed over him. After all, this was Orochimaru's secret lair, and he feared the possibility of traps or a horde of grotesque experiments lurking within. Observing Wu Yue's hesitation, Tsunade reached out and gently ruffled his hair, offering him comfort. "Fear not, for we are here by your side." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Wu Yue felt a sense of relief. Indeed, Tsunade was a formidable figure of the Hokage level. Why should I be afraid? Wu Yue thought to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. However, he did not act recklessly. He fashioned several makeshift torches, igniting one for each person before they ventured into the base. As he entered, he began to scan the surroundings with electromagnetic waves. But whether due to the terrain or the presence of barriers, his detection was limited to a mere 10 meters ahead. Beyond that, he was engulfed in an unsettling darkness. The group, wielding their torches, proceeded cautiously forward, the dim light faintly illuminating the surrounding gloom. Occasionally, drops of water and cobwebs fell from above, contributing to the eerie silence of the corridor. After trudging several meters, they finally reached the interior of the base. There, 2 rows of variously sized glass containers were meticulously arranged, each holding some unidentified liquid. It felt reminiscent of a hospital laboratory, truly befitting the genius of Orochimaru, Wu Yue silently mused. Upon closer inspection, the glass jars contained an array of experimental specimens, including corpses, organs, and the remains of various animals. The entire laboratory exuded an unsettling and sinister atmosphere. Tsunade, upon witnessing the scene, was understandably furious, for as a medical ninja, she had a particular aversion to such practices. Wu Yue, determined to fulfill their mission, suppressed his disgust and approached the area to document the experimental items. Suddenly, a particular glass container caught Wu Yue's attention, as its label sent a shock of astonishment through him. Hashirama cells. This was indeed a substance cultivated from Hashirama's cells. Wu Yue felt a mix of surprise and joy. He had not anticipated such a valuable find on this expedition. He hurriedly searched for containers to collect the Hashirama cells, planning to study them in detail later. Together with Tsunade, he ventured further into the depths of the laboratory. The inner sanctum revealed a different realm altogether, characterized by a clean arrangement of experimental apparatus and medical equipment. Nearby, meticulously organized experimental documentation awaited exploration. As Wu Yue rummaged through the materials, he indeed uncovered valuable information, including 2 scrolls that detailed the chakra powers of cursed seals in their experimental data. Although he was not in a hurry regarding the research on Hashirama cells, the power of the cursed seals piqued his interest significantly. In the original narrative, mastery of the cursed seals granted extraordinary strength, even enabling individuals like Sasuke to achieve near Hokage capabilities solely through them. Moreover, another aspect that intrigued Wu Yue was the essence of the cursed seals. Fundamentally, they harnessed sage chakra. While this method was not flawless, it could potentially unlock the path to sage mode for him, if he failed to awaken the Meijiki Sharingan later. Relying solely on the perfected sage mode would grant him a fighting chance against formidable opponents like Pain and Obito. Wu Yue quickly tucked the 2 scrolls into his belongings, and Tsunade, witnessing his actions, refrained from comment. After all, this was a mission entrusted by the third Hokage, and Wu Yue was merely fulfilling his duty. Suddenly, Wu Yue sensed something amiss. He noticed that while the outer areas of the base were chaotic, the core remained impeccably organized. The arrangement of various materials is orderly and astonishingly. There is not a speck of dust to be found. Logically, an abandoned laboratory should be filled with dust and overrun by weeds. Master, something feels amiss here. Wu Yue cautiously remarked. What has transpired, Wu Yue? Tsunade inquired, retracting her gaze. There are no signs of chaos here, Master. Instead, everything is meticulously organized. It seems there may still be someone managing this place. Should we consider a tactical retreat? Wu Yue felt a flicker of hesitation. Realizing their task was complete and there was no need to linger. Upon hearing this, Tsunade concurred, recognizing that it would be prudent to exit, given the possibility of others still being present. As Wu Yue and Tsunade prepared to leave, a resounding crash echoed from the exit, causing tremors that sent dust cascading from above. Could it be? My ill-fated predictions, Wu Yue lamented inwardly, apprehensive at the unfolding events. At that moment, a distinct sound came from the tunnel's entrance, where a faint illumination emerged from above. It became evident that the base was equipped with lighting, which Wu Yue and her companions had overlooked. They braced themselves, cognizant that the base's personnel had returned. Could it be Orochimaru himself? Wu Yue pondered anxiously. The sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly audible, causing Wu Yue's heart to race. The oppressive silence around them was palpable, amplifying even the sound of her own heartbeat. Soon, two shadowy figures emerged from the dim light, prompting Wu Yue to swiftly draw her weapon, Raiga, in defense. To her surprise, Tsunade stepped protectively in front of Wu Yue and Shizen. Master, Wu Yue called out to Tsunade. Do not worry, as a mentor, I cannot allow my disciples to stand in the front lines, Tsunade replied, offering a reassuring smile to the two. Witnessing Tsunade's steadfastness brought Wu Yue a sense of security and warmth. She was the first to stand before her in protection since arriving in the world of Naruto. As the figures drew closer, Wu Yue could discern their features. Ah, it's been a long time, Tsunade, one of them hissed, a sinister chuckle following. The newcomer had long black hair, pale skin, and golden elongated pupils, adorned with purple markings extending to the nostrils, and wore blue-green, jewel-like earrings. It was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, accompanied by his loyal disciple, Kabuto. Their presence enveloped Wu Yue in an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing her to grip Raiga tightly. Tsunade and Shizun were equally astonished to see Orochimaru in person, having not anticipated his arrival. Tsunade subtly extended her right hand behind her, signaling Wu Yue and Shizun to retreat. They immediately understood the gesture, and Wu Yue began to contemplate the precariousness of their situation. Orochimaru was at the height of his power, and with Kabuto by his side, who, though seemingly unremarkable, was known to possess strength comparable to Kakashi's in the original narrative. At this moment, Orochimaru scrutinized Wu Yue with his serpent-like eyes. Wu Yue was suddenly enveloped by a chilling aura, as if that gaze sought to strip him bare. As Wu Yue and Orochimaru locked eyes, Tsunade interjected, I never imagined you would still be engaged in such despicable experiments. At her reproach, Orochimaru averted his gaze, turning to Tsunade and remarking, It has been quite some time. You remain unchanged. However, he continued, this is, after all, my territory. Your silent intrusion demands a price. With a narrowing of his golden serpent eyes, he proposed, perhaps you should all remain as my test subjects. With that, a palpable aura of menace radiated from him, chilling the surrounding air instantly. As the ominous aura and pressure emanating from Orochimaru enveloped Wu Yue, his body trembled involuntarily, a primal response to the impending threat. Suddenly, the purple lightning within him, seemingly stimulated by Orochimaru's malevolence, activated spontaneously. A soft glow of purple lightning surrounded Wu Yue, exuding a subtle yet formidable presence, allowing him to break free from Orochimaru's oppressive force. Ah, quite an intriguing little brat, Orochimaru mused, finding the situation amusing. Despite being just a child, Wu Yue managed to extricate himself from the clutches of Orochimaru's formidable killing intent, indicating that he was no ordinary foe. Today, I shall entertain myself with you, he declared, charging towards Wu Yue alongside Kabuto. Master, we must retreat. This is their territory. Engaging them here is disadvantageous, Wu Yue urged Tsunade urgently. Before he could finish, Tsunade gathered her strength and leaped, astonishingly reaching the ceiling of the corridor. With a mighty punch, she shattered the passage, creating a gaping hole several meters wide. Wu Yue and Shizen quickly followed Tsunade through the breach. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Orochimaru and Kabuto descended from above, landing on the ground with a thud. Just like old times, Tsunade remarked grimly, casting a chilling glance at Orochimaru. "But have you overcome your weaknesses?" he inquired, simultaneously drawing a kunai across his own arm. A deep gash appeared, blood oozing forth from the wound. "This is bad," Wu Yue thought, realizing the implications of Tsunade's hemophobia. In the original narrative, her fear of blood stemmed from the traumatic loss of her loved ones, which haunted her until Naruto's arrival. Wu Yue had not anticipated that Orochimaru would exploit this vulnerability against Tsunade. Should she falter due to her phobia, their chances of survival would diminish significantly. Although Wu Yue had his own trump cards, he dared not claim he could defeat Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a pinnacle of combat experience, ninjutsu, and forbidden techniques. As expected, the moment Tsunade laid eyes on the blood, her pupils constricted and her body began to tremble. "Lady Tsunade." Shizen rushed to her side, concern etched on her face. With a heavy sigh, Wu Yue turned to Shizen and whispered, "In a moment, I will hold off Orochimaru. You and the master should escape. Trust me. I have a plan to flee." Upon hearing Wu Yue's intention to stay behind, Tsunade immediately protested, "No way. How could I abandon my disciple?" Despite her bravado, her trembling figure betrayed her inability to continue fighting. Just then, Orochimaru interrupted their exchange. "Rest assured, none of you will escape today." He then turned to Kabuto, instructing, "Kabuto, deal with Tsunade and her companion. I wish to play with this little one alone." With that, he abandoned Kabuto and charged towards Wu Yue. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Wu Yue's heart raced, feeling as though it had momentarily stopped. "Do I have a grudge against you? Why are you coming for me?" He lamented inwardly. Just as Tsunade intended to offer assistance, Kabuto stealthily approached from the side. "Shizen, go help Master. She cannot manage alone in her current state. I believe she can overcome her inner fears. I will hold him off, and you can come to my aid later," Wu Yue shouted at Shizen. Assessing the situation, Shizen gritted her teeth and replied, "All right, but be careful," as she charged forward to confront Kabuto. At that moment, Orochimaru, like a bolt of lightning, lunged towards Wu Yue. "Oh, you say you can withstand this, do you?" Orochimaru taunted, extending his long tongue to lick his cheek. "Let me see what you can use to defend yourself." At that moment, several snakes surged forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, their jaws agape as they aimed to bite Wu Yue. In the face of Orochimaru's assault, Wu Yue's heart unexpectedly steadied. His gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he slashed upward with his dual blades, Raiga, severing several snake heads. With a powerful push of his legs, he propelled himself forward, taking the initiative in the attack. Wu Yue understood that if he remained on the defensive, he would inevitably lose. Instead, he resolved to press the offensive, hoping to buy time until Tsunade could conquer her psychological barriers. Thunder Moon Slash. Wu Yue concentrated the power of lightning and violet sparks into Raiga and struck down at Orochimaru. Seeing such a formidable technique, Orochimaru dared not confront it head-on and narrowly evaded the blow. Not good. Wu Yue continued his assault, failing to mount a counter-defense in time. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru lifted a foot and kicked at Wu Yue. Wu Yue barely managed to raise his arm to shield his chest before being sent flying by a tremendous force. Impressive. No wonder he is Orochimaru. His physical prowess is extraordinary. Orochimaru, surprised that Wu Yue not only withstood his previous attack, but also had the audacity to charge at him, felt a flicker of intrigue, especially upon witnessing Wu Yue's swordsmanship. Well then, I shall take this seriously. Orochimaru's demeanor shifted, his eyes turning cold and focused. He had not anticipated that a mere child could possess such strength. Wu Yue tightened his grip on Raiga, adopting a defensive stance against Orochimaru. With a whoosh, Orochimaru's speed transformed him into a mere shadow. Wu Yue had no time to track Orochimaru's movements before he vanished. Wu Yue felt a blur before Orochimaru was suddenly before him. So fast. This singular thought raced through Wu Yue's mind, and before he could react, Orochimaru's fist was already aimed at his face. Lightning release, Chidori. In a moment of urgency, Wu Yue unleashed the powerful Chidori technique, violet lightning erupting around him. Indeed, as Wu Yue's Chidori struck, Orochimaru had no choice but to leap back to evade the attack. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from Wu Yue's sight once more. Wu Yue realized that Orochimaru's speed was unparalleled, far beyond that of ordinary shinobi. One ascends to the heavens while the other dwells below. In the original narrative, Sasuke, having awakened his double Tomo Sharingan, could barely discern Orochimaru's movements. Observing this scenario, Wuyue understood that he must conceal his trump card and exert his full strength, for today would undoubtedly culminate in a decisive confrontation. The Sharingan activated. Mingxuan's eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue, the two tomos swirling within his gaze. At that moment, he also harnessed the power of the purple lightning within him, unleashing electromagnetic waves to perceive his opponent. With this dual enhancement, the surroundings within a radius of several meters were vividly relayed to Mingxuan's mind. Behind him, Orochimaru's actions were also detected by Wuyue. Without turning back, he lowered his body to evade Orochimaru's direct punch. Simultaneously, he swung his blade, Leia, backward, forcing Orochimaru to retreat. Upon witnessing Wuyue's eyes, Orochimaru's expression turned to one of astonishment. Ha ha ha, I did not expect an unexpected gain here. Young one, what is your name? I recall that the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Orochimaru inquired with palpable excitement. I am Uchiha Wuyue, he replied, aware that Orochimaru coveted his body for the purpose of reincarnation. Wuyue, do you desire greater power? Following Tsunade will only squander your potential. Orochimaru began to manipulate him. However, Wuyue, well-versed in the original tale, would not be easily deceived. He retorted with mockery, like you, to become a loathsome snake? Ha ha. Wuyue's derision incensed Orochimaru, who ominously declared, then let me first break your limbs. Perhaps that will change your mind. With a swift motion, dozens of serpents erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, lunging towards Wuyue. Dual blade technique, Gale Thunder Slash. Wuyue wielded Leia, slicing through the serpents with rapid strikes, eliminating them all. Just as he prepared to launch a further assault, Orochimaru formed hand signs and unleashed the evil serpent arm. The severed serpents exploded in a cataclysmic detonation, engulfing Mingxian in smoke and flames. Beside him, Tsunade and Shizen gasped in shock at the scene. Yet, Tsunade's fear of blood still lingered, and Shizen, engaged in battle with Kabuto, found herself at a disadvantage, unable to assist Wuyue in time. As the smoke cleared, the group discovered that Wuyue's body was absent from the explosion's epicenter. Just then, Wuyue emerged behind Orochimaru. In that fleeting moment, he had employed lightning release, Thunder Step. This technique, inspired by Tsunade's monstrous strength, concentrated lightning chakra in his legs before releasing it, allowing for an instantaneous burst of speed. However, using such a technique at present would inevitably injure his legs. Having evaded the explosion in a flash, Wuyue circled around to Orochimaru's rear. He raised Leia and delivered a fierce slash, unleashing the Thunder Destruction Slash. Two colossal arcs of purple lightning aimed directly at Orochimaru's back. Like a serpent, Orochimaru's body twisted 180 degrees, his composure unshaken in the face of Wuyue's onslaught. Summoning technique, Triple Hell Gate. Three immense gates of hell erupted from the earth. Towering before them, the strike of the moonless thunder clashed with the triple Rashomon, unleashing a tremendous explosion of lightning and turbulent air that momentarily affected everyone present. Regrettably, the strike dissipated after destroying two of the Rashomon, having been successfully defended against by Orochimaru. The strength of that blow astonished Orochimaru, as the triple Rashomon was his most formidable defensive ninjutsu to date, and he had not anticipated the destruction of two of its gates by Moonless. After delivering such a powerful attack, Moonless found himself somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of perseverance. With hands forming seals, he summoned three shadow clones and unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and Lightning Release, Chidori Senbon. Astonishingly, Moonless executed four ninjutsu in rapid succession against Orochimaru. The two fire release techniques, enhanced by the wind release, surged in power, and the flames, having been cultivated through his training, now glowed a deep crimson. The fiery waves, propelled by the wind, seemed to engulf the very sky, distorting the surrounding air with their searing heat. In an instant, the conflagration collided with the final Rashomon. Ultimately, the last gate could no longer withstand the onslaught and crumbled into nothingness. The residual force continued its relentless assault towards Orochimaru, who now bore a look of astonishment, having not anticipated such a high level of ninjutsu mastery from Moonless. His talent evidently surpassed that of others at the same age. However, Orochimaru did not hesitate. He swiftly executed Earth Release, Earth Flow River, and Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, causing a massive earthen river to emerge from the ground. A fierce gust of wind enveloped this river, directing it towards the residual waves of Moonless' attack. The collision of flames in the earthen river resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, altering the very landscape around them. The surrounding dense forest was instantly flattened beneath the clash of their techniques. Moonless' breath grew labored. The prolonged battle and repeated use of ninjutsu had taken their toll on his body. Truly, he was up against one of the legendary Sannin, whose mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and combat experience was unparalleled. While Moonless felt the weight of fatigue, Orochimaru appeared invigorated, showing no signs of weariness. How delightful. I never expected you to be such a genius, especially one of the Uchiha clan. I yearn to merge our beings, Orochimaru exclaimed, his frenzied gaze sending a chill down Moonless' spine. I shall keep you safe. I cannot allow you to come to harm, he added, resuming his movements. Biting his hands, Orochimaru pressed down, invoking the summoning technique, and 3 enormous serpents, each measuring over 10 meters, emerged at his command. At that moment, Moonless could not help but chuckle bitterly. Relieved that the myriad serpents had yet to appear, otherwise, he would truly be in peril. He was acutely aware that Orochimaru coveted the Uchiha body and Sharingan, having long sought after them, especially now that Moonless had revealed his extraordinary talent. Thus, Orochimaru's focus had shifted entirely towards him. Sasuke, you owe me a great deal of gratitude for this, Moonless mused, a hint of self-deprecation coloring his thoughts. Before him, 3 colossal serpents swiftly closed in on Muyu, effectively sealing off the space around him. With no alternative, he was compelled to retreat. However, the serpents, leveraging their immense size, launched an assault from various angles, encircling him in a tumultuous embrace. Infuriated, Muyu felt the flames of determination ignite within him. Especially with Orochimaru lurking nearby and Tsunade yet to reveal herself from the shadows. He could not afford to falter here. He activated the violet lightning within his body, concentrating a significant amount of its power into his hand. In an instant, his entire right arm was enveloped in a radiant purple glow. Employing a secret technique, Thunderclap of the Earth, Muyu forcefully drove his fist down towards the ground, unleashing an explosive surge of energy. The area surrounding him was obliterated within moments, the shockwaves and violet lightning wreaking havoc all around. The 3 serpents, caught in the epicenter of the explosion, were instantly engulfed by the crackling energy. Their anguished cries echoed as they dissipated into smoke. Orochimaru, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but express admiration, his gaze towards Muyu brimming with fervor. Following the execution of this technique, black smoke began to billow from Muyu's right hand, and he sustained injuries from the explosive aftermath. His left hand glowed faintly with green light, a remnant of the healing technique he had previously mastered. He hastily commenced the treatment of his right hand and wounded torso. At this moment, Orochimaru did not rush to attack. His serpent-like eyes remained fixed on Muyu. I didn't expect Tsunade to teach you healing ninjutsu, he remarked. Why must you struggle so? If you were to join me, you could attain extraordinary power, and we could achieve immortality together. As he spoke, Orochimaru extended his right hand towards Muyu. Understanding Orochimaru's intentions, Muyu realized he was being groomed to become a loyal subordinate akin to Kimimaro. Orochimaru. Don't deceive yourself. Do you truly believe your own words? Muyu scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Having seen your experimental base, it is clear you possess no humanity. No, it is more accurate to say you have forsaken your humanity in pursuit of your own desires. What does corporeal immortality amount to? Merely a vessel. In this world, only the spirit endures. Do you comprehend that? His final statement was a thunderous retort to Orochimaru's fallacious ideology. Orochimaru paused, momentarily taken aback by Muyu's words, his expression darkening as he stood frozen in place. Why must you speak like that, old man? It's truly infuriating, he said, his calm demeanor belied by the simmering anger beneath. Summoning the summoning technique, Serpent Array, Orochimaru conjured forth a multitude of snakes that surged towards Muyu. The densely packed serpentine horde resembled a colossal wave crashing toward him. From the mouths of countless smaller snakes, blades were expelled, their gleaming edges reflecting cold light upon Muyu's face. Faced with such an onslaught, Muyu found an unexpected tranquility within. He activated his electromagnetic perception and the Sharingan to their utmost potential, perceiving the attacks as if they were slowed in time. The violet lightning coursed through him, enhancing his vision. In this moment, the tomo of his 2 tomo Sharingan began to transform, slowly rotating and emanating a faint glimmer of lightning. Suddenly, another Sharingan appeared out of thin air. In this perilous battle, Wu Yue unexpectedly awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan. At this moment, Wu Yue could perceive his enemy's movements in the flow of chakra, his vision significantly enhanced. Facing the onslaught of serpents, he felt no fear within. With a dual-wielding technique, he transformed his weapon, Thunder Fang, into a bolt of lightning, charging into the midst of the serpentine horde. Amidst the serpents, Wu Yue's dual blades and Thunder Fang glimmered with lightning. As his blades danced through the air, he effortlessly dispatched every serpent that dared to attack him. However, the sheer number of serpents engulfed him within their ranks. Employing the lightning release, Chidori Stream, Wu Yue unleashed a torrent of electrical energy, instantly clearing the serpents within a 5-meter radius. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the remaining serpents surged towards him once more. Knowing he must unleash his full power to survive, especially against one of the legendary Sannin, he activated the Lightning Emperor mode. A regal and formidable purple lightning armor enveloped him. What power is this? Orochimaru exclaimed upon witnessing Wu Yue's Lightning Emperor mode. It was a force he had never encountered before. Reminiscent of the cursed seal of Jiraiya. Empowered by this mode, Wu Yue did not attempt to evade. Instead, he allowed the serpents to crash against his lightning armor, which delivered lethal shocks to them. Utilizing lightning release, Thunder Step, Wu Yue disregarded the serpents, focusing solely on attacking Orochimaru's true form. In a flash of lightning, he closed the distance to Orochimaru. He swung Thunder Fang toward him. Orochimaru, caught off guard, could only raise his arm in defense. Yet, a mere swing of Wu Yue's blade cleaved him in two. However, before Wu Yue could revel in his triumph, the severed halves of Orochimaru's body transformed into mud and scattered upon the ground. This is bad. It's a mud clone, Wu Yue thought uneasily. Just as he sought to locate Orochimaru's real form, he felt a gust of wind approaching from behind. He swiftly turned to see Orochimaru launching a punch aimed at his head. He narrowly managed to evade the blow. Yet, Orochimaru would not relent. He opened his mouth and effortlessly expelled a sword from the air. Though they were in close proximity, Wu Yue failed to react to this bizarre attack in time. The sword struck his lightning armor but was deflected. However, Orochimaru did not cease his assault. His neck elongated unnaturally, and the sword in the air followed suit, rapidly stretching. The immense force propelled Wu Yue away. Wu Yue suddenly recalled this technique from the original story, where Orochimaru fought against the partially tailed beast-formed Naruto. The sword he had released was the Kusanagi, known not only for its sharpness but also for its remarkable length. The very fabric of Naruto's tailed beast cloak had been pierced by it. Before Wu Yue could react, he was sent flying over 100 meters by the Kusanagi. Countless trees fell in his wake, and the tremendous force inflicted severe internal injuries upon Wu Yue. A surge of blood erupted from his mouth. With a crack, the purple armor of Wu Yue shattered, revealing its first fissures. Before Wu Yue could react, the Kusanagi sword pierced through the armor and into his flesh. An excruciating pain radiated from his core, forcing a pained howl from his lips. True to its reputation, the Kusanagi sword struck true. The purple lightning within him was still in its nascent stage, failing to thwart the assault. Desperately, Wu Yue grasped the Kusanagi sword with both hands. Channeling every ounce of strength he possessed to halt the blade's advance. The armor on his hands began to crack under the strain. In a moment of madness, he vowed vengeance upon his adversary. Summoning the full force of his internal purple lightning, he channeled it into the Kusanagi sword, even allowing the energy of his armor to flow into his grip. A torrent of purple lightning surged along the Kusanagi sword, striking Orochimaru before he could react. His body was enveloped in a violent storm of purple energy, illuminating the surroundings like a radiant violet sun. A horrific scream escaped Orochimaru as he was engulfed by the electric onslaught. As the lightning subsided, his form became charred, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wu Yue exhaled a sigh of relief, enduring the pain as he extracted the Kusanagi sword from his wound. Observing the bleeding gash, he hastily employed his healing technique to mend the injury. Thankfully, it had not struck a vital point, allowing him to relax momentarily. Surely, this time you are finished, Wu Yue thought, gazing at Orochimaru's fallen form. He was acutely aware that no one could withstand such an attack unscathed. Grateful for his own cunning and decisiveness, he took the opportunity to inflict significant damage upon his foe. Yet, Wu Yue was on the brink of exhaustion, having unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu and activated the Raijin mode. His chakra and stamina were nearly depleted. He dared not rest, as he needed to reach Tsunade swiftly. Uncertain if she had conquered her hemophobia, he hurried onward. He approached Orochimaru's charred body, unable to leave him unattended. Should he somehow survive and recover, it would spell disaster for them all. Cautiously, he stepped closer. only to find the once lifeless form twitching. Before he could react, the blackened body split open at the top, revealing a pair of pale hands grasping the edges of the fissure. With a fierce pull, the charred exterior peeled away like skin, and a drenched Orochimaru emerged, unscathed. This is bad. It's Orochimaru's shedding technique. Wu Yue realized, understanding the gravity of the situation. This unique technique, developed by Orochimaru himself, allowed him to escape even the gravest of injuries, emerging intact. The drawback, however, was the immense chakra and stamina it consumed. Even Sasuke had nearly exhausted his reserves after a single use. Unbeknownst to him, due to Orochimaru's unique physical condition, he repeatedly employed this technique during his battle against the Four Tails Naruto. After shedding his skin, Orochimaru lifted a foot and sent Mugetsu flying. Mugetsu only came to a halt after crashing into a tree. The wound previously inflicted by the Kusanagi sword now split open anew. Unable to endure such a blow, Mugetsu collapsed to the ground, his body quivering from exhaustion. Realizing that he had forgotten Orochimaru's capacity to wield this technique, Mugetsu knelt, frantically contemplating an escape. Observing the prostrate Mugetsu, Orochimaru remained unhurried in his approach. He flexed his newly shed form and addressed Mugetsu, saying, "You truly possess remarkable talent. It has been a long time since anyone has pushed me to such lengths." At that moment, Orochimaru's heart surged with excitement, for he had searched long and hard for a youth of such extraordinary potential. This was indeed the perfect vessel for his reincarnation. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had awakened the Sharingan and seemed to harbor a mysterious lightning power within. This thought made Orochimaru erupt into maniacal laughter, his cackles echoing throughout the space. After a moment, he composed himself, fixing his golden gaze upon Mugetsu's eyes. "It appears you have little capacity for resistance now. Fear not. I have no intention of harming you. After all, we are destined for eternal life together." At that moment, Orochimaru turned his attention to the distance. "Have you noticed? It seems that Tsunade has also fallen silent," he remarked to Mugetsu. Upon hearing this, Mugetsu was struck by a wave of realization. He had been so engrossed in his confrontation with Orochimaru that he had entirely overlooked his master's situation. "What a pity," Orochimaru lamented, his expression reflective. "Such a powerful ninja. Yet she suffers from hemophobia." His gaze grew distant, as if reminiscing about the past. Seizing the opportunity, Mugetsu recognized that this was his moment. He needed to break free from Orochimaru and rush to his master to assess the situation, as he attempted to move with his severely injured body. Orochimaru quickly discerned his intent and let out a cold chuckle. "Rest assured, I shall not grant you any opportunities." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals. The summoning technique unveiled a thick cloud of smoke. As the mist dissipated, a massive figure emerged, an enormous serpent, over 100 meters long, adorned with purple-black patterns and possessing deep green eyes. 2 horns protruded from its head, exuding an oppressive aura that rendered the air suffocating. This was Manda. Upon witnessing the summoning, Mugetsu felt his heart plummet. It seemed that Orochimaru was determined to claim him today. He assessed his own condition, disregarding the wounds from the sword. His chakra was nearly depleted, and the purple lightning power within him had dwindled to a mere flicker. His right hand and legs still throbbed from the previous ninjutsu. Though he had contemplated utilizing lightning release, Kirin, he doubted his ability to execute it. Moreover, both Orochimaru and Manda would not afford him that chance. Even if he could summon Kirin, it was likely that he would be struck down alongside it. Moreover, Orochimaru is capable of utilizing the shedding skin technique. Just as Wu Yue was deep in contemplation, Orochimaru had already commenced his greetings with the myriad serpents beneath him. "It's been a while, my dear Manda," Orochimaru remarked, fixing his gaze upon the colossal serpent. Manda, with evident displeasure, retorted, "What do you want this time?" "Nothing much, merely seeking your assistance in dealing with a troublesome youth. Do take heed, for he is my most perfect vessel. Should he be damaged, I assure you, I will be quite displeased," Orochimaru stated, his words laced with an ominous aura. Manda, observing Orochimaru's expression, understood the significance of Wu Yue to him. Previously, he had never encountered Orochimaru speaking to him in such a manner. "Very well, but you must offer me more sacrifices in return," Manda hissed before slithering towards Mingxuan. A colossal wind surged as the serpent's body lunged at Mingxuan, causing a stinging sensation upon his face. Despite being trapped in such dire straits, Wu Yue refused to succumb. With determination, he gripped his Raiga tightly, preparing for a final stand. Manda opened its gaping maw, revealing 2 razor-sharp fangs. And Wu Yue could almost sense the foul stench emanating from within. Just as the two were about to collide, a shadowy figure interposed itself before Wu Yue, delivering a powerful punch that sent Manda's massive head reeling. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wu Yue sighed in relief. Finally, assistance had arrived. The figure was Tsunade, who had triumphed over her blood phobia and defeated Kabuto. Without hesitation, she rushed to aid Wu Yue, saving him at the critical moment. Tsunade was profoundly astonished. She had not anticipated the ferocity of Wu Yue's battle with Orochimaru. The surrounding landscape bore the scars of their conflict, littered with fallen serpents and shattered trees. The ground a patchwork of craters. "Master!" Wu Yue exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Tsunade. Turning to the battered Wu Yue, Tsunade felt a pang of sympathy. Gently placing her hand on his head, "Well done." "Indeed, I am your student," Wu Yue replied with a hint of jest. At that moment, Tsunade's hand glowed with a verdant light, which spread throughout Wu Yue's body. Utilizing her medical ninjutsu, she began to mend Wu Yue's wounds. A soothing sensation coursed through him, gradually alleviating his fatigue. How refreshing! Wu Yue silently reveled in the comfort, realizing the vital role of a healer within a team. Orochimaru, taken aback, had not anticipated Tsunade overcoming her blood phobia. He had aimed to capture Wu Yue, only to be thwarted by Tsunade. "Tsunade, you dare!" Orochimaru began, but Tsunade interjected, "Orochimaru, you underestimate my resolve. As Wu Yue's master, the inheritor of the Hokage's will, I shall never concede easily." With that, Tsunade bit her finger, pressing her hands down forcefully. Through the summoning technique, a massive slug materialized before them. "Rest assured, I shall handle the next phase," Tsunade softly assured Wu Yue. "There's no need to worry, master. I can still fight. Let us confront this together." Wu Yue had just been wounded by Orochimaru and was determined to peel away a layer of his skin today. Observing the situation in the arena, Orochimaru began to ponder. Although he had narrowly evaded a lethal strike with the substitution technique using snake shedding, the previous battles had drained a considerable amount of his chakra and stamina, necessitating the summoning of the serpents for combat. However, with Tsunade now involved and the unexpected turn of events with Wu Yue, continuing the fight would undoubtedly prove disadvantageous for him. "Tsunade, congratulations. Given the circumstances, there is no need for us to continue this battle," Orochimaru remarked, his golden eyes narrowing into a thin slit. "And are you certain that the two of you can kill me?" He spoke while picking up the fallen Kusanagi sword, with the serpents nearby watching the duo intently. "Huh. Spare me your bluster. I shall strike you down right now," Wu Yue declared, electricity crackling around him as he prepared to unleash his full power with a lightning release. Kirin. This time, he aimed to reduce Orochimaru to ashes, questioning how he would manage to resurrect himself thereafter. Just as he was about to execute his ninjutsu, Tsunade raised her hand to halt Wu Yue. "Do not act impulsively," Tsunade said gravely. "I am well aware of Orochimaru's capabilities. He will not be so easily slain. Are we just going to let him go?" Wu Yue replied, unwilling to relent. "Let us withdraw for now. Our mission has been accomplished." "There is no need to engage him further," Tsunade commanded, issuing the order to retreat. "By the way, where is Shizen?" Wu Yue suddenly realized that she had yet to join them. "Do not worry. I have instructed her to keep an eye on Kabuto. That fellow has already been dealt with." Tsunade reassured him. Just as she spoke, Shizen appeared in the distance, hurrying towards them, her expression anxious. "Tsunade-sama, that guy Kabuto has escaped." "Oh, are you unhurt?" Wu Yue inquired. Not particularly concerned about Kabuto's escape, but rather worried for Shizune's safety. "I'm fine, though that guy did manage to flee," Shizune admitted, lowering her head in embarrassment. "As long as you are safe, let us withdraw," Tsunade said, leading the three of them backward. Orochimaru observed their movements without making a move to stop them. Upon hearing that Kabuto had escaped, he found even less reason to act. However, his serpentine gaze remained fixed on Wu Yue. Sensing Orochimaru's icy stare, Wu Yue turned to meet his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. He made a slicing gesture across his throat with his thumb, and then raised his middle finger before swiftly departing the scene. Orochimaru's expression darkened with anger. "I will surely find you again, Uchiha Wu Yue." The trio dared not linger, traveling several miles before finally pausing. As Wu Yue relaxed, he lay down on the soft grass, inhaling the earthy scent of the soil and the fresh aroma of the grass while gazing up at the cerulean sky. At that moment, the tension in his body and the weariness in his spirit fully dissipated. He simply wished to lie still and rest for a while. Noticing this, Tsunade joined him, sitting beside Wu Yue and observing his youthful face, which bore a hint of innocence. A faint smile graced her lips as she employed medical ninjutsu to mend the injuries sustained by Wu Yue. "Thank you," Master, Wu Yue expressed his gratitude, gazing at Tsunade. Had it not been for her timely arrival, he would have likely fallen into the clutches of Orochimaru. You ought to thank yourself even more. Had you not stepped forward when you did, we would have surely been captured by Orochimaru today, Tsunade replied with a charming smile. At that moment, she retrieved a pale blue pendant from around her neck and handed it to Wu Yue. Master, this, Wu Yue exclaimed, rising hastily. He recognized the pendant as a relic of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, which Tsunade had inherited. It contained his chakra. This is a special gift for you. If it weren't for your bravery, I wouldn't have been able to overcome my fear of blood. Thus, I wish to present this gift to you. Tsunade said as she placed the pendant gently into Wu Yue's hands. Wu Yue could only manage a wry smile in response. I'm sorry, Naruto. Your pendant now belongs to me, he thought, taken aback that Tsunade would bestow such an item upon him. Yet, he felt it would be impolite to decline her thoughtful gesture. He carefully donned the pendant around his neck, feeling a sense of relaxation envelop him, as if his body and spirit had been liberated. After a brief respite, the trio set off, mindful that they were still in the wilderness, not far from the recent battlefield. They resolved to head towards a nearby town. Just before nightfall, they finally reached the town, where they hastily found accommodation in an inn. Wu Yue treated himself to a long-awaited hot bath, changing into clean clothes before sinking into the bed, relishing a good night's rest. In the following days, the group leisurely explored the town and indulged in various recreational activities. After a prolonged period of travel and training, including a recent confrontation with Orochimaru, they had not taken the time to truly relax. This opportunity allowed them to unwind thoroughly. As Wu Yue recuperated over the next few days, he contemplated his future journey. He calculated the time that had passed since he left Konoha, which was nearly 2 years. Having completed his mission, it was time for him to return. His greatest concern lay with the safety of his family, especially given the conflict he had had with Danzo prior to his departure. He recalled how he had dispatched several Umbu ninjas sent after him, and he feared that Danzo might retaliate against his loved ones. Although the third Hokage had assured him of their protection, he remained apprehensive about Danzo's unpredictable nature. Wu Yue communicated his intent to leave to Tsunade and Shizune. Though they were reluctant to part ways, they understood that Wu Yue had a mission to fulfill and could not accompany them on their travels indefinitely. Wu Yue, please be cautious on your journey. If you encounter any trouble from Danzo upon your return to the village, just invoke my name. He wouldn't dare harm you, Tsunade advised earnestly. Wu Yue smiled gently in acknowledgement. After bidding a heartfelt farewell to Tsunade and Shizune, he set off on his journey homeward. He planned to visit the barbecue restaurant to see Kyuka and the uncle, as it had been nearly a year since they last met. He wondered how they had been faring in his absence. Perhaps it was the longing for home that propelled him forward. What should have taken 2 or 3 months? Wu Yue managed in just over a month to return to the town where he had first encountered Xianghui and the uncle. As he gazed upon the town before him, the bustling streets and throngs of people induced a sense of disorientation, as if he had been away for an eternity. A gentle smile graced Wu Yue's lips as he stepped into the town. He did not rush to visit the uncle and Xianghui, rather. He intended to first refresh himself at the bathhouse. After all, having traveled tirelessly for days, he had neglected his personal hygiene. Moreover, he could not return empty-handed. It was the perfect opportunity to clean up and procure some gifts for them. After grooming himself, Wu Yue made a special trip to the market, selecting an array of gifts and ingredients. With his arms laden with packages, he hurried towards the uncle's barbecue shop. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the disheartening sight of the shop's door firmly shut. Dust had settled on both the door and the windows, suggesting that it had been abandoned for quite some time. Wu Yue gazed upon the desolate and dilapidated shop before him, a profound sense of bewilderment swelling within his heart. What had transpired? It had been in good condition before his departure. As he pondered, he considered the possibility of the earlier ninja's involvement but quickly dismissed that notion. He had conducted a meticulous inspection, leaving no stone unturned. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to enter and investigate. He pushed against the shop's grand door, only to find it locked from within, suggesting that someone was indeed inside. If it were abandoned, the door would have been secured from the outside. With a sudden leap, Wu Yue found himself inside. He traversed through the restaurant area and arrived at the small courtyard at the back. To his surprise, the courtyard was not in disarray, rather. It was clean and orderly, as if someone had been diligently maintaining it. He stepped towards the interior of the house. Upon opening the door, he stood at the threshold, noting that the furnishings remained unchanged since his departure. Suddenly, Wu Yue sensed a disturbance beneath his feet. Looking down, he discovered he was standing on a detonating explosive talisman. A thunderous explosion erupted, violently scattering the door and the interior of the house, enveloping Wu Yue in a cloud of dust and debris. At that moment, four shadowy figures darted from the side, taking their positions near the site of the explosion. "Surely he hasn't been killed," one inquired in a hushed tone. "Unlikely. I specifically controlled the talisman's power. He should be incapacitated, at least, with broken legs," the leader replied. "You're quite astute, knowing this brat would return here. And now we have him cornered," another chimed in, showering praise upon the leader. "Enough chatter, let me see how he fared." The leader commanded as he led the group towards the center of the explosion. As they waved their arms to disperse the dust, they were astonished to find no trace of Wu Yue. The four were taken aback, hastily searching for any sign of him. Just then, a chilling laugh echoed through the air. "What is the matter? Are you looking for me?" Wu Yue's voice emerged from behind them. Upon hearing his words, they turned in unison to face him, immediately adopting defensive stances to confront Wu Yue. It became clear that, in the instant the talisman detonated, Wu Yue had utilized the thunder step technique to evade the blast radius. Anger brewed within him. To return only to be attacked by ninjas was infuriating, and concern for the safety of his uncle and Xianghui began to gnaw at his mind. "Ah, you truly are a bothersome lot," Wu Yue remarked, closing the distance between them in an instant. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. A torrent of violet lightning erupted from his form, paralyzing the four before they could react. Wu Yue, not holding back, swung his fist with force, sending two of them hurtling away, their bodies crashing into the wall behind. Lying motionless and uncertain of their fate. Thanks to Tsunade's training, Wu Yue's strength had increased dramatically, rendering him capable of dispatching these minor foes without drawing his blade. Suddenly, he lifted one foot and sent another person flying, leaving only the leader remaining in the arena. At this moment, the leader fixated on Wu Yue, his body still struggling to recover from the paralysis induced by the lightning. Wu Yue unsheathed his blade, Thunderfang, and with a single stroke, pinned the man to the ground. However, he refrained from inflicting any fatal harm, as he still had numerous questions to pose. A pained scream escaped the leader's lips, for he lacked Wu Yue's formidable strength, and before he could react, his companions were already subdued. "Now, I will ask you a question, and you shall answer. No superfluous words." Wu Yue's icy voice reached the leader's ears. Just as the leader attempted to make a move, Wu Yue forcefully twisted the blade. Another agonizing cry erupted from the leader. "I did not permit you to move. If you wish to survive, answer my questions. Otherwise, I shall proceed to peel your skin away inch by inch." Wu Yue paused momentarily, then ominously added, "I presume you would not desire to experience such torment." "I will speak. I will speak," the leader exclaimed, now gripped by fear. "Firstly, where are the two individuals who were previously in this establishment, a middle-aged man and a young woman?" "Do not dare tell me they are dead," Wu Yue stated coldly. "If the man in Xianghui had met with misfortune, he would undoubtedly exact a gruesome revenge." No, we did not kill them. We intended to keep them as leverage against you," the leader hastily replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Yue felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as they were safe, he would not bear the weight of guilt. "Second question, who are you, and who sent you?" Wu Yue then inquired, seeking the crux of the matter, as he could not fathom who might conspire against him. The leader glanced at Wu Yue, visibly conflicted. He gritted his teeth, falling into a silence that suggested an internal struggle. "Hey, have you not grasped the situation? Your life is currently in my hands," Wu Yue remarked with a chilling smirk. Upon hearing this, the leader ceased his resistance. "It was Lord Danzo who sent us," he confessed. Upon hearing this name, Wu Yue's heart surged with anger. That old dog truly was relentless. "What did he send you for?" Wu Yue asked coldly. "Previously, Lord Danzo dispatched a team to eliminate you and Lord Chigan. But after waiting for an extended period without any word, he sent us to locate you and Lord Chigan's whereabouts," the leader divulged, recounting the events truthfully. It turned out that Danzo had initially sent Chigan to ambush Wu Yue, but after a prolonged wait, without any sign of their return, he sensed something amiss and dispatched multiple teams to search for them. Coincidentally, this particular team, while on their quest, stumbled upon a clue. They devoted considerable time and effort to trace Wu Yue to the small town he had visited. Wu Yue had previously dealt with the local ninja who had sought to dominate the area, leaving a lasting impression on many. After some inquiries, they eventually arrived at the barbecue shop, where they encountered the middle-aged man in Xianghui, promptly abducting them without a second thought, having learned that Wu Yue might return. Their initial plan was to first take Xiang Hui and the others hostage, lying in ambush for Wu Yue when he returned to visit. If that failed, they could still use Xiang Hui and the others as leverage to force Wu Yue into submission. However, they hadn't anticipated that despite Wu Yue's youth, his strength was formidable. Not only did their ambush fail, but they were instantly annihilated upon encountering him. Did Danzo order you to do anything else? No. Lord Danzo only instructed us to track your whereabouts and report back to him. It was our own ambition for merit that led us to wait here for you. The leader hastily explained. Wu Yue then recalled another matter. By the way, has Danzo made any moves against my family? A flicker of unease passed through him, fearing the old dog might have gone mad. However, we received internal information. Your two former comrades from the Umbu, due to a failed mission, were imprisoned by Lord Danzo. What? Weren't they directly under the third Hokage's command? Wu Yue questioned. Though they were under the third's jurisdiction, Lord Danzo employed certain methods. The leader spoke cautiously, wary of provoking Wu Yue's displeasure. However, the third Hokage intervened to protect them. They haven't been harmed. Relief washed over Wu Yue. As long as they were safe, he could force Danzo to release them upon his return. Where are the two you've imprisoned? Wu Yue pressed urgently for Xiang Hui's whereabouts. In the warehouse at the back. Upon learning their location, Wu Yue swiftly ended the leader's life with a single stroke. Danzo, I'll play with you properly once I return. His expression darkened. Never expecting the man to dare lay hands on Xiang Hui and the others. Rushing to the rear warehouse, Wu Yue found Xiang Hui and the old man merely confined, unharmed. Overwhelmed with emotion upon being rescued, Xiang Hui threw herself into Wu Yue's arms, weeping. I'm truly sorry for dragging you into this, Wu Yue murmured, guilt weighing heavily on him. Were it not for him, they wouldn't have suffered this ordeal. It's all right. They didn't harm us, the old man reassured, urging Wu Yue not to blame himself. After settling the two, Wu Yue eliminated the remaining Umbu operatives. Following discussions with Xiang Hui and the old man, Wu Yue decided to bring them back to Konoha. Leaving them here risked Danzo sending more men. Under the third Hokage's protection in Konoha, they could live peacefully. Moreover, the funds he had left behind were ample enough for them to reopen a barbecue restaurant. After a few days of rest, Wu Yue set off with them toward Konoha. The journey lasted over 10 days. As the gates of Konoha came into view, Wu Yue was struck by nostalgia. Over 2 years had passed since his departure. Time had flown. Once Xiang Hui and the old man were settled, Wu Yue hurried home. To his relief, his sister and grandmother were safe, while Naruto and Sasuke were attending the ninja academy. The third Hokage had been secretly dispatching individuals to protect the family of Wu Yue all along. His grandmother and sister, witnessing Wu Yue's return after many years away from home, were overwhelmed with emotion. Were it not for the company of Naruto and Sasuke, they would have succumbed to their feelings long ago. Wu Yue, too, was in tears. Having faced life and death multiple times, he had finally returned home safely. However, this was not the time for relaxation. He needed to report to the third Hokage and devise a plan to rescue Kanako and Kinta. After calming his emotions, Wu Yue set off to report his mission to the esteemed third Hokage. He soon arrived at the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. Come in. The aged voice of the third Hokage beckoned. Wu Yue pushed the door open and saw the elderly Hokage, his hair as white as snow, gazing out at the distant Hokage rock. It has been a long time, Lord Hokage, Wu Yue greeted. Upon hearing Wu Yue's voice, the third Hokage turned to face him, surveying him from head to toe with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You have been away from the village for over 2 years, haven't you? You seem to have grown taller, he noted with a slight smile. During these 2 years, Wu Yue's training and growth had rendered him noticeably more mature, both in stature and appearance. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I have successfully completed my mission, Wu Yue replied, handing several scrolls to the Hokage. However, he discreetly withheld 2 scrolls containing the cells of Hashirama and the seal of the Reaper Death Seal, as these would serve as means to enhance his strength in the future. He then recounted the events of his time outside the village, including his encounters with root ninjas, his chance meeting with Tsunade, and his battle with Orochimaru. The third Hokage listened, astonished. He had not anticipated that Wu Yue would experience so much after leaving the village. The fact that he had returned unscathed indicated that he had underestimated Wu Yue's abilities. Moreover, having Tsunade take him on as a disciple spoke volumes about his potential. Lord Hokage, I wish to inquire about my 2 companions. Wu Yue suddenly shifted the conversation. I know what you wish to ask, the third Hokage interjected, halting Wu Yue's inquiry. You are concerned about your two partners, are you not? He paused, taking a deep draw from his pipe. They did fail in their mission. But it cannot be ruled out that Danzo orchestrated this deliberately. After exhaling the smoke, he continued, my relationship with Danzo has been complex over the years. I am often powerless to intervene. The third Hokage offered a bitter smile. Furthermore, according to village protocol, their treatment is not without justification, he added with a casual tone. Justification? How absurd, Wu Yue retorted. They contributed to the village. In fact, every ninja in Konoha protects it in their own way, just like Itachi. At this moment, Wu Yue expressed his disdain for the third Hokage's inaction, perhaps due to the Hokage's advanced age, which seemed to have dulled both his thoughts and abilities significantly. If today, merely due to a failure in a task, we cast two devoted ninjas of Konoha into prison, I ponder who shall safeguard this village in the future. Wu Yue spoke with solemnity. Upon hearing Wu Yue's words, the third Hokage fell into contemplation. It seems I am growing old. He sighed with a rueful smile after a long period of reflection. Follow your heart's inclination, but do not overstep your bounds. If you go too far, I cannot guarantee your safety. The third Hokage's stern warning to Wu Yue resonated deeply. Upon hearing this, Wu Yue felt a surge of elation. The third Hokage was indeed lending him support. It appeared he too had grown weary of Danzo's actions over the years, and now sought to use Wu Yue to counterbalance him. Humph, Danzo, Wu Yue sneered at the thought. Wu Yue returned home to gather his ninja tools before hastening towards Konoha's prison. He swiftly concealed himself near the prison, where he noticed an unusual increase in the number of guards, many of whom were unfamiliar faces. It seemed Danzo had already caught wind of his return. Wu Yue mused. This was hardly surprising, as he had not made any effort to obscure his presence upon re-entering the village, making it inevitable for others to take notice. With a flicker of thought, Wu Yue activated the purple lightning within him, utilizing electromagnetic waves to probe the situation inside. He discovered that numerous ninjas were lurking within. Lying in wait. They await my arrival, eager to ensnare me, he thought with a cold smile. Yet, despite understanding this was a trap, he felt compelled to proceed, for his friends were inside, and retreat was not an option. Wu Yue stealthily maneuvered behind one of the sentinels, covering the man's mouth with one hand while the other grasped his throat, applying pressure until he crushed the sentinel's windpipe. Swiftly, he donned the guard's attire and began to infiltrate the prison's depths with cautious deliberation. Under the shroud of night, Mujutsu donned a dark mask and a ninja outfit. No one anticipated his audacity to eliminate the sentry and infiltrate the stronghold directly. He commenced a meticulous search of each cell, seeking the familiar figures of Kanako and Kinta. Occasionally, other ninjas passed by, yet none noticed his peculiar presence. Upon spotting the distant silhouettes he recognized, his heart swelled with joy. Though 2 or 3 years had elapsed, their faces bore little change, albeit marred by the toll of imprisonment. Mujutsu refrained from advancing immediately. He feigned a patrol as he cautiously approached their cell. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld the two, bound and restrained by seals that suppressed their chakra. A dilemma arose. How could he liberate them without causing a commotion? Yet, in a fleeting moment, a strategy formed in his mind. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he created 2 clones to divert the guards' attention, seizing the opportunity to rescue them amidst the ensuing chaos. Who are you? Halt. As his clone stirred commotion at a distance, the guards were drawn away. Once he confirmed the area was clear, he unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the cell door. Kanako and Kinta, startled by the sudden breach, gasped in astonishment. Who are you? Kanako inquired hastily, fearing it was Danzo's men come to silence them. Mujutsu slowly removed his mask, a smile gracing his lips. It's been a long time. You too. Their expression shifted from recognition to confusion. You are Mujutsu, Kinta exclaimed, suddenly realizing. Huh, who else could it be? Mujutsu chuckled. You actually came to rescue us. We thought you had perished outside. Kanako, too, grasped the situation. How could this be? I still owe you money. Mujutsu, while liberating them from their restraints, urged, there's no time for reminiscing. Quickly, follow me. Hastily, he led them toward the exit. However, Mujutsu sensed that one of his clones had dissipated, and the other was on the verge of collapse. They had to escape before it was too late. The trio rushed along the wall, closing in on the exit, merely 10 meters away. Suddenly, a heavy iron door slammed down, sealing their escape. Panic gripped Mujutsu. Had he been discovered? At that moment, the surroundings illuminated brilliantly. In a flash, dozens of figures surged forth. Before they could react, the 3 were surrounded. From the shadows emerged a figure leaning on a cane. Shimura Danzo, his cold gaze fixated on Mujutsu. The surrounding ninjas brandished their weapons, completely enclosing the trio's space. Long time no see, Uchiha Mugetsu. I didn't expect you to still be alive after all these years, Danzo remarked with a chilling calmness. Thanks to you, old dog Danzo. I am thriving, Mugetsu retorted. Fully aware that pleasantries were unnecessary, he had come prepared for battle. Moreover, he was acutely aware that it would not be an easy task to eliminate the two. It would undoubtedly require a fierce struggle. Together, apart from Uchiha Mugetsu, they would eliminate the others. At this moment, Danzo refrained from idle chatter and directed his subordinates to assault Mugetsu and his companions. Mugetsu, observing the encroaching throngs, remained unperturbed. He turned to his allies and inquired, "Are you two prepared?" Kenta responded promptly, "Do not worry. Although we have been imprisoned, we still possess the strength to fight." "Very well, you need not intervene," Mugetsu instructed. "Kenta, keep close to Kanako and do not stray too far from me. I shall lead you through." As he spoke, Mugetsu grasped Raiga firmly in his hand. With Raiga in hand, he closed and opened his eyes, activating the three-tomo Sharingan. A wave of murderous intent and pressure emanated from him. Kenta and Kanako, positioned on either side of Mugetsu, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that after 2 to 3 years apart, Mugetsu's aura had transformed so dramatically. Danzo, fixated on Mugetsu, was equally astonished. He had not expected such rapid growth in just 3 years, especially the awakening of the three-tomo Sharingan. It seemed that the members of Root had indeed been eliminated. Mugetsu formed hand seals and unleashed a fire release technique. Massive heads of flame, conjured from his mouth, surged forth, their hues turning a deep crimson. This was a newly mastered fire release jutsu, significantly more potent than the Great Fireball technique. Under Mugetsu's control, several fiery dragon heads swept across the surroundings, raising the ambient temperature dramatically. "This is bad. We must defend ourselves." The Root ninjas were taken aback by the formidable jutsu executed by the young Mugetsu. In response, 5 or 6 members of Root simultaneously utilized water release techniques, forming a water wall and water dragon bullet to counteract Mugetsu's assault. The collision of flame and water produced a dense mist, obscuring everyone's vision. An opportune moment, Mugetsu thought with a sense of elation. This was precisely what he desired. He then propelled himself and his companions toward the exit. Using his Sharingan, he scanned ahead and discovered a dozen ninjas blocking their path. With a swift invocation of lightning release, Mugetsu executed Thunder Step and Gale Thunder / simultaneously. He appeared before the group of ninjas in an instant, unleashing a flurry of strikes with Raiga, which crackled with lightning. The adversaries had no time to react before they were struck down, as a gust of wind surged forth. Dispelling the mist, it became clear that Danzo had taken action. The Root ninjas, now able to see Mugetsu's figure, hastily prepared for confrontation. "Quickly, go. I will hold them off." Mugetsu urged Kanako and Kenta, anxious to prevent any accidental harm to them. With a surge of powerful purple lightning enveloping him, Mugetsu unleashed lightning release, Chidori, incapacitating the surrounding ninjas with a single strike. The trio wasted no time, darting toward the main gate. As Mugetsu approached the gate, he invoked a secret technique, Thunderclap. His right hand, charged with violet lightning, struck the iron gate with a force that shattered it. Dust and debris erupted in all directions. "Hurry, you must leave now." Upon hearing Mingxuan's call, Chanel and Kenta wasted no time, dashing toward the exit without hesitation. Wuyue, however, did not follow them. Instead, he turned to face the pursuing Root shinobi, knowing that if he fled with them, their exhaustion would only lead to capture. Better to stand his ground here, holding off Danzo and his forces, buying time for Kenta and Chanel to escape safely. Only then would he seek his own chance to break free. Wuyue stood calmly at the breach, allowing the Root shinobi to encircle him. He was certain their target was him alone. They would not divert forces to chase the others. After running for some time, Kenta realized Wuyue had not followed. He turned back, ready to rush to his aid, but Chanel stopped him. "Go. We can't help him now. We must find the Hokage." Reluctantly, Kenta clenched his fists, casting one last desperate glance in Wuyue's direction before retreating with Chanel. Surrounded, Wuyue remained unshaken. He needed to ensure his friends had enough time to escape, and he trusted in his own strength. Danzo approached, intrigued. "So, you choose to stay behind for friendship's sake?" Wuyue smirked. "There's another reason." "Oh? Do enlighten me." Danzo's curiosity was piqued. Wuyue's laughter echoed through the prison, wild and mocking. "You think vermin like you can capture me? Pathetic." He pointed at Danzo. "And you, spouting nonsense about sacrificing everything for Konoha, hiding in the shadows like the village's roots." He tilted his head, disdain dripping from his voice. In truth, you're just a rotten man enslaved by your own greed. A pause. Then, louder. And you? You're nothing compared to Itachi. Did you really think I wouldn't know the truth behind the Uchiha massacre? Danzo's face twisted in shock. This was his most guarded secret. Fewer than 5 of his most trusted knew of it. How could Wu Yue possibly? Show me your right arm and eye. You think wrapping them up hides what you've stolen? Panicked, Danzo barked, kill him. Now. Unfazed, Wu Yue formed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones. Lightning crackled around him as he and his duplicates weaved through the root shinobi, striking with precision. For a moment, the elite forces faltered under his assault, but their numbers and skill soon steadied them, and the battle raged on. Though Wu Yu advanced with remarkable speed, he was ultimately outnumbered. In a short time, 2 of his clones were obliterated, yet the enemy also suffered several casualties. He understood the necessity for a swift resolution. The longer the battle dragged on, the weaker he would become. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the fire style, dragon fire technique, followed by the wind style, vacuum sphere. The confluence of these 2 techniques greatly amplified their potency, and the speed of his assault left his opponents with no time to react as they were engulfed in flames. At that moment, several ninjas managed to counter with water style to mitigate the attack. A thick mist once again enveloped the entire cell. The root ninjas, now wary, were hesitant to let their guard down, fearing Wu Yu might exploit the situation to escape. They prepared to disperse the dense fog with wind style. Suddenly, flames flickered ominously above the mist. Wu Yu invoked the fire style, great dragon fire technique, sending enormous fiery dragon heads hurtling toward the crowd. The resounding explosions reverberated through the air, catching the ninjas off guard. They had not anticipated that Mingxuan still had the strength to launch an offensive. Fortunately, some reacted promptly, employing earth style to shield themselves. However, a few were too slow and were consumed by the fireballs and explosions. At this juncture, the root ninjas had already sustained significant losses due to Wu Yu's relentless onslaught. Among the remaining ninjas, some began to falter, slowly retreating. Wu Yu too felt the strain. Despite having eliminated a majority of the enemy, the continuous usage of ninjutsu and the maintenance of his Sharingan had drained half of his chakra reserves. It was not surprising. Few ninjas could sustain such an extensive use of techniques, especially when factoring in Wu Yu's own purple lightning and Sharingan. He silently resolved to devise a solution upon returning. However, the ninjas did not afford him a moment's respite. They executed water style, water dragon bullet, and wind style, great breakthrough in rapid succession, effectively sealing off the space before him. In a moment of dire urgency, Wu Yu activated lightning style, thunder instant step, narrowly evading the onslaught. Before he could regain his footing, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind. Turning, he saw a barrage of kunai and shuriken hurtling toward him. What an irritating bunch. Wu Yu lamented internally, realizing he could no longer afford to drag this out. He activated his Lightning Emperor mode, enveloping himself in a shimmering purple lightning armor, preparing to unleash his trump card to decimate his foes. With lightning style, thunder instant step, Wu Yu charged forward, undeterred by the incoming projectiles. He barreled through like a ferocious beast, the kunai and shuriken clanging harmlessly against his lightning armor, leaving him unscathed. Before the ninjas could fully comprehend the turn of events, Wu Yu plunged into their midst. Channeling his secret technique, lightning style, Thunderwake strike, he struck the ground with his fist, enveloped in purple lightning. A massive cloud of dust and arcs of purple lightning erupted, devastating the area within a radius of several dozen meters. The ninjas, caught completely off guard, were thrown back by the force of the attack, collapsing to the ground, their fates uncertain. At this moment, the moonless figure stood amidst the chaos of the explosion, hesitating to take the next step. He had borrowed and employed several secret techniques, yet his body could scarcely endure the strain. All around him lay fallen shinobi. Danzo, devoid of his earlier confidence, surveyed the scene with a countenance as grim as the depths of the ocean. These were the elite of the Umbu, and he anticipated such a devastating loss. Rage boiled within him. Uchiha Mugetsu had incited his fury. He resolved to release the seal on his arm and personally eliminate Mugetsu. Danzo glanced at the remaining dozen or so shinobi, then turned to issue his command. Advance. Hold him off. I shall take matters into my own hands. The assembled shinobi exchanged glances, acutely aware that retreat was no longer an option. Their hopes now rested upon Danzo's shoulders. Without hesitation, he began unfastening the heavy iron seal guard from his right arm. Meanwhile, the remaining shinobi closed in around Mugetsu. Observing this, Mugetsu couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He was fully aware of the formidable power Danzo concealed beneath that arm. It was akin to possessing a multitude of enhanced abilities. In the original narrative, Danzo had nearly vanquished one of the Uchiha brothers with this very technique. Had it not been for the Jinjutsu that lulled Danzo into complacency, the outcome might have been drastically different. However, Mugetsu's chakra was severely depleted, and the secret techniques he had employed had left him with hidden injuries. His right arm and legs throbbed with intermittent pain. Were it not for the augmentations of the Reikage mode, he would likely have already succumbed. Contemplating a strategic retreat, Mugetsu considered that Kinji and the others should have secured their safety by now. There was no need for him to continue this exhausting confrontation. As Wuyue's figure shifted, he dashed towards the exit. The earth trembled, and the terrain around him began to transform. Massive stone walls rose from the ground, while spikes of earth suddenly erupted to impede his progress. Wuyue summoned the purple lightning energy coursing through him to its utmost potential. Although the protruding earth spikes pierced his body, the protection of his armor rendered him unharmed, though the recoil hindered his movement. Seizing the opportunity, the surrounding stone walls sealed off his path ahead. Ignoring the sharp pain in his right hand, Wuyue unleashed his secret technique, Thunderquake. Shattering the rocks before him with a single punch, he escaped through the resulting gap, but the root ninjas pursuing him refused to relent. They swiftly closed in on him. Yet Wuyue, leveraging his speed, managed to leave them trailing behind. Humph, you think you can catch up to me? He mused inwardly. Just as Wuyue was about to soar to safety, dozens of figures suddenly emerged ahead. It appeared that, sensing the unfavorable situation, reinforcements had been summoned to encircle him. Faced with an obstructed path, Wuyue sought alternate routes for escape. However, at that moment, a massive compressed air cannon, a product of wind release, vacuum great sphere, hurtled towards him. The air cannon moved with astonishing speed, reaching Wuyue in the blink of an eye. Undeterred by the lingering pain in his legs, he activated Thunder Release, Thunder Step, narrowly evading the attack. As he steadied himself, he saw that it was Danzo who had unleashed the jutsu. Danzo's right arm was embedded with numerous Sharingan, an ominous aura emanating from him, rendering him eerily mysterious. Uchiha Wuyue, today you shall undoubtedly perish, Danzo declared maliciously. Just as Wuyue prepared to fight desperately, a turn of events occurred. The third Hokage, accompanied by his elite Umbu, arrived, encircling Danzo and his associates. Right eye. Uchiha Wuyue not only broke into the prison but also killed many of my subordinates. He clearly intends to betray the village, Danzo hastily stated, shielding his right arm behind him, aware that he must not let the third learn of the truth. Humph, Danzo, you remain as you always were. The situation is complex. We cannot draw conclusions so hastily. I will take Wuyue back with me, and I will provide an explanation later, the third responded, unyielding. Right eye. Do you intend to shield him? With so many witnesses present, do you truly believe he can clear his name? Danzo threatened. At that moment, Wuyue observed the two men at an impasse and interjected, Danzo, I have come because you have wrongfully accused innocent people. This is merely a justified counterattack. Wuyue paused, his gaze fixated on Danzo's right arm. Noticing this, Danzo's expression shifted, realizing that if he pressed Wuyue further, they would both face mutual destruction. After contemplating, Danzo turned to the third and said, I hope you can provide an explanation to the villagers. We shall take our leave. He did not linger excessively, leading the remaining root ninjas away from the scene. Upon witnessing this, Muyu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he held leverage over him, or he would have been forcefully taken today. Nevertheless, he was prepared to fight to the death. Even though Danzo possessed a Zanami, the outcome of the battle remained uncertain. After his encounter with Orochimaru, Muyu felt a newfound strength within himself. He was safely escorted back by the third Hokage, and upon seeing the unharmed Kinta and Minako, his face brightened with joy. In a moment of excitement, Minako embraced Muyu, exclaiming that she never expected him to come to her rescue, believing she was doomed. Overcome with joy, she was moved to tears. Muyu felt a slight blush at this intimate gesture, but playfully remarked, why not offer yourself to me? Having a wealthy lady like you wouldn't be a loss for me. Upon hearing this, Minako became bashful and broke away from his embrace, playfully hitting him on the head, insisting that she would not offer herself to anyone. Kinta approached as well, wrapping Muyu in a big hug. Long time no see. You've grown quite a bit, Kinta remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I'm sorry for causing you both trouble, Muyu said, bowing deeply to the two of them, aware that had it not been for him, they would have endured far greater suffering. Kinta looked displeased, saying, what are you doing? This isn't your fault. It was our failure to complete the mission. Minako chimed in agreement. You both should return and rest well. I'll treat you to a grand feast when you come back. Miyu replied, not wishing to be overly sentimental, knowing some things were better kept in his heart. He then approached the third Hokage to express his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Third, for your assistance. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my fate would have been dire, and even in victory, I would bear the stigma of a rogue ninja. It's nothing. I will rely on you to take good care of Naruto and Sasuke in the future, the third Hokage said with a gentle smile at Muyu. Of course. By the way, Tsunade-sama asked me to send her regards, Muyu informed him. Ah, that little girl, the third Hokage chuckled softly. Now, you should return and rest. I will handle the aftermath. After expressing his gratitude once more, Miyu hurried home, finally free from these troubles and looking forward to some well-deserved rest. In the days that followed, Muyu enjoyed a joyful reunion with his family. Naruto and Sasuke were elated at his return, having feared that he might have encountered misfortune. Thankfully, Muyu's grandmother and sister had been there to support them, and they had fared well over the years. The tragic childhood of the two in the original tale had been alleviated thanks to Muyu's presence. Sasuke's demeanor had also brightened significantly compared to the original narrative, as he had reflected deeply on many matters. Indeed, there were numerous questions surrounding the massacre, but being young and lacking strength, he could not uncover the truth just yet. After a few days of recuperation, Miyu brought his uncle and Kyuka from the inn to stay at his home, filling it with lively chatter. Furthermore, both his uncle and Kyuka possessed excellent culinary skills, allowing Muyu to indulge in delightful meals. After a few days of recuperation, Wuyue began to seek a suitable location in Konoha to reopen a barbecue restaurant for his uncle. This endeavor received the backing of the third Hokage, and with Wuyue's financial stability, the restaurant was completed in just half a month. Wuyue invited Kanako and Kinta to enjoy a sumptuous feast at the newly opened establishment. During the meal, he inquired about the specifics of their mission's failure. Kanako and Kinta recounted the events in detail, and though Wuyue maintained a calm exterior, he was profoundly shaken. He never anticipated that Kanako and Kinta would encounter such peril, had it not been for their deep connections to Konoha. Their survival would have been improbable. Upon calculating the timeline, Wuyue realized that it had been just over a month since Kanako and Kinta's mission had gone awry. He concluded that he could still catch up with them and was determined to meet an old acquaintance, laying the groundwork for future developments. It turned out that Kanako and Kinta had crossed paths with Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki while they were tasked with monitoring the two. To their dismay, they were discovered almost immediately. However, Itachi, recognizing them as Konoha ninjas, spared their lives and inquired about Wuyue's whereabouts. He questioned whether Wuyue had been slain by Danzo and expressed concern for Sasuke's safety. Kinta and Kanako were baffled. Having not anticipated Wuyue's connection to a rogue ninja from Konoha, nor did they expect that the enemy was aware of Danzo. After pondering for a moment, Wuyue began to discern the underlying reasons. It was likely that Danzo had leaked information about himself and Sasuke to Itachi, coercing him into obedience, and orchestrating the mission's failure through Itachi, thereby justifying any actions taken against Kinta and Kanako. Moreover, in the original narrative, Danzo had also threatened Itachi with Sasuke's life, leading to the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Kinta further revealed that Itachi and Kisame had been lurking around a Wagakure, seemingly in search of someone, specifically a wandering monk. The mention of a Wagakure and the wandering monk piqued Wuyue's curiosity, prompting him to contemplate the rationale behind their presence. He found it peculiar that the Akatsuki would indulge in such aimless wandering. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Typically, when an Akatsuki duo was dispatched, it signified one objective, the capture of a tailed beast. It was reasonable to deduce they were pursuing the Four Tails, the old monk. Resolving to travel to the vicinity of a Wagakure to locate Itachi, Wuyue was motivated by both a longing to reunite after a long separation and a desire to rescue the Four Tails. He was certain that a confrontation with the Akatsuki was inevitable, as he stood firmly with Konoha and had taken Naruto under his wing. However, he felt no urgency. He recalled that in the original story, capturing the Four Tails was not a simple task, and they had yet to locate the old monk. Therefore, he decided to linger in Konoha for a while longer before embarking on his journey. Wuyue was enjoying his days in comfort, lounging in a wooden chair in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Just then, Naruto and Sasuke entered through the door, making their way directly toward him. Wuyue, what are you doing? Naruto flashed a bright smile and inquired, while Sasuke beside him observed Moonlight with a serious demeanor. Noticing this, Moonlight stood up and stretched leisurely. What can I do? Of course, it's time to rest. Is there something you two need? I heard that upon your return, you became exceptionally formidable. Facing dozens of Umbu ninjas without faltering and defeating them all, Naruto exclaimed with admiration. At this moment, Moonlight felt a bit speechless. Could such matters be discussed so casually? Haha, it's all just rumors. We merely encountered a misunderstanding. I don't care about that. I'm about to graduate from the Ninja Academy. But I doubt I will pass the graduation exam. You're so powerful. Could you teach me? Naruto looked at Moonlight with hopeful eyes. Sasuke, too, turned his gaze towards Moonlight. Though he remained silent, his action clearly indicated his desire for guidance. Seeing this, Moonlight smiled slightly. He had intended to mentor them well. Unexpectedly, they had come to him willingly. After all, they were the two main characters of the original story and his key targets for recruitment. Sure, no problem. Moonlight readily agreed without hesitation. Wow, that's wonderful. Brother Moonlight, when you return, I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen, Naruto exclaimed with delight. By the way, you two need to wake up early tomorrow morning, Moonlight thought to himself, knowing that their challenging days were about to begin. They would experience the hardships he had once endured. Haha. The following morning, as dawn broke, Moonlight led Naruto and Sasuke out of the house, where they stumbled along. Still yawning, he brought them to an open space, noticing their still drowsy state. Utilizing his lightning release chakra, he struck them lightly, causing a faint spark of lightning to illuminate their bodies, instantly waking them from their stupor. What kind of power is this? Naruto exclaimed, still in a state of disbelief. This is not important. Let me ask you both. When you decided to become ninjas, had you already awakened the resolve to face death at any moment? Moonlight posed a question to them. Naruto quickly responded, of course. I want to become Hokage one day and earn everyone's recognition of my strength. Sasuke added. I just want to know the truth. Moonlight smiled gently upon hearing their responses. Regardless of the outcome, since you have chosen the path of a ninja, you must be prepared to endure everything. Do you understand? For instance, Moonlight paused for effect. For instance, what? He inquired, feigning confusion. For instance, like this, Moonlight said. And in an instant, his aura shifted dramatically, causing the surrounding air to grow chillingly cold. A powerful killing intent emanated from him, overwhelming Naruto and Sasuke, who were momentarily paralyzed and collapsed to the ground. Having honed his skills through years of training and battle, Moonlight possessed a formidable presence and lethal energy. Once he noticed that Sasuke and Naruto were incapacitated, he retracted his overwhelming aura. Looking at them earnestly, he stated, what I just demonstrated is meant to help you understand the harsh realities of being a ninja. I hope you will strive diligently in your training. I have no desire for either of you to perish on the battlefield. Do you understand? After a brief pause, Naruto and Sasuke rose from the ground, both aware that Mujutsu bore no ill intentions. In their hearts, Naruto and Sasuke silently resolved to strive for greater strength. In the days that followed, Mujutsu devised distinct training regimens tailored for Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, despite possessing an abundance of chakra, struggled to wield it effectively. Thus, Mujutsu primarily focused on teaching him chakra control and the shadow clone technique. Sasuke, being a member of the Uchiha clan like himself, proved to be more amenable. Mujutsu instructed him in fire release and lightning release techniques, while also enlightening him about the Sharingan. The Sharingan awakens in response to emotional stimuli, with specifics contingent upon the circumstances. Engaging in battle and confronting life and death situations significantly enhances the likelihood of its activation. However, what occupied Mujutsu's thoughts even more was the Nine Tails residing within Naruto. He discerned a faint leakage of the Nine Tails chakra, which hindered Naruto's ability to control his chakra effectively. Possessing the three-tomo Sharingan, Mujutsu contemplated utilizing Jinjutsu to communicate with the Nine Tails. His intention was to extract chakra from the Nine Tails, enabling him to achieve a partial tailed beast transformation while augmenting his own chakra reserves. In the original narrative, the brothers Kin and Jin, along with their offspring, had acquired chakra from the Nine Tails, allowing them to attain a partial tailed beast transformation. This bestowed upon them considerable strength, rivaling that of a Kage, alongside an ample supply of chakra to utilize the Sage of Six Paths tools. Ever since this notion took root in Mujutsu's mind, it had lingered persistently. Ultimately, on this day, he could no longer suppress his inner thoughts. He sought out Naruto, wishing to meet the Nine Tails, hoping to persuade it with his eloquence. As the moonless night enveloped the surroundings, Miyu summoned Naruto aside. Naruto, please do not resist for a moment. I intend to utilize my Sharingan to examine the condition within you. Recognizing the sincerity in Miyu's demeanor, Naruto complied. aware that his elder brother would not bring him harm. Miyu activated his three-tomo Sharingan, his eyes transforming into a deep crimson hue, with the three-tomo gently swirling within. Harnessing the ocular prowess of the Sharingan, he delved into Naruto's inner psyche, his spirit following suit into Naruto's subconscious realm. He found himself in a shadowy expanse where a dim passage lay ahead. The air was thick with an ominous chill, and the scent of slaughter emanated from the depths of the corridor. Muyu understood that at its terminus lay the captive Nine Tails. Steeling himself, he advanced cautiously towards the end of the passage. After traversing for a minute or two, he arrived at the conclusion of the corridor, revealing an immense cage stretching several meters. A colossal iron gate adorned with a formidable seal loomed above, within which a massive figure coiled. Miyu approached, halting a dozen meters from the prison's entrance, whereupon he beheld the full visage of the Nine Tails. Towering over 60 meters, the Nine Tails boasted a deep orange hue with a subtly reddened tail, its fox-like head crowned with elongated ears and two gigantic forepaws. Merely its presence evoked a profound sense of oppression within Muyu. Just as he pondered whether to rouse the beast, he noticed a subtle movement from the Nine Tails. Its previously open eyes began to slowly unfurl. To his astonishment, after so many years, an outsider had ventured this far. The Nine Tails turned its head to face Muyu, a wicked grin spreading across its visage. Suddenly, the creature surged to its feet, unleashing a tempest that swept toward Muyu. Yet, the latter remained composed in the face of this ferocity. Planting his feet firmly, he stood resolute against the onslaught. Is this the Nine Tails? Truly formidable. Muyu found himself exclaiming in admiration upon witnessing the creature's true form. The Nine Tails, as if sensing something, became visibly agitated. You are of the Uchiha clan. You wretched little brat, it bellowed, extending its claws menacingly toward Muyu. However, the prison ceiling symbols flared to life, forcing the beast back once more. Muyu felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Nine Tails and was taken aback. The sensation was vastly different from the experiences portrayed in the anime. The sheer aura exuding from the Nine Tails would likely bring any ordinary ninja to their knees, starkly contrasting with its comedic portrayal in the series. Do not be so hasty. Nine Tails, Muyu spoke calmly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Muyu. In a sense, I am Naruto's elder brother and his mentor. Realizing it could inflict no tangible harm upon Muyu, the Nine Tails ceased its aggression, fixating its gaze upon Muyu's Sharingan with evident disdain. Actually, I came here with a request, Muyu stated earnestly. A loathsome human. Another who covets my power. You are no different from the rest, the Nine Tails scoffed. Do not be so quick to judge. My arrival is not solely for the sake of power, Muyu retorted, invoking the true name of the Nine Tails. You. The Nine Tails, upon hearing his true name called by the Moonless One, was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. It is known that among the tailed beasts, knowledge of one another's true names is a rarity, and for a host to know such names is even more improbable. Thus, he was utterly surprised that this young Uchiha had spoken his true name. In truth, I am the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. The Moonless One revealed to the Nine Tails. Could it be true? The Nine Tails exclaimed, startled at the mention of the sage's name. Enough, enough. I was merely jesting. The Moonless One chuckled, having indulged in a moment of mischief, yet aware that his purpose had been achieved. Leveraging his knowledge of the narrative, he understood that the Nine Tails would no longer underestimate him. After regaining his composure, the Nine Tails inquired calmly, Who are you exactly? I have introduced myself before. This time, I genuinely seek a portion of your power. That is all, Mingxuan continued. And why should I lend it to you? What does your knowledge amount to? The Moonless One scoffed. Do you not know? There is an organization currently capturing tailed beasts. Mingxuan intended to reveal information about the Akatsuki to the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails cast a sidelong glance at the Moonless One but remained silent. Mingxuan pressed on. The leader possesses a rather unique pair of renegade eyes. Quite peculiar, indeed. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails could not help but give the Moonless One a more attentive gaze. Mingxuan realized he had piqued the Nine Tails' interest. Furthermore, do you know why they are collecting tailed beasts? They intend to summon the 10 Tails to enact the infinite Tsukuyami. Nine Tails. You must be aware of the true intentions behind this technique, the Moonless One questioned. What? The Nine Tails, now visibly unsettled, had not anticipated that the Moonless One possessed such profound knowledge. Could he truly be the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? He pondered. After all, I am aligned with Konoha as Naruto's brother and teacher. However, I now require your strength to aid my swift growth. The Moonless One paused. Moreover, they will undoubtedly target Naruto in the future. You do not wish to become a sacrifice to the 10 Tails, do you? The Ninetales, reflecting on the Moonless One's words, began to contemplate deeply. To be truthful, upon first encountering this young one, he had not regarded him with much significance. Yet, the depth of his insights was unexpected, and he sensed an enigmatic power within him that stirred a feeling of trepidation. Additionally, you have always been within Naruto. You must know that I have consistently watched over him, the Moonless One continued. I have long been aware of your presence within him. This time, by borrowing a fraction of your power, it is akin to an investment. You grant me strength, and I shall protect both you and Naruto. Protect me? What an amusing little one you are, the Ninetales remarked, recognizing the Moonless One's distinct nature. Perhaps through a mental connection, the Ninetales could clearly sense the Moonless One's emotions. He engaged with the tailed beast with a calm demeanor, devoid of desire, and importantly, he addressed the Ninetales by name, conversing with him as an equal. The Ninetales smiled slightly, bringing his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, and emanated a vast amount of chakra. Mugetsu was also startled by the Ninetales' movement. Was it about to take action? He pondered silently. Just as confusion clouded his thoughts, the Ninetales slowly opened its palm, revealing a deep crimson chakra crystal resting in its center. Place your hand on Naruto, the Ninetales commanded. Mugetsu's consciousness stirred, and his physical body outside complied. Resting a hand on Naruto, within the inner world, the crimson chakra crystal suddenly detached from the Ninetales' grasp and surged into Mugetsu's being. Instantly, his physical form erupted with tailed beast chakra, a dense and overwhelming surge bursting forth between them, just as the wild energy threatened to spiral out of control. The violet lightning within Mugetsu flared to life, blazing like a radiant sun with an intense purple brilliance. Under the influence of the violet lightning, the rampaging chakra gradually calmed, flowing obediently into Mugetsu's body. The Ninetales, too, noticed the anomaly. This boy was radiating an overwhelming force of thunder. So this is the mysterious power within him. Mugetsu slowly steadied himself, realizing he had succeeded. The Ninetales had truly lent him its strength. Focusing inward, he detected the presence of the crimson chakra crystal now nestled within him. This is the Ninetales' power. Incredible. Yet, the crystal lay docile, subdued by the violet lightning beside it, too intimidated to resist. I never imagined this ability of mine could so effortlessly suppress tailed beast chakra, Mugetsu marveled. His objective achieved. He turned and bowed deeply to the Ninetales. Thank you, Kurama. A smile of triumph graced his features. Don't celebrate too soon, the Ninetales growled. If you fail to keep your word, the first one I kill upon breaking free will be you. Mugetsu met its gaze unwaveringly. Rest assured. A promise made is a promise kept. I'll take my leave now. I'll return to see you again. Get lost. The Ninetales flicked its head dismissively. Chuckling, Mugetsu withdrew his consciousness. Naruto, oblivious to the events within, only sensed an inexplicable surge of chakra coursing through him moments earlier. All right, Naruto. Your body is fine, Mugetsu reassured him. Keep up your training, no slacking off. With that, he led Naruto back, withholding the full truth for now. He would reveal the details when the time was right, guiding Naruto to harness the Ninetales' power. Over the next fortnight, Mugetsu divided his time between mentoring Sasuke and Naruto while gathering intelligence. He tasked Kinto and Kanako with discreetly probing other shinobi for information on a Wagakure and wandering monks. Though puzzled by his actions, the two complied, utilizing Konoha's intelligence network to compile useful reports for Mugetsu. They also provided maps of a Wagakure and its vicinity, along with locations suspected to be frequented by monks. Upon realizing that the intelligence gathering was nearing completion, Mugetsu felt a growing urge to leave the village. However, concerns about the safety of his family and friends weighed heavily on his mind, fearing that Danzo might once again target his loved ones. It seemed he would need to seek assistance from the third Hokage once more. Mugetsu resolved to approach the third Hokage and explain his intention to leave the village. He entered the Hokage's office and informed the third of his quest to find Itachi and gather information about the Akatsuki organization. The third Hokage fell into contemplation upon hearing this, as Mugetsu shared some details regarding the Akatsuki, including their recent endeavors to collect tailed beasts. He had been preparing for this moment, as it was inevitable that they would eventually come for Naruto. The third Hokage agreed with Mugetsu's assessment. Having already learned some information about the Akatsuki himself, this visit would serve as an opportunity to investigate the organization further. However, Mugetsu hesitated as he mentioned the safety of his family and friends. What about their well-being? He inquired, his voice trailing off momentarily. Rest assured, I will publicly announce that you are under house arrest to atone for your previous missteps. Danzo will remain oblivious, the third Hokage replied calmly. Mugetsu admired the third's quick thinking and strategic acumen. Within a few days, the third announced Mugetsu's punishment to the village. He was to remain within the confines of Konoha for 3 years, prohibited from leaving the Uchiha compound. The villagers, perplexed, expressed sympathy for Mugetsu, but he recognized that the third had successfully crafted a cover for him. It was time for him to embark on his journey. Any delay might result in missing Itachi. Mugetsu prepared his ninja tools and various personal items at home, readying himself for departure. His grandmother and sister, unaware of his true intentions, inquired anxiously about his plans. He explained that the third's punishment was merely a ruse to protect him, as he had personal matters to attend to. He advised Naruto and Sasuke to train diligently and urged them to take good care of his grandmother and sister. Though reluctant to see Mugetsu go, his family understood the gravity of the situation, recognizing its importance, especially since the third was involved. After bidding farewell to his loved ones, Mugetsu stealthily exited the village, this time without alarming anyone. Unlike his previous departure, he felt more at ease, bolstered by his significant growth and strength and reassured that Danzo posed no imminent threat. Nevertheless, a twinge of anxiety lingered, particularly given that he had not paid attention to the secrets of the Uchiha clan, for after all, he was well versed in the storyline. In his view, there was nothing concealed that he was unaware of. However, during his return home while perusing the scrolls, he indeed stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. The scrolls pertaining to the Uchiha clan's secrets were not mere documents, but rather a cipher encrypted in a cryptic script. After considerable effort, he managed to unravel its mysteries and found that it contained records of a small town located on the border of the Land of Fire. This town harbored secrets about the Uchiha and a series of numerical codes. It seemed that to unveil these secrets, he would need to visit the town personally. His curiosity piqued. He was eager to uncover what lay hidden within. He decided to slightly alter his itinerary, opting to investigate the small town on the border of the Land of Fire before seeking out Itachi Uchiha, reasoning that it would not consume too much time. After a fortnight of travel, he finally arrived at the town depicted in the Faiake scroll. He did not rush to the secret location but instead intended to observe the town first, assessing whether anything was amiss before proceeding. This was his usual approach, cautious and deliberate. After several days of observation, he noted that there were indeed no anomalies within the town. Moreover, the secret location he sought was a small house on the outskirts, which appeared to have been long abandoned, seldom visited by anyone. That night, under the cover of darkness, he stealthily infiltrated the secret location recorded in the scroll. As Wu Yue entered the courtyard, he was immediately struck by its dilapidated state. The parched ground, shattered windows, and dust-laden entrance all indicated that this place had long been abandoned. He pushed open the decrepit door, and a cloud of dust cascaded upon him. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the furnishings within the house bore a striking resemblance to those in Itachi's home. Was it deliberately arranged this way? Wu Yue pondered silently, convinced that there must be a mechanism at play. Otherwise, the numerical sequence inscribed on the scroll would hold no significance. He scrutinized his surroundings and observed that the furniture was cloaked in a layer of dust. Approaching the desk, he discovered a scroll resting prominently at its center. As he reached out to take it, he found it inexplicably affixed to the tabletop. With a determined twist, he turned the scroll, producing a creaking sound. To his surprise, the wall behind it began to rotate, eliciting a silent critique from Wu Yue regarding the cliché nature of such a trap. As the wall pivoted, a heavy iron door emerged before him, adorned with a keypad. Wu Yue, recognizing the moment, input the previously seen numbers, and the door swung open. Peering into the dimly lit corridor beyond, he steadied his nerves and ventured inside. The space was not expansive. After merely a few dozen meters, he reached the end of the chamber. To his astonishment, various documents and scrolls were meticulously arranged before him. Wu Yue hurriedly approached, marveling at the impressive collection. Truly, the legacy of the Uchiha clan was nothing short of extraordinary, he mused, holding the scroll in his hand. These scrolls contained vital secrets concerning Konoha, detailing significant past events, comprehensive profiles of notable figures, and the clandestine practices of various clans. Remarkably, they even included the exclusive techniques of each family, skills that could only be mastered by their kin. The sheer volume of meticulously recorded information was staggering. It encompassed not only Konoha but also extensive data on other ninja villages. Wu Yue was taken aback by the gravity of this revelation, realizing why the higher-ups in Konoha had deemed the Uchiha clan a threat. Such potential was indeed terrifying. The treasures contained within were invaluable to him, as the scrolls documented a wealth of techniques and forbidden arts. Although the collection was vast, it was well organized, allowing Wu Yue to locate any desired item with ease. He contemplated transforming this hidden chamber into his own secret sanctuary. In times of peril, he could retreat here. Or when seeking solitude for training, this sanctuary would serve as an ideal practice ground, free from disturbance. As he perused the scrolls before him, one in particular drew his attention, a scroll containing information about the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Wu Yue's curiosity was piqued. In the original narrative, this formidable and handsome Hokage, though not frequently appearing, left an indelible impression. As Wu Yue perused the scrolls of the Water Gate, he discovered they contained meticulous accounts, including his formative years in school and the gradual ascent to becoming the fourth Hokage. Suddenly, one particular entry piqued Wu Yue's interest, the Flying Thunder God technique. He was astounded to find detailed records of this technique within. He skimmed through the entirety of the documentation regarding the Flying Thunder God, uncovering intricate descriptions of the technique and methods of mastery. Elation surged within him. This was an S-rank ninjutsu, a spatial technique. In the original narrative, the fourth Hokage had utilized it to evade formidable adversaries like the Raikage and Obito. He tucked the scroll securely into his robe, intending to devote himself to the arduous study of the Flying Thunder God technique. Subsequently, he unearthed several scrolls on lightning and fire release ninjutsu. But another scroll soon captured his attention, comprehensive records of bloodline limits. Wu Yue deemed it potentially useful for the future and added it to his collection, especially since his own Sharingan constituted a form of bloodline limit. At that moment, Wu Yue stumbled upon a stack of scrolls documenting the Uchiha clan, a considerable number. He first perused the table of contents and found comprehensive details about the Uchiha lineage, including its historical development, family tree, and various clan secrets. The contents of the Uchiha tablet and the clan's secret techniques intrigued him. The Uchiha tablet itself was well known. He had learned of its connection to Kagaya's scheme in the original narrative. However, the secret techniques captivated him, namely, Izanami and Izanaji. Although the cost of employing these techniques was steep, they were undoubtedly life-saving gambits. After a thorough examination, he took the scrolls detailing these two techniques. Afterwards, Wu Yue restored the secret chamber to its original state. Unsatisfied with the security, he set a few minor traps by the entrance. Should anyone else venture there, he would be alerted. Wu Yue spent several days resting in the small town, replenishing his supplies before resuming his journey. After enduring considerable hardship, he finally reached the border of Awagakure. Following the intel provided by Kenta, he arrived at a town suspected of harboring wandering monks. He immediately made his way to the tavern, a place typically rife with a mix of patrons, where information flowed freely. Unfortunately, after inquiring with the server, he found no leads on Orochimaru. However, the server did mention that two individuals were also searching for the wandering monk, unmistakably Itachi and Kisame based on the description. Wu Yue felt a surge of anxiety. He could not allow them to gain the upper hand. With no time to waste, he pressed on to the next location. Regrettably, the subsequent places yielded no information on Orochimaru. On this day, Wu Yue arrived at his final destination. He sought information from the local townsfolk regarding Orochimaru. To his surprise, he struck gold. A resident informed him of a wandering monk residing in a nearby grove for several years, though he rarely made appearances. Throughout the year, he only ventured into town a few times to procure essential supplies, and those who had encountered him were few and far between. Upon hearing this news, Wu Yue felt a stir within. At long last, he had obtained a glimmer of a clue that he could not afford to abandon. After inquiring with the locals about the precise location of the forest, he set off towards it. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback. This forest spanned an expanse of at least 20 to 30 kilometers, rendering his search seemingly insurmountable. Initially, he contemplated giving up, yet this was the final location. If he did not find anything here, the trail would be momentarily severed. Thus, he resolved to search diligently on his own. With no other option, Wu Yue erected a makeshift shelter within the forest, dedicating his days to tracking the elusive traces of Lao Zi and returning to rest at night. After several days of wandering through the woods, he finally uncovered some intriguing clues deep within the thicket. Wu Yue discovered that the temperature in this area was exceedingly high, with the surrounding trees and grass having turned yellow and dry, a clear indication of the oppressive heat. Becoming increasingly vigilant, he realized that unusual events often herald the presence of malevolent forces. He cautiously advanced, activating his electromagnetic waves and sensory ninjutsu. After walking several dozen meters, he finally detected the source of the anomaly. A flicker of joy surged within him as he recognized the individual. In the distance stood a robust figure clad in purple ninja attire, complete with a hood, fiery red hair, and a matching beard, exuding a steady aura and deliberate movements. As Wu Yue observed the stranger, the latter unexpectedly sensed his presence and turned his gaze in Wu Yue's direction. Remaining composed, Wu Yue approached confidently. Aware that this individual was the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Otsutsuki, a sly grin crept onto Wu Yue's face. He had discovered him first, gaining a slight advantage. As Wu Yue drew nearer, he noticed that Otsutsuki's gaze remained fixed on him. This unnerved him somewhat, as Jinchuriki were known for their strong personalities, making them difficult to engage with. "Good day, Elder. I am merely a traveler seeking the beauty of nature. Might you share what sights are worth seeing here?" Though he himself doubted the authenticity of his words, he pressed on with feigned bravado. Otsutsuki squinted, scrutinizing Wu Yue in silence. "Do you take me for a fool?" His raspy voice broke the tension. "Wah." Wu Yue felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Before he could fully process the situation, Otsutsuki launched a powerful punch in his direction. Wu Yue hastily jumped back, retreating several meters. "Humph, does a mere tourist possess such skill?" Otsutsuki jeered. "Just another fool coveting the power of a tailed beast." "Wait, I'm not." Wu Yue quickly defended himself. Suddenly, a realization struck him. "Ah, I still have the chakra from the Nine Tails within me. Please, hold on a moment," Wu Yue called out to Otsutsuki. He then focused inward. Sensing the chakra of the Nine Tails, he saw the crystalline chakra of the Nine Tails resting quietly beside a flickering purple lightning within him, and with his concentration, it began to radiate a deep crimson glow. At that moment, a red-tailed beast chakra enveloped Wu Yue, materializing into a chakra tail behind him, embodying the form of a one-tail state. As he felt the overwhelming chakra within, the purple lightning stirred, manifesting a faint hue around the tailed beast chakra. Instantly, the previously volatile chakra calmed, completely under Wu Yue's control. "Who are you? Are you also a Jinchuriki?" Otsutsuki exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Unable to fathom encountering another Jinchuriki here, Wu Yue smiled slightly, sensing Otsutsuki's guard had momentarily lowered. "I'm not a Jinchuriki, I merely borrow the power of the Nine Tails." "The Nine Tails?" Otsutsuki murmured, his gaze on Wu Yue growing heavy with significance. After all, the Nine Tails was renowned as the most formidable among the tailed beasts, often cited in tales of its ability to take on 8 opponents single-handedly. With sincerity, I gazed at the venerable old purple, assuring him that I bore no ill intentions. As for coveting the power of tailed beasts, I deemed it wise to refrain. I recognized that being a Jinchuriki is no trifling matter. Old Purple regarded the youthful visage of Wu Yue, inexplicably finding no sense of foreboding towards this boy. Perhaps, being an elder himself, he had encountered countless ninjas over the years. He sensed that Wu Yue possessed something that set him apart from other shinobi, an essence of sunlight and sincerity. In this ruthless world of ninjas, he had never before encountered such a person, evoking a sense of ease in his presence. As Old Purple's demeanor softened, Wu Yue began to elucidate the reasons for his visit. Old Purple was taken aback upon hearing this. At that moment, he felt the voice of the Four Tails resonate within him. "This boy is extraordinary. I know the Nine Tails, and he would never lend his power to another. You may trust him for now, but remain vigilant." Acknowledging the Four Tails' words, Old Purple placed his faith in Wu Yue's intentions. "What are your plans?" he inquired. Wu Yue replied, "I intend to wait for Itachi and Kisame. One among them is an old acquaintance of mine." He believed that with Old Purple, Itachi, and himself, they could withstand any assault from Kisame. Thus, Wu Yue settled in a location not far from Old Purple's residence. Aware that even with Old Purple's trust, true friendship would take time to cultivate. During this period, he did not remain idle. He began to delve into the Flying Thunder God technique. Unrolling the scroll, he meticulously studied its contents. It soon became evident to him why so few had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique in the original narrative, aside from the second and fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage's trio of bodyguards, consisting of Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Chg, and Yamanaka Inoichi, were also required to collaborate to wield it. This was due to the stringent prerequisites of the technique. Firstly, one must thoroughly comprehend the principles behind the Flying Thunder God technique. Akin to the foundational knowledge of mathematics and physics in our world, easy to understand, yet challenging to master. Secondly, it necessitates an exceptionally potent mental fortitude and spatial awareness. Additionally, practicing this technique entails considerable risks, as it poses a high likelihood of self-inflicted harm, demanding a robust physical constitution to withstand the strain. Otherwise, one might vanish mid-transport. Nevertheless, these challenges were not insurmountable for Wu Yue. His formidable mental prowess, coupled with the resilience gained from training under Tsunade and the influence of Purple Lightning, fortified his physique. Furthermore, the intricacies of the Hokage's techniques paled in comparison to the arduous preparations of 3 years of simulations followed by 5 years of examinations. Wu Yue, a diligent student of the sciences, had immersed himself in the realm of physics. Moreover, his prior engagement with science fiction literature had equipped him with a wealth of knowledge, positioning him a century ahead of his contemporaries in the world of Naruto. After several days of devoted study and introspection, he had garnered a preliminary understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique and could perform some basic seals. However, he still had a considerable journey ahead to fully master the technique. He became enamored with the experience, akin to the pursuit of a new field of knowledge, deepening his comprehension of spatial concepts, insights previously unattainable in his former world. The previous realm had fostered a fervent desire for exploration of space and time, giving rise to a multitude of hypotheses and narratives surrounding these themes. At this moment, Wu Yue could directly connect with the realm of space, which filled him with immense joy. As the days passed, half a month had swiftly gone by. Lao Zi observed that Wu Yue had shown no unusual behavior during this time. Instead, he spent his days deeply engrossed in studying the sorcery, often dedicating an entire day to it. Lao Zi couldn't help but admire Wu Yue's diligent spirit, and his fondness for the young boy grew deeper. Wu Yue was indeed curious as to why Itachi had not yet located Lao Zi. According to the timeline, it seemed that he should have arrived by now. He found himself pondering whether something unforeseen had occurred. His sixth sense was constantly on alert, warning him that a change might be imminent. However, all he could do was conserve his energy in preparation for any unexpected developments. He conveyed his feelings to Lao Zi, advising him to be ready for potential changes in the situation. One day, while Wu Yue was engrossed in studying the Flying Thunder God technique, he sensed someone approaching nearby. He quickly emerged from the tent and made his way to Lao Zi's dwelling, where he found him preparing a meal. "Zigu, someone is approaching," Wu Yue said, using this informal address to draw closer to Lao Zi, thereby subtly strengthening their bond. Upon hearing Wu Yue's words, Lao Zi was taken aback. "Are they finally here?" he murmured. Wu Yue and Lao Zi stepped outside, remaining still as they awaited the arrival of the visitors. In the distance, 3 figures gradually approached. Wu Yue felt puzzled. Why were there 3 individuals? Typically, the Akatsuki operated in pairs, and it was uncommon for 3 to act together. Casting a glance at Lao Zi, Wu Yue cautioned, "Zigu, be careful. This situation is significant." Lao Zi, heeding Wu Yue's warning, remained tense, his gaze fixed on the approaching trio. As the 3 figures drew nearer, Wu Yue finally discerned their identities. Among them were Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, but the third person astonished him greatly. Clad in a dark cloak adorned with crimson clouds, this individual had enormous pitcher plants extending from either side of their neck. Their face was half black and half white, with pale yellow sclera devoid of pupils. This person was none other than the fusion of black and white Zetsu. "This is bad. What is he doing here?" Wu Yue felt a sense of foreboding. In the original narrative, black and white Zetsu were not exceptionally powerful, yet their abilities were quite troublesome. Black Zetsu could wield wood release and possessed keen sensory perception and formidable mental strength, while white Zetsu could utilize the Kager technique to swiftly conceal himself within the earth and trees, as well as split apart to absorb chakra using his spore technique. Evidently, his sixth sense had not betrayed him. A change had indeed come to pass. Wu Yue could only adapt to the situation. Stepping forward, he approached the trio. "Long time no see, Itachi," he said, winking at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi was equally astonished to see Wu Yue there, having received prior news of his precarious situation. He had not anticipated encountering Wu Yue in this place. "Oh, Itachi, do you know this person?" Zetsu inquired, puzzled by the unexpected turn of events while trying to capture the Four Tails. "He is a member of the Uchiha clan," Itachi said flatly. "Itachi, why did you slaughter the entire Uchiha clan? I have been searching for you solely to avenge them." Mugetsu roared menacingly at Itachi. "Oh, I never anticipated that." Apart from Sasuke, there were still others from the Uchiha clan who survived, Itachi remarked, intrigued, as he observed how Itachi would handle the situation. At this moment, Itachi recognized that Mugetsu was merely putting on an act, and he chose not to expose it. He understood that the situation could only proceed as a performance, otherwise his true self would be revealed. "I never thought you would also endure. Unfortunately, you remain too weak, for you do not harbor enough hatred towards me," Itachi said indifferently. Itachi's eyes glinted red, the black triangular pinwheels slowly rotating within them. "I will ensure that your hatred for me deepens, Mr. Itachi. Are you going to use that technique again?" Kisame, standing nearby, expressed his astonishment. He hadn't expected Itachi to resort to that technique upon their first meeting. Gazing at Itachi, who had activated his Mingxuan Sharingan, Mujutsu refused to back down. He opened his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, activated his own Sharingan, a 3-tomo version. Both Itachi and Kisame were equally astonished. They never anticipated that this young man before them had also awakened a Sharingan, and a 3-tomo one at that. Tsukuyami. Itachi stared directly into Mujutsu's eyes, the triangular pinwheels gently spinning. Mujutsu felt an overwhelming surge of mental power and ocular prowess flooding into his mind. He did not resist, knowing that Itachi intended to communicate with him through genjutsu. As the world around him shimmered, Mujutsu found himself within Itachi's realm of illusion. Itachi, long time no see. Mujutsu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, completely devoid of the hatred he had displayed moments earlier. Mujutsu, it has indeed been a while. I had received word and feared that you had met with misfortune, Itachi replied, a hint of joy breaking through his calm demeanor. Humph. That old dog Danzo cannot do anything to me. The mere mention of Danzo ignited a blaze of fury within Mujutsu. All right, let us not dwell on him. What is the situation today? I received word that you and Kisame were pursuing the Four Tails. Thus, I came specifically to await the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. Yet, how is it that Zetsu is also present? Mujutsu inquired helplessly. Mujutsu, you are aware of Kisame and Zetsu? Itachi questioned, puzzled as to how Mingxuan had acquired knowledge of the Akatsuki's internal affairs. Ah, well, my intelligence network is quite formidable. I have been thriving in Konoha these past years. Mujutsu hastily deflected. Itachi, unfazed by Mujutsu's explanation, elucidated the circumstances that had led to the unexpected turn of events. It turned out that ever since he had spared those 2 Konoha ninjas and mentioned Mujutsu and Sasuke, Kisame had taken note of it and reported back to Obito, who had then dispatched Zetsu to investigate. Fortunately, Itachi had managed to clarify the situation just in time, preventing any suspicion from arising in Obito's mind. However, Zetsu did not depart. Instead, he joined them in capturing the Four Tails, subsequently returning to the base together. This complicates matters, Mujutsu thought to himself, realizing the predicament. If Zetsu were not present, he, Itachi, and Orochimaru would have been more than capable of handling the situation. However, with Zetsu in the mix, things had become considerably more challenging. Orochimaru was inherently at a disadvantage against Kisame, unable to contend with him alone, as evidenced in the original narrative where Kisame captured him single-handedly. He was determined to assist the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails at all costs. His survival abilities are formidable, with bizarre and unique techniques. There is a high likelihood he could escape safely, which would result in both him and Itachi being hunted by the Akatsuki. Itachi's undercover mission would fail, and perhaps even Pain himself would intervene, a scenario Kisame currently wishes to avoid, as he isn't confident he can defeat the 6 paths of pain yet. After a moment of contemplation, Kisame sighed. Itachi, I might have to trouble you again. We'll need to enact a self-inflicted injury ploy. A self-inflicted injury ploy? Itachi questioned, puzzled. Kisame briefly outlined the plan, and after considering it, Itachi nodded. This could work. The logic holds. And it shouldn't arouse Zetsu or Obito's suspicions. The only concern is accidentally killing you in the process. Do you trust me, Itachi? Kisame asked wryly. The plan was undeniably risky. I trust you, Itachi replied calmly. In the years since we last met, you've awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. Your talent surpasses mine. Kisame scratched his head sheepishly. Huh, I'm still far behind you. For once, Itachi allowed himself a faint smile. Ready? I'm lifting the Genjutsu. Yeah. Let us begin our performance. As the illusion dissipated, Kisame and Itachi locked eyes in reality. Suddenly, Kisame let out a horrified scream and collapsed. As expected of Itachi-san, his Genjutsu remains unparalleled. Zetsu and Kisame marveled. Meanwhile, the bewildered Rashi hesitated before stepping forward, only for Itachi to flash in front of Kisame. Pathetic. To fall so easily. Itachi muttered, crouching to seize him. But the moment his fingers brushed Kisame's form, Kisame erupted into motion, driving Raikiri straight into Itachi's chest. Shock rippled through Zetsu and Kisame. Neither had anticipated the feigned unconsciousness, nor the lethal counterattack. Reacting swiftly, Itachi retaliated with a punch aimed at Kisame's ribs. Their fists collided midair, and Itachi used the momentum to retreat. Kisame, panting heavily, remained kneeling. This was the plan all along, a stage betrayal, with Itachi feigning carelessness to draw attention. Now, either Zetsu or Kisame would prioritize guarding the injured Itachi, leaving the other vulnerable. Rashi, finally grasping the situation, rushed to Kisame's side. What is happening? Who are they? Akatsuki, hunters of the tailed beasts, Kisame rasped. I was caught in his genjutsu, but I managed to wound him in return. Are you all right? Should we retreat? Rashi eyed Kisame's weakened state, unease creeping in. Humph. The opponent will not let us off so easily. The two individuals beside him possess the strength of shadows. Will you caution Laozi not to lower his guard? Two shadow-level fighters? Laozi's expression darkened at the revelation. At that moment, Kisame and Jay-Z helped Itachi to his feet, revealing fresh blood seeping from his chest. Itachi. How are you? Are you all right? Jay-Z rushed to Itachi's side, placing his hands over the wound to commence treatment. Mr. Itachi. Do not underestimate them simply due to their youth, Kisame remarked, seemingly indifferent to Itachi's injury, for he knew that Jay-Z could heal him. Jay-Z glanced towards Wuyu and Laozi in the distance. Kisame, go and capture the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Don't tell me you can't handle it. I'll take Itachi to safety for treatment. With that, Jay-Z supported Itachi as they retreated. Wuyu felt a surge of satisfaction as events unfolded according to his expectations. The only source of concern was Kisame, whose formidable skills he was acutely aware of. In the original narrative, Kisame possessed astonishing chakra, earning him the moniker of the tail beast without a tail. His strength was formidable, complemented by his ability to absorb chakra with Samahata. His water jutsu was of the highest caliber, having once defeated both the Four Tails and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki in direct combat. Upon hearing the command, Kisame chuckled darkly. My Samahata is quite famished. By the way, Mr. Itachi, I will also deal with that little brat who stabbed you. As he spoke, he drew Samahata from his back and charged towards Wuyu and Laozi. Be careful. Wuyu urgently warned Laozi. No longer feigning composure, Wuyu unsheathed his other and prepared to engage. With both in hand, he lunged forward to strike Kisame. A resounding clang echoed as the dual blades met Samahata. Wuyu had not anticipated the sheer hardness of the weapon. After fending off Wuyu's attack, Kisame swung Samahata downwards toward him. Wuyu quickly crossed his blades to defend, but the moment they collided, he felt a jolt of power that nearly forced him to his knees. What immense strength, Wuyu thought, taken aback. As he had undergone rigorous training under Tsunade and had significantly increased his own power. Oh, not bad, little brat, Kisame remarked, surprised that Wuyu could withstand his assault. At that moment, Laozi invoked ninjutsu to support Wuyu. Lava release, flowing lava technique. Several massive magma spheres circled around Wuyu and launched toward Kisame. Sensing the fiery projectiles, Kisame leaped back to evade the attack, his expression one of irritation. What a nuisance. Very well, I will fight you seriously. Kisame's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, a palpable aura of killing intent emanating from him. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Kisame ascended into the air, gathering chakra in his throat before unleashing a torrent of water capable of forming a lake. The rushing water surged toward Wuyu and Laozi like a ferocious beast. Laozi's expression turned to one of terror. He had not anticipated that his opponent would unleash such powerful water techniques in an open area. Wuyu was equally astonished by the deluge. Kisame's water jutsu was indeed formidable. The surrounding terrain had been completely reshaped by the floodwaters, leaving Wuyu and Laozi with no choice but to stand upon the water's surface. Brother Z, hold nothing back. Their strength undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary Kaga-level shinobi, Wuyu murmured gravely. Laozi, observing the scene, recognized Kisame as an exceptionally formidable adversary, one who excelled in water-style techniques, a natural counter to his own abilities. Lava release. Laozi roared. His body instantly wreathed in scorching molten rock, flames licking menacingly from its surface. The sheer intensity of the heat radiating from him vaporized the surrounding water into thick mist. Such terrifying heat. Wuyu, standing beside him, felt the searing force most acutely. Kisame, watching from a distance, could not conceal his astonishment. As expected of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, truly impressive. Wuyu, unwilling to hold back, swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, majestic dragon flame. A colossal, roaring dragon of fire surged toward Kisame. Water release, water wall. Kisame, leveraging the terrain, summoned a towering waterfall from the surrounding waters, effortlessly extinguishing Wuyu's flames. Still too forced, Wuyu inwardly lamented. Kisame's earlier water-style technique had transformed the battlefield into a vast lake, granting him overwhelming advantage. Both Wuyu's fire and Laozi's lava were at a severe disadvantage here. But Wuyu was not limited to fire techniques alone. Shadow clone technique. Two duplicates materialized beside him. Wind release, tornado. Fire release, flame dragon bullet. The howling cyclone and the blazing dragon merged, their combined heat instantly evaporating massive volumes of water. The fuse technique tore across the lake, striking Kisame's position with devastating force. A thunderous explosion erupted, gale-force winds, raging flames, and billowing steam erupted in a cataclysmic display. The lake's surface trembled, shrouded in dense mist as the temperature soared. When the chaos subsided, the battlefield was enveloped in an impenetrable fog. The water level had dropped significantly, a testament to the sheer destructive power of Wu Yu's assault. Yet, he felt no triumph. He knew this attack, though formidable, would not be enough to fell Kisame. Lao Zi, too, was stunned by the young shinobi's prowess. He had not anticipated such overwhelming strength from the boy beside him. As the two waited for the mist to clear, they remained oblivious to the hands silently emerging from the water beneath their feet. Suddenly, grasp, water release, multiple water prison technique. Before they could react, Wu Yu and Lao Zi found themselves ensnared within suffocating spheres of water. Their breath was cut off, their movements paralyzed. Even Lao Zi's molten armor dimmed, extinguished by the enclosing prisons. From the water's surface, 5 or 6 figures emerged, Kisame's water clones, the architects of their entrapment. And behind them stood Kisame himself, his hands reaching into the water prisons, his voice dripping with cold amusement. Unbeknownst to his prey, Kisame had submerged himself the moment their attack was unleashed. Yet even he had underestimated its might. Though he had plunged deep into the water, the shock waves had nearly reached him. Yet he was still wounded by the flames. His skin and face charred and blackened. Truly a terrifying sight. I thought I might perish under this onslaught, the ghost shark lamented, as he resolved to ensnare both Wu Yue and Lao Zi with his water prison technique. At that moment, Wu Yue felt a tightening in his breath. Just as he attempted to break free, he discovered that a significant portion of his chakra had suddenly diminished. This is bad. I forgot he could absorb chakra. As the ghost shark siphoned off his chakra, the blackened burns on his body began to mend, showcasing a physique as formidable as that of a tailed beast. Wu Yue glanced at Lao Zi beside him and noticed that his chakra was also being drained. He exchanged a knowing look with Lao Zi, and in an instant, Lao Zi understood. Lightning release, 1,000 birds flow, lava release, lava burst technique. A surge of potent chakra erupted from Lao Zi. Wu Yue was enveloped in a dazzling violet lightning. Catching the ghost shark off guard, both his body and clone were momentarily paralyzed by the electric shock. Instantly, the water prison technique that bound Wu Yue was shattered. Simultaneously, Lao Zi erupted with torrents of lava, evaporating the water prison that ensnared him entirely. They both turned and unleashed a powerful punch towards the ghost shark, who remained immobilized by Wu Yue's lightning. However, the shark's skin transformed into a semi-aquatic form, shielding the ghost shark from the blow. Nevertheless, the force of their strikes sent both the ghost shark and the shark's skin flying. Yet, the ghost shark landed gracefully on the water's surface after executing a backflip. You two are indeed formidable, especially you, little demon. The ghost shark squinted his fish-like eyes. Wu Yue, aware that this situation was disadvantageous for him, turned to Lao Zi and said, "Let us combine our powers to obliterate this body of water." Lao Zi readily agreed. Once again, a powerful chakra erupted from Lao Zi, and a tail resembling that of a tailed beast appeared behind him. It seems he is going all out, Wu Yue realized as he saw Lao Zi prepare for a full-scale assault. "I will coordinate with you," Wu Yue shouted to Lao Zi, as a dense chakra from the 9 tails manifested around him, forming 2 chakra tails sprouting from his back. "Oh, are you also a Jinchuriki?" The ghost shark's expression shifted dramatically, realizing he could not contend with 2 Jinchuriki simultaneously. Lava release, multiple scorching river rock technique. Dozens of colossal magma orbs erupted from Lao Zi's mouth, hurtling towards the ghost shark. In response, Wu Yue formed hand seals and unleashed wind release, great breakthrough and fire release, multiple great fireball technique, summoning a fierce whirlwind that swept across the water's surface, carrying Wu Yue's barrage of fireballs and Lao Zi's magma orbs towards the ghost shark. This combined ninjutsu enveloped the entire space ahead, akin to a rain of magma descending upon the tranquil water. Realizing he must exert his utmost effort to withstand such an assault, the ghost shark formed hand seals. Water release, 1,000 feeding shark, causing the previously calm water to churn violently. Suddenly, 1,000 water-style sharks surged forth, overwhelming the air with their presence as they charged towards the falling rain of magma. The collision between the water-style sharks and the magma rain resulted in a series of violent explosions. However, this was a formidable ninjutsu executed by Wu Yu and Old Z. And even with the advantageous terrain, Kisame could not withstand it. The meteoric rain of magma and the 1,000 sharks were locked in a stalemate for a brief moment, annihilating the sharks in the process. Just as Kisame raised his sword, he was engulfed by a torrent of magma rain. The cacophony of explosions erupted on the water's surface, and Kisame's figure was once again submerged. A thick mist of water vapor ascended as the lake, battered by the magma rain, could only rise to ankle deep. In the distance, Kisame lay motionless on the water's surface, his fate uncertain. Wu Yu, however, did not let his guard down. He understood that Kisame was not so easily vanquished. Grasping his rakiage, he strolled to within 10 meters of Kisame. Noticing him lying still, his sword cast aside. Just as Wu Yu contemplated advancing to investigate, Kisame's sword suddenly sprang to life beside him, its form magnifying several times in the air, its gaping maw lunging towards Wu Yu. Wu Yu caught a glimmer of cold light reflecting off its teeth. In that critical moment, he performed the lightning release, Thunder Step, transforming his body into a flash of purple lightning, narrowly evading the attack. Unbeknownst to him, the sword's target was not himself, but rather Old Z behind him, as it unleashed a jet of water towards him. At that moment, Old Z was taken by surprise, struck by the water column, which diminished the glow of the magma enveloping him. Meanwhile, from the water's surface beside Old Z, Kisame's figure emerged. It turned out that what Wu Yu had seen earlier was merely a water clone meant to mislead him, while the real body had concealed itself beside Old Z using the water style. Now, Kisame's body was battered and broken, with his left arm rendered useless, and his form charred. Yet, he and the sword struck Old Z simultaneously. Both Kisame and the sword began to siphon chakra from Old Z, even causing the magma chakra mode he possessed to falter. Wu Yu sensed the urgency of the situation. It became clear that Kisame and the sword's true target was Old Z, for the water style effectively countered fire style, making Old Z the point of breach. Realizing this, Wu Yu wasted no time. He unleashed the lightning release, 1,000 birds, a barrage of purple lightning darts aimed at Kisame. At that moment, Kisame and the sword had already drained a significant portion of Old Z's chakra and retreated hastily to avoid the lightning attack. Old Z, having lost a considerable amount of chakra, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his magma chakra mode, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. Wu Yu rushed to Old Z's side, placing his hand on him. The chakra of the tailed beast surged from Wu Yu into Old Z. After absorbing the tailed beast chakra, Old Z recovered from his weakened state. However, as Wu Yu had yet to fully master the power of the Nine Tails, the chakra cloak surrounding him dissipated upon transferring his chakra to Old Z. Wu Yu marveled at the extraordinary physique of Kisame, akin to that of a tailed beast, capable of absorbing chakra, growing stronger in the face of adversity. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Old Purple could not best Kisame. While elemental advantages played a role, Kisame's unique constitution was equally pivotal. After absorbing Wu Yu's chakra, Old Purple's previously dim lava release chakra mode revitalized. Wu Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. He had not anticipated the sneak attack, and his momentary lapse almost cost him his combat prowess. No need to relax, he reminded himself as he regained his composure. In the distance, Kisame and Samahata, having drained Old Purple's chakra, appeared rejuvenated. Kisame's severed arm began to mend, and the numerous wounds on his body healed as if they had never existed. Wu Yu couldn't help but think of him as an indestructible cockroach. Faced with such a formidable foe, Wu Yu contemplated his options. There were two strategies. One was to relentlessly assault Kisame alongside Old Purple, denying him a moment's respite. The other was to unleash a powerful ninjutsu in one decisive blow. Besides, we must maintain our offensive. Let us not grant him a moment to breathe, Wu Yu urged Old Purple. Agreed, but be cautious. His blade and his ability to absorb chakra are formidable, Old Purple cautioned. Wu Yu nodded slightly, turning to charge at Kisame. A faint glow of lightning enveloping him to prevent Kisame from siphoning his chakra. Lightning release, Earth Walk. Wu Yu formed hand seals and summoned a torrent of lightning that surged toward Kisame. Seeing the oncoming lightning, Kisame swiftly retreated. Wu Yu concentrated a massive amount of chakra into his lightning fang, invoking the secret technique, Thunderclap Execution, launching a colossal electric slash toward Kisame. The blinding light illuminated the space before him. In response, Kisame hastily formed hand seals, unleashing water release, multiple water shark bombs. Several water sharks burst forth, one of which engulfed both Kisame and Samahata, retreating skyward, while the others charged toward the electric strike. Yet, Wuyue's lightning slash was far beyond the capacity of mere water sharks to withstand. After obliterating several of them, the strike continued its relentless pursuit of Kisame. Kisame, wielding Samahata, attempted to parry, but the blow sent him flying, engulfed in purple lightning. A pain scream erupted from his lips as a long gash appeared across his chest, blood gushing forth. Were it not for his exceptional resilience and Samahata's assistance, anyone else would likely have been cleaved in two. Before Kisame could recover, a fiery figure surged from the left. Lava release, undersea needle. Old Purple delivered a powerful punch, sending Kisame hurtling away. Having sustained 2 significant blows, Kisame's body began to falter under the strain. He knelt, supported by Samahata. Wuyue, observing the kneeling Kisame, contemplated delivering the finishing blow. Heh, Kisame sneered. Even in the face of despair, you two are truly remarkable to have forced me to this brink. Especially you, little brat. The small fish eyes of Gyuki fixated intensely on Wuyu, emanating a powerful aura of murderous intent. I underestimated him, and thus found myself momentarily in a passive position. As Gyuki spoke, he propped himself up, declaring, "Do you truly believe victory is assured?" At that moment, he relinquished the grip on J-Ki, swiftly forming hand seals. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from him. "Not good, we must stop him," Wuyu exclaimed, attempting to intervene. Suddenly, Gyuki shouted, "Water release." Great exploding water collapsing wave. Instantly, he unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, forming an enormous elliptical water prison that engulfed everyone within. This colossal sphere of water extended hundreds of meters in all directions. Wuyu and Lao Zi barely had time to react before being ensnared within the watery confines. At this juncture, Gyuki ceased to hold back. He and J-Ki began to merge together. His muscles swelled, and his physique grew into a giant form. His eyes elongated. His hands and feet transformed into webbed appendages, and massive fins sprouted from the outer sides of his arms, while a long tail abruptly emerged from behind. This was Gyuki's most formidable combat form, the J-Ki fusion form. Wuyu and Lao Zi were in a state of urgent alarm within the water prison, astonished that their opponent had the capacity to employ such a potent ninjutsu. They were now firmly entrenched in a disadvantageous position. In that moment, Wuyu focused his mind, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan to cast an illusion on Lao Zi. Lao Zi, suspecting Mingxuan would not trust him, succumbed to the illusion's influence. With Wuyu's ocular power, they both entered a mental realm. Upon entering Lao Zi's consciousness, Mingxuan discovered a colossal being looming behind him. It was none other than the Four Tails, Son Goku. "Ah, an interesting little spirit has arrived," Son Goku remarked, his massive form drawing closer to Wuyu, his eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Wuyu's gaze. Reminiscent of the old man's lineage. "Son, do not attack. He is my friend, not an enemy," Lao Zi cautioned. "Humph, I can sense the odor of that fox on him." "Quite distasteful," Son Goku replied, a hint of annoyance flickering in his eyes. Wuyu found it amusing. The Nine Tails truly was the object of collective disdain among the tailed beasts. "Without further ado, Brother Z, I employed the illusion to convey the specifics of this enemy's abilities, as I previously lacked the opportunity," Wuyu stated. "By the way, why don't you directly transform into your tailed beast form?" Wuyu inquired. Upon hearing this, Lao Zi sighed. "As I age, I can barely withstand the burden of the tailed beast cloak. I typically utilize the lava release chakra mode in battle, and Sun also transmits some of his power to me." Wuyu's curiosity was assuaged. If Son Goku could transform, their predicament would not be so dire. Alas, they had to devise an alternative strategy. Wuyu swiftly relayed Gyuki's abilities and the general characteristics of the technique to Lao Zi. Given the current circumstances, they needed to separate. Remaining together would only lead to their capture. One must divert Gyuki's attention while the other dismantled the water prison technique from the outside. "Do not worry, I will draw his attention," Wuyu assured. Wuyu has devised a method to vanquish Kisame, albeit with a degree of peril. However, there lies a significant opportunity for both to retreat unscathed and even turn the tables on Kisame. Having articulated his thoughts, Wuyu retracted his ocular power, and the two returned to the realm of reality. At this moment, only a few seconds had elapsed in the real world, and Kisame was poised to charge at them with great fervor. Wuyu desperately channeled the chakra within him to sustain his breath, brandishing his Raiga as he surged forward to confront Kisame. Meanwhile, Old Purple pivoted and dashed in the opposite direction, intent on escaping the vast confines of the watery prison. He sought an opportunity to breach the creature's watery confinement from the outside, as his abilities were severely hampered within its depths. The magma coursing through him had been doused by the oppressive water. Following his fusion with the shark skin, Kisame's combat prowess in the water had markedly escalated, exhibiting both enhanced speed and strength. Most importantly, he could breathe freely within the aquatic domain, unlike Wu Yu and Old Purple. Kisame intended to exploit his fused form to siphon the chakra from both adversaries, subsequently ensnaring them within the watery prison until they were rendered powerless. Just as he indulged in this contemplation, Wu Yu approached with increasing momentum, prompting Kisame to take the risk of coming into contact with him. Fully aware of the potential peril posed by Wu Yu's blade, in that fleeting moment of contact, he aimed to ensnare Wu Yu and drain him of his chakra. With a forceful swing of his, Wu Yu attempted to strike downwards. However, the current of the water diminished the speed of his blade compared to before. Seizing this fleeting moment, Gashu subtly adjusted his direction, evading Wu Yu from below and swiftly maneuvering behind him. He extended his powerful arms to ensnare Wu Yu's body, simultaneously activating his ability to siphon off the chakra within him. Gashu was prepared to risk the danger of being harmed by the lightning release in order to drain Wu Yu of his chakra. Sensing Gashu's intent, Wu Yu summoned forth the purple lightning within him. In an instant, a torrent of purple electricity erupted from his form, enveloping both Gashu and Wu Yu in a dazzling display of lightning. The electricity surged through the water, radiating outward like a miniature sun. Initially, Gashu intended to withstand Wu Yu's lightning release, but he quickly realized something was amiss. Wu Yu's lightning technique was not only purple but also distinct from ordinary lightning ninjutsu. Its immense power contained a peculiar force, rendering it capable of absorbing only a minuscule portion of Gashu's chakra. In that moment, Gashu was also struck by the Chidori stream, a paralyzing sensation coursing through his body, significantly diminishing the strength of his arms. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yu broke free from Gashu's grasp, pivoting to slash at his opponent. Thanks to the advantages of his and the terrain, Gashu narrowly evaded the impending strike. Water release. 5 shark bombs. Gashu swiftly conjured 5 shark-shaped water orbs with his chakra, sending them hurtling towards Wu Yu from various directions. Lightning release. Thunder Moon Slash. Wu Yu gripped and spun rapidly, unleashing a torrent of purple lightning that effortlessly cleaved the 5 approaching sharks into dozens of pieces. Yet, the severed sharks did not dissipate. Instead, they utilized the water flow to regenerate and continued their assault on Wu Yu. Understanding Gashu's other formidable technique, Wu Yu realized that as long as the sharks remained under Gashu's control, they could recover from any damage sustained, aided by the water and chakra. Thus, he needed to obliterate them in one decisive blow or force Gashu to relinquish his control. However, Gashu had grown cautious, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters while orchestrating the shark's attack. In this critical moment, Wu Yu remained composed. Glancing towards the retreating figure of Lao Zi, he noticed that Lao Zi had already escaped more than halfway. With just a little more time, Lao Zi would be safe. Wu Yu turned his attention back to the advancing 5 sharks, securing at his waist. He concentrated his chakra and the purple lightning within him into his right hand. Secret Art, Thunderclap Earth Shatter. In an instant, a surge of chakra and purple lightning erupted from his hand, obliterating the surrounding water and annihilating the oncoming 5 sharks into nothingness under the combined force of lightning and punch. Witnessing Wu Yu's formidable strike, Gashu swiftly distanced himself. This troublesome adversary posed a challenge due to Wu Yu's lightning release countering his abilities. Gashu decided to maneuver around Wu Yu to confront Lao Zi first. After absorbing the chakra of the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, he would gradually wear down Wu Yu. In the depths of the water, Wu Yu was consumed by an anxious urgency to pursue the elusive Kyubi. However, the aquatic environment hindered his speed, rendering him inferior to the semi-merfolk Kyubi. Resolute in his intent, Wu Yu summoned the purple lightning within him. In an instant, the Raijin mode enveloped him, manifesting a radiant suit of purple lightning armor, with intricate patterns clearly visible, encasing his entire being. Instantly, both his physical strength and velocity surged dramatically. The surrounding currents of electricity expanded with the flow of water, transforming him into a humanoid sun amidst the depths. Kaibai, lend me your strength. Wu Yu's heart cried out fervently, and as if heeding his call, a torrent of tailed beast chakra surged forth from the crystalline core within him. To his astonishment, the purple lightning armor began to display numerous deep crimson patterns, revealing a perfect fusion of the purple lightning's power and the tailed beast's energy. The might of the purple lightning was indeed formidable. Wu Yu realized it was the very essence of this power that made the ferocious force of the tailed beast manageable. Feeling the overwhelming surge of power within, he yearned to let out a roar, but the constraints of the water stifled him. Pressed for time, he knew he had to act swiftly, for his oxygen supply was dwindling. Lightning release, thunderstep. Wu Yu propelled himself with tremendous force, pushing against the water beneath him. With the enhancements of Raijin mode and the tailed beast's power, he executed a technique akin to instantaneous movement within the water. Like a streak of violet light, he swiftly closed the distance to Kyubi, sending ripples through the water in his wake. Kyubi, taken aback, had not anticipated Wu Yu's sudden surge, nor the strange power radiating from him. At that moment, Wu Yu was already upon him. Kyubi, exerting all his strength, desperately swam backward, leveraging the advantages of the water to create some distance. Yet Wu Yu remained unfazed. He concentrated a vast amount of chakra in his right hand, intertwining the tailed beast's power with the purple lightning. Secret technique, thunderclap. He unleashed a powerful strike toward Kyubi. Although Kyubi had managed to escape several meters away, Wu Yu's attack possessed an area of effect, and a dazzling burst of purple light enveloped Kyubi. In the wake of Wu Yu's full-force assault, a breach was blasted open in the water prison. Kyubi was hurled backward, his body marred by numerous lightning-inflicted wounds. Fortunately, remnants of the chakra absorbed from the previous encounter with the old purple entity sustained him, preventing his injuries from worsening. With this maneuver, Wu Yu successfully thwarted Kyubi's advance, allowing the old purple entity to escape unscathed. Enraged, Kyubi contemplated continuing his pursuit, but quickly realized that if he did not first eliminate Wu Yu, he would undoubtedly lose this battle. Water release, 1,000 sharks. Kyubi formed seals with his hands, conjuring thousands of sharks in the water. Under his command, these ferocious creatures surged from all directions to attack Wu Yu. Unperturbed, Wu Yu remained confident, for his lightning armor offered him protection. The sharks would struggle to breach his defenses. He awaited the opportune moment for the old purple entity to employ a ninjutsu, planning to strike in unison and obliterate Kyubi. Outside the water prison, the old purple entity observed the fierce clash between Wu Yu and Kyubi, acutely aware that delaying further would be detrimental. In response, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from him, enveloping him in a deep crimson cloak of tailed beast energy. This is precisely the second form of tailed beast transformation. Old Purple plunged his hands deeply into the ground, causing the surrounding earth to transform into a sea of magma. In a short while, the terrain for hundreds of meters around had become engulfed in molten lava. Melt release, flower fruit mountain. Old Purple shouted, as the magma surged forth like a volcanic eruption, engulfing flames and rocks as it rushed towards the water prison. Upon witnessing Old Purple's ultimate move outside the water prison, Wu Yue no longer held back. He summoned all of his chakra and the purple lightning within him, intending to unleash a combined assault to shatter the water prison and severely injure Gyuki. Instantly, the water currents around Wu Yue were repelled by his chakra and lightning, preventing even the sharks from closing in. With lightning release, Lightning Emperor, Wu Yue fused his entire chakra, purple lightning, and the power of the tailed beast into a single entity. A massive purplish-red lightning sphere coalesced in his hand, with purple lightning coiling around him, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. Gyuki, flapping his fins, attempted to retreat, but behind him loomed Old Purple-S volcanic magma. In a desperate bid, he could only gather the 1,000-eater sharks around him while swiftly moving downstream. However, the assaults from Wu Yue and Old Purple arrived in an instant. In a flash of electric light, Wu Yue's Lightning Emperor collided with Old Purple's molten volcano, and the water prison with the 1,000-eater sharks met in a cataclysmic clash. The three elements, lightning, magma, and water, collided ferociously, resulting in a violent explosion that ravaged the surrounding kilometers with chaos. The nearby forest was obliterated in the explosion, and a cloud of dust rose dozens of meters into the air, shrouding the area for miles around. The ground at the center of the explosion sank several meters deep, littered with charred remnants from the collision of magma and lightning. At that moment, Wu Yue, Gyuki, and Old Purple were all engulfed within the blast radius. Once the dust settled, the silhouettes of the three emerged. Since Old Purple and Wu Yue were not situated at the epicenter of the explosion, they sustained minimal injuries, though they felt the significant toll on their stamina and chakra. Wu Yue stood unscathed, while Old Purple, due to his age, had exhausted much of his energy and was now half kneeling on the ground. Wu Yue hurriedly approached and utilized healing palm technique to mend their wounds. A soft green light emanating from his palms as it restored their injuries and vitality. Fortuitously, the power of the Nine Tails still coursed within him. Otherwise, he too would have been brought to his knees by such a strike. Wu Yue silently expressed his gratitude. Under Wu Yue's healing, Old Purple visibly regained some of his strength and wounds, managing to rise and express his thanks to Wu Yue. "Where is that fishman?" Old Purple inquired, glancing around for Gyuki's figure. "I do not know. He was at the center of the explosion, and my sight was obstructed," Wu Yue replied. At that moment, he activated his Sharingan to search for Gyuki's silhouette. Finally, at a distance of about 100 or 200 meters, he spotted two figures lying on the ground. "Found him. Let us go," Wu Yue exclaimed, leading Old Purple towards Gyuki's location. As they approached, they finally beheld Gyuki and Samahata sprawled on the ground. At this moment, Kisame was left with a severely damaged arm and leg, his body marred by numerous wounds. A third of the scales of his companion, Samahata, had been blasted away, rendering it equally battered. Upon sensing the arrival of the two, Kisame struggled to rise. "Haha, to think you could force me to this extent," he observed. Despite being gravely injured, his eyes betrayed no hint of fear. "So is this your last words?" Wu Yue remarked coldly. "Haha, truly worthy of the Uchiha clan. I never expected that besides Itachi, there was another genius like you," Kisame mused. Wu Yue chose not to engage in further conversation and prepared to eliminate Kisame. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. A subtle movement caught his attention, and he turned to look warily. To his surprise, a slender tail slithered behind Laozi. "Be careful," Wu Yue shouted to Laozi, realizing that Kisame had deliberately waited for them to approach, commanding Samahata to secretly siphon off Laozi's chakra, thus granting him at least a chance to flee. Upon hearing Wu Yue's warning, Laozi hastily dodged to the side but still allowed Samahata to absorb a portion of his chakra. After siphoning off a bit of Laozi's energy, both Kisame and Samahata's injuries began to mend somewhat. Kisame, unwilling to confront them directly, retreated swiftly with Samahata in tow. At this juncture, Wu Yue understood that he could not let the tiger return to the mountain. Ignoring his current physical state, he executed the lightning release, Thunder Step, appearing before Kisame in an instant. Kisame, taken aback by the sudden appearance, quickly raised Samahata to defend himself. Wu Yue's dual blade struck fiercely at Kisame, sending both him and Samahata flying several meters away. Kisame, once again severely wounded, collapsed onto the ground. Laozi rushed to join Wu Yue, and together they prepared to use ninjutsu to finish off Kisame. Just as they were about to unleash their techniques, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A viscous white substance began to materialize on their bodies, and a white head emerged from the substance. Wu Yue and Laozi felt their chakra gradually depleting. "This is quite a predicament," Kisame noted, as he too found white substance sprouting from his body, continuously replenishing his chakra. "This is bad. It's the spore technique." Wu Yue quickly placed his hand on Laozi, unleashing the lightning release, Chidori. Violet lightning erupted from both of them, incinerating the white substance into mere fragments scattered on the ground. It turned out that this was the spore technique of White Zetsu, who could disperse spores into the air for enemies to inhale, subsequently draining their chakra and transferring it to others. Clearly, the earlier explosion had been too tremendous, prompting Zetsu to be concerned about the situation and hastily arrive at the battlefield using the mayfly technique. Being astute, Zetsu recognized that he was no match for Laozi and Wu Yue. Thus, he resorted to using the spore technique underground to siphon their chakra and restore Kisame's strength. At this moment, Kisame, having received the chakra transmitted by Zetsu, found his injuries significantly healed. Although he had not fully recovered, he possessed the strength for self-preservation. Should the two press on, he could rely on Zetsu to hold them off. As they awaited the arrival of Black Zetsu and Itachi, the situation began to unravel. Wu Yu assessed the battlefield and sensed impending danger. He had not anticipated White Zetsu's unexpected support. Had it not been for his own efforts alongside Old Purple in vanquishing Kisame, they would have missed a crucial opportunity. The wisest course of action now was to retreat. Although Wu Yu and Old Purple had sustained minimal injuries, their stamina and chakra reserves were dwindling. Moreover, Black Zetsu and Itachi could arrive at any moment. Should they attempt to eliminate Kisame, they risked falling into peril themselves. Exchanging a glance with Old Purple, Wu Yu understood their mutual resolve. He formed hand seals and unleashed wind release, Great Breakthrough, while Old Purple simultaneously invoked earth release, Sandstorm. In an instant, a tempest of wind and sand engulfed Kisame and White Zetsu, prompting them to retreat hastily as the assault approached. When the storm subsided, Wu Yu and Old Purple had vanished from the scene. Fuming with rage, Kisame seethed at the disappearance of the young rogue who had nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for the interference, he could have easily subdued the Four Tails Jinchuriki alone. This young adversary had inflicted multiple grievous injuries upon him, and he was acutely aware of the boy's formidable strength despite his youth. The peculiar purple lightning jutsu that the boy wielded had proven to be his kryptonite, rendering Kisame incapable of unleashing his full potential. Furthermore, the boy's exceptional swordsmanship had left Kisame at a disadvantage, even with his own weapon, the Samahata. He vowed that upon their next encounter, he would eliminate the boy. However, he feared that by that time, he might no longer be a match for him. Moments later, Black Zetsu and Itachi arrived at Kisame and White Zetsu's side. The latter two recounted the events that had transpired. Black Zetsu, taken aback by the surrounding devastation, had not anticipated such a fierce battle unfolding in this location. The landscape had been irrevocably altered, and he felt grateful for having sent White Zetsu to assist. Otherwise, Kisame would have met his demise. He also categorized Wu Yu as an extreme threat, intending to inform Obito about the situation to investigate Wu Yu's background further. Itachi, too, was astonished by Wu Yu's prowess. He had not anticipated such significant growth in Wu Yu's abilities over a few short years. However, he began to worry for Wu Yu's safety, knowing that Obito would soon turn his attention to him. Meanwhile, Wu Yu and Old Purple, having obscured their presence with ninjutsu, swiftly retreated, covering several miles in their escape. Eventually, Wu Yu halted, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. The recent skirmish had drained him of considerable chakra and stamina. Despite his considerable advancements, he found himself on the brink of exhaustion. Old Purple, equally weary from the fierce battle and his age, also paused to catch his breath. "I truly appreciate your strength," Old Purple expressed gratefully. "I had no idea you were so powerful." "Ah, it's nothing," Wu Yu waved dismissively. "What shall we do next?" Old Purple inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yu replied, "Let us find a place to rest before heading to the Land of Fire. I will guide you there. After all, that area falls under the jurisdiction of Konohagakure, making it difficult for the Akatsuki organization to locate it in a timely manner, especially since it is in close proximity." After a brief respite, both Lao Zi and Wu Yu dared not linger any longer and hastily set forth towards the Land of Fire. Along the way, Wu Yu meticulously explained the objectives of the Akatsuki organization, expressing his concern that Lao Zi might be apprehended if he remained in Iwagakure. It was likely that stronger adversaries would be dispatched next time. After enduring considerable hardship, they finally entered the borders of the Land of Fire. Wu Yu took Lao Zi to a quaint little town where Uchiha Fugako had previously concealed scrolls, purchasing a small residence not far from there for Lao Zi. This secluded and sparsely populated town was ideal for Lao Zi's recuperation. Wu Yu also intended to stay for a while, as he was reluctant to return so soon after finally venturing out. Here, he planned to diligently study the Flying Thunder God technique, determined to achieve significant progress after his training had been interrupted by Kisame and his companions. Furthermore, the area was rich in secret techniques, offering Wu Yu an opportunity to solidify his own ninjutsu. Moreover, he was eager to consult Lao Zi regarding the bloodline limits. Techniques such as lava release, scorch release, and storm release not only possess immense power, but also exhibit distinct characteristics unique to each release. Every ninja endowed with a bloodline limit wields formidable strength, and Wu Yu aspired to develop his own bloodline limit, particularly since he possessed 3 elemental affinities: lightning, fire, and wind. However, the complexity of such an endeavor was evident, as few ninjas in the entire shinobi world could utilize a bloodline limit, let alone one that fused 3 elemental properties. In the shinobi realm, only the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, and the 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi, have mastered their bloodline limits to such an extent. One has developed dust release, while the other wields 2 different bloodline limits, both demonstrating terrifying prowess. Especially notable is the 3rd Tsuchikage, who, despite his advanced age, remains the strongest among the 5 Kage, earning praise even from Madara. Thus, Wu Yu resolved to carve out his own bloodline limit. He first perused the scrolls related to bloodline limits, gleaning information that distinguished between those inherited through bloodlines and those associated with release techniques, such as scorch release and lava release. Although the release-type bloodline limits do not require a bloodline inheritance like the Sharingan, they still come with numerous restrictions. One must possess multiple chakra affinities and simultaneously master the nature transformations of these affinities to create new techniques with unique properties. However, mastering 2 or 3 chakra natures concurrently is no easy feat, prompting Mingxuan to seek Lao Zi's assistance. Upon hearing this, Lao Zi readily agreed. Grateful for the times Mingxuan had saved him and appreciative of the accommodation he had arranged, their relationship had evolved significantly, and Lao Zi recognized the potential of this young and powerful ninja. Through Lao Zi's guidance, Mingxuan began to understand the methods of mastering bloodline limits, which had indeed been referenced in the original work. Specifically, it was mentioned that Naruto developed the wind release, Rasengan, by mastering the properties of wind release chakra. To master the transformation of chakra nature, one must possess both formidable mental strength and innate talent. Many individuals spend their lives in vain attempting to acquire such abilities. Moreover, to achieve mastery over a bloodline limit, one must integrate 2 chakra natures, not to mention the requirement of 3 chakra attributes for certain bloodline limit eliminations. However, with the guidance of the seasoned Old Purple and the formidable mental prowess of Mingxuan, Wu Yue felt confident that mastering this skill would not prove overly arduous. Upon careful analysis and observation, Old Purple discerned that Wu Yue possessed 3 attributes within him: wind, fire, and lightning. It appeared that Wu Yue had an innate affinity for the transformation of lightning chakra. He recognized that this was largely attributable to the presence of purple lightning within him, which explained the extraordinary power of his lightning release. What he wielded was not merely a ninjutsu, it was akin to harnessing true lightning itself. The other 2 attributes, wind and fire, still required mastery from Mingxuan, and the training method closely resembled that of Naruto in the original tale. When practicing wind release, one would gather chakra in their palms to slice through leaves. During fire release, one would scorch the leaves. Yet, this very step proved to be a formidable hurdle for many. In accordance with Naruto's techniques from the original narrative, Wu Yue summoned numerous shadow clones to train alongside him. Old Purple was taken aback by this efficient training method, having not conceived of it previously. With Wu Yue's immense mental strength and the method resembling meditation from his past life, he found his training to be remarkably effective. Within a few days, Wu Yue had initially grasped the foundational transformation of chakra nature, successfully obliterating leaves using wind and fire release. At this juncture, he began to contemplate his next phase of training, using wind release chakra to cleave through waterfalls and employing fire release chakra to incinerate trees. This stage proved challenging. Even with Wu Yue's formidable mental capacity, it took him several days to complete this step. Upon accomplishing this task, he distinctly sensed a transformation in his ninjutsu. Having mastered the nature transformations of wind and fire chakra, both techniques underwent remarkable changes. When using wind release, the gales took on a bluish hue and exhibited enhanced cutting properties. As for fire release, its color shifted to a deep crimson, imbued with high temperatures and explosive characteristics. This transformation filled Wu Yue with immense joy. Even without achieving a bloodline limit, his strength had seen a significant enhancement. Wu Yue conveyed this transformation to Old Purple, who was equally astonished by Wu Yue's progress. He had not anticipated that Wu Yue could master the basic principles of chakra nature transformation in such a brief period. Wu Yue then extended an invitation for a duel to Old Purple, wishing to demonstrate his advancements. Both employed their ninjutsu. Wu Yue utilized fire release while Old Purple wielded lava release. Wu Yue noted a significant improvement in his fire release technique compared to the past, though it still fell short against Old Purple's lava release. Nevertheless, Old Purple praised Wu Yue's fire release. He elucidated the reasons for Wu Yue's disadvantage, explaining that while Wu Yue had mastered one nature transformation, Old Purple commanded 2. Furthermore, being a fire release user inherently placed Wu Yue at a disadvantage, akin to how Old Purple's lava release was countered by Kisame's water release, which was also bolstered by Kisame's formidable strength. The essence of chakra is inherently one of mutual restraint, a principle that applies even to bloodline limits. Wu Yue subsequently embarked on the arduous journey of combining 3 chakra natures, aiming to unlock a new bloodline limit. 2 natures result in a bloodline limit, while 3 yield a bloodline elimination. However, he found himself stymied at this juncture, as several days of diligent effort yielded scant results. Old Purple urged Wu Yue not to rush, emphasizing that mastering the fusion of chakra natures is inherently challenging. It requires precise control of chakra and a keen sense of balance, particularly with 3 natures involved. This practice necessitates time for the body to mitigate the repulsion between differing chakra types. Old Purple suggested that Wu Yue first practice the fusion of two natures, such as wind and fire, as these two are less likely to conflict and can complement each other. Heeding Old Purple's advice, Wu Yue found that the resistance encountered during the fusion of wind and fire chakra was significantly reduced compared to attempting to combine three. Although progress was slow, each day brought incremental improvements. Wu Yue remained confident that, given time, he would master the fusion of wind and fire chakra natures. Old Purple marveled at Wu Yue's talent, attributing it to the advantages of being a traveler from another world. Wu Yue's spiritual power was several times greater than that of others, a potential boon possibly stemming from the baptism of lightning or the benefits of his extraordinary circumstances. By the way, Wu Yue, I noticed you diligently studying the art of ninjutsu lately, Old Purple inquired. Having observed Wu Yue not only training in chakra nature transformation, but also poring over the tome of ninjutsu each evening, he reflected on Wu Yue's remarkable talent and, more importantly, his diligent and earnest approach to cultivation. Old Purple believed that even without innate talent, Wu Yue's steadfast dedication would inevitably lead him to become a formidable force. Wu Yue chuckled, surprised that his actions had captured Old Purple's attention. He felt no need to conceal his status as a Jinchuriki, inexplicably harboring a sense of kinship with his fellow Jinchuriki, whom he believed to possess inherently benevolent hearts. After all, they coexisted peacefully with the tailed beasts, and their own experiences were often marked by profound suffering. You are undoubtedly familiar with this ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. Wu Yue smiled as he spoke to Lao Zi. What? The Flying Thunder God? Lao Zi's expression turned to one of alarm upon hearing this. Oh, have you also heard of the fourth Hokage? Wu Yue's interest was piqued, although they had never clashed directly. His renown was known throughout the ninja world. To be honest, I feel that should I engage him in combat, I would undoubtedly be the one to fail. Lao Zi remarked, his face betraying admiration. Wu Yue was astonished, not expecting Lao Zi to hold the fourth in such high regard. Yet, it was understandable, after all. This was the spatial ninjutsu known as the Flying Thunder God. In the original story, even the second Hokage acknowledged that Minato's Flying Thunder God surpassed his own abilities. At this moment, Wu Yue resolved to begin his training in the Flying Thunder God technique. He had already achieved success in the first stage of chakra nature transformation. However, he had been studying the technique without taking action until now. Observing Wu Yue's intent to cultivate the Flying Thunder God, Lao Zi became intrigued. He decided to stand by and assist Wu Yue. But as he watched Wu Yue delve into the intricacies of the technique, he felt a headache coming on from the foundational knowledge presented in the text. I detest reading this stuff. No, every ninja likely feels the same way. Lao Zi commented with a sigh. You ninjas are always fighting. When do you have time to study? I bet you wouldn't even grasp basic physics, let alone this technique. Wu Yue mused inwardly, chuckling at the thought that perhaps the complexity of the technique was why so few had mastered the Flying Thunder God. Although the strokes for the Flying Thunder God technique were few, the underlying principles encompassed spatial concepts, thus elevating its difficulty. Moreover, one had to complete the engravings in an instant, making it all the more daunting. In the original narrative, Minato achieved the technique effortlessly at the moment of contact. Reflecting on Minato's image in his mind, Wu Yue couldn't help but lament. Not only is he handsome, but he's also an academic prodigy. To top it all off, he possesses high emotional intelligence. It's infuriating, isn't it? As Wu Yue attempted to engrave the technique for the first time, he dared not be complacent. He focused intently on inscribing the Flying Thunder God seal on a small kunai, pouring all his strength into it, fearful that excessive force might lead to failure. Lao Zi, witnessing this, held his breath in anticipation, quietly observing from the side. At last, the Flying Thunder God seal was successfully inscribed. For both Wu Yue and Lao Zi, this brief moment felt as though it had stretched into several days. They exchanged a smile, astonished at their success. Next, Wu Yue merely needed to activate the technique to teleport to the location of the seal. He hurled the kunai several meters away and stood ready to initiate the Flying Thunder God. However, as he stood there, excitement coursing through him, time stretched, and he made no move for quite a while. What is wrong, Wu Yue? Did you fail? Lao Zi, noticing Wu Yue's stillness, assumed the worst. Wu Yue forced a bitter smile. Not quite. What then? Lao Zi inquired, puzzled. I'm just hesitant, Wu Yue confessed. This involves the mysteries of space, and while I may be talented, I cannot afford to take such risks lightly. Upon hearing this, Lao Zi was momentarily speechless. It turned out that Wu Yu was merely intimidated. Yet, he did not mock the young one, for that was the Flying Thunder God technique. He himself could not even comprehend such sorcery, let alone master it. Wu Yu, at such a tender age, had managed to grasp the intricacies of the sorcerer's art and successfully inscribe the technique. He was undoubtedly far superior to Lao Zi, leaving him with no face to deride another. Wu Yu remained stationary for a while, and with a determined resolve, he thought. The fourth Hokage did not master the Flying Thunder God technique by mere chance. If he could learn it, so can I. After all, I am a student of a prestigious science academy. This is no jest. With a surge of focus, Wu Yu activated the sorcerer's technique of Flying Thunder God, and in an instant, his form vanished from the spot. Did it succeed? Lao Zi's face illuminated with joy upon witnessing Wu Yu's disappearance. However, as he glanced toward the nearby kunai, he realized that Wu Yu's figure had not materialized. In a flurry, he began searching the surroundings, but mere seconds later, he saw Wu Yu's silhouette abruptly appear beside the kunai. Lao Zi rushed over, only to discover that Wu Yu's body was marred with numerous wounds, blood gushing forth from the injuries. Wu Yu turned back and uttered a single expletive before collapsing onto the ground. Lao Zi, alarmed by the sight, wasted no time and promptly administered treatment, placing Wu Yu in a bedroom. Upon regaining consciousness, Wu Yu felt a wave of pain coursing through his body, and the world spun around him. He forced himself to rise and exit the room. Outside, Lao Zi rejoiced at Wu Yu's awakening. "How do you feel, Wu Yu? Are you better?" he inquired. With a bitter smile, Wu Yu replied, "I genuinely appreciate your help this time. It was indeed perilous." Internally, Wu Yu felt a sense of relief regarding the earlier mishap, which could be summarized as him being ravaged by spatial forces. Although he had executed the Flying Thunder God technique, his lack of proficiency led to his body being wounded by the spatial energies. Moreover, it had significantly impacted his mental fortitude. He felt his mind still clouded, even with Wu Yu's formidable physique and mental strength. It took several days for him to fully recuperate. Following this incident, he resolved never to attempt such a feat lightly again. It appeared that spatial ninjutsu was not so easily mastered. One misstep could result in severe injury from the spatial forces. He couldn't help but ponder how the fourth Hokage had learned it. Nonetheless, this attempt at the Flying Thunder God technique was not entirely without merit. He had gained a deeper perception and understanding of space. What lay ahead for him was the practice and inscription of sorcery, alongside further meditation to attune himself to the spatial realm. As days turned into weeks, 3 months swiftly elapsed since Wu Yu departed from Konoha. He had not anticipated that his time away would stretch so long. It was nearly time for him to return. After finding Lao Zi, he explained his situation and expressed his intention to go back. Although Lao Zi felt reluctant, he understood that Wu Yu was a ninja of Konoha, and with the mission completed, it was only natural for him to report back. Before departing, Wu Yu handed Lao Zi a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. "Zigu, this kunai bears the mark of my Flying Thunder God. Although I am not yet proficient in its use, I can still sense when you activate it with chakra in times of peril." In a precautionary gesture, Mujutsu intentionally left a Flying Thunder God kunai for Old Purple. Old Purple smiled appreciatively and accepted the kunai. After bidding farewell to Old Purple, Mujutsu set forth on his journey back to Konoha. Having been away for 3 months, Mujutsu longed to reunite with his family and friends. After a long trek, he finally arrived at the gates of Konoha, and just as he was about to enter, he spotted familiar figures ahead. It was none other than Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi. Upon Mujutsu's departure, Naruto and Sasuke had graduated from the Ninja Academy and were assigned to Kakashi's team alongside Sakura. Mujutsu quickly approached them, draping an arm over Naruto and Sasuke's shoulders. "Hey, I didn't expect that after a few months apart, you two have become ninjas," Mujutsu exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Naruto was overjoyed to see his elder brother return. "Mujutsu and I, have you come back from a mission?" Although Sasuke remained silent, the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Sakura and Kakashi were equally astonished by Mujutsu's sudden arrival, not anticipating the close relationship between him and Naruto and Sasuke. Mujutsu then greeted Kakashi and Sakura, his attention now focused on Kakashi. Observing Kakashi's silver hair, masked face, and ninja attire, Mujutsu felt a surge of interest, for Kakashi was one of the most beloved characters from the original narrative, possessing the ability to hold his own against anyone. Kakashi, meanwhile, was discreetly appraising Mujutsu, feeling a sense of surprise. Though Mujutsu was a few years older than Naruto and the others, he emanated an enigmatic aura that hinted at a subtle danger. Mujutsu smiled at Kakashi-sensei. I apologize in advance for needing your guidance with these two brothers of mine. Not at all. As their teacher, that is my duty, Kakashi replied. Are you also a ninja? I don't recall having seen you before. Haha, I am merely an unknown individual, Mujutsu said nonchalantly. Previously a member of the Uchiha clan. He had spent much time away from the village, rarely making appearances. Aside from the third Hokage and Danzo, few knew of Mujutsu's true identity. Kakashi, intrigued, questioned how he had never heard of Naruto and Sasuke having an elder brother. However, seeing the strong bond between them eased any concerns. Meanwhile, Sakura gazed at Mujutsu, somewhat starstruck. Is he Sasuke's brother? He seems even more handsome than Sasuke, she mused silently. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Mujutsu made his way towards the third Hokage's office, as his first order of business was, of course, to report back to the third Hokage. Upon meeting the third Hokage, Wu Yue recounted the general circumstances of recent events and subtly hinted at the objectives of the Akatsuki, prompting the third to heighten vigilance and investigation against the organization. Afterward, the third instructed Wu Yue to return home and rest, informing him that further tasks would be communicated at a later date. After 3 months, upon returning home, Wu Yue naturally spent quality time with his family. His grandmother and sister were particularly thrilled. That evening, they invited Uncle and Xiang Hue, along with Mei Neko and Kenta, to gather for a family feast. As Wu Yue gazed at his relatives and friends, he reminisced about the early days when only his grandmother and sister were by his side. Astonished at how many friendships he had forged over the years, his journey of strength now had another purpose, to protect them. At that moment, the images of Danzo and Orochimaru surfaced in Wu Yue's mind. He thought, you better not harm my family, or else. With newfound strength, he no longer felt the fear he once had in the face of these formidable foes. During his time at home, Wu Yue enjoyed a carefree life, occasionally visiting Xiang Hue's meat shop for a treat and assisting Mei Neko with simple tasks. He would even stealthily observe Naruto and Sasuke as they carried out their missions. In the midst of this, Wu Yue seized an opportunity to meet with the Nine Tails. Long time no see, Kurama. Wu Yue greeted the beast with familiarity. The Nine Tails glanced at Mingxuan, barely lifting his head. Wu Yue, well aware of Kurama's temperament, chose not to take offense. By the way, I also encountered Sun Wukong and saved the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Wu Yue said, half boasting. To be honest, Sun is far more entertaining than you, he jested. What is so special about that annoying monkey? Such a bothersome little brat. Go away. Kurama roared in response. Hee, I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'll visit you again sometime. Wu Yue waved goodbye as he departed. Watching Wu Yue's retreating figure, Kurama fell into deep thought, a faint smile creeping onto his lips before he resumed his slumber. On this particular day, as Wu Yue leisurely enjoyed his holiday at home, he suddenly received a secret order summoning him to meet the third Hokage urgently. Wu Yue received a secret summons and hurried to the office of the third Hokage, uncertain of the task that awaited him. Upon entering the office, he was taken aback to find numerous ninjas gathered within, predominantly elite jonin from Konoha, including Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and Asuma. The assembly paused momentarily at Wu Yue's entrance, surprised to see such a youthful ninja present. The purpose of his arrival was not immediately clear to them. Kakashi, noticing Wu Yue's presence, was equally astonished, as all those assembled were the finest of Konoha's elite. He pondered the reason for Wu Yue's attendance. Was he to partake in this operation as well? It was then that the third Hokage spoke. Wu Yue, you have arrived. Let us convene together. Although Wu Yue felt a twinge of confusion at the Hokage's words, he silently stood by, awaiting further instructions. As the third Hokage elaborated on the mission, Wu Yue began to comprehend the unfolding events. He had been so preoccupied with rest that he had momentarily overlooked the significant occurrences at this juncture. It turned out that the Nin exams were about to commence, with the fourth Kazekage from Sunagakure also set to arrive in Konoha. The lower-ranked ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure would undergo evaluations together. A chilling realization washed over Wu Yue as he recalled the original storyline. He understood that this was part of Orochimaru's sinister plot to infiltrate Konoha. Just the thought of their previous confrontation made him clench his fists in determination. The memories of their battle lingered vividly in his mind, and he was resolute in ensuring that this time, Orochimaru would face the consequences of his actions. Subsequently, the third Hokage began assigning tasks, and the other ninjas eagerly accepted their roles. Wu Yue, however, was designated to assist Mitarashi Anko in overseeing the second stage of the Forest of Death examination. tasked with monitoring the various movements within the forest to avert any unforeseen incidents. The third Hokage had faith in Wu Yue's abilities, believing that after such an extended period of recuperation, it was time for him to re-engage in active duty. Wu Yue felt a surge of elation at being entrusted with this role, delighted at the prospect of serving as an examiner. What intrigued him even more was the opportunity to encounter Orochimaru and Kabuto once again within the Forest of Death. Ever since his previous encounter, Wu Yue had been unable to shake off the resentment from that experience. Moreover, he had mastered the transformation of chakra nature, and this would serve as a fitting test of his training. As the Forest of Death was within Konoha's territory, he was confident that Orochimaru would not dare to create chaos. Meanwhile, at home, Naruto and Sasuke learned from Kakashi about their participation in the CH Nin exams. The two were eager to prove themselves and ascend to the rank of CH Nin. Wu Yue watched them with a slight smile, reflecting that they were in for a challenging experience. Despite his own capabilities to easily assist Naruto and Sasuke through the trials, he wished for them to succeed through their own efforts. In the days leading up to the exam, Wu Yue dedicated himself to intensive training, aiming to bolster his strength before the CH Nin exams. On the day of the exam, he arrived early at the Forest of Death, intent on preparing the examination grounds and familiarizing himself with the terrain. At this moment, the chief examiner, Akkad YSH, also arrived. As a former disciple of Orochimaru, YSH exuded an aura and demeanor reminiscent of her mentor, subtly hinting at a chilling ruthlessness. However, Wu Yue understood that her essence was not malevolent. It was likely that prolonged exposure to Orochimaru had influenced her character. As YSH observed Wu Yue approaching from a distance, a cold smirk crept across her face. She could not fathom why the third Hokage would send a mere child. To her, he seemed nothing more than a burden. Suddenly, a playful delight surged within her as she drew a kunai. In an instant, she appeared beside Wu Yue, brandishing the weapon against his throat. "Little brother, this place is perilous. Many perished during the examination," she remarked ominously, her slender tongue flicking across Wu Yue's cheek. Wu Yue cast a disdainful glance at her. "Sister, a little hygiene would be appreciated. Your saliva has landed on my face." He recognized that he was being underestimated, seen as a mere child with inferior strength. However, he had no intention of concealing his capabilities. He locked his gaze onto YSH, noting the minutiae of her being, even the fragrance of her subtle perfume. Suddenly, a fierce killing intent erupted from Wu Yue, causing the temperature around them to plummet. YSH felt as though she were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Her skin prickling with goosebumps, an unsettling chill creeping down her spine. "Lightning release! Thunderstep!" Wu Yue exclaimed as he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared on a tree 10 meters away. YSH was taken aback by his astonishing speed. She had not anticipated such a formidable aura emanating from him. And even as AJ Nin, she felt a shiver of trepidation. Witnessing her startled expression, Wu Yue withdrew his murderous intent and offered her a gentle smile. "Sister YSH, we are all ninjas of Konoha. Since the third Hokage has sent me to assist you, I hope you will take good care of me moving forward." Upon hearing Wu Yue's words, YSH regained her composure, her astonishment giving way to a newfound respect as she beheld his handsome visage and warm smile, which seemed to transform him into a different person. A subtle smile graced her lips as she realized that Wu Yue's strength was not as superficial as it appeared. Recognizing that he had been dispatched by the third Hokage, she set aside her condescension and proceeded to explain the critical details of the upcoming examination. "If you encounter any danger, remember to fire the signal flare in your hand. I shall do my utmost to come to your aid," YSH instructed, handing Wu Yue the signal gun. Holding the flare, Wu Yue felt a warmth in his heart. It seemed she possessed a sense of humanity after all, he mused inwardly. "Rest assured, if anything happens to you, do not forget to signal," he jested. As the two conversed, the genin from both Konoha and Sunagakure gathered at the examination site. Wu Yue discreetly positioned himself behind YSH, keen to avoid detection by Kabuto and Orochimaru. In the shadows, he spotted Naruto, Sasuke, and the renowned 12 young ninjas of Konoha. Particularly, there are Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. However, Mingxuan has developed an interest in the one-tail residing within Gaara, despite the beast's relatively low power and considerable temperament. At this moment, Mingxuan is covertly searching for the presence of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Yet his efforts have proven fruitless as he has been unable to locate them after an extensive search. It is quite troublesome. Mingxuan privately laments the difficulty of their concealment. He is aware that the two have likely employed advanced transformation techniques, otherwise, he should have been able to detect them. Just as Mingxuan is probing the surroundings, Akado has already announced the commencement of the examination. Numerous genin rushed towards the forest of death in an instant. As Wu Yue observed the throng of lower-ranking ninjas rushing headlong into the forest, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. It was as if they were eager to throw themselves into the jaws of death, he mused inwardly. Glancing at the side, he noticed Hongdo was completely indifferent to the unfolding situation. Stay here for a moment. I'm going to fetch some dango. She called out casually before turning on her heel and departing. How unreliable, Wu Yue silently lamented, recalling how this sister in the original narrative was always so self-absorbed. He felt no urgency to enter the forest of death, as he was well-versed in the storyline. For now, his task was simply to wait. Thus, Wu Yue settled onto the ground to meditate, a customary practice that bolstered his mental fortitude and perceptiveness. This method greatly aided him in controlling the nature transformation of chakra and enhancing his spatial awareness. In recent days, Wu Yue had made gradual progress in his chakra nature transformation training. However, he found himself at an impasse with the Flying Thunder God technique. Although his spatial perception was slowly improving, he knew he still had a long way to go before achieving mastery. This reality was difficult for him to accept. He felt certain that the fourth Hokage would not have taken an inordinate amount of time to master the technique. Yet, there was another avenue available to him. Wu Yue considered disregarding his physical limits to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique once more, allowing him to experience the power of space firsthand, which would undoubtedly enhance his meditative perception. However, the thought of the accompanying pain and the harrowing sensations he had endured made him hesitate. Perhaps I should take my time, he thought, wryly acknowledging the risk of practicing to the point of losing himself. Time slipped by unnoticed, and nearly half a day had passed without any sign of Hongdo's return. Where could that sister have gone? Has something happened? Wu Yue wondered, contemplating whether he should leave this place. Just as he was wavering in his decision, a ninja sprinted towards him from a distance and arrived at his side. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the newcomer as Gongzi Tai, a member of the original narrative's Kitty Eye duo, who typically partnered with Shinwei Yukin. Their comedic antics had garnered the attention of many Naruto fans. What brings you here? Wu Yue inquired, puzzled by the absence of Hongdo and the unexpected appearance of Gongzi Tai. Gongzi Tai's face was etched with urgency as he quickly summarized the situation. He explained that he and Shinwei Yukin had discovered a group of dead grass ninjas at the examination's perimeter. Their faces had been utterly disfigured by forbidden techniques. Coincidentally, after finishing her dango, Hongdo had passed by and, upon her assessment, concluded that it was the work of Orochimaru. Consequently, she instructed Gongzi Tai and Shinwei Yukin to notify the Umbu and the Hokage, while she resolved to enter the forest of death alone in search of Orochimaru's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Wu Yue urged Gongzi Tai to hasten to inform the Umbu while he himself prepared to lend assistance. In a swift motion, he dashed towards the forest of death, activating the purple lightning within him to establish an electromagnetic field, enabling him to survey his surroundings in real time. As Wu Yue harnessed the power of electromagnetism, he sensed a significant enhancement in his abilities, fostering a belief that one day he would unlock new powers. As he delved deeper, he discovered that the atmosphere beyond the forest was steeped in an eerie, foreboding gloom, with a faint scent of blood wafting through the air. Occasionally, the distant clatter of metal, the explosive sounds of ninjutsu, and cries for help echoed ominously. It was evident that the battle within was indeed brutal, leaving Wu Yue astounded. Suddenly, an explosion resonated ahead. Wu Yue's senses sharpened as he focused intently on the unfolding scene. He discerned two figures engaged in combat, but the distance prevented him from fully grasping the intricacies of their struggle. Hastening towards the clash, he surmised that the scale of the conflict was beyond that of mere genin. He believed he had finally located Hongdo and Orochimaru. Concealing his presence, he stealthily advanced. Upon nearing, he observed that the surrounding trees had been ravaged by the fierce battle, and the two figures before him were unmistakably Hongdo and Orochimaru. Hongdo was now weakly kneeling on the ground, while Orochimaru continued to ramble on incessantly. As Orochimaru's disciple, Hongdo stood little chance against her master. In her weakened state, she had intended to perish alongside Orochimaru but was thwarted as he sensed her intentions and brought her down. Was this to be her end? It was indeed a pity. She lamented that she should have indulged in more dumplings earlier. As she witnessed the massive serpent charging towards her, she ceased her resistance. Lightning release, thunderstep. In an instant, Wu Yue appeared before her, having severed the advancing serpent into several pieces, which now lay lifeless on the ground. He extended a hand to help Hongdo up. Sister Hongdo, what is wrong? Why the long face? He said, half-jokingly. Hongdo gazed at his youthful visage, his bright smile radiating warmth and reassurance, stirring an inexplicable comfort within her. Be cautious. We must find an opportunity to withdraw. The enemy is too powerful, and we must await reinforcements, she whispered earnestly. It's all right, Wu Yue replied, dismissing her concerns. He had originally come with the intent to confront Orochimaru. Ha ha ha, what a twist of fate. Wu Yue echoing. I never expected to encounter you here, came Orochimaru's maniacal laughter, his golden eyes narrowing. A palpable aura of menace erupted from him. After all, Wu Yue had previously dealt him a significant blow. Hongdo, sensing the tension, grew increasingly perplexed, realizing that Wu Yue's identity was anything but ordinary. She was astonished to learn of his acquaintance with Orochimaru, as it seemed they had crossed paths before. You truly are like a cunning serpent, Wu Yue retorted, unflinchingly confronting Orochimaru. Today, I shall entertain you thoroughly. As he spoke, he steadied Hongdo to the side and drew his dual lightning blades. Orochimaru, now wary, recognized that Wu Yue was no ordinary foe, unlike Hongdo, and he could not afford to underestimate him. With a powerful leap, Wu Yue surged forward like a bolt from the blue, his blades tracing an elegant arc through the air. Dual-wielding. In a whirlwind of speed, Wu Yue swung his twin blades towards Orochimaru, who retaliated with two kunai. Instantly, the forest resonated with the clashing sounds of metal as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of dozens of strikes. Wu Yue's heart raced. Orochimaru's bizarre physique was truly perplexing. His limbs seemed to bend at will, effortlessly deflecting Wu Yue's assaults while counterattacking from seemingly impossible angles. Yet, Wu Yue refused to be outdone. His Sharingan, combined with the electromagnetic field, enabled him to precisely discern Orochimaru's movements. Thus, they found themselves in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was astonished, realizing that in the brief time since their last encounter, Wu Yue had significantly grown in strength, while his own abilities had waned due to his reincarnated form. Nonetheless, Wu Yue proved to be a formidable match, solidifying Orochimaru's determination to possess Wu Yue's body. Akane had previously worried for Wu Yue, but upon witnessing his battle with Orochimaru, she was taken aback. She recognized that she had underestimated this young ninja. Initially, she thought the third Hokage merely wanted her to mentor a novice, not realizing Wu Yue's true potential. To her surprise, he had not only saved her life but was now evenly matched with Orochimaru. Seizing the moment, Wu Yue deflected Orochimaru's kunai with his blades, executing a sweeping thunder half-moon slash. As Orochimaru saw Wu Yue's twin blades approaching his face, he unexpectedly bent his waist at a right angle, transforming his legs into a serpent's tail, swiftly retreating into the distance. Utilizing his technique, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, Orochimaru formed hand seals, summoning numerous snakes to strike at Wu Yue. In response, Wu Yue performed hand seals of his own, unleashing wind release. Great breakthrough. In an instant, a verdant whirlwind erupted within the forest, rapidly sweeping through the space ahead, slicing trees and earth into fragments with its razor-sharp force. This technique, a mastery of chakra nature transformation, amplified its cutting properties exponentially. The emerald tempest enveloped both the swarming snakes and Orochimaru's figure, raising clouds of dust that obscured Wu Yue and Akane's vision. After several tense seconds, silence ensued amidst the swirling debris. Suddenly, Wu Yue felt the ground beneath him shift, and as he glanced down, a colossal serpent leapt from the earth, its gaping maw poised to engulf him. In a desperate cry, Akane called out as the serpent lunged upward, swallowing Wu Yue whole. Orochimaru's silhouette emerged from the dust, unfazed by Wu Yue's wind-release assault, with only a few superficial wounds adorning his body. Huh, I was too careless, Orochimaru taunted smugly. At that moment, a shadow materialized behind Orochimaru. Is that so? Wu Yue's voice resonated unexpectedly from behind him, with his twin blades still in motion. Wu Yue cleaved Orochimaru into several pieces with a swift strike of lightning fang. At this moment, Hongdo's face lit up with joy, surprised that Wu Yue had evaded the attack in an instant and launched a surprise assault from behind Orochimaru. However, before Orochimaru's severed body could touch the ground, it disintegrated into the earth, scattering into the air. Wu Yue realized with alarm that it was merely a mud clone. Indeed, Orochimaru was not so easily vanquished. With a raspy voice, Orochimaru's summoning technique summoned 3 enormous serpents, each several meters long, which slithered towards Mingxuan. Undeterred, Wu Yue concentrated his chakra into his Raiga blade, which instantly shimmered with arcs of lightning. Secret technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash. A colossal purple lightning strike surged forth, cleaving the first serpent into charred remnants with a single stroke. Unfazed by the remaining two serpents, Wu Yu sheathed the Raiga at his waist, eager to test his newly acquired fire release ninjutsu. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song. 5 massive heads of flame erupted from Wu Yu's mouth, the fire glowing a vivid red, significantly hotter than ordinary fire techniques. A testament to his mastery over chakra nature transformation. The 5 flaming dragon heads raced towards the 2 remaining serpents, colliding violently upon impact. Not over yet, Mingxuan sneered. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon heads struck the serpents, igniting a series of explosive detonations that engulfed both serpents in a fierce blaze. This was the fire technique previously wielded by Uchiha Madara, which Wu Yu had learned from his clan scrolls. The introduction of chakra nature transformation resulted in an explosive effect, marking a significant evolution in Wu Yu's ninjutsu. Though the Dragon Flame Song consumed a considerable amount of chakra, its power was unparalleled among Wu Yu's current fire techniques. The 2 serpents, ravaged by the flames, succumbed to their charred fates, lying motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Mingxuan did not hesitate. Shadow Clone Technique. 2 shadow clones materialized at Wu Yu's sides. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Wind Release, Wind Dragon Tornado. A massive red fire dragon soared into the air, accompanied by a swirling tornado. The fire dragon spiraled, merging with the tornado to create a towering inferno of fiery wind, resembling a tangible entity. The oppressive heat radiated for hundreds of meters around. Under Wu Yu's command, the fiery tornado charged towards Orochimaru. Witnessing the devastating power of the technique, Orochimaru did not hold back either. Summoning Technique, Triple Hell Gate. 3 colossal gates of the underworld were summoned instantaneously. Orochimaru continued to weave hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. A whirlwind swept through, intertwining with the earthen river and surging towards Wu Yu's fiery tornado. In an instant, the fire tornado collided with the Hell Gates in the Earth Flow Hurricane. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the depths of the Forest of Death, reaching the ears of every lower-ranked ninja within its confines. Even the 3rd Hokage and the assembled shinobi in Konoha were drawn to the sound. Flames, whirlwinds, earth, and shattered trees erupted in an instant as a powerful shockwave radiated outward. An ominous feeling surged within Wu Yu, prompting him to swiftly employ his lightning release technique. Thunder Instantaneous Movement. In a blink, he vanished from his original position and reappeared before Akane, enveloping her in his arms to shield her entirely. At that moment, Wu Yu activated the tailed beast chakra crystal within him, and a deep crimson aura of chakra enveloped both him and Akane. In Wu Yu's embrace, Akane closed her eyes in fear as the shockwave, accompanied by flames and debris, rushed towards them. Their sight and hearing became muddled amidst the chaos. After what felt like an eternity, the shockwave finally subsided. Protected by Wu Yu, Akane emerged unscathed, while Wu Yu himself sustained only minor burns on his back, thanks to the safeguarding chakra. As he lifted his gaze to assess the surroundings, Wu Yu was met with utter devastation. The area lay charred and desolate, with dirt and branches occasionally cascading from the sky. In his search for Orochimaru, he spotted merely a snakeskin 100 meters away. Damn it, he escaped again. Wu Yu lamented, vexed by Orochimaru's formidable survival instincts. From their earlier clash, it appeared that Orochimaru had not suffered any significant harm. Nevertheless, Wu Yu resolved against pursuing him. As the saying goes, one should not chase a desperate foe, especially with other lower-ranked ninjas still engaged in the exam nearby. It was prudent for him to retreat from the battlefield with the injured Akane. He intended to report the incident to the 3rd Hokage and suggest an increase in patrols. However, he was aware of Orochimaru's true identity as the 4th Hokage who had come to this place. Yet, he opted to withhold this information from the 3rd Hokage for now. He planned to execute a strategy akin to a man is stalking its prey, with the cicada unsuspecting of the lurking sparrow. You believe your plan is flawless, do you? I shall relish the moment I shatter your expectations, Wu Yu mused, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. Wait, how have I become so malevolent? He thought to himself, a self-deprecating smile forming as he reflected on the wretched serpent. Wu Yu turned to look at the injured Hondo. The previous shockwave had been mitigated by her chakra cloak, so she had not sustained much damage. However, the earlier battle had left her exhausted, and she now lay weakly on the ground. Moreover, assisting her back would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Wu Yu approached Hondo and effortlessly lifted her onto his back. Hey kid, let me down, Hondo protested, struggling against him. It was rather humiliating to be carried by this younger boy. Oh come on, we're comrades. Don't be so uptight, Wu Yu replied, eager to leave the area. especially since there were still lower ninjas taking the exam nearby. Upon hearing Wu Yue's words, Hongdo felt embarrassed to continue resisting and allowed him to carry her away. At that moment, nestled against Wu Yue's back, she experienced a sense of security. The tension in her body began to dissipate, and fatigue washed over her. Eventually, she succumbed to sleep, resting her head on Wu Yue's shoulder. Wu Yue smiled faintly as he felt Hongdo drift off. To be honest, Hongdo had a rather appealing figure. As he made his way, Wu Yue suddenly heard the sounds of a skirmish ahead. He hurried forward to investigate, only to encounter familiar faces. It was the Sound Ninja Trio, Tatsu, Saku, and Kin. On the ground lay Sasuke, Naruto, and Lee. Recalling the plot of the previous world S. Naruto, Wu Yue grasped the situation. Naruto's group had most likely encountered Orochimaru first, leading to Sasuke being cursed and Naruto temporarily sealed due to the 5 elements seal to contain the leaking chakra of the Nine Tails. At that moment, the Sound Ninja Trio attempted to seize their scrolls. Lee had just arrived to offer assistance, only to be ambushed by Tatsu and severely injured. Seeing Sasuke and Naruto in peril, Wu Yue could not stand idly by. His previous encounter with Orochimaru had left him with lingering frustration. It seemed the misfortune would befall the 3 of them this time. Wu Yue gently roused Hongdo, who was still unaware of the unfolding chaos. She felt a tinge of embarrassment for having fallen asleep on his back. Wu Yue, however, paid it no mind. He briefly explained the situation to her and set her aside to rest while he prepared to rescue Naruto and the others. Meanwhile, Sakura and Lee felt a profound sense of despair. Behind them, Naruto and Sasuke remained unconscious, and Lee had been gravely injured by the ambush. Tatsu slowly approached them, saying, "Hey, you 2 brats. You're quite bothersome, just like cockroaches with your tenacity." As he spoke, he aimed his hands at Sakura and Lee, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Lightning release, thunderstep. Wu Yue, like a flash of lightning, streaked through the air and appeared behind Tatsu in an instant. He placed a hand on Tatsu's shoulder. What were you just saying?" "I dare you to say that again," Wu Yue said nonchalantly. Due to Wu Yue's incredible speed, Tatsu had no time to react, and Wu Yue was already at his back. Startled, Tatsu quickly turned around, warily eyeing Wu Yue. He noticed that the young man before him was only a few years older than Naruto and his friends. However, his inner subconscious warned him that he was an exceedingly dangerous individual. At that moment, the others on the scene were taken aback by the arrival of Wu Yue. Sakura also came to realize that the person before her was none other than Naruto and Sasuke's brother, and it seemed that salvation had arrived. Meanwhile, the members of the Sound Ninja Trio, Sak and Shin, grew vigilant upon the sudden appearance of Wu Yue, as neither of them had discerned how he had materialized behind Tass. They positioned themselves in a triangular formation, confronting Wu Yue. Observing their readiness, Wu Yue regarded them with indifference, for their strength was, in truth, rather meager, merely strong among genin. However, their unique ninjutsu piqued his interest slightly. "Who are you?" TOS demanded sternly. Wu Yue merely chuckled, dismissing the inquiry with contempt. Upon noticing this, TOS exchanged a knowing glance with Sak, who instantly grasped his intent. The 2 raised their arms in unison, unleashing their ninjutsu. A powerful wave of ultrasonic sound and fierce wind surged towards Wu Yue. With a cold sneer, Wu Yue formed hand seals for wind release, vacuum sphere. The azure air sphere, imbued with cutting force, surged forth. The 3 attacks collided, yet Wu Yue's wind release technique, undergoing a transformation in nature, deepened in color, rendering it far beyond the capacity of 2 genin to withstand. The vacuum sphere momentarily stalled before dissipating TOS and Sak's assaults. Then it surged towards the Sound Ninja Trio once more. However, the trio seized the opportunity to evade, narrowly escaping as the vacuum sphere struck the trees behind them. Before they could react, Wu Yue appeared suddenly behind TOS and Sak, placing his hands upon their shoulders. "Have you ever tasted the sting of lightning?" he said with a sinister grin. The 2 felt their pupils constrict in shock, realizing too late that Wu Yue had outmaneuvered them. Circling behind as they sought to dodge the attack. Before they could respond, he unleashed lightning release, Chidori. A violent surge of purple lightning erupted from the 3, engulfing TOS and Sak in an overwhelming current. They instantly felt their bodies paralyzed, unable to move. Wu Yue then kicked them away, sending their forms flying several meters, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Shin, witnessing her companions fall in an instant, was taken aback. Yet, she did not abandon them. Instead, she charged at Wu Yue, wielding her kunai. Wu Yue, observing her approach, also advanced. However, it took only a few exchanges before Wu Yue brought her down. Although he refrained from inflicting severe harm upon Qin, recognizing her as a female opponent, he still restrained her arms. "Are you all right?" Wu Yue asked, turning to Sakura after releasing Qin. Sakura, astonished by how swiftly Wu Yue dispatched their foes, felt the tension in her mind and body begin to dissipate. "I'm fine. Please go check on Naruto and Sasuke," she urged anxiously. Naruto and Sasuke had previously encountered Orochimaru, with Naruto being sealed by the five-element seal and Sasuke branded with the cursed mark. Having just endured a fierce battle, both were now unconscious. Truth be told, even if Tsukuyomi had not intervened, the original plot dictated that Naruto and Sasuke would emerge unscathed. However, as their elder brother, how could he stand idly by? Approaching them, his hands radiated a soft emerald glow medical ninjutsu, the mystical palm technique. With practiced precision, Tsukuyomi mended their wounds, noting that their injuries were not severe, merely the result of severe chakra and physical exhaustion. Before long, their external and internal injuries were fully healed. Sakura, witnessing this, exhaled in relief before collapsing to the ground, her own strength spent. "Are you all right?" Tsukuyomi inquired gently, placing a hand on her and channeling his healing chakra. Sakura felt her fatigue and injuries gradually fade, astonishment flickering in her eyes. She hadn't expected Naruto's brother to be not only formidable in combat but also skilled in medical ninjutsu. As Tsukuyomi tended to Sakura, Naruto and Sasuke stirred awake. While Naruto appeared unharmed, dark, serpentine markings crept across half of Sasuke's body, exuding an eerie, chilling aura. His gaze turned cold and distant. "Sasuke," Sakura gasped, alarmed by the transformation. Tsukuyomi recognized the cursed mark's influence, Orochimaru's twisted gift, a means to claim Sasuke's body. Yet, if harnessed properly, this curse could become a formidable asset. He resolved to train Sasuke in mastering its power. Noticing Tsukuyomi and Sakura, Sasuke blinked in surprise, and the markings slowly receded. "Tsukuyomi and I. Why are you here?" Sasuke asked, bewildered. Naruto, spotting Tsukuyomi as well, rushed forward eagerly. "Did you save us, Tsukuyomi and I?" Tsukuyomi regarded them with a faint smile. This battle had undoubtedly tempered their growth. Ruffling Naruto's hair, he replied, "Of course. As the assistant examiner, it was my duty to intervene in this unforeseen threat. Now then," he continued, "your injuries are healed. The exam proceeds." He refrained from granting them an easy pass. Some paths they must walk themselves. With that, Tsukuyomi lifted Anko onto his back, preparing to report to the third Hokage. After swiftly delivering Anko to the hospital, he turned to leave when her voice halted him. "Hey. Thanks. I owe you one," Anko muttered awkwardly, and used to gratitude, especially towards someone younger like Tsukuyomi. "Rest well. I'll report to Lord Third," he replied with a gentle smile. For reasons she couldn't fathom, Anko's heart fluttered strangely at his expression, an unfamiliar mix of exhilaration and something deeper. Upon the return of his companions, an invitation was unexpectedly extended for Wu Yue to partake in dumplings. Slightly taken aback, Wu Yue agreed, eagerly awaiting their arrival. After making this promise, he proceeded to report to the third Hokage. At that moment, the third Hokage had also sensed the disturbances in the Forest of Death and was hastening there with the Umbu ninjas, coincidentally encountering Wu Yue along the way. Wu Yue recounted the events to the third Hokage, whose expression darkened significantly upon hearing the news of his disciple. He had not anticipated learning of his return in such a manner. Wu Yue, meanwhile, had his own plans, aware that all the ninjas from Sunagakure were present. Revealing the true details about Orochimaru too hastily could lead to disbelief from others, and it might also alert him, complicating any future attempts to confront him. Wu Yue was also concerned about Danzo, uncertain whether he would remain passive given the ripple effects of his actions. Determined to strategize upon his return, Wu Yue listened as the third Hokage deliberated, subsequently instructing the Umbu and other ninjas to intensify the village's surveillance against Orochimaru and any other suspicious figures. He then advised Wu Yue to keep a close watch on the movements within the Forest of Death while allowing Hondo to recuperate. After agreeing to these terms, Wu Yue returned alone to the Forest of Death. The third Hokage, observing Wu Yue's retreating figure, marveled at the young man's talent, recognizing that he had already engaged with Orochimaru. The only one of comparable prowess from his generation was likely Itachi Uchiha. Upon Wu Yue's return to the forest, he continued to monitor the activities of the lower-ranked ninjas. Familiar with the original plot, he knew that the events would soon culminate in a preliminary round to eliminate half of the participants. He was particularly intrigued by this preliminary round, eager to witness the Jinchuriki Gaara and the future fifth Tsuchikage. In the following days, Wu Yue engaged in deep meditation. Soon, all participating lower-ranked ninjas emerged from the forest of death, followed by the preliminary matches to determine who would qualify. Wu Yue accompanied the others to the arena, where the battles of Naruto and Sasuke unfolded, both of whom he had personally trained rigorously, resulting in significant enhancements to their abilities compared to the original storyline. With relative ease, they dispatched their opponents, much to the astonishment of the spectators, particularly regarding Naruto's remarkable growth and strength, showcasing his mastery of the shadow clone technique. Then came the main event, Lee vs. Gaara. Wu Yue placed great importance on this match, as he intended to recruit the Jinchuriki into his ranks, especially with old Zetsu already on his side. Adding another Jinchuriki would bolster their strength against the Akatsuki in the future. After a brief exchange, Lee opened the fifth gate, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, prompting a pang of envy in Wu Yue as he admired the 8 gates, the pinnacle of taijutsu that greatly amplified one's power, albeit with significant repercussions. Nevertheless, as a medical ninja, Wu Yue felt undaunted, envisioning the possibility of simultaneously activating the 8 gates in his creation rebirth technique. Even in the face of injury, swift healing renders one nearly invincible. In the arena, the formidable Lee, having activated the 5 gates, has already brought Gaara to the ground with his signature technique, the front lotus. However, Gaara's sand armor shields him from this lethal blow. Just as Gaara prepares to crush Lee's limbs with his control over sand, the compassionate Wu Yue intervenes, unwilling to see the taijutsu prodigy suffer a devastating defeat. In a moment of urgency, Wu Yue employs his lightning release, Thunder Step, transforming into a bolt of lightning, swiftly arriving beside Lee and dispersing the encroaching sand with a flurry of punches. Gaara, taken aback by this unexpected arrival, momentarily hesitates but does not relent. He manipulates the surrounding sand, encircling both Wu Yue and Lee with lethal intent. Wu Yue, a troublesome youth, can only smile wryly. With a powerful push of his legs, he vanishes from sight, reappearing behind Gaara, who is utterly unable to detect Wu Yue's presence amidst the swirling sand. Seizing Gaara by the shoulder, Wu Yue flings him out of the arena. What a bother, Wu Yue remarks, acknowledging Lee's victory in this match. Gaara, upon hearing this, erupts in fury. At this moment, he remains untouched by Naruto's influence, his eccentric personality evident. Even Temari and Kankuro harbor a fear of him. Who are you? Do you dare threaten my family? Gaara snarls menacingly. These words strike a nerve in Wu Yue, for he is fiercely protective of his loved ones. In an instant, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanates from him, silencing the surroundings and seemingly lowering the temperature, creating a stifling atmosphere. The spectators are taken aback by the intensity of Wu Yue's aura, including Kakashi and the other elite Jonin, who regard him with newfound respect. It becomes clear why Wu Yue commands the attention of the third Hokage. His strength is indeed formidable. Gaara, too, is momentarily shaken by this display of power. And before he can react, Wu Yue stands before him. Do you have the courage to repeat your earlier words? Wu Yue inquires coolly, lowering his gaze upon Gaara. The latter, feeling an inexplicable fear, finds his words trapped in his throat, unable to escape. Observing Gaara's silence, Wu Yue shows no mercy. He raises a leg and delivers a powerful kick, sending Gaara flying without the sand even having time to react. Temari and Kankuro rush to catch Gaara, but the immense force emanating from him sends them all tumbling to the ground. I hope there won't be a next time. Wu Yue muses as he watches Gaara soar through the air, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. At this juncture, Might Guy approaches to assess Lee's injuries. Fortunately, thanks to Wu Yue's timely intervention, Lee's hands and feet have not suffered the catastrophic fractures depicted in the original narrative. He has merely sustained minor injuries. Guy then bows before Wu Yue, expressing gratitude. Thank you for saving my disciple. Wu Yue, supporting the bent-over Guy, reassures him, it's nothing, Elder Guy. I, too, appreciate talent. I never anticipated that such an exceptional ninja would be a product of your tutelage. The gentle words of Wu Yue resonated, as if the earlier display of ferocity had not been his. This demeanor garnered affection from those around him, while unyielding towards foes. He was as gentle as a spring breeze with friends. In truth, Wu Yue's courtesy towards Kai stemmed from his deep admiration for Might Guy from Naruto. Lacking any external enhancements or noble lineage, Guy's relentless efforts allowed him to surpass even the 5 Kage in strength. His unwavering spirit of perseverance touched the hearts of every Naruto enthusiast. Upon receiving Wu Yue's praise, Kai felt a tinge of bashfulness, and at that moment, Lee expressed his gratitude to Wu Yue as well. During their time in the Forest of Death, Wu Yue had already saved Li's life, and unexpectedly, he had come to his aid once more. Wu Yue laughed heartily, indicating that no thanks were necessary. He then refrained from disrupting the ongoing matches, hastily exiting the arena. However, the subsequent matches proved unremarkable. While waiting for the contest to conclude, Wu Yue exchanged greetings with Kakashi before returning home with Naruto and Sasuke. Upon arriving, Wu Yue first inspected the cursed seal on the back of Sasuke's neck, discovering that Kakashi had already placed a layer of sealing over it. The cursed seal encompassed not only Sage Chakra, but also Orochimaru's consciousness and spiritual energy. This was a tactic employed by Orochimaru to monitor his subordinates. Initially, the cursed seal significantly enhanced one's abilities. However, it came with side effects. Wu Yue intended for Sasuke to first gain control over the cursed seal and fully master this power. In the future, there might be opportunities for Sasuke to train in Sage mode, and once he adapted to the cursed seal, mastering Sage Chakra would likely come easily to him. Meanwhile, Naruto would continue to manage his chakra and learn to harness the Ninetales' power. As for the potential for the Ninetales to seize control, Wu Yue had great confidence in Naruto, as in the original storyline. Naruto eventually forged a friendship akin to kinship with the Ninetales. After the preliminary rounds concluded, the ninjas who advanced would have a brief respite. At this moment, Wu Yue found an opportunity to unwind. He specially visited the hospital to see Hanabi, discovering that her injuries had completely healed. Just as she was preparing for discharge, she encountered Wu Yue, who had come to visit her, and she took his hand, leading him to buy dango. Wu Yue found it difficult to refuse, and together they indulged in Konoha's delicacies. The memory of Itachi's fondness for dango as a child stirred Wu Yue's appetite. While they were enjoying the dango, Hanabi suddenly spoke up. "I heard you've been idling at home. After this Chunin exam, would you consider partnering with me for missions?" Wu Yue gazed at Hanabi in astonishment, surprised by her request for partnership. Noticing Wu Yue's incredulous expression, Hanabi instinctively turned her head aside. "If you're unwilling, that's fine. I've always worked alone before. I only approached you because I saw your impressive abilities." For some reason, Wu Yue detected a profound sense of resentment in her words. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for Hanabi's predicament. In the original story, she was a disciple of Orochimaru. Yet it was evident that she had been betrayed by him. Later, due to her personality, she had been reluctant to partner with others. It was only after the conclusion of Naruto that she found a semblance of a happy ending. "Certainly, you can simply speak to the third Hokage." As Wu Yue gazed upon the exquisite profile of Hongdo, she found herself inexplicably agreeing. Upon hearing this, Hongdo was taken aback with joy, never anticipating Wu Yue's acquiescence. Nonetheless, she feigned calmness, assuring her, "Don't worry, I will protect you once we arrive." Wu Yue, observing Hongdo's expression, inexplicably broke into laughter. "It seems I am the one shielding you." He jested. "How annoying, you little rascal," Hongdo replied, pretending to be cross. Wu Yue chuckled at her reaction, though internally he felt a surge of anticipation. It had been quite a while since he had teamed up for a mission, with Hongdo extending the invitation. He was eager to escape the confines of Konoha and seize the opportunity to explore the outside world. As they parted ways, Wu Yue cautioned Hongdo to remain vigilant during the upcoming Chunin exams, aware that the Sand Village would conspire with Orochimaru to launch an attack on Konoha. Upon returning home, he informed his grandmother and sister to seek refuge in Konoha's shelter as soon as the exams commenced. He also made sure to convey this information to Xiang Hue and his uncle. Regarding Kinta and Minako, he planned to team up with them to provide mutual support while evacuating the villagers before assisting the third Hokage. Just as Wu Yue arrived home, Sasuke and Naruto returned as well. Naruto began to lament to Wu Yue about Sasuke training with Kakashi-sensei, while he was assigned to the seemingly unreliable teacher, Ebisu. Wu Yue chuckled at this and was about to offer his guidance when a thought struck him. This was Naruto's first encounter with Jiraiya. In a serendipitous mishap, Jiraiya had knocked Ebisu unconscious, leading Naruto to meet him and ultimately become his disciple. Wu Yue saw this as a splendid opportunity to forge a connection with Jiraiya, especially since he yearned to learn the summoning technique, with the ultimate goal of acquiring the Sage Chakra of the Toad clan. Sage Mode, as depicted in the Shippuden series, is one of the most formidable ninjutsu, significantly enhancing physical attributes, strength, perception, and various abilities, resulting in a remarkable improvement in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Naruto, cease your complaints. Ebisu is indeed a decent teacher, Wu Yue advised. However, he knew rebellious Naruto would not heed his counsel. He intended to follow Naruto discreetly in hopes of finding Jiraiya. Given his rapport with Naruto and his status as Tsunade's disciple, he was confident Jiraiya would impart the summoning technique to him. On that day, as Naruto set out to meet Ebisu, Uchiha stealthily trailed behind him, soon arriving at their training location. Naruto, resistant to Ebisu's guidance, suggested a game of hide-and-seek to determine the victor. Uchiha found this amusing. Fortunately, Konoha's teachers were remarkably patient. Had it been another instructor, a beating might have ensued. Reflecting on his own time teaching Naruto, he recalled how he had often pushed Naruto to improve. Even Naruto's rudimentary stealth techniques were evident to Uchiha, someone who had never formally trained. It was needless to say, Ebisu, a professional instructor, would easily see through them. Ultimately, Naruto had no choice but to train alongside Ebisu. However, Naruto had previously received guidance from Mingxuan. This practice of controlling chakra while treading water was remarkably effortless. Just as the two were about to proceed to the next stage, they encountered Jiraiya, who was gathering materials. Hebe subs could scarcely tolerate such an interruption, especially with Naruto present. The result, as in the original narrative, was that Hebe subs was swiftly knocked unconscious. Naruto then continued to pester the lecherous sage for guidance in his training. At that moment, Mingxuan approached from a distance, having monitored the two with his Sharingan and electromagnetic perception. Now that Jiraiya had appeared, he felt compelled to introduce himself. Mingxuan was somewhat nervous. Jiraiya was among his favorite ninjas, second only to Itachi. The opportunity to meet him up close naturally stirred his excitement. As Naruto remained entangled in conversation with Jiraiya, Mingxuan stepped forward, finally making direct contact with Jiraiya. The figure before him was tall, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil. His long white hair cascaded down to his waist. Below his eyes were red markings, and he wore a red cloak and wooden sandals. His gaze exuded warmth and kindness. Upon noticing Mingxuan's arrival, both Jiraiya and Naruto ceased their quarrel. Naruto, puzzled, wondered how his brother Mingxuan had come to be there. Mingxuan then spoke. Naruto, you should train diligently with this esteemed gentleman. He is far stronger than I. Jiraiya, intrigued by Mingxuan's identity, noted the closeness of their relationship. Facing Jiraiya, Mingxuan bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya, puzzled, inquired, who are you? In response, Mingxuan produced the green necklace given to him by Tsunade. Behold this, I am Tsunade's disciple. Jiraiya was taken aback upon seeing the necklace, fully aware of its significance to Tsunade. He was astonished that she had bestowed it upon another. Observing Naruto's reaction and the necklace's presence, Jiraiya no longer doubted Mingxuan's identity. Instead, he became curious about what distinguished Tsunade's disciple, compelling her to make an exception in taking on an apprentice. I wish to learn alongside Naruto and hope for your guidance, Mingxuan stated with reverence. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, did not object. Previously, he had assumed Mingxuan sought assistance for other matters, but if it was merely a request for training, guiding one or two students was inconsequential to him. Moreover, Mingxuan appeared to be only a few years older than Naruto. Naruto, still bewildered, questioned why his capable brother wished to train with this lecherous old man. However, seeing Mingxuan's respectful demeanor towards Jiraiya, he began to wonder if this perverted sage was indeed formidable. Subsequently, Jiraiya led the two into the forest, a more suitable locale for training. While instructing Naruto in ninjutsu, Jiraiya discovered the 5-element seal affixed to Naruto. With a single-handed seal, he placed his palm on Naruto's abdomen, thereby releasing the seal. He then commenced teaching Naruto the art of summoning. Beside him, Uchiha hurriedly approached. Lord Jiraiya, may I also learn the summoning technique? Jiraiya observed Uchiha for a moment and, realizing that he was Tsunade's apprentice, deemed it appropriate to teach him the art of summoning. Thus, he instructed Naruto and Uchiha to sign their names on the scroll, akin to registering their identities in Mayaboka Mountain. Consequently, both he and Naruto acquired the privilege to summon toads through the summoning technique. Jiraiya began to instruct Naruto and Uchiha on the hand seals required for summoning. Having self-studied ninjutsu and chakra manipulation since childhood, Uchiha found the seals exceedingly simple. Before long, he became quite proficient in utilizing the summoning technique. In contrast, Naruto struggled. Despite Uchiha's previous guidance in chakra control, he still lacked in seals and ninjutsu, as the shadow clone technique only required a single seal. Uchiha, having prepared himself, bit his fingertip and formed the seals, summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, and a toad, towering 3 to 4 meters, appeared before him. Wow, such a large toad! Naruto exclaimed. Astonished that Wu Yue had summoned such a sizable creature on his first attempt, while he himself had only managed to summon a tadpole, Jiraiya stood nearby, equally astonished by the boy's talent. To summon such a large toad on the first try was remarkable. He recalled starting with tadpoles himself. However, Wu Yue felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with his own performance, given his natural aptitude for ninjutsu and several years of prior training compared to Naruto. He had anticipated summoning a creature like Fukasaku or Shima. Nevertheless, seeing Naruto still grappling with tadpoles and small toads lightened his spirits. Wu Yue laughed at the sight, finding the scene reminiscent of the original storyline's humor. Jiraiya secretly admired Wu Yue, reflecting on how he had been far less capable at that age. Had Tsunade not claimed him as her disciple first, he would have considered taking Wu Yue under his wing. After several experiments, Wu Yue discerned that the size of the summoned toad was likely related to the chakra he expended. The more chakra he unleashed during the summoning, the more formidable the toad would be. Concentrating his chakra, he even mobilized the chakra crystal of the nine tails within him. Suddenly, an intense surge of chakra erupted from Wu Yue's body. As Jiraiya and Naruto stood in astonishment, Wu Yue bit his finger, formed the seals, and pressed his hands to the ground, invoking the summoning technique once more. This time, the smoke billowed to an astonishing height of several dozen meters. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a colossal toad, towering several meters, adorned in a crimson robe and bearing a shield resembling a pot lid, along with a spear bristling with spikes, materialized. It was none other than Fukasaku. Jiraiya gasped in disbelief. He had only sensed the explosive chakra emanating from Wu Yue moments before the magnificent Fukasaku was summoned. The immense size of the great toad left Naruto in awe as he craned his neck to gaze at the creature before him. His eyes then fell upon the two-legged tadpole he had summoned, and he felt a wave of despair wash over him. At that moment, Wu Yue realized he was standing atop the head of this gigantic toad. After a careful assessment, he understood that this was Gamaken. In the original narrative, he had a profound impression of the toads Wenta, Gamma, and Gamaken. To his astonishment, he had summoned Gamaken at this very moment. Before Wu Yue could revel in his success, Gamaken spoke. "Lord Jiraiya, did you summon me?" The toad inquired, a hint of confusion in its voice. "Ah, Gamaken, it has been quite some time. However, it was not I who called you forth. It was that little rascal atop your head," Jiraiya remarked, gesturing towards Wu Yue. Gamaken then turned his gaze upward and realized there was indeed a small figure standing on his head. "So, it was a child who summoned me," he mused, momentarily incredulous about Wu Yue's ability to call him forth. "Greetings, Gamaken. It was indeed I who summoned you," Wu Yue replied with delight, thrilled to have summoned such a powerful ally. Most importantly, he now had the opportunity to learn the Toad Sage techniques. However, before Wu Yue could further introduce himself, he felt a fierce gust of wind approaching from his right. Turning swiftly, he saw a colossal toad's hand barreling towards him. With a powerful push from his legs, he narrowly evaded the tremendous palm just in time. He leaped, landing gracefully from atop Gamaken's head. "What was that?" Wu Yue inquired, perplexed that Gamaken had already attempted to strike him without any introduction. "Ah, it's nothing. Our Toad clan behaves this way," Jiraiya chuckled from the sidelines. Wu Yue then understood that summoning an ordinary toad from the clan posed no issue. However, summoning powerful beings like Gamaken or Winter required not only the ability to call them forth, but also their trust and a contract to form a partnership. Earning their trust often necessitated a battle. Naruto, for instance, had to endure a whole day atop Winter to gain his acknowledgement. Now Wu Yue found himself in a similar predicament. He needed to demonstrate his strength to forge a bond with them. "Child, do you possess the strength to summon me?" Gamaken asked with a hint of disdain. Wu Yue merely smiled and drew the Raiga from his back. He understood that proving his worth through action was far more effective than mere words. "Very well. Then I look forward to your guidance, Gamaken," he said, executing a graceful flourish with his sword. "Humph," Gamaken scoffed in response. Without further ado, Wu Yue channeled his chakra into Raiga and unleashed a colossal purple lightning strike, aimed directly at Gamaken's face. The toad was taken aback, astonished that this young boy could wield such a formidable attack. He hurriedly raised the shield before him, attempting to block the impending strike. Observing this, Wu Yue let out a cold laugh, for this attack would not be so easily thwarted. In an instant, the lightning strike collided with the shield, and at the moment of the explosion, purple lightning rapidly spread to the massive figure of Toad Jian. Even such a colossal being could not suppress a wretched scream upon receiving the electrical assault. Infuriated by the attack, Toad Jian lifted the spear in his hand and lunged toward Wuyue. Wuyue, confronted by the enormous spear, remained unperturbed. He intended to meet the attack head-on, channeling the purple lightning and chakra into his right hand. Secret technique, thunderclap. As Wuyue's slender fist collided with Tao Jin's spear, the stark contrast led onlookers to believe he would be sent flying. Yet, at the moment of impact, the unleashed force and purple lightning caused Tao Jin's spear to be sent hurtling away, with Tao Jin himself being forced back several meters. However, the recoil also propelled Wuyue back a distance of 10 meters, though he quickly steadied himself. What immense power! Wuyue glanced at his right hand, which tingled slightly from the backlash. Tao Jin, equally astonished, could not fathom that his attack had been thwarted by such a small figure, and he had lost grip of his spear. He no longer dared to underestimate Wuyue. Clearly, there was something remarkable about his ability to summon such a formidable opponent. Wuyue, observing the towering Tao Jin, understood that the effectiveness of his swordsmanship and physical techniques would be limited. Hence, he resolved to rely on ninjutsu to secure victory. Stowing away the Thunder Fong, he swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, great dragon fire technique. A colossal dragon head of flame, measuring over 10 meters, erupted from Wuyue's position. The flames, now a vivid red, emitted an extreme temperature, igniting surrounding trees even without direct contact. Jiraiya, witnessing Wuyue unleash such a powerful fire technique, swiftly moved to Naruto's side, grabbing him and retreating over 100 meters. He recognized the magnitude of the battle's impact and sought to shield Naruto from harm. Inside, he was both astonished and puzzled, never expecting Wuyue to wield such an impressive fire technique. Tao Jin, feeling a sense of panic, beheld the roaring fire dragon approaching. Joining his hands, he invoked water release, water cannonball. A compressed water projectile, measuring 2 to 3 meters, surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the water projectile met the fire dragon in a spectacular collision. A massive cloud of steam engulfed the surrounding area, obscuring several figures within its mist. The intense heat transformed the environment into a damp haze, which, upon cooling, fell as raindrops upon the earth. In awe, Naruto remarked upon witnessing the battle. His first glimpse of Wuyue's true power. He had not anticipated that Wuyue could contend with such a grand summoning technique. Tao Jin, astonished that his water technique had been countered by Wuyue's fire dragon, leaped back several meters to retrieve the fallen spear. Then, he assumed a defensive stance facing the moonless sky. Indeed, the advantage of size was apparent. The opponent's towering stature rendered them formidable. Moonless felt a sense of helplessness. A mere water technique from the opponent could easily rise to 20 or 30 meters, had it not been for the transformation of his fire chakra, which countered elemental properties. He would have found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. It was clear that he must reveal his prowess. With a silent resolve, Moonless formed hand seals. And with a poof, 2 shadow clones materialized beside him. The 3 simultaneously continued their incantation. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song. Wind style, Tornado Technique. A towering azure tornado spiraled upward, its razor-like winds shredding the surrounding earth and trees. A colossal red fire dragon coiled forth, its intense heat seemingly evaporating the moisture in the air. Several vividly animated heads of the fiery dragon fused with the tornado, creating a spectacle of elemental fury. Under Moonless' deft control, the 3 techniques began to merge harmoniously. The intertwining of the crimson flames and cerulean winds produced a cacophony of thunderous roars. The gale swept forth, carrying waves of searing heat, even reaching the distant figures of Jiraiya and Naruto, who felt the oppressive warmth. Jiraiya's heart sank with foreboding. He sensed the overwhelming might of this technique could be catastrophic, and its range extensive. Thus, he swiftly retreated over 100 meters with Naruto in tow. Seeing this, Gamaken hastily summoned his chakra, inflating his belly in preparation. He was channeling chakra to his throat and abdomen, intending to unleash his most potent water technique. He understood that without exerting his full strength, he might not withstand the impending assault. Water style, multiple iron bombs. Several water projectiles, each towering at 2 to 3 meters, erupted forth. In an instant, the fiery tornado clashed with a multitude of water bullets. The fire tornado detonated upon impact, unleashing a torrent of flames and slicing winds. The subsequent water projectiles collided with the fiery blades, instantly engulfing the area in a thick mist. The explosive shockwave, accompanied by a tempest of wind and water vapor, surged outward, enveloping the figures of Moonless, Gamaken, and Jiraiya. After a moment, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the 3 once more. Naruto stood agape, astonished by the transformed landscape. The once lush forest lay utterly ravaged beneath the forces unleashed by Moonless and Gamaken. Debris of branches, leaves, and soil littered the ground, with charred marks strewn about. A testament to the devastating clash of techniques. Jiraiya, taken aback, shed his previous underestimation. He had regarded Moonless as merely a child, yet here stood a formidable force. As Moonless and Gamaken observed that their attacks had been countered, they remained in a silent standoff. Suddenly, Gamaken sheathed his shield and spear, leaping towards Moonless. The latter smiled knowingly, realizing he had earned Gamaken's respect. However, he gained a clear understanding of Kamijian's strength. It seems that the giant toads of Mayaboka Mountain are not to be underestimated. Mugetsu silently mused. You may be young, but your prowess is quite impressive. The young Kamijian remarked in a subdued tone. Hiki, it's not that remarkable. Mugetsu feigned modesty in response. I recognize your talent, young one. What is your name? Kamijian inquired, simultaneously summoning a scroll. Just sign your name on it, and we shall establish a contract. Hiki, my name is Uchiha Mugetsu, Mugetsu replied, signing his name with flourish. At that moment, Jiraiya approached with Naruto in tow. Upon hearing Mugetsu's words, Jiraiya's expression subtly shifted. It was said that the Uchiha clan had been exterminated, leaving only Sasuke and the defector Itachi. How could there be another Uchiha? Mugetsu's identity appeared more complex than Jiraiya had initially presumed. Meanwhile, Naruto was insistent, eager for Mugetsu to mentor him, as he believed Mugetsu's abilities surpassed those of the lecherous sage. Mugetsu smiled gently, ruffling Naruto's hair. You really are something else. Do you not recognize that this is none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? Although Naruto did not grasp the significance of Jiraiya's title, he felt honored by Mugetsu's respect and ceased his insistence. After mastering the summoning technique, Mugetsu decided not to remain with Orochimaru any longer. He needed to strategize. An impending attack from a large contingent of Sunanin on Konoha and Orochimaru schemed to ambush the third Hokage, resulting in the latter's sacrificial use of the Shikifuin, were events Mugetsu wished to avert. Thus, he sought to gather a few trusted allies to devise a plan. He took the opportunity to summon Kenta, Minako, and Akane to his home. The trio convened in the backyard of Mugetsu's residence, meeting for the first time. As Kenta and Minako had been stationed in the Umbu and had little chance to interact previously, after Mugetsu introduced their identities, they began to familiarize themselves. Though curiosity about Mugetsu's purpose for gathering them lingered. Ahem, how have you all been lately? Mugetsu cheerfully inquired. What do you think? We're exhausted from our daily toil. Unlike you, who seem so relaxed, Minako retorted. However, her gaze occasionally darted towards Akane, an inexplicable sense of disdain towards the woman lingering in her heart. Hiki. You are all capable individuals. It's only natural that the capable shoulder more burdens, Mugetsu said, scratching his nose in mild embarrassment. Enough of that, Mugetsu. Did you summon us for a reason? You wouldn't have called us here just to play, would you? Akane said, casually resting her hand on Mugetsu's shoulder. Feeling the softness of her touch, Mugetsu found himself slightly flustered. Humph, get to the point. I'm not as idle as you, Minako said, her irritation palpable for reasons unknown to Mugetsu. He tilted his head in confusion, gazing at Minako, who, under his scrutiny, felt an unexpected shyness. I was simply curious about why you called us here, she replied. Mugetsu sensed the unique emotions embedded in Minako's words, but chose not to dwell on them. Coughing lightly, Wu summoned the attention of the others, declaring that there was indeed a matter of great significance at hand. The Sand Village intends to invade Konoha, he stated, shocking the three companions profoundly. A heavy silence enveloped the room. What kind of joke is this? Kentaro exclaimed at that moment. Both Minako and Azuki gazed at Wu with expressions of disbelief. They could hardly accept such news, for it could ignite a war between the two nations. Wu fell silent for a moment before speaking gravely. Indeed, this is the information I have received. The reason I have only shared this with you is that I trust you, and you trust me in return. This is why I have not approached Lord Third or any other ninja. In truth, Wu had contemplated informing the third Hokage, but without any evidence. It would be difficult to convince anyone. Moreover, this was the authentic world of Naruto, not some anime where mere words could easily sway belief. Thus, Wu resolved to act discreetly, as this would better protect his family and facilitate his own plans. The trio, upon hearing Wu's revelation, exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to process the gravity of the situation. Where did you hear this? Azuki inquired. Orochimaru, Wu replied nonchalantly, deftly shifting the blame onto the notorious rogue ninja. After all, Orochimaru had inexplicably appeared in Konoha, and it was unlikely that suspicions would fall upon Wu Yue in the aftermath. Upon hearing Wu Yue's response, the look of confusion in Azuki's eyes diminished somewhat. If it were indeed Orochimaru, such reckless actions were not beyond his capabilities. What should we do then? You must have summoned us for a reason, Minako asked from the side. Certainly, we have 3 primary tasks, Wu Yue outlined. First, before the Chunin exams commence, Kintaro and Kanako will evacuate the civilians, claiming it is a drill ordered by Lord Third. Remember to ensure my family and friends are safely arranged in the shelters. Second, Azuki, please inform the Chunin and Jonin to remain vigilant, concocting any excuse you see fit. The more dire, the better. As for myself, Wu Yue's expression darkened at this juncture. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. In his heart, he contemplated how to eliminate Orochimaru. After Wu Yue had assigned tasks to everyone, he allowed them to depart in preparation. With only a few days remaining until the Chunin exam, the other 3 left Wu Yue's home, each bearing their own complex emotions. Wu Yue, meanwhile, gazed into the courtyard, lost in contemplation. Although he possessed formidable strength, he too felt a flutter of apprehension. After all, this was to be a ninja war, with hundreds of combatants entering the fray. Moreover, Sunagakure was deploying nearly all of its elite forces for this occasion. Even in the original story, Konoha, the strongest of the ninja villages, had suffered significant losses. Nonetheless, Wu Yue retained his confidence, bolstered by years of rigorous training and combat experience that had honed his skills and resilience. Determined not to be complacent, he resolved to utilize the remaining days to intensify his training and strive for further enhancement of his abilities. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and Naruto returned home. His training with Jiraiya had concluded, and Wu Yue understood that he had successfully reclaimed the Great Toad. During these days, Naruto had certainly endured his share of hardships. As the time for the Chunin exam approached, Wu Yue sensed a palpable tension in the air, as if the usually serene village was shrouded in an ominous aura. Finally, the day of the Chunin exam arrived. Wu Yue meticulously organized his ninja tools and donned his gear before stepping outside with Naruto. The villagers on the streets remained blissfully unaware that a fierce battle loomed ahead, carrying on with their usual leisurely demeanor. It's all on you now, Kinta and Minako, Wu Yue thought, confident that he had made arrangements for his grandmother, sister, and others, allowing him to proceed without reservation. Before long, the duo arrived at the exam venue, where the audience was already filled to capacity. The proctors and Konoha's Jonin stood ready, vigilant for the events to unfold. Wu Yue was acutely aware that this would be Naruto's first opportunity to showcase his abilities before outsiders, and he was curious to see how much Naruto had grown under his and Jiraiya's tutelage. The battle commenced with Naruto facing off against Neji, the prodigy of Konoha. Observing the arena, Wu Yue noted that Naruto had already begun to employ shadow clones strategically to engage his opponent, probing for weaknesses and coordinating attacks from multiple angles. The shadow clone technique allowed Naruto to exhibit impressive tactics, momentarily placing Neji at a disadvantage. It's about time he utilized his vast chakra and mastery of shadow clones wisely, Wu Yue thought, feeling a sense of comfort. However, Neji was no ordinary opponent. He unleashed his chakra, spinning rapidly to employ the Byakugan and eliminate the advancing shadow clones. Unfazed, Naruto summoned additional clones to initiate a ranged assault on Neji. Neji, unwilling to let Naruto deplete his resources, charged forward, initiating the gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. As Neji prepared to strike, Naruto closed his eyes. At that moment, an explosion of pale red chakra erupted around him, a manifestation of the Nine Tails power, known only to Wu Yue. Wu Yue was aware that Naruto had learned to harness the chakra of the Nine Tails, and naturally, Neji was no match for Naruto in this state, resulting in his swift defeat. At that moment, Wu Yue sensed Naruto's considerable growth. His adept and judicious use of shadow clones and the Nine Tails chakra far surpassed his original capabilities. The spectators in the arena showered Naruto with enthusiastic applause. After observing Naruto's match, Wu Yue reined in his interest in watching, knowing that ninja from Sunagakure were likely gathering on the outskirts of Konoha. With another signal, they would soon infiltrate the village. At this juncture, Wu Yue scanned the area for the figures of Kinta and others. Before long, Mingxuan spotted Kinta and Minako approaching from a distant entrance. Upon noticing Wu Yue, they stealthily made their way toward him. Wu Yue inquired with his gaze about their progress, and simultaneously, Minako and Kinta extended their hands, forming an OK gesture. Relieved, Wu Yue exhaled softly, Now, they awaited news from Akane. After a considerable wait, as the battle between Sasuke and Gaara was about to commence, Akane finally arrived. She approached Wuyue and quietly informed him that she had only notified trusted ninjas about the potential invasion. Although they had taken precautions, the news was still difficult for them to accept. Akane felt helpless. Her role was merely to disseminate the information. Wuyue, however, remained unperturbed, understanding that such news would be hard for others to digest. His intention was to minimize the damage to Konoha. Shifting his focus back to the arena, he noticed that the clash between Sasuke and Gaara had escalated to a fever pitch. Thanks to the guidance of Kakashi and Wuyue, Sasuke had significantly improved and was managing to suppress Gaara. As Wuyue watched, white feathers began to drift down slowly from the sky. His heart raced with anticipation. The moment had finally arrived, and his body trembled with excitement. Deep down, he possessed a spirit of adventure, and faced with this signal, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Wuyue recognized this as a large-scale genjutsu, but how could Mingxuan, with his Sharingan, fall victim to such an illusion? Activating his Sharingan, he effortlessly broke free from the genjutsu's grasp, observing the majority of the audience falling under the spell of the illusion. Wuyue knew that if a few of Konoha's elite shinobi could escape its clutches, they might turn the tide. He soon spotted Kakashi and Guy and beckoned Minako, Kenta, and Akane to join him. Together, they made their way to Kakashi's side. Kakashi assessed the situation and, upon seeing Wuyue and the others approaching, brought Guy along to meet them. Wuyue, what is happening? Kakashi inquired, his expression one of surprise. Wuyue promptly responded, Sensei, there has been an invasion by shinobi from Sunagakure. You must join Akane and the others to confront them. Kakashi's surprise deepened as he took a moment to process the information. Meanwhile, a substantial number of shinobi from Sunagakure had already entered the exam grounds, prompting Kakashi and his team to swiftly prepare to counter their assault. As several individuals prepared to depart, Wuyue addressed them, urging, take care of one another and ensure your safe return. Kakashi-sensei, I entrust my friends to your care. Kakashi promptly agreed, affirming that as ninjas of Konoha, it was their duty to look out for one another. At that moment, however, a deafening explosion erupted from the observation platform at the highest point of the examination venue. The area where the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage were situated was engulfed in chaos as smoke billowed forth. Witnessing this, Wuyue let out a cold laugh, declaring, Orochimaru, I am coming. With that, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a shadow as he rushed towards the elevated observation point. Wuyue swiftly made his way towards the location of the third Hokage and Orochimaru. Upon arrival, he observed the two engaged in a tense standoff, while four of Orochimaru's guards began to dart towards the corners of the rooftop. A sense of foreboding washed over Wuyue. The Sound Ninja Quartet was preparing to unleash the Four Purple Flames formation. Once activated, even Wuyue was uncertain whether he could dismantle it. Employing the lightning release technique, Thunder Step, Wuyue disregarded the strain on his legs and relentlessly executed the technique to hasten his approach. At that moment, the Sound Ninja Quartet commenced their hand seals, and purple nodes began to rise around the rooftop, slowly encircling the area. Just in the nick of time, Wuyue reached the interior of the nodes. The central figures, Orochimaru and the third Hokage, were drawn to his presence. Damn it, that little brat, Orochimaru fumed, his golden pupils narrowing in irritation. Conversely, the third Hokage's concern for Wuyue grew. He feared that the ensuing battle might endanger him. In a protective gesture, he positioned his body to shield Wuyue from Orochimaru's gaze. Such devotion to your subordinate, Sensei Sarutobi, Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed. Meanwhile, Wuyue scrutinized the Four Purple Flames formation, noting its towering height, reaching over 100 meters, and its extension underground. He initially contemplated disrupting the Sound Ninja Quartet's formation, but soon realized they were encased in a smaller barrier that enveloped them entirely. Evidently, they had anticipated potential interference. Let me test its might, Wuyue declared, forming hand seals for fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. Massive crimson dragon heads roared forth, hurtling towards the Sound Ninja Quartet. The resulting explosion of flames engulfed their figures, yet the barrier merely distorted slightly, an indication that Wuyue's assault had been neutralized. Orochimaru, observing the scene, let out a derisive chuckle, displaying no concern that Wuyue could breach the barrier, which had been conjured by four elite jonin. Even the third Hokage would struggle to dismantle it. Noticing the futility of his efforts, Wuyue ceased his attempts, recognizing it merely squandered his chakra. In a flash, he positioned himself alongside the third Hokage, confronting Orochimaru directly. Orochimaru, it seems you are digging your own grave. Do you truly believe you can contend with me and Lord Third? Wu Yue taunted. Orochimaru, unfazed by the threat, responded with a sinister grin. Heh. With a flick of his hands, he summoned the technique, multiple snakes of shadow, unleashing a torrent of gigantic serpents towards Wu Yue and the third Hokage. Wu Yue, wielding his Raijin, swiftly dispatched the oncoming serpents with precision. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru retreated. Wu Yue, perplexed, wondered why Orochimaru was withdrawing. From a distance, he watched as Orochimaru rapidly formed hand seals. Invoking the forbidden technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Realization struck Wu Yue. Crap, I forgot about this, he muttered, slapping his forehead in frustration. He had indeed overlooked this move. At that moment, the coffins of the first and second Hokage began to rise ominously. This is bad. Lord Third, stop him. This is Impure World Reincarnation. Wu Yue exclaimed urgently, just as the third coffin began to reveal its occupant's head. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's expression turned grave. With swift hand seals, he managed to halt the ascent of the third coffin halfway. Don't let him succeed. Mujutsu understood the peril of the Impure World Reincarnation and the might of the first and second Hokages. Lightning release, thunder flash step. In an instant, Mujutsu transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before the coffin. Mujutsu, don't act recklessly. Fall back. The third, fearing for Mujutsu's safety, urgently called out. Before Mujutsu could proceed further, the lids of the two coffins were violently blasted open by an unseen force. Caught off guard, Mujutsu barely had time to cross his arms in defense before being sent flying by the impact. Ha ha ha. I knew you'd try to stop me, Orochimaru sneered with sinister delight. The third swiftly moved to Mujutsu's side, helping him push aside the coffin lid. With the third's aid, Mujutsu rose to his feet, his expression darkening. He hadn't anticipated Orochimaru's underhanded tactics. Fortunately, he had adjusted his stance defensively in time, or the consequences could have been dire. By now, it was too late to prevent Orochimaru's next move. He placed two cursed seals on the backs of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju's heads. Smoke billowed around their bodies as they slowly regained vitality, though their eyes remained vacant. Mujutsu knew the Impure World Reincarnation was now complete. This is bad. Mujutsu felt an overwhelming pressure as he observed the motionless figures of the first and second Hokages. Though their consciousness had been erased, their formidable strength remained. A single misstep could prove fatal for both him and the third. Suddenly, Hashirama and Tobirama vanished from sight, charging toward the third and Mujutsu. The third, perhaps lost in memories, stood frozen. Lord Third, they're mere puppets under control, stay focused. Mujutsu urgently warned. In the next moment, Tobirama was upon Mujutsu, thrusting a kunai toward him. Clang. Mujutsu parried with Raikiri, then slashed upward with his left blade. Tobirama sidestepped effortlessly, evading the strike. Twin blade style, Gale Thunder Slash. A faint lightning aura enveloped Mujutsu and his blades. In an instant, Mujutsu unleashed a flurry of strikes aimed at Tobirama's vital points. Yet, as a Kaga-level shinobi of the highest caliber, Tobirama deftly blocked each attack with twin kunai. Meanwhile, the third engaged Hashirama, exploiting an opening to kick him back. Mujutsu, too, forced Tobirama into retreat with a sweeping slash before rejoining the third. Mujutsu steadied his breathing. Though the battle had been brief, the pressure was immense. Facing Kaga-level opponents, seasoned, ruthless, and incomparable to ordinary shinobi was no trivial matter. The third swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, dragon flame bomb. Not to be outdone. Mujutsu followed suit, fire release, majestic dragon flame. Two colossal fire dragons erupted, their scorching presence causing the surrounding temperature to skyrocket. The second Hokage remained unfazed, swiftly performing the water release, water wall technique. Astonishingly, a towering water barrier, nearly 30 meters high, materialized out of thin air. The collision between the aqueous rampart and the twin fiery dragons produced a hissing cacophony, instantly shrouding the surroundings in dense mist. Yet, the second Hokage's hands never stilled. With water release, water pillar, the surrounding moisture rapidly coalesced. In moments, a roaring river surged into existence across the barren battlefield, an awe-inspiring feat of water manipulation on dry land. Exchanging a glance, the third Hokage and Mujutsu acted in unison. The third Hokage's hands blurred through seals, summoning earth release, earth wall. A massive earthen bulwark erupting from the ground to stem the oncoming deluge. But the river, under the second Hokage's command, simply curved around the obstruction. Continuing its relentless advance, Mugetsu refused to stand idle. Wind release, great breakthrough, a tempest of azure winds, laced with razor-edged gusts, erupted from their position, scattering the encroaching waters. No respite followed. Before they could recover, the second Hokage struck again, water release, water dragon bullet. A serpentine leviathan, spanning dozens of meters, soared effortlessly over the earthen barrier, forcing the duo into retreat. The spot they had occupied mere moments before was swallowed by the crushing tide. A grim realization settled in Mugetsu's mind, the peril of the impure world reincarnation. These summoned shinobi wielded boundless chakra, their bodies regenerating endlessly. Prolonged defense would only exhaust them to death. Lord Third, we cannot continue like this, Mugetsu urged, voice taut with urgency. Their chakra is limitless. We're at a severe disadvantage. The third Hokage hesitated, torn between his past bonds as both student and teacher. Age had dulled his reflexes. His thoughts no longer as sharp. Seeing his indecision, Mugetsu clenched his teeth. Lord Third, I'll hold off the first and second Hokage. You must confront Orochimaru. Only by defeating him can we undo this technique. Orochimaru, overhearing, sneered. How amusing. Do you even comprehend whom you face? You insolent brat have no grasp of their terror. Strangely, the taunt steadied Mugetsu's resolve. The battlefield's tension seemed to still, mirroring his newfound calm. Orochimaru, Mugetsu's voice was quiet, almost dismissive. Truthfully, I never considered you a worthy opponent. A faint, mocking smile played on his lips. You. Orochimaru's fury spiked. Men like you will never attain true strength, Mugetsu continued. Pausing deliberately. A true warrior doesn't prey on the weak. A true warrior raises his blade against those stronger, knowing he may fall, yet never yielding. Do you understand? With that, gripping Raikiri tightly, Mugetsu charged headlong toward the first and second Hokage. Both Orochimaru and the third Hokage stood momentarily stunned by the sheer audacity blazing within him. At this moment, Orochimaru's expression was as tranquil as water, rendering him unable to utter a word of mockery towards Wu Yue. Meanwhile, the third Hokage gazed at Wu Yue's figure, seemingly perceiving the shadow of Hashirama within him. He recalled that, regardless of the adversary, the formidable presence of the first Hokage always stood resolutely before him, silently safeguarding Konoha. The most prudent decision I ever made was to entrust my life to you. A faint smile gracing the third's lips. I cannot allow my juniors to bear the burden of protection, can I? As he spoke, Orochimaru pressed his hands against the ground, summoning forth the king of the monkey. Enma. In that instant, the third and Enma merged into one, charging towards Orochimaru. He vowed to thwart Orochimaru at all costs. Wu Yue, enveloped in violet lightning, brandished dual blades. Raiga, and surged towards the first and second Hokage. Observing the vacant expressions on their faces, Wu Yue felt no trace of trepidation. He understood that the wills of the two Hokage were under Orochimaru's control, and that they were merely reincarnated from two lowly shinobi. Their current strength did not reflect their peak prowess. With the assistance of Enma, the third lord would soon overpower Orochimaru. For the king of the monkey possessed strength nearing that of a Kage. Empowered by the violet lightning coursing within him, Wu Yue transformed into a bolt of lightning, closing in rapidly. With his dual blade technique, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. The precision of his attacks left even Hashirama and Tobirama hesitant to approach. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Yue pressed forward, utilizing lightning release, Chidori. Instantly, a surge of formidable lightning erupted from Wu Yue, enveloping a 5-meter radius in purple electricity. The second and first Hokage found themselves momentarily caught off guard, their forms ensnared by the lightning. Recognizing the opportunity, Wu Yue swung his blade towards Tobirama. The Raiga poised to strike. In an astonishing moment, a single arm braced against the assault, thwarting Wu Yue's advance. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Hashirama had recovered from his paralyzed state, retaliating with a swift punch aimed directly at Wu Yue's face. The speed of the blow was such that the gust of wind it generated stung Wu Yue's complexion. Truly, this was Hashirama, the first Hokage, whose physical prowess and recovery abilities were remarkable, even in the state of Edo Tensei. Wu Yue hastily retracted his blades, crossing them defensively before him. The force of the punch collided with Raiga, and Wu Yue felt an immense power radiating from the blade, propelling his body backward uncontrollably. Such strength, akin to that of my mentor, Tsunade, Wu Yue thought, astonished. At this juncture, there was no room for restraint. Wu Yue's spirit sank as he activated the chakra crystal left by the nine tails within him. Instantly, deep crimson chakra emanated from Wu Yue, three tails composed of chakra materializing behind him. A primal roar escaped his lips as he felt a surge of power coursing through him. Secret technique, thunderclap of the earth. Wu Yue's right hand coalesced violet lightning and deep crimson nine-tails chakra, launching a devastating punch towards the positions of the second and first Hokage. In an instant, the ground surrounding Hashirama and Tobirama became engulfed in lightning and chakra, an overwhelming force erupting from the earth and propelling the two Hokage into the air. The two figures were instantly enveloped in a myriad of fissures, yet they were but the echoes of the earth, as paper-like forms returned to their bodies, healing their wounds in the process. With a resounding thud, two shadow clones materialized on either side of Wu Yue, who was acutely aware that he could not afford to grant them a moment's respite. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, dragon flame song. Lightning release, thousand birds. A cerulean whirlwind materialized from thin air, unleashing a torrent of slicing winds that spread outward. Several crimson dragon heads of flame, bolstered by the force of the wind, surged towards Hashirama and Tobirama, while the violet lightning of the thousand birds sealed off all avenues of escape for the two. A cataclysmic explosion erupted at their location. A cacophony of fire, wind blades, and lightning ravaging the ground around them. The figures of Hashirama and Tobirama were engulfed by the blast, even from a distance. Orochimaru and the third Hokage were drawn to the fierce sound of the explosion. The third Hokage was taken aback by Wu Yue's formidable power. It was the first time in years he had witnessed him unleash such strength. He could scarcely believe that the once vulnerable child he had protected had grown to such heights. Wu Yue fixated intently on the center of the explosion, refusing to allow even a hint of complacency to creep in. He was uncertain whether such an assault could truly harm Hashirama and Tobirama. Just as Wu Yue was meticulously scanning his surroundings, he failed to notice the earth beneath him beginning to shift. Suddenly, the soil beneath his feet crumbled, sprouting small branches and buds. Before Wu Yue could react, the saplings burgeoned into trees as thick as a man, growing ever more robust. He found himself surrounded by a veritable forest. Wood release, birth of the woodland. Hashirama's influence transformed the trees around Wu Yue, causing them to swell in size. The trees surged towards him like a relentless ocean. Lightning release, thunderclap. He struck the ground with his right hand, unleashing a tempest of electricity that annihilated the surrounding trees within a radius of several dozen meters. Yet, under Hashirama's control, the trees pressed on, undeterred, advancing towards Wu Yue. With a powerful leap, Wu Yue ascended skyward. A shadow clone appeared beneath him, and with a forceful push off its back, he soared higher still. A gust of wind materialized, slashing through the trees that threatened him. After a tense standoff of ninjutsu that lasted several seconds, the rampant growth of the trees came to a halt. Wu Yue found himself perched atop the now towering trees. The landscape had been irrevocably altered by Hashirama's wood release, enveloping both him and Tobirama in a dense thicket. Activating his three-tomo Sharingan, Wu Yue remained vigilant, monitoring the movements around him. Suddenly, thick branches extended from the trees beneath him, ensnaring his limbs. Wu Yue's heart raced in alarm. Just as he prepared to break free, a figure charged towards him. It was Hashirama, who had manipulated the trees to bind Wu Yue. With a powerful kick, Hashirama sent Wu Yue flying several meters away. Wu Yue's form crashed through multiple trees before finally stabilizing. At this moment, a trickle of fresh blood had already begun to slide from the corner of his mouth, the recent assault having inflicted considerable internal injuries upon him. Truly, he lamented inwardly. What a formidable opponent Senju Hashirama was. Had it not been for the protective chakra of the Nine Tails, he would surely have suffered broken ribs. Confronted with such peril, he frantically racked his brain for a solution. Yet, when faced with a reanimated ninja, there were but two methods of resolution: eliminate the caster or seal the opponent with a sealing technique. Unfortunately, both avenues were currently unavailable to him. Was there truly no alternative? Suddenly, a scene from the original narrative flashed in his mind. After Itachi was reanimated, he encountered Naruto and subsequently fell victim to Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami. This technique had overridden the restrictions of the reanimation, allowing Itachi to regain his freedom. Within his own body, he had retained the crow that Itachi had bestowed upon him, initially intended for use against Obito or Nagato. However, circumstances had changed, and he would now have to expend this extraordinary ocular technique prematurely. Determined, he resolved to transplant Shursue's eye into himself first, then unleash Kodo Amatsukami at close range, ensuring a success rate of 100%. He feared that releasing the crow directly might result in its destruction by Hashirama or Tobirama. Given their formidable strength, prudence was paramount. Utilizing the lightning release technique, He swiftly executed Thunder Step, creating additional distance for safety. He darted through the trees, seeking a secluded spot to conceal himself. With a series of hand seals, he forced the crow from his body, a technique originally implanted by Itachi. Gazing at the crow in his hands, he steeled himself and plucked out his left eye. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, rendering the left side of his face numb. In haste, he transplanted Shirsue's eye into his own socket, a pale green light enveloping his left eye. The bleeding wound began to heal gradually, and slowly, Shirsue's eye fully integrated into his left eye socket. At that moment, he felt a chilling sensation emanating from his left eye, yet his vision became remarkably clear. He quietly savored the transformation, marveling at the power of the Mingxuan Sharingan. Had he not feared potential rejection, he would have transplanted Shirsue's eye long ago. Relying on the extraordinary visual and perceptive abilities of the Mingxuan Sharingan, he soon spotted the figures of Hashirama and Tobirama not far off. At that moment, Tobirama was employing sensory ninjutsu to discern his movements, sensing something amiss. He swiftly approached with Hashirama. Observing their approach, he felt a surge of trepidation. Whom should he target with Kodo Amatsukami? He had but one opportunity to use it on a single individual. However, after a brief contemplation, he resolved upon his target, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, who had pioneered numerous forbidden techniques and was the very creator of the reanimation jutsu. While the first Hokage was undeniably powerful, in terms of the diversity of ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, he felt that he could not compare to Tobirama. It was time to muster all his strength. In his heart, Wu Yu silently engaged in a fierce struggle, fully aware that opportunities were fleeting. To approach them unscathed, he would need to exert every ounce of his strength. Wu Yu held nothing back, igniting the purple lightning coursing through his veins. Instantly, an additional force manifested upon the deep crimson cloak of the Nine-Tails chakra. The purple lightning armor swiftly enveloped the chakra cloak, akin to a humanoid-tailed beast donning a suit of armor. The power of the purple lightning seamlessly merged with the Nine-Tails chakra, creating a harmonious blend. At that moment, Wu Yu's attire and hair billowed dramatically due to the explosive energy surrounding him, resembling a super saiyan in his might. Brandishing the Thunder Fang, he charged towards Hashirama and Tobirama. Observing this, the first Hokage clasped his hands together, causing the trees before him to grow wildly. The assembled trees surged forward like a tidal wave towards Wu Yu, who allowed this natural force to propel both him and Tobirama toward his adversary. With a secret technique, the Thunderwake Strike, Wu Yu unleashed a powerful right punch. An explosion ensued, scattering remnants of lightning and wood debris in all directions. With a single blow, Wu Yu obliterated the wood-release technique employed by Hashirama. Tobirama, executing the water release, water bullet technique, formed hand seals as several compressed water orbs hurtled towards Wu Yu's face. Relying on the protection of his purple lightning armor and chakra cloak, Wu Yu stood firm, absorbing the attack without evasion. Simultaneously, he closed the distance between himself and the two Hokages. In his Lightning Emperor mode, Wu Yu's speed, strength, and electrical prowess surged to unprecedented levels, rendering his previous capabilities trivial. He raised the Thunder Fang, crackling with purple lightning, and executed the Lightning Release, Thunder Annihilation Slash, a colossal arc of lightning aimed directly at Hashirama. The first Hokage barely had time to raise his arms in defense before being sent flying by the onslaught. Seizing several opportunities, Wu Yu utilized the Thunder Instant Step, appearing right before Tobirama. The Lightning Release, Chidori Flow, unleashed an overwhelming surge of purple lightning, engulfing both Wu Yu and Tobirama in its brilliance. At that moment, Tobirama found himself paralyzed by the electrifying force. Seizing the moment, Wu Yu's Crimson Sharingan locked onto Tobirama's gaze at close quarters. With a roar in his heart, Wu Yu activated the Kodo Amatsukami. The four-pointed pinwheel within his left eye spun wildly, and he felt an intense drain of chakra. An eerie chill enveloped him, causing temporary numbness on the left side of his face. In front of him, Tobirama, upon witnessing Wu Yu invoke Kodo Amatsukami, suddenly froze in place. Had it worked? Wu Yu felt a surge of anxiety. He did not wish to squander a precious Mingxuan Sharingan. Before him, Tobirama's previously vacant eyes gradually regained their luster, and his rigid form became more agile. A faint smile graced the second Hokage's face. "You are quite remarkable, young man," Tobirama said with a gentle tone. Hearing Tobirama's words, Wu Yu's face brightened with joy. He realized that Kodo Amatsukami had indeed succeeded, liberating the second Hokage from Orochimaru's control. "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Second Hokage. I am Uchiha Wu Yu," he exclaimed with excitement. "Although you belong to the Uchiha clan, I perceive the will of fire within you." "Indeed," Saratobi's discernment is commendable. At this moment, Tobarama does not mind Mingxuan's identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. Lord Second, he stated, it is imperative that we first seal the first Hokage, and then proceed to assist the third Hokage. Wu Yue cautioned, the longer we delay, the more unpredictable the situation becomes. He could already sense the increasing intensity of the first Hokage's would release technique. Upon hearing Wu Yue's words, Tobarama shifted his stance and directed his gaze towards Hashirama, who had just been sent flying. It won't be that simple, Tobarama remarked gravely. Although our current strength does not match our former peak. You are aware of my brother's physique, coupled with his would release and the unique properties of the impure world reincarnation. Tobarama paused. To seal him, we must first destroy his body in one decisive effort, taking advantage of his moment of recovery. I will employ a sealing technique to confine him, he declared solemnly. Wu Yue felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing Tobarama's words. With Hashirama's monstrous strength and physical prowess, combined with his state under impure world reincarnation, it would be nearly impossible to subdue him easily. Look out. Quickly, evade. Tobarama suddenly warned. Wu Yue sensed something amiss and, in unison with Tobarama, leaped backward. Just as they vacated their position, a massive would-release dragon head surged forth from the ground. That was close, Wu Yue thought, grateful for Tobarama's timely warning. Had it not been for him, they might have been struck by the dragon's head. The earth beneath them churned as a colossal would-release dragon, over 100 meters in length, emerged. It let out a silent roar towards Wu Yue and Tobarama, while Hashirama's figure had already leaped onto the dragon's head. In the distance, the third Hokage observed the commotion with growing anxiety. He recognized the wood dragon technique of the first Hokage and feared that even Wu Yue's formidable strength might not withstand it. Just as he contemplated rushing to Wu Yue's aid, Orochimaru intervened, obstructing the third Hokage's movements. Orochimaru, too, was stalling for time, hoping that the first and second Hokage would swiftly deal with Wu Yue before coming to assist him. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, awaiting which party's ally would vanquish the other first to claim victory. Wu Yue gazed at the towering dragon before him, feeling a surge of trepidation. It was no wonder that in the original tale, the third Hokage had promptly utilized the Reaper Death Seal, fearing that Hashirama and Tobarama might unleash even more fearsome techniques. Before Wu Yue could ponder further, the dragon's immense tail swept toward him, its attack arriving in an instant. He barely had time to cross his arms before being flung away by the force of the strike. Wu Yue found himself uncontrollably retreating, when suddenly, the second Hokage appeared behind him, steadying his fall. Thank goodness for the purple lightning armor, Wu Yue thought, managing to deflect another attack. Indeed, Hashirama's wood release was terrifying. Even the Nine Tails had been ensnared by the wood dragon in the original story. Be cautious, do not engage the wood dragon lightly. It can drain your chakra, Tobarama advised Wu Yue. At this moment, Wu Yue discovered that his chakra had diminished. He had forgotten that the wood dragon possessed the ability to absorb chakra. Do you have a powerful area of effect ninjutsu? The second Hokage inquired, having noticed the tailed beast chakra and the purple lightning armor enveloping Wu Yue. He sensed that the young man before him harbored hidden strength yet to be unleashed, a testament to his instincts as a top-tier ninja. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yue replied, I do possess such a technique, but once I use it, my chakra will likely be exhausted. At that point, I won't have the strength to stand. The second Hokage reflected for a moment before suggesting, I will engage my brother, providing you the opportunity to employ that powerful ninjutsu. Once his body is dispersed, I will then use my sealing technique to bind him. Upon hearing the second Hokage's words, Wu Yue questioned, Are you confident? It was not that he doubted Tobarama. Rather, he feared that if Hashirama was not defeated, it would be his own demise. Rest assured, I will restrain him, Tobarama assured him with conviction. Wu Yue felt a slight relaxation wash over him. He understood Tobarama's character, and since he claimed confidence, it was likely to be true. Nodding in agreement, Wu Yue signaled his consent. Tobarama gazed at the youthful face before him, his eyes filled with determination, which reminded him of a former subordinate, also of the Uchiha clan, who possessed the will of fire. Gently patting Wu Yue's shoulder, Tobarama offered him a reassuring smile before his figure abruptly darted toward Hashirama. Wu Yue observed Tobarama as he engaged the first Hokage with water release techniques. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength into his hands. Raising his arms high, Wu Yue felt the chakra of the Nine Tails and the purple lightning armor converge upon his hands. A massive purple-red chakra orb began to coalesce, quickly enlarging to over 10 meters in size. Lightning release. Lightning Emperor. Wu Yue roared as his most formidable ninjutsu took shape. This technique amalgamated the purple lightning and the nine tails chakra into a colossal sphere. With his arms raised, Wu Yue emanated a radiant purple glow akin to his sun, surrounded by arcs of purple lightning. Wu Yue directed the purple-red lightning sphere toward Hashirama. At that moment, Hashirama was entangled with Tobirama, unable to evade the impending attack. Tobirama had seized an opening and struck down Hashirama, retreating swiftly. In an instant, the purple-red lightning sphere engulfed both Hashirama and the wood dragon. A blinding explosion of purple light erupted, obscuring the vision of those present. A deafening roar of the explosion followed, as waves of purple lightning and red chakra, accompanied by splintered remnants of trees, surged outward. The entire four purple flames formation was affected by this explosive energy, causing the previously tranquil knots to tremble violently. Ultimately, the overwhelming force of the purple-red lightning energy proved too much, shattering the formation. The vast arena for observation was shattered by the assault of Wu Yue, engulfing all present in a tumult of violet energy, dust, and debris. The gazes of the onlookers, including the Umbu and Kakashi, were irresistibly drawn to the cataclysmic strike, prompting them to rush towards the scene. In response to the sudden upheaval at Wu Yue's battleground, Hongdo disregarded her own safety and dashed forward. At that moment, a flurry of paper scraps began to coalesce, gradually forming a humanoid figure, which was none other than Hashirama. At that instant, he had been utterly obliterated by the earlier attack. As the first Hokage's body began to mend, a hand abruptly pressed upon him, and intricate black seals emerged upon his form. The sealing technique enveloped Hashirama entirely, rendering him immobile. Wu Yue, despite his injuries, made his way over, having been affected by the explosion even though he was not at its epicenter. "How is it, Lord Second? Have you sealed Lord First?" Wu Yue inquired weakly, his chakra nearly depleted. Tobirama placed his hand on the first Hokage's body to sense the situation before releasing it. "Yes, I have sealed my elder brother's movements." Tobirama exhaled in relief, surveying the devastation around them, marveling at the prodigious talent displayed by the youth. No one could rival Uchiha Madara. Perhaps this young man could indeed usher in a transformation. "Lord Second, we must hasten to check on Lord Third," Wu Yue urged, his concern for the third Hokage's safety mounting, especially after the recent destruction. The two swiftly made their way to the side of the third Hokage, only to find him half kneeling on the ground, wielding the Monkey King. The presence of Orochimaru had vanished. "Lord Third, are you unharmed?" Wu Yue asked anxiously. "I'm fine, merely a bit exhausted." "That rascal Orochimaru managed to escape," the third Hokage replied, panting. Orochimaru, cunning as ever, had also been caught in the explosion's aftermath. Noticing the first and second Hokages had broken free from his control, he realized the situation had drastically changed and hastily summoned his companions to flee. Damn it, he escaped again, Wu Yue thought, a wave of frustration washing over him. They had come perilously close to capturing Orochimaru this time. The third Hokage, noticing Tobirama beside Wu Yue, inquired, "Tobirama, what brings you here?" "I was released from the control of the impure world reincarnation by this young man," Tobirama responded. "He has already enabled us to seal the situation. Thanks to you, Wu Yue." The third Hokage commended, acknowledging that without Wu Yue's timely support, his fate might have been dire. "You're too kind, Lord Third. We must now prevent the invasion from the Sand Village," Wu Yue reminded, as the ninjas within the village were still engaged in battle with the enemy. "Rest assured, I will join you in this endeavor," Tobirama declared, as the second Hokage would not stand idly by. After Wu Yue had simply treated himself and the third Hokage, he joined the second Hokage in purging the Sand Ninja from the village. Under the formidable assault of the two renowned Kage-level ninjas, the Sand Ninja found themselves in disarray. Aside from a few who managed to flee, the remainder were either slain or captured by the shinobi of Konoha. Once Wu Yue reunited with Akane and Kanako, they effectively thwarted the majority of the enemy forces. This invasion was thus navigated with surprising ease. At this moment, Saratobi prepared to take his leave, remarking to the third Hokage that spirits should not linger in the realm of the living. Hearing this, Wu Yue hurriedly approached. "Lord Second, I still have matters I wish to discuss with you." It dawned on Wu Yue that the second Hokage, as the creator of the Flying Thunder God technique, was a valuable source of knowledge. However, the souls of the second and first Hokage were already beginning to detach from their corporeal forms. The second Hokage seized the fleeting opportunity to impart essential principles of the Flying Thunder God to Wu Yue. Soon after, he ascended to the heavens alongside the first Hokage spirit, who, before departing, commended, "Haha, You are quite formidable, young one. Sarutobi, you have gained a powerful ally. As Wu Yue gazed at the ascending spirits of Hashirama and Tobarama, a sense of tranquility began to wash over him. The recent battle seemed to stretch into eternity. The invasion had finally come to a close. And although Wu Yue's early warnings had mitigated the damage, losses were still significant. Fortunately, there were no casualties among the citizens of Konoha. Following such a fierce conflict, the third Hokage found himself severely injured, compounded by his advanced age and frailty. He now required a period of recuperation and had begun to contemplate retirement. At this juncture, Danzo was stirring with ambition. He summoned the high-ranking officials of Konoha and the leaders of various clans, as well as the daimyo of the Land of Fire. He intended to leverage this meeting to secure the position of Hokage while simultaneously seeking a pretext to eliminate Uchiha Wu Yue. Thanks to the third Hokage's steadfast resolve, Danzo's plans were thwarted, but it was clear that he could no longer serve as Hokage. Anticipating this outcome, the third Hokage suggested that Tsunade succeed him as the fifth Hokage. Though Danzo initially sought to contest this decision, his reputation within Konoha was far from favorable. Ultimately, the mantle of the fifth Hokage fell to Tsunade. Upon hearing this news, Mingxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Had Danzo ascended to the position, his first act would have undoubtedly been to capture him. Furthermore, the death of his parents was intricately linked to Danzo, and a confrontation between them appeared inevitable. Wu Yue sensed that day was not far off. Initially, Wu Yue intended to request the third Hokage's permission to accompany Jiraiya in seeking Tsunade. But the third Hokage declined his request without offering an explanation. Instead, he advised Wu Yue to rest well for a time, as more significant tasks awaited him. Wu Yue discerned a subtle implication in the third Hokage's words, pondering what matters could be at hand. He recalled that, according to the original narrative, Konoha was meant to focus on recuperation. By the way, third Hokage, I would like to team up with Akane for missions. As you know, the Umbu are not suited for me, Wu Yue said with a hint of embarrassment. After a moment's contemplation, the third Hokage acquiesced to Wu Yue's request. Although he had previously spent time in the Umbu, he had not undertaken many missions. Certainly, and I have an important appointment for you as well, the third Hokage said solemnly at that moment. Please, go ahead, Wu Yue replied, curious about what significant role the third would assign him. Uchiha Wu Yue, effective immediately. You are appointed as a Jonin of Konoha and tasked with forming a team to execute special missions. The words left Wu Yue in astonishment. He could hardly believe that he had suddenly become a Jonin, let alone being assigned special tasks. Thank you, Lord Third, Wu Yue said, though perplexed. He dared not defy the third Hokage's orders. As for the team members, you may select them at your discretion. Upon your return, simply provide me with a list of personnel, the third Hokage remarked, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Wu Yue's acceptance. With a heart full of trepidation, Wu Yue exited the Hokage's office, unaware of the special missions that awaited him. Nevertheless, he now wielded significantly more power than before, not only as a Jonin of Konoha, but also with the authority to form a team. Concerning team members, Wu Yue had already formulated a plan in his mind. He intended to recruit Akane, Minako, and Kinta. All three possessed formidable strength. One was a special Jonin from Konoha, while the other two were members of the Umbu, rich in experience regarding missions and combat. Most importantly, they were all trusted friends of Wu Yue. Wu Yue subsequently reached out to Akane, Minako, and Kinta to discuss the prospect of forming a team. Upon hearing his proposal, they were overjoyed to accept, having been longtime friends. The opportunity to team up was exhilarating for them. However, Wu Yue expressed his concerns, uncertain about the true purpose behind the third Hokage's establishment of this special team. Minako comforted him, saying, "It's all right. It's likely that we will be executing some infiltration or assassination missions. Besides, you are strong enough now. There's nothing to fear." "Indeed. We will be relying on your protection from now on," Kinta teased, eliciting a laugh. Yet, Akane appeared somewhat disheartened. She had initially wished to team up solely with Wu Yue. Now, with two additional members, she felt a tinge of reluctance, though she acknowledged that Wu Yue's friends were quite reliable. The previous invasion of Konoha had forged a bond of camaraderie among them, solidifying their friendship through shared peril. Seeing the formation of the team progressing so smoothly brought Wu Yue a sense of joy. His current focus was to enhance his strength in preparation for the upcoming special mission. He informed his companions that there would be some time before they officially commenced their tasks, allowing them to rest and recuperate following the recent battle. Meanwhile, Naruto and Jiraiya were busy gathering their belongings in preparation to seek Tsunade. Wu Yue conveyed his regards to Jiraiya for his master, Tsunade, and cautioned Naruto not to slacken his training on the journey. As he watched the two depart, Wu Yue began to contemplate his future plans. He was ready to delve into the practice of chakra nature transformation. Having felt increasingly evident signs of the merging of wind and fire chakra following his previous training and the recent conflict, given sufficient time, he was confident he could unlock a new bloodline limit. Additionally, there was one matter that particularly weighed on his mind: the Flying Thunder God technique. Previously, the second Hokage imparted to him the unique technique of the Flying Thunder God, illuminating his understanding. He felt a compelling urge to experiment with the technique. Yet memories of past experiences filled him with dread. Indeed, I should seek out those three for their insights. He recalled that there were three others proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique. As he pondered, Sasuke approached him. "Brother Muyu, I wish to inquire about the curse mark," Sasuke said, drawing near. During his earlier incursion into Konoha and his confrontation with Gaara, he had activated the power of the curse mark. Now, he sensed its influence subtly permeating his body and mind, prompting him to seek Miyu's guidance on how to resolve it. Miyu gazed thoughtfully at the curse mark on Sasuke's body. He hesitated to seal away such a potent force, knowing that in the original tale, Sasuke had gained formidable strength through the curse mark. It would be a pity to simply seal it. However, Miyu swiftly conceived a plan to harness the power of the purple lightning within him to assist Sasuke, a force capable of suppressing even the chakra of the Nine Tails. He placed his hand over the curse mark, and the purple lightning gradually spread across Sasuke's form. Sasuke felt a surge of lightning energy entering his body, yet it caused him no harm. Soon, a circle of lightning patterns emerged beside the cursed seal. And to Sasuke's astonishment, the chilling power of the curse mark was subdued. He found that he could indeed draw upon the strength of the purple lightning. Observing the symbol, Miyu realized that his purple lightning was effective, its brilliance dimming within him. At that moment, he resolved to study the power of the curse mark closely, preparing himself for the cultivation of Sage Chakra. Once he accomplished this special task, he intended to venture forth to learn ninjutsu from the Sage of the Toads. Miyu also handed Sasuke the scroll he had previously obtained from Orochimaru's secret base, advising him to meticulously study the power of the curse mark and master it proficiently. After Sasuke departed, Miyu commenced his training in the fusion of wind and fire chakra. He noticed that the repulsion between the two chakra natures had significantly diminished during his hand seals, a testament to his rigorous training and the cumulative effort of time. However, the final step of fusion still eluded him, preventing a successful culmination of the process. It seemed that merging the two attributes remained a formidable challenge. If only he could exert a bit of suppression suddenly, an idea sparked within Miyu. The suppressive effect of the purple lightning was indeed formidable. What if he utilized the purple lightning to exert pressure during the fusion? This way, it would neither disrupt the chakra merging nor exacerbate the repulsion. Miyu began his experiment. He formed hand seals, channeling wind chakra in his left hand and fire chakra in his right. Gradually, he brought his palms together, allowing the chakra to intermingle. As the fusion approached its final moment, Miyu summoned the purple lightning within him to apply pressure. Indeed, under the influence of his purple lightning, the wind and fire chakra fused flawlessly. This was the first time Miyu experienced the fusion process, and it was a truly wondrous sensation. As Wu Yue opened his hands, a deep crimson spherical crystal began to coalesce within his palms. Simultaneously, it radiated intense heat and brilliance, quietly levitating above his grasp. He possessed the ability to manipulate this crimson gem at will. This was the newfound bloodline limit he had developed, Scorch Release. With a swift motion of his right hand, the crimson orb shot forth at remarkable speed, striking a nearby tree. Upon impact, a dazzling light erupted, and in an instant, the towering tree, standing 7 or 8 meters tall, was reduced to ashes. Wu Yue utilized the technique once more, directing it toward the ground. This time, he observed the Scorch Release ninjutsu through his Sharingan. In that moment, he witnessed the deep crimson crystal obliterating the earth. Upon contact, the soil was drained of all moisture, and the latent power within the crystal erupted silently, annihilating everything within that vicinity. This was the essence of his ninjutsu, embodying 4 distinct properties: evaporation, cutting, explosive force, and combustion. Most crucially, Scorch Release had now manifested as a form of crystalline energy, possessing a tangible form which Wu Yue could deftly manipulate. With further development, it promised to be an extraordinarily fearsome bloodline limit. A surge of joy filled Wu Yue's heart as he sensed the potential of this ninjutsu. He recalled a character from an anime he had seen, one known as Gilgamesh. The power of his King of Heroes inspired Wu Yue to explore new avenues for his technique. He had a premonition that Scorch Release would indeed become a significant asset in his future endeavors. In the days that followed, Wu Yue diligently refined his Scorch Release technique while also assisting Sasuke in mastering the power of the Curse Seal. He discovered the formidable strength of the Curse Seal. With proper mastery, it could yield exponential growth in power. Sasuke had now achieved perfect control over the first level of the Curse Seal. Wu Yue's training in Scorch Release showed marked progress, and he planned to take some time to seek out Orochimaru. The two would discuss the intricacies of bloodline limits, and he had urgent matters to address with him. Just as Wu Yue and Sasuke were practicing together, members of the Umbu arrived, summoning Wu Yue to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage had a mission for him. Finally, it had arrived, Wu Yue mused, speculating about the nature of this urgent task. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon pushing the door open, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene within. The office was filled with numerous shinobi, and Wu Yue was the last to arrive. Among them were familiar faces, Akamichi, Minako, and Kenta. There were also others, including Noera and the duo of Kamizuki and Tetsu, along with the spirited pair, Shingetsu and KZ. Why were so many elite shinobi gathered here? Wu Yue wondered. Was such a large assembly truly necessary for a special mission? Wu Yue, you've arrived. You were the last one we needed. The third Hokage spoke gently. Apologies, Hokage-sama. Wu Yue replied with a slight bow, casting a glance at Akamichi and the others, silently inquiring about the situation. Hondo and others appeared perplexed, seemingly unaware of the specifics of the mission at hand, while Wu Yue was lost in thought. The third Hokage spoke. All right, everyone has arrived. This time, we have a formidable task entrusted to you. The atmosphere grew solemn as all the ninjas present absorbed the gravity of the third's words. I need you to infiltrate the Sound Ninja Village and eliminate Orochimaru and his remaining forces, he declared with unwavering seriousness. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback. After all, Orochimaru had only recently launched an invasion. Were they truly expected to assault another ninja village so soon? Noticing the astonished and bewildered expressions of the crowd, the third Hokage further elucidated. Previously, during my confrontation with Orochimaru and Wu Yue, he sustained significant injuries. Moreover, his forces have undoubtedly suffered substantial losses. Therefore, our objective is to strike while they are recuperating. You are to promptly eliminate their plans and extinguish their viable forces, thereby eradicating the threat to our village. With that, the third Hokage's gaze drifted toward the window, reflecting on his endeavors to safeguard Konoha during his tenure. This mission, however, bore an additional purpose. Wu Yue quickly grasped the third's intentions. The prior invasion had not inflicted severe damage upon Konoha due to his involvement, while Tsunagakure and Orochimaru's strength had been considerably weakened. Hence, the opportunity to eradicate Orochimaru and his remnants was now at hand. This mission is classified as an Ultra-S-rank task, and you will be operating in a joint effort. The third Hokage asserted solemnly, with Uchiha Mingxuan as the team leader. Wu Yue could not help but exclaim in surprise. He had never held such a position before. Furthermore, his companions were all seasoned jonin from Konoha, making it seem improbable for him to assume leadership. Inquisitive glances erupted from Noera Genma and others. Sir, Wu Yue is still quite young. This mission is of utmost importance and danger. Are you certain he should lead? Their expressions conveyed skepticism. Though Hondo and a few others held unwavering faith in Wu Yue's capabilities, having witnessed his prowess firsthand. Sir, Wu Yue began to articulate, but the third Hokage interrupted him. I will inform everyone that the mission will officially commence the day after tomorrow. Left without the chance to counter, Wu Yue found himself perplexed as to why the third had designated him as the leader. The lingering doubts in the eyes of Noera Genma and others were palpable as he exited the Hokage's office alongside Hondo. He pondered the reasoning behind the third's decision. Hondo broke the silence, remarking, It seems Lord Third has high expectations of you. He must be intent on nurturing your potential. A smile graced his face. Indeed. I believe so, Kenai chimed in, affirming the sentiment. After all, it is clear that the third holds great trust in Wu Yue, or he wouldn't have assigned him to lead a team of 8 elite ninjas. Logically, the rest of us have far more experience. Do not feel overwhelmed. Remember, we are in this together. We are partners, are we not? Minako comforted from the side, encouraged by the support of his comrades. Wu Yue felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. He has regained his confidence. He is no longer the beleaguered Uchiha Mingxuan of the past. On this clear morning, at the entrance of Konoha village, Wu Yue, Akkad, and others, including Nara Shikamaru, gathered together. Wu Yue gazed at the assembled group, feeling an undeniable sense of nervousness. After all, this was his inaugural experience leading a mission. He took a deep breath and stated, "This mission will be led by me. I hope everyone can cooperate and trust one another." He scanned the crowd's faces. Moreover, it is crucial that, even in the event of failure, we must never turn against our comrades. The group was taken aback by Wu Yue's words. Traditionally, ninjas prioritize their missions above all else. Yet Wu Yue's approach was a stark departure from the norm. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, the tension among them began to dissipate as they listened to him. Perhaps he truly is commendable, Nara Shikamaru thought to himself. All right, let us proceed, Wu Yue declared, gesturing grandly as he led the group out of Konoha village. Days later, Wu Yue had successfully guided his team to the outskirts of the Sound Ninja village. The village appeared desolate, likely due to the aftermath of war, with very few inhabitants in sight. However, Wu Yue did not allow himself to grow complacent. Based on the timeline, he surmised that Orochimaru and his cohorts had not yet retreated. Moreover, Orochimaru possessed numerous subjects for his cursed seal experiments, particularly the 4 Sound Ninja and the formidable Kimimaro. Exercising caution, Wu Yue activated both his Sharingan and electromagnetic perception. He intently scrutinized every movement within the Sound Ninja village. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. While the village seemed desolate, many ninjas lurked in the shadows. Wu Yue contemplated this notion quietly. Nevertheless, armed with his Sharingan and electromagnetic perception, he thoroughly assessed the external defense of the village. He was now poised to infiltrate the interior with his team. Signaling with his hands, Wu Yue divided his companions into 3 squads, coordinating their efforts as they advanced inward. They swiftly neutralized any sentries they encountered, both visible and hidden. Before long, Wu Yue and his team had eradicated all external defenses. A sense of elation washed over them as they realized they had successfully penetrated the village without incident. Is it merely my illusion, or does this feel too easy? Wu Yue pondered, sensing that something was amiss. Logically, even if his team was powerful, their infiltration seemed almost alarmingly effortless. As the group led by Wu Yue continued to infiltrate deeper, they found themselves in the heart of the village, where the defenses were exceedingly stringent. It seemed that for reasons unknown, perhaps due to knots or sorcery, Wu Yue's Sharingan and electromagnetic waves were inexplicably affected, rendering the scenes within beyond his scrutiny. Wu Yue instinctively adopted a more cautious demeanor, signaling to his companions to halt their advance. It was paramount they did not alert the enemy prematurely. Approaching the situation with deliberation, Wu Yue inquired about potential methods for entry. At that moment, Kazan and Izuka spoke up, suggesting that their considerable numbers could easily attract attention if they approached from a single direction. Instead, they could divide into smaller groups, infiltrating gradually and regrouping within. After contemplating this strategy, Wu Yue deemed it prudent but cautioned that the distance between groups should not exceed 100 meters, ensuring swift aid in case of an incident. Thus, they formed 4 distinct groups, each penetrating inward simultaneously. Wu Yue and Akane partnered together, their synergy allowing them to swiftly arrive at a central location resembling a laboratory. Wu Yue recognized this as undoubtedly the lair of Orochimaru, the decor strikingly reflective of his eccentric style. Shortly thereafter, Kenta, Kanako, and Kazan also arrived from various directions, having dealt with any adversaries encountered along the way. Have you discovered anything unusual? Wu Yue inquired of his companions. Kenta, Kazan, and Izumi reported no issues, having neutralized all foes encountered. However, an unsettling feeling began to intensify within Wu Yue, possibly linked to his acute intuition. Nevertheless, having come this far, retreat was not an option. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he believed their strength would facilitate a safe withdrawal. Gazing at the laboratory's entrance, Wu Yue refrained from acting impulsively. Instead, he utilized a shadow clone to scout ahead. Observing this tactic, the others acknowledged Wu Yue's ingenuity. It was a clever notion to assign the exploration of potentially perilous areas to a shadow clone. The clone advanced to investigate, uncovering no anomalies. Just then, the laboratory door swung open, courtesy of the clone's efforts. Exchanging glances, the group rose cautiously to infiltrate the laboratory. Yet, as they delved deeper, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon them. The silence was deafening. Even a clandestine base should not be this eerily quiet. They had yet to encounter any other individuals since their entry. As Wu Yue and his companions pressed forward, they reached the end without a single soul in sight. What is happening? Akane queried, her voice laced with concern. Wu Yue's unease escalated, and he soon deduced that they had likely fallen into a trap laid by their adversaries. This is bad. They have deliberately lured us here. We must retreat, Wu Yue urged, leading his companions swiftly toward the exit. Why, despite our caution? Did we fall into their snare? It is as if they anticipated our every move. At this moment, Wu Yue sensed that there might have been a leak regarding their operation. For otherwise, they would not have fallen into the enemy's trap. As Wu Yue pondered this unsettling thought, the group had already approached the exit. With a thunderous crash, the exit was unexpectedly obstructed by a massive boulder. A sense of foreboding washed over Wu Yue. They could not afford to be trapped here. With a secret technique, Thunderclap Earth Splitter, Wu Yue delivered a powerful punch to the boulder ahead. The formidable stone shattered into fragments under Mingxuan's attack, scattering the debris infused with lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yue and his companions fled through the exit, only to discover that enemies had begun to emerge from the underground passage. It was no wonder Wu Yue had sensed nothing amiss. The elite of the Sound Ninja village had concealed themselves in subterranean chambers, using the individuals above as mere bait. Doubt began to creep into the minds of the group regarding their mission. It was supposed to be a covert operation known only to the higher-ups of Konoha and a select few. How then had they fallen into the enemy's ambush? Sensing the unease among his comrades, Wu Yue turned to them and declared, "Fear not. Even if we are surrounded, what of it? We are all elite of Konoha. Can we not prevail against them?" His composed words alleviated the tension, reminding them of their prowess and experience. At that moment, the members of the Sound Ninja village began to encircle them. Wu Yue activated his Sharingan, scanning the area, yet he did not spot Orochimaru. Instead, he found Do positioned at the center of the gathering foes. "What is this, Do? Are you the only one here? Where is Orochimaru? Surely he hasn't met his demise." Wu Yue taunted. Do, unperturbed by the mockery, adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "Lord Orochimaru is merely recuperating. However, Uchiha Wu Yue, even in his absence, you and your companions shall find no escape." "Ah, I see," Wu Yue responded with a hint of amusement. "Ha ha, truly amusing. Even with Orochimaru present, he wouldn't dare claim he could detain me. And you lot, I wonder what gives you the audacity to challenge us." As Wu Yue finished speaking, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him. His crimson Sharingan began to swirl ominously, and he drew forth his twin Thunderfang blades from his back. The surrounding ninjas from the Sound Ninja village felt the weight of Wu Yue's presence, momentarily subdued by his overwhelming spirit. "All together now, eliminate them," Do commanded darkly. In unison, the ninjas hurled shuriken and kunai, a barrage of projectiles raining down upon Wu Yue and his companions. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, earth barrier. At that instant, Kenta and Nara Shinkai unleashed their ninjutsu, successfully deflecting the incoming weapons. Wu Yue swiftly formed hand seals, invoking fire release, great dragon fire technique. A colossal fire dragon surged forth, roaring as it charged toward the ninjas of the Sound Ninja village. "Not good. The power of the technique is overwhelming. We must counter it," someone bellowed. In response, 5 or 6 ninjas stepped forward, casting water release, water barrier. A towering wall of water collided with the colossal dragon, producing a hissing sound that instantly enveloped the surroundings in a dense mist. Both parties found their vision obscured by the vapor. "Do not lower your guard. Be wary of the enemy," the leader cautioned his subordinates. Suddenly, a myriad of deep crimson lights illuminated the sky. It was the technique known as Scorch Release. The Hellfire Rain technique, newly developed by Mayuzumi, unleashed a barrage of crimson crystals radiating intense light and heat, surging towards the gathered crowd. "Beware and brace yourselves," the leader warned urgently. However, Mayuzumi's Scorch Release was not easily countered. The air was filled with the sounds of explosions and anguished screams. Many ninjas, caught off guard, were obliterated by the crystalline assault. The might of Scorch Release was instantly evident, its 4 unique properties enhancing its power significantly beyond that of ordinary fire techniques. Coupled with remarkable speed, with a flourish of dual blades, Mayuzumi transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing into the throng of enemies, seizing the opportunity with fervor. When the weak surround the strong, it is not an ambush, it is merely an offering, he thought. The Red Bean and others surged forward in Mayuzumi's wake, scattering the enemy formation and swiftly tilting the battle in their favor. Indeed, these ninjas proved unreliable. They would need to summon greater forces, thought Kabuto, who had never anticipated these foes would pose a significant challenge to Mayuzumi and his companions. As Mayuzumi fought valiantly, He noted that the enemy ninjas were far inferior in strength compared to those who had previously invaded Konoha. They likely only possessed the skill level of low-ranking ninjas. Just then, as Mayuzumi and his comrades neared the enemy's encirclement, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A contingent of over 30 ninjas appeared beside Kabuto, their bodies adorned with an array of intricate runes, emanating an aura of malevolence. This is bad. They are the cursed seal test subjects, Mayuzumi thought, alarmed. While he held no fear of the ninjas from the Sound Village, he knew better than to underestimate these cursed seal ninjas, particularly the test subjects of the Heaven's Curse Seal, who possess the ability to transform into a second stage. Upon transformation, their strength surged, with some even attaining the prowess of elite ninjas. In the original tale, the quartet from the Sound Village had defeated several elite ninjas, a feat likely due in part to the latter's exhaustion from recent missions, yet it underscored the formidable nature of the cursed seals. At that moment, the test subjects beside Kabuto had completed their first stage of transformation, and under his command, they charged toward Mayuzumi and his allies. Be cautious of these foes. They bear cursed seals, Mayuzumi warned loudly. In response, he formed hand seals and unleashed fire release, Dragon Flame Song, summoning several massive crimson dragon heads that roared forth, racing toward Kabuto and the test subjects. Simultaneously, a few of the test subjects employed their ninjutsu, erecting earthen and watery barriers to thwart Mayuzumi's assault. Indeed, their strength was markedly superior to that of the previous ninjas from the Sound Village. Red Bean and the others regrouped with Mayuzumi. Having decisively dealt with the ninjas who had previously besieged them, those who remained posed no threat to Mayuzumi and his comrades. As Wuyu contemplated his next course of action under the moonless sky, he suddenly sensed a malevolent and eerie chakra approaching from behind. Swiftly, he turned to investigate, only to behold 4 figures emerging from the shadows. These individuals were in the state of Curse Seal 1, their bodies adorned with a myriad of intricate markings. They were none other than the Sound Ninja Quartet, whose inherent strength was not formidable. However, upon activating their Curse Seal 2, their physical prowess and ninjutsu capabilities surged dramatically, granting them an array of bizarre abilities. Yet, Wuyu harbored no fear. In the original narrative, even with their Curse Seal 2 activated, they had barely triumphed over the likes of Kamizuki Izumo and Nara Shikamaru. Moreover, his own allies were Jonin, and even if they could not prevail, a strategic retreat was possible. He resolved first to dispatch the Sound Ninja Quartet before aiding Hong Do and her companions in dealing with the 30 or so experimental subjects. Despite Hong Do and her group being quite formidable, they faced over 30 potential Curse Seal-empowered adversaries, led by the elite DU. Time was of the essence, as Hong Do's team might not withstand the onslaught until his arrival. At that moment, from a distance, Jirby executed a technique using Earth Release, Earth-style rolling boulder, hurling a massive rock sphere measuring several meters toward Hong Do's group. Hold them off until I can assist you, Wuyu instructed, charging toward the Sound Ninja Quartet. With hands swiftly forming seals, he unleashed Wind Release, multiple vacuum blades, sending forth dozens of azure wind blades to strike the rock sphere. The colossal boulder was cleaved into fragments in an instant. Following this, he employed Fire Release, multiple fireballs, combined with Wind Release, great breakthrough, conjuring a tempestuous cyclone that propelled 4 or 5 deep crimson fireballs toward the Sound Ninja Quartet. Seeing the magnitude of Wuyu's jutsu, the quartet responded with their utmost effort. Their bodies rapidly transformed into a deep crimson hue, and elongated horns sprouted from their heads. With a flourish, they performed a summoning technique, summoning Rashomon, a massive gate from the underworld rising ominously from the ground. The fiery cyclone collided with the hellish gate, unleashing a tempest of flames and wind blades that engulfed the structure, which soon dissipated under Wuyu's onslaught. The Sound Ninja Quartet, witnessing such a display, became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. They understood that Wuyu was no mere genin. They had previously overheard that he had engaged in combat with Lord Orochimaru and emerged unscathed. The realization struck them with dread. They might very well meet their demise here. Observing their trepidation, Wuyu continued weaving hand seals, invoking Blaze Release, Hellfire Rain. A multitude of deep crimson fire crystals materialized above the Sound Ninja Quartet, enveloping them entirely under Wuyu's control. Do not hold back, brace yourselves, and avoid contact, urged Jitamaru, raising his voice in warning. Simultaneously, Jirby, Jitamaru, and the others activated their Curse Seal 2, unleashing their most potent ninjutsu. As the techniques clashed, a deafening explosion erupted, sending violent energy waves and shock waves radiating outward. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust, scattering debris of trees and earth in every direction. The figures of several individuals were shrouded in obscurity. Guo Tongmaru and his companions momentarily lost their line of sight, daring not to be careless as they vigilantly monitored their surroundings, wary of a potential ambush from Wu Yu. Utilizing the advantages of his Sharingan, Wu Yu had already discerned the positions of the four sound ninja. At that moment, he focused his gaze upon the weakest among them. Jirobo. Let us first dispose of one, Wu Yu mused inwardly. With a swift motion, he harnessed the power of lightning release, transforming into a bolt of lightning that surged toward Jirobo. Wu Yu raised his blade, Thunder Fong, which crackled with intense purple lightning. Secret technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash. A colossal arc of purple lightning cleaved toward Jirobo. Startled, Jirobo hastily formed hand seals for Earth Release, Earth Wall, erecting a barrier before him. Yet, how could a mere earthen wall withstand Wu Yu's formidable strike? The wall was obliterated in an instant, leaving Jirobo's right arm and leg severed. In that moment, his entire being erupted in a fierce blaze of purple lightning, reducing Jirobo to charred remains without a sound. Gather together. Do not give him the chance to take us down individually, shouted Zhuo and Eugene. None could have anticipated Wu Yu's overwhelming prowess with a mere glance. He had annihilated Jirobo, leaving his companions utterly unprepared. Furthermore, his ninjutsu was not only powerful, but his swordsmanship was equally formidable. A sense of immense pressure and despair enveloped the group, a sensation they had previously only experienced in the presence of Kimimaro. It was no wonder that this individual commanded the attention of Orochimaru. Secret technique, Spider's adhesive gold demon. Guo Tongmaru unleashed a vast web from his mouth, adorned with numerous golden metallic strands. Meanwhile, Doyo also seized his flute, intending to ensnare Wu Yu with Genjutsu, as Zhuo and Eugene split apart, advancing toward Wu Yu from two directions. In an instant, Wu Yu found himself surrounded by their combined assault. Quite the coordinated effort, Wu Yu thought to himself. Acknowledging the strength of these leaf ninjas, it was no wonder that, in the original narrative, despite exhausting considerable stamina, the leaf ninjas had nearly been countered. The disparity in tactical coordination and experience was evident. At that moment, Wu Yu remained unperturbed in the face of their onslaught. He first sealed his hearing with chakra, then infused his blade with wind chakra, charging directly toward the web. Secret technique, Thunder Crescent Slash. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the web before him. By this time, Zhuo and Eugene had approached Wu Yu's rear, racing toward him with unrelenting speed. They believed that as long as they could make contact, they could unleash their secret techniques, merging with his very being. Thus, even if he was formidable, he would be at their mercy. Wu Yu, aware of the impending attack from behind, paid it no heed. He brandished Thunder Fong and continued his advance toward Doyo. Thunder Annihilation Slash. In an instant, a purple lightning strike surged forth. Doyo, caught off guard by Wu Yu's rapid resolution of their ambush, found himself defenseless. The flash of purple lightning sliced through him, cleaving him in twain, his body charred by the relentless surge of electricity. At this moment, the hands of those nearby were merely inches away from Wu Yu. Just as they were about to make contact, they unleashed their secret techniques. With a flash of lightning, Wu Yu erupted with a powerful violet energy, sending bolts of electricity raging within a few meters around him. Two anguished cries pierced the air. The nearby assailants, caught off guard at such a close distance, were struck by Wu Yu's lightning. Instantly, their movement ceased, paralyzed by the electric shock. Wu Yu pivoted and delivered a swift kick, sending the two flying, before dashing toward the formidable Kaio Tamaru. This adversary possessed long-range attacks and entangling threads. Allowing him to escape would be detrimental, Wu Yu mused. Upon witnessing the demise of Wu Yu, cleaved by a single strike, Kaio Tamaru felt the urge to retreat. He shot threads from his body, latching onto a nearby tree, and with a swift motion, he distanced himself several meters. Seeing Wu Yu barreling toward him, he was taken aback and unleashed a barrage of golden shurikens. In response, Wu Yu executed the thunder release, lightning step. And in an instant, he appeared right before Kaio Tamaru. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Wu Yu's blade met Kaio Tamaru's body, revealing that he was enveloped in a layer of hardened metal for protection. Kaio Tamaru could not suppress his smugness. This was his specialized defensive jutsu. Most weapons would leave no mark upon contact. Have you forgotten that metal conducts electricity? Wu Yu taunted, as violet lightning crackled around him. With the thunder release, thousand birds flow. Tendrils of purple electricity began to course over Kaio Tamaru's body. Under the intense electric assault, Kyotomaru had no time to react and was instantly reduced to ashes. In a matter of minutes, Wu Yue had dispatched 3 members of the Sound Ninja Quartet. When he turned to locate the other 2, they had already vanished, having wisely retreated when they sensed the tide turning. No matter, those 2 posed little threat, Wu Yue thought, now eager to assist Akato and the others. They were still engaged in a standoff with the experimental subjects, Toby and his allies, though fortunately, there had been no casualties thus far. As Wu Yue rushed to provide support, he suddenly sensed several gusts of wind approaching from behind. He remained vigilant, executing a low dodge to evade the incoming attack. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to see a flurry of finger bones hurtling towards him. Could it be? Wu Yue's heart raced. Activating his Sharingan, he scanned the direction of the attack and beheld a figure emerging slowly from the woods. This individual had flowing white hair, green eyes adorned with red shadowing, and was half naked. It was none other than one of Orochimaru's formidable subordinates, Kimimaro. Wu Yue was taken aback. He had not anticipated Kimimara's arrival, especially since he recalled that in the original narrative, Kimimaro had been gravely ill. Yet, the current sight of him belied any signs of illness. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and he emanated a potent aura. Wu Yue utilized his Sharingan to scrutinize every aspect of Kimimaro's physique, noting that his body and chakra exhibited a faint green hue. This condition reminded him of someone he had encountered before, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. That Orochimaru fellow. Has he utilized the cells of Hashirama? Wu Yue never anticipated such a turn of events. If it were the original Kimimaro, he would not be afraid, but this one evidently possesses Hashirama's cells. Perhaps this is related to Kimaru's unique bloodline, for it seems that he alone has perfectly inherited this bloodline limit. You must be Uchiha Mingxuan, the one whom Lord Orochimaru values most, Kimita remarked indifferently. Valued the most? He simply desires the most perfect vessel for reincarnation, Wu Yue thought to himself, mocking silently. You are Kimimaro, I presume. It is said that you suffer from a bloodline disease. I did not expect you to be able to move about, Wu Yue stated coolly. Thanks to Lord Orochimaru, he has bestowed upon me new power, Kimimaro replied, excitement evident in his voice. In truth, Wu Yue also harbored a keen interest in Hashirama's cells. However, he could not match Orochimaru's research in this domain, as Orochimaru was a devotee of science. I have come to escort you to Lord Orochimaru, Kimimaro stated blandly. And what if I refuse to go? Wu Yue began to emanate a faint aura of menace. Then I shall have no choice but to forcibly take you back, Kimimaro replied, a bone sword materializing in his hand. Wu Yue, upon witnessing this, dared not underestimate the situation. He recalled that Kimaru's stats in the Book of the Undead had reached 61, placing him on par with Zabuza. Moreover, this was merely his baseline value, not accounting for his cursed seals. Trouble had indeed arisen, and Wu Yue could not help but feel a sense of unease. At that moment, Kimimaro offered no opportunity for Mingxuan to ponder. He lunged forward in a swift dive towards Wu Yue. Such speed! Wu Yue felt a rush of alarm. Yet, as a master swordsman, he was not easily intimidated. Dual blade technique, Gale Thunder Slash. Wu Yue's Raiga shimmered with a faint lightning glow as it cleaved towards Kimimaro. Kimimaro, a master of taijutsu, engaged in a fierce exchange, each of them trading blows dozens of times. Wu Yue, observing Kimimaro before him, felt astonished. His blade, despite its might, was blocked by Kimaru's bones. He had not anticipated the extraordinary hardness of Kimaru's skeletal structure. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yue thrust both of his blades towards Kimaru's torso. Kimimaro, unwilling to confront the attack directly, leaped away, evading Wu Yue's strike. At that moment, several wounds marred Kimaru's body, yet bones within thwarted the damage. Furthermore, the external flesh began to heal gradually. It is futile. My bone density is thrice that of steel, and the power bestowed upon me by Orochimaru allows for rapid regeneration, Kimimaro proclaimed. Merely basking in the glory of Hashirama's cells, Wu Yue retorted scornfully. Oh, those are Hashirama's cells, the first Hokage of Konoha? So that's how it is, Kimimaro responded, unfazed, and instead developed a peculiar interest in the cells. If my sword techniques prove ineffective, then what of ninjutsu? Wu Yue sheathed Raiga and swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A swirling azure vortex erupted, unleashing a barrage of wind blades directed at Kimimaro. The bone pulse, Iron Vine, guardian of Junmaru, curled his entire body, as his bones began to grow wildly, instantaneously enveloping him in a skeletal sphere. The two collided, and dense blades of wind danced around Junmaru, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. After a brief moment, the tempest subsided. Observing Junmaru, The outer skeletal sphere bore numerous lacerations from the wind blades, revealing glimpses of his bloodied flesh within. Yet, as Junmaru unfurled his body, despite the bones being shredded into 1,000 wounds, the inner flesh sustained minimal damage. Junmaru, feeling the pain coursing through him, was taken aback by the unexpected potency of Mayu's ninjutsu. It seemed he would need to take this more seriously. As he spoke, mysterious markings began to manifest upon his body, distinctly resembling the form of the first curse mark. The augmentation from Hashirama's cells was astonishing, causing Moyu to silently marvel. At that moment, in the state of the first curse mark, Junmaru sprouted over 1 meter of bony spikes from his joints and limbs, resembling a monstrous humanoid. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he charged towards Moyu. Lightning release, thunderclap, instant step. Moyu transformed into a bolt of lightning, evading Junmaru's onslaught. In response, he formed hand seals for fire release, dragon flame song technique, summoning several massive crimson dragon heads that surged towards Junmaru's location. A resounding explosion erupted as flames engulfed the area where Junmaru stood, accompanied by a chorus of detonations. Humph, your methods of attack are overly simplistic, Moyu mused internally. Recognizing that if not for this singular approach, Junmaru would undoubtedly possess shadow-level prowess. However, Moyu had not anticipated Junmaru's fusion with Hashirama's cells. As the flames and smoke gradually dissipated, a sizable crater marked the spot where Junmaru had stood. Within the pit, Junmaru's entire form had transformed into a dark brown hue, with metallic bones glimmering beneath his tattered skin. That was close. Had I not activated the second curse mark, I would likely have sustained severe injuries. Junmaru remarked with a hint of frustration. You are formidable, particularly in your mastery of ninjutsu. Yet, for Lord Orochimaru, I am willing to do anything. At that moment, Junmaru's right hand's bones surged forth, morphing into a spiraled long spear, while his left hand withdrew his spine from his back. His body exuded a plethora of bones, enveloping him in a skeletal armor, leaving only his nose and eyes exposed. He is even stronger than depicted in the original, Moyu thought, no longer underestimating Junmaru, whose strength had surpassed the assessments of the original narrative. Fire release, Hellfire Rain. A multitude of deep crimson flame crystals appeared around Moyu, transforming into meteoric streaks that charged towards Junmaru. Bone Pulse, Iron Vine Rain. The external skeletal armor of Junmaru began to unleash a barrage of bones, colliding with Moyu's fire release. In an instant, the scene was engulfed in flames and bone fragments, obscuring both combatants' vision. As the dust settled, although much of Moyu's fire release was thwarted by the rain of bones, a few strikes, bolstered by their speed and power, managed to hit Junmaru. Junmaru let out a chilling scream, as his bones proved inadequate to wholly defend against the searing onslaught of the scorch release technique. Certain sections of his skeletal structure were scorched, transforming into a high-temperature, viscous substance that adhered to his skin, inflicting excruciating burns upon his flesh. At this moment, Mugetsu felt a twinge of alarm. It was evident that Junmaru's bone density was indeed formidable, for he had not succumbed to death despite being struck by the scorch release. Utilizing his Sharingan, Mugetsu observed that, although Junmaru was gravely injured, a verdant energy within him persistently healed his wounds. In a short span, the majority of his burns had begun to mend, largely thanks to his Shikatsumiyaku and Senju cells. Mugetsu, feeling a sense of regret at the prospect of losing such talent, contemplated bringing Junmaru under his command. However, before he could ponder further, Junmaru charged towards him with remarkable speed. Fully aware of the necessity for close combat to avoid being kept at bay and ultimately defeated, Junmaru pressed forward. Unfazed by the approaching threat, Mugetsu activated the chakra crystal of the nine tails within him. A deep crimson chakra enveloped his form, manifesting as the cloak of a tailed beast. Armed with the Raijin dual blades, he engaged in a rapid exchange of blows with Junmaru, their clash resonating like a tempest. Junmaru, a master of taijutsu, matched Mugetsu's prowess. Yet Mugetsu seized upon a fleeting opening. He raised the Raijin, channeling lightning chakra. The thunder destruction slash unleashed a colossal arc of purple lightning that surged towards Junmaru. Too close for escape, Junmaru had no choice but to shield himself with his colossal bone spikes and vertebrae whips, which were instantly cleaved apart by the devastating strike. In the aftermath, Junmaru lay battered on the ground, with the majority of his skeletal spikes and whips shattered, and even his bone armor rendered nearly obliterated. Waves of purple lightning ravaged his body, eliciting agonized cries from his lips. Remarkably, he had not perished from the blow. Mingxuan, observing from a distance, could hardly contain his astonishment. Junmaru, now in a dire state, gasped for breath, his skeletal remains having crumbled significantly. Parts of his body were charred black from the electrical assault. Yet, his indomitable willpower sustained him, refusing to allow his body to succumb. Junmaru was undeniably formidable. A typical taijutsu ninja would stand no chance against Mujutsu. I cannot afford to lose, even if it costs me my life, he vowed inwardly. With his hands clasped in prayer, a surge of potent chakra erupted around him. Mujutsu, taken aback by the intensity of Junmaru's chakra, felt a surge of trepidation. Is he about to unleash a secret technique? Mujutsu pondered, his mind racing. Panic gripped him as he recalled the terrifying nature of Junmaru's ultimate move, which had once altered the landscape for miles when he had been buried 200 meters underground. Moreover, Junmaru's current state, bolstered by the Senju cells, was far from the frail condition depicted in the original narrative. If he were to execute such a technique, even Mujutsu could find himself in grave peril. In that moment, Junmaru formed a series of hand seals. Dai, Uchiha Mujutsu, he proclaimed. The dance of the Shikatsu Miyako, bone ferns erupted from the ground. An overwhelming multitude of bone spikes sprouting forth at a rapid pace, swiftly closing the distance towards Mujutsu. MD, with an exclamation of frustration, swiftly retreated. However, the expansive attack of Junmaru's dance of early ferns was overwhelmingly vast, rendering Wu Yue unable to escape in time. He leapt into the air with force, employing shadow clone technique, using the clone as a stepping stone to ascend further. Yet, the bone spikes grew with alarming rapidity, soaring up several meters in the blink of an eye. Under Junmaru's control, these spikes converged towards Wu Yue, as if intent on transforming him into a hedgehog. This cannot continue, Wu Yue thought anxiously. In the original narrative, Junmaru's dance of early ferns penetrated 200 meters underground, launching an attack against Gaara and the others. Who knew how long these bone spikes could grow? Utilizing instant step, Wu Yue propelled himself off his shadow clone, soaring upwards for several meters. He raised his hands above his head, activating the purple lightning within him. Instantly, purple lightning began to coalesce in his palms, merging with the Nine-Tails chakra and all his energy. Lightning release, Thunder Emperor, Wu Yue declared, as a colossal purplish-red lightning sphere, several meters in diameter, formed in his hands, radiating dazzling light and immense electrical power. Unfazed, Junmaru retaliated with his own technique, Corpse Bone Pulse, Dance of Early Ferns, summoning a multitude of bone spikes to converge around Wu Yue. Go! Wu Yue shouted, hurling the lightning sphere towards the ground. Die! Junmaru roared, unleashing all the bone spikes towards Wu Yue. The lightning sphere and the bone spikes collided with a thunderous impact, scattering bone fragments and electrical energy in a rapid wave across the vicinity. The air was filled with a tempest of lightning, bone debris, and dust, enveloping an area of hundreds of meters, even reaching far-off figures like Red Bean and Kabuto, who were caught in the explosive aftermath. After a considerable time, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing the aftermath of the battle. A vast pit, several meters deep, had formed at the center of the explosion, surrounded by remnants of bone spikes and scorched earth. Wu Yue, shielded by the tailed beast's cloak and the lightning, remained largely unscathed. However, Junmaru was affected by the blast. Having reverted from his cursed state to his normal condition, he lay on the ground, covered in various wounds, unable to move. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, Junmaru clung to life, his gaze fixed on Wu Yue, desperately attempting to rise, but his body had reached its limits. Noticing this, Wu Yue approached Junmaru slowly. I truly do not comprehend why you are so loyal to Orochimaru. What is he giving you? Wu Yue inquired, his tone laced with resignation. Humph. You do not understand Lord Orochimaru at all, Junmaru replied, his eyes devoid of fear as he lay on the ground. As Wu Yue raised his hand, Junmaru braced himself, believing that his life was about to come to an end. Instead, Wu Yue knelt beside him, placing his hands on Junmaru's body. A soft green light emanated from Junmaru, as Wu Yue unexpectedly extended his hand to assist him. What are you doing? Junmaru asked, astonished and bewildered, as he felt his injuries gradually heal. Hee. I simply do not wish to witness a prodigious talent fall, Wu Yue replied. With no moon in sight, Wu Yue found himself inexplicably reluctant to take the life of Junmaru. Instead, he chose to tend to his injuries. However, you must refrain from taking any action against the Leaf Ninjas in the future. Otherwise, even if you were to hide at the ends of the earth, I would personally ensure your demise, Wu Yue threatened. You are quite an intriguing individual, Junmaru replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he struggled to comprehend the existence of such a person in the world. Under Wu Yue's care, Junmaru's wounds gradually healed, enabling him to sit upright from the ground. Yet, there is one matter I wish to inquire about, Wu Yue said, turning to Junmaru. What is it? How did you come to know of our approach and lay an ambush here? Wu Yue voiced his lingering doubts, sensing that this situation was closely tied to Orochimaru. It was a man named Danzo who informed Lord Orochimaru, stating that you would be launching an attack on the Sound Ninja village soon. That is why we lay in wait for you here. Little did we expect someone like you, an anomaly, to possess such formidable strength, Junmaru stated nonchalantly. Indeed. It was you, that old dog Danzo. Wu Yue's expression twisted into a snarl, astonished by Danzo's audacity to disclose their entire plan to Orochimaru. Danzo's actions were undoubtedly aimed at depleting the core strength of Konoha. Had it not been for Wu Yue's considerable power, his comrades might have perished here. Danzo, you truly have a death wish. I had intended to spare you for a few more years, but it seems you are eager to meet your end. Wu Yue seethed with fury, resolute in his decision to eliminate Danzo upon his return. Nevertheless, ensuring the safe return of Akado and the others remained his utmost priority. Leave now. And remember my words, Wu Yue said coldly before swiftly turning towards the direction of Akado and the others. Junmaru watched Wu Yue's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought. He sensed something within Wu Yue that was absent in other ninjas. Wu Yue hastened his pace, soon arriving at the site of the battle involving Akado and her companions. He observed that the confrontation remained deadlocked, but fortunately, Akado was retreating while engaging the enemy. Aside from minor injuries sustained by Noera and the original Raijin, the others had escaped largely unscathed. However, their stamina and chakra were severely depleted, and should the conflict persist, casualties would surely ensue. Wu Yue formed hand seals, invoking the technique of scorch release. A torrential rain of deep crimson crystals surged forth, targeting K and the experimental subjects. They had no time to react. Engulfed by Wu Yue's blazing assault, screams echoed throughout the battlefield as 7 or 8 experimental subjects fell lifelessly. Wu Yue, we are here, Kena called out, spotting Wu Yue's figure. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yue rushed to join his comrades, relieved to see that they were mostly unharmed. Wu Yue, are you alright? Akado inquired with concern. Having noticed the violent explosion at the site where Wu Yue had previously fought, she was deeply worried for his safety. I am unharmed. Let us return to the village. The operation here is to be aborted, Wu Yue instructed his companions. At that moment, Kei, witnessing Wu Yue's arrival, raised his hand, eliminating several more experimental subjects. He could not help but feel a desire to retreat. He had originally believed that the 4 members of the Sound Ninja, along with Kimimaro, who possessed the cells of Hashirama, could easily defeat Mugetsu. Unexpectedly, Mugetsu appeared here, completely unscathed. The recent explosion had been immensely powerful. This was troubling. It seemed that Kimimaro and the others were in grave danger. At this moment, Kabuto's heart was filled with profound unease. We must withdraw, quickly. Let us not linger. Kabuto murmured. Without hesitation, he and the experimental subjects turned and fled into the distance. Mugetsu, shall we pursue them? Asked Minako beside him. Humph, there is no need. A bunch of rotten fish is not worthy of our effort. Let us return, Mugetsu replied, lacking any desire to chase. He simply wished to return to the village as swiftly as possible. Very well, we should retreat to a safe distance post-haste, added Noera Jinkai in agreement. Without Moon led the group away from the confines of the Sound Ninja village. This mission could be deemed a complete failure, yet fortunately, they suffered no casualties. Why were we ambushed? Inuzuka questioned, lost in thought. Indeed, we were ensnared the moment we arrived. It seems rather peculiar, Akamichi concurred. After a moment of contemplation, Without Moon addressed the group, stating, I have gathered intelligence from the enemy, revealing that Danzo dispatched root ninjas to disclose our movements. The group gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that Danzo would orchestrate such treachery. This predicament arose because of me. I owe you all an apology, Without Moon said, bowing deeply. Rest assured, I shall report this matter accurately to the 3rd Hokage, he added calmly. Although the group was filled with doubt, they chose not to press further, recognizing the delicacy of the situation involving Root, and deemed it best to leave the resolution to Without Moon and the 3rd Hokage. Are you alright, Without Moon? What about Danzo? Akamichi hesitated, concerned. Do not worry, I will personally resolve this issue, Without Moon reassured her, sensing her apprehension for his safety. Do you require our assistance? After all, we were once part of the Umbu, Mima inquired from the side. Rest easy, there is no need for concern, Without Moon explained. determined to tackle the problem himself to eliminate future threats. Previously, for various reasons, he had refrained from eliminating the old dog Danzo. This time, he intended to uproot both the root organization and Danzo, clearing the path for Tsunade-sensei. The group did not linger, and after a brief respite, they set off back to Konoha. Upon their return, Without Moon instructed everyone to rest before he ventured alone to meet the third Hokage. Once he arrived, he recounted the entire ordeal in detail. The third Hokage listened intently, his expression revealing surprise, yet he remained silent, deep in thought. After a long pause, he exhaled a smoke ring that obscured his features, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Without Moon, although this mission has failed, you have nonetheless dealt a blow to Orochimaru's elite forces. The third Hokage remarked, momentarily pausing. You may return and rest. I will communicate with Danzo regarding this matter. At these words, Without Moon felt a weight in his heart. He understood that the third Hokage intended to downplay the situation, as Danzo was a former comrade and the leader of Root, lacking substantial evidence. Confronting Danzo would yield little result. Does he truly believe I am so easily intimidated? Without Moon seethed inwardly, though he maintained a composed exterior. He resolved to personally infiltrate Root and eliminate Danzo, avenging both past and present grievances. Upon returning home, he visited his sister and grandmother before preparing his ninja tools and setting off alone to the Root headquarters. Before long, Without Moon arrived at the base, raising his gaze to survey the heavily guarded premises, swarming with vigilant ninjas. However, his intent was to create a ruckus, seizing the opportunity to eradicate these pests once and for all. As the moonless night approached the entrance of the base, 2 Root ninjas stationed at the door spoke up, inquiring about her intentions and warning her that entry was prohibited. Oh, I'm a covert agent of Lord Danzo, here to report vital intelligence. Moonless replied with a cheerful demeanor. The 2 ninjas then demanded verification of her credentials from Lord Danzo. Very well, Moonless said, suddenly thrusting her fist forward, sending the 2 Root ninjas flying through the air. Intruder alert! One of the nearby ninjas shouted in alarm as he turned to activate the alarm. Unfazed, Moonless stamped her feet and surged forward into the interior. Quick, stop her. The surrounding Root ninjas swiftly converged on her position, encircling her in no time. It's Uchiha Moonless. Kill her. Recognizing her from their previous encounters, the ninjas prepared for battle. Suddenly, the frontline ninjas hurled shuriken and kunai at Moonless, who found herself enveloped by a barrage of weapons. Wind release. Great breakthrough, she exclaimed, summoning a fierce azure whirlwind that deflected the incoming kunai. Without pausing, she swiftly formed new hand seals. Fire release. Great dragon fire technique. A massive crimson dragon head erupted from her control, hurtling toward the Root ninjas. Not good. The technique is formidable. Quickly, use water release. At that moment, 5 or 6 ninjas charged forward, combining their efforts to execute the water release, water barrier technique to counter Moonless' attack. The fiery dragon head collided with the water wall, producing a violent mist that enveloped the area. As Moonless attempted to advance, she sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Secret technique. Super enlargement technique. A ninja from the Akimichi clan dramatically enlarged his palm, aiming to squash Moonless. Undeterred, she gathered chakra into her right hand. Secret technique. Thunderclap. Her fist collided with the giant palm, sending the Akimichi ninja flying and toppling several nearby Root ninjas. However, before Moonless could catch her breath, another attack was launched at her. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A swarm of insects descended upon her, threatening to engulf her completely. If touched, the insects would undoubtedly inflict severe harm. Lightning release. Chidori. Moonless unleashed a surge of intense purple lightning, incinerating the insects to ashes. Humph, you all are quite impressive, she taunted, ready to show her true prowess. Scorch release. Hellfire rain. Surrounding her was a multitude of deep red crystals radiating intense heat and light, which Moonless directed like meteors toward the gathered ninjas. The speed of her scorch release was so rapid that most of the ninjas barely had time to react. In an instant, the blazing fire release meteor collided with the body of the Root ninja, unleashing a cacophony of explosive flames and anguished cries, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. In the blink of an eye, a significant number of ninjas perished beneath the onslaught of the scorching release. Only a select few elite members of the Root managed to employ their jutsu to withstand the attack or evade it with agility. Together, they channeled their techniques to restrain the assailant. At that moment, a ninja stepped forward to coordinate the collective effort against Tsuki no Atsukushi, while several others hastily retreated, seemingly in search of assistance from Danzo. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Fire release. Great fireball technique, wind release, gale, simultaneously. The root ninjas unleashed their jutsu towards Suki no Atsukushi. Before Suki no Atsukushi, a multitude of attacks enveloped the scene. As an array of techniques threatened to obliterate him into mere fragments, Wu Yue remained unperturbed amidst the overwhelming onslaught, swiftly employing the shadow clone technique to conjure two clones that flanked him. With a flourish, he unleashed fire release, great dragon flame technique, and wind release, tornado, as both clones executed their jutsu in unison. In an instant, a colossal crimson flame dragon entwined with a cerulean whirlwind materialized, forming a fiery tornado that towered several meters into the air. The clash of their ninjutsu reverberated throughout the battlefield, sending shockwaves and fiery wind blades cascading outward. The base of the root could not withstand the ferocity of the attack. The grand structure was obliterated into fragments, which scattered in all directions. Observing the devastation, Wu Yue hastily activated the Kai Bai chakra crystal within him, manifesting a deep red cloak of the tailed beast in front of him, shielded by this protective layer. He dashed towards safety. After covering several dozen meters, he glanced back to see the root's forward base utterly annihilated, reduced to ruins and debris, with dust swirling to obscure the surrounding landscape. Wu Yue remained vigilant, acutely aware that there were likely surviving ninjas. True to his instincts, a dozen figures emerged from the haze. Though they appeared somewhat disheveled, they bore no significant injuries, indicating they were the elite of the root. Brandishing his twin blades, Wu Yue transformed into a streak of lightning as he lunged into the fray. The elite ninjas of the root quickly drew their kunai and shuriken in defense. The sound of clashing metal echoed through the air, with flashes of blades dancing amidst the smoke. These elite warriors, despite suffering casualties, coordinated their efforts to counter Wu Yue's assault. His momentum was abruptly halted as he found himself encircled by the ninjas, with attacks raining upon him from all sides. Channeling lightning release, Chidori, Wu Yue amassed a substantial amount of violet lightning, enveloping a 10-meter radius around himself. Several root ninjas, caught off guard, were struck by the Chidori, their bodies momentarily paralyzed by the electric surge. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yue moved with swift precision, his twin blades slicing through the air, toppling several foes in the blink of an eye. Witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining root ninjas were overtaken by fear, their resolve crumbling as they turned to retreat. Wu Yue chose not to pursue. Though unscathed, he had expended considerable chakra during the skirmish. This moment offered him a chance to recuperate his strength and chakra. He surmised that Danzo would soon arrive, as the commotion must have been felt by the ninjas in the village. Before long, he sensed a large contingent of ninjas converging upon his location. Emerging from the dust were dozens of figures, led by Danzo himself, accompanied by elite ninjas of the root. Danzo's gaze fell upon the devastation of the base, his fury palpable, distorting his countenance into a grimace. Uchiha Wu Yue, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Danzo bellowed, his voice dripping with rage. Haha, old dog Danzo, you've finally shown yourself, Wu Yue replied, relishing the sight of Danzo's fury. Humph, Danzo. You brazenly leaked our plans to Orochimaru, intending to bring about our demise, Mugetsu admonished fiercely. Do you truly believe I am made of clay? I had initially intended to spare you for a few more years, but it seems you are impatient for death. As Mugetsu spoke, a formidable aura of killing intent radiated from him. Humph, Uchiha Mugetsu, do you possess any evidence? Who informed you? Danzo retorted. I suspect you are colluding with Orochimaru to undermine Konoha. You conspired together to eliminate him. With a gesture, Danzo commanded the ninjas at his side to charge at Mugetsu. Ha ha ha. Then let it be that none of you shall live today. Mugetsu erupted in manic laughter. He raised his hands above his head, channeling the power of purple lightning and the chakra of the nine tails, gathering an immense amount of chakra and violet energy in his grasp. In an instant, a massive crimson-purple sphere of lightning, over 20 meters in diameter, coalesced in his hands. Not good. We must stop him. The root ninjas, witnessing the impending attack, fell into a state of panic. Some drew kunai and shuriken to hurl at Mugetsu, while others unleashed ninjutsu in an attempt to thwart him. Seeing their desperate actions, Mugetsu's eyes gleamed with madness. Die. Lightning release. Lightning Emperor. The enormous crimson-purple sphere hurtled towards the root ninjas, crackling with energy. The massive lightning sphere erupted with a blinding display of purple lightning and brilliance, sending shockwaves and cascades of violet energy radiating outward. In the chaos of the explosion, both Mugetsu and Danzo, along with the root ninjas, were momentarily blinded. After a considerable time, as the smoke cleared, the battlefield revealed a colossal crater, dozens of meters wide, created by Mugetsu's Lightning Emperor. The majority of the root ninjas lay sprawled on the ground, either unconscious or gravely injured. Haha. I bet you didn't expect me to wield such an attack, Mugetsu thought triumphantly, seizing the opportunity to catch his enemies off guard. However, he too felt the toll of chakra depletion, his beastly cloak flickering in and out of existence. Fortunately, the chakra of the Nine Tails bolstered him, otherwise, he would have been utterly drained. He focused on the remaining root ninjas, noting that despite the devastating assault, a few elite members had managed to survive. Yet, Mugetsu could not find Danzo among them. Could he have perished? He pondered momentarily before dismissing the idea. Danzo was a formidable figure, not easily vanquished. You all, advance and restrain him. Do not allow him any respite. Danzo's voice resonated from behind the remaining root ninjas. It turned out that as Mugetsu unleashed his Lightning Emperor, Danzo had sensed the impending danger and had prudently concealed himself behind his subordinates, avoiding harm. However, witnessing Mugetsu's current strength instilled caution in Danzo. He had not anticipated that the once mere child had grown to such formidable heights. Determined, he resolved to eliminate Uchiha Mugetsu here and now. Otherwise, his aspirations of becoming Konoha's Hokage would remain unattainable. At that moment, he began to release the metallic seal on his right arm, intending to employ this technique to vanquish Uchiha Mugetsu. From a distance, Mugetsu noticed Danzo's actions, and a surge of alarm washed over him. Unbeknownst to others, Wuyue possesses profound insight into Danzo's intentions. He aims to harness the power of his right eye, the Sharingan, to execute the Uchiha clan's secret technique, Izanagi. This ultimate ocular jutsu can, in but a fleeting moment, transform the harm inflicted upon Danzo, including the specter of death, into mere illusions, while simultaneously actualizing beneficial elements, such as the caster's assaults. Moreover, it grants the user the extraordinary ability to manipulate the boundary between illusion and reality, allowing for a seamless transition between dreams and the tangible world. Wuyue is acutely aware of the terrifying potential of this technique. This is the real world of Naruto, not the realm of anime, and it remains uncertain how Danzo might exploit such a power. In the original narrative, Danzo employs this ability to counter attacks from kunai. However, Wuyue is convinced that the Danzo here would not be so foolish. Wuyue was acutely aware that he could not allow Danzo to easily employ Izanagi, so he swiftly dashed towards Danzo's direction. Naturally, Danzo's numerous subordinates would not permit Wuyue to approach, and an intense skirmish erupted between the two sides. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, Wuyue conjured several clones to charge at them, striving to swiftly eliminate the opposition. As Wuyue engaged them, the seal on Danzo's right arm was already half undone. You trash, perish, Wuyue thought anxiously, as both his main body and clones unleashed powerful ninjutsu. In an instant, the root ninja were struck by ferocious attacks. Once the dust settled, the battlefield was strewn with the fallen, the elite of root lying lifelessly, scattered across the ground. A resounding metallic clang echoed. Wuyue focused his gaze ahead. The seal on Danzo's right arm had completely unraveled, and the myriad Sharingan began to slowly awaken. Blazing release, Hellfire Rain. A dense cascade of crimson flames surged toward Danzo's location. At that moment, Danzo appeared unresponsive, standing still as the assault descended upon him. The explosions roared in succession as the blazing release engulfed him, erupting with fierce flames and slicing force. The area within 100 meters was enveloped in a cacophony of explosions and fire, rising in thick plumes of smoke. Is he dead? Wuyue pondered, uncertain if Danzo had activated Izanagi. If he hadn't, the blazing release would surely have claimed his life. After a brief moment, the smoke began to dissipate. The ground before him was pockmarked from the bombardment, scorched remnants scattered about, yet Danzo's figure was conspicuously absent. Could he truly be dead? Wuyue's heart raced with uncertainty, recalling how time had seemed to freeze. Just as he contemplated approaching to investigate further, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind him. Not good. Wuyue sensed impending danger. But the distance was too short for him to evade. He could only twist his body in a desperate attempt to avoid a fatal blow. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his left shoulder as a shuriken imbued with wind chakra pierced through. Damn it, Chidori. Wuyue realized it was Danzo's surprise attack from behind. He hastily countered with Chidori to force Danzo back. You annoying brat. Danzo seethed, angered that he had failed to strike a vital point. Gasping in pain, Wuyue's breaths quickened as he promptly employed medical ninjutsu to tend to his wound. Humph, Danzo, you claim to despise the Uchiha clan, yet you bear so many Sharingan. Wuyue mocked. What do you know? Only I can wield the true power of the original, Danzo replied, his aura turning ominously cold. Wu Yue glanced at Danzo's right arm and understood that it was a product of Orochimaru's experimentation with Hashirama cells, enabling Danzo to utilize the Sharingan. Wu Yue's thoughts drifted to Kimimaro. He anticipated Orochimaru's profound research into Hashirama's cells, not only granting Danzo a powerful arm, but also allowing the dying Kimimaro to survive and grow significantly stronger. It seemed that once all of this was concluded, a conversation with Orochimaru would be in order. Although he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Orochimaru, the allure of the Hashirama cells was irresistible to anyone. At that moment, Wu Yue activated his Sharingan, only to discover that one of the Sharingan in Danzo's right arm had closed. It was evident that the earlier attack had been evaded using the forbidden technique, Izanagi. Danzo, I am aware of your secrets. It is merely the Uchiha clan's forbidden art, Izanagi, Wu Yue taunted. Ultimately, you are but a rat hiding in the shadows. Danzo, listening to Wu Yue's mockery, revealed a sinister expression. You little brat, what do you know? Your Uchiha clan deserves to perish. It is your destiny. This incited Wu Yue's anger. Ha ha ha. Well then. Even if you had 100 lives, I would slay you today. With that, Wu Yue brandished his Raiga and charged at Danzo. Danzo's murderous intent surfaced as he infused wind chakra into his kunai, forming a sharp blue blade. The two engaged in a fierce duel, and Danzo's extensive battle experience as an elite of the old generation was evident. Yet, he ultimately could not match Wu Yue, whose swordsmanship had been honed through countless battles. Seizing a moment of vulnerability, Wu Yue struck, slicing through Danzo's left arm, causing blood to spatter. However, through his Sharingan, Wu Yue observed the green energy within Danzo beginning to heal the wound, restoring his arm in no time. Damn it, the Hashirama cells. Wu Yue felt a surge of frustration. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to prolong the battle. He still had 9 lives to expend. Lightning release, thunderclap slash. A massive purple lightning strike surged forth towards Danzo, who showed no intention of resisting. The purple strike cleaved Danzo in two, but his body soon became ethereal, vanishing from sight. Realizing that Danzo had once again employed his Izanagi, Wu Yue noted he still had 8 lives left. Wind release, multiple wind shuriken. Danzo's voice suddenly echoed from behind. As a colossal shuriken formed from dozens of wind blades spiraled towards Wu Yue, shredding the surrounding boulders and trees. Wind release, great breakthrough. Unfazed, Wu Yue formed seals, summoning a powerful blue whirlwind to counter the multiple wind shuriken. The two forces clashed, neither gaining the upper hand. Without pausing, Wu Yue unleashed fire release, Dragon Flame Song, conjuring several massive crimson dragon heads that charged at Danzo. In rapid succession, Danzo formed seals, releasing wind release, vacuum wave, unleashing a barrage of wind blades resembling scythes that hurtled forward. In an explosive clash, flames and wind blades collided, but due to their opposing nature, Wu Yue's fire technique failed to breach the wind blades, though Danzo could not inflict any harm on Wu Yue either. Realizing the battle was becoming increasingly precarious, Wu Yue felt a growing impatience. Even if Danzo were to be slain, he could recover, all thanks to his Izanagi. Since infiltrating the route, Wu Yue had executed numerous large-scale ninjutsu. Even the Nine-Tails chakra within his body was dwindling. If this continued, his demise was inevitable. Thus, the only course of action was to emulate Sasuke from the original story, sacrificing his own body to deplete Danzo's Sharingan in his right arm. With a heavy heart, Wu Yue activated the purple lightning within him. Lightning release, Raikage mode. In an instant, a dense aura of purple lightning enveloped Wu Yue, transforming into armor that shrouded his entire being. What is this power? Danzo exclaimed, taken aback by Wu Yue's transformation, as though events had spiraled beyond his control. Wu Yue, you shall perish, he shouted, brandishing twin blades as he charged forth. Lightning release, thunder flash. Wu Yue became a streak of lightning, dashing towards Danzo in the blink of an eye. Danzo, realizing the imminent threat, hastily thrust the wind-infused kunai towards Wu Yue's chest. Unfazed, Wu Yue did not evade. He allowed the kunai to pierce his chest. Clang. The kunai was deflected by the lightning armor encasing Wu Yue. What? Danzo's eyes widened in shock. Before he could comprehend the situation, Wu Yue's twin blades slashed, cleaving Danzo into 4 pieces. Before Danzo's body could touch the ground, it became ethereal once more, vanishing from sight. He had consumed another Sharingan, leaving him with 7 lives remaining. Danzo's form reappeared several dozen meters away from Wu Yue, now wary of approaching him. Fearful of losing yet another Sharingan, Summoning Technique. Danzo invoked the summoning technique, conjuring a colossal dream eater, the Baku, towering at 20 to 30 meters. The Baku opened its enormous maw, unleashing a fierce whirlwind. Simultaneously, Danzo continued his incantations, weaving hand signs for wind release, multiple vacuum bullets. The whirlwind carried a barrage of wind-infused projectiles towards Wu Yue, moving with such swiftness that even he could scarcely react. He maximized the power of the purple lightning within, causing the armor to swell further. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing filled the air as the projectile struck against Wu Yue's purple lightning armor, creating ripples. Yet, the strength of the purple lightning was formidable. He withstood the relentless assault. Seizing the fleeting moment of Danzo's attack, Wu Yue surged forward. The Baku attempted to thwart him, raising its massive foreleg to crush Wu Yue beneath it. With a powerful leap, Wu Yue ascended into the air, propelling himself towards the Baku. Secret Technique. Thunderclap Strike. Wu Yue's right hand amassed a torrent of purple lightning, delivering a devastating punch to the Baku. In an instant, a violent explosion of purple lightning erupted from the creature, sending Wu Yue hurtling backward. As the Baku's massive form lingered in the air, it dissipated into a cloud of smoke. In that moment, Wu Yue caught sight of Danzo once more. Lightning Release. 1,000 birds, 1,000 bodies. At this moment, under the Thunder God mode, a myriad of lightning bolts radiated outward from Wu Yu, enveloping the sky around Danzo. Danzo was caught completely off guard, instantly transformed into a pincushion by the dense electric currents. Subsequently, his form began to wane into an ethereal state, leaving him with 6 lives remaining. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Yu descended to the ground, widening his Sharingan eyes in search of Danzo's silhouette. Curse be it! How could he not find him? Wu Yu scanned his surroundings, yet Danzo was nowhere to be seen. Unbeknownst to him, the soil beneath his feet began to shift. A pair of hands stealthily emerged at his ankles, suddenly gripping tightly onto him and yanking him downward. Panic surged within Wu Yu. He had not anticipated Danzo's treacherous ambush from beneath. Lightning Release. 1,000 birds flow. Wu Yu erupted with a fierce surge of violet lightning, surrounding the area within a 5-meter radius. Meanwhile, Danzo's hidden form, utilizing Earth Release, began to materialize under the onslaught of the 1,000 birds flow. Wu Yu swiftly pierced through Danzo's heart with a single thrust of his technique. One of Danzo's Sharingan closed, leaving him with 5 lives remaining. Taking advantage of this moment, Wu Yu hastily rose to his feet, keenly observing his surroundings for any further movements. Wind Release. Vacuum Great Sphere. Danzo's voice resounded from above, startling Wu Yu into looking up, where he saw Danzo reappearing directly overhead. A colossal, compressed sphere of high-pressure wind erupted from Danzo's mouth, hurtling rapidly towards Wu Yu's head. Lightning Release. Thunderflash Step. In an instant, Wu Yu transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from his previous position, which was instantly cratered by the high-pressure sphere. Scorch Release. Hellfire Rain. In a heartbeat, numerous deep crimson flame crystals materialized around Wu Yu, and under his command, they surged towards Danzo from all directions. At this juncture, Danzo, still suspended in midair, had no time to defend himself and was swiftly enveloped by Wu Yu's Scorch Release. A torrent of flames and explosions radiated outward, and Danzo's figure was abruptly consumed in the blinding light. At this moment, he expended another Sharingan, leaving him with 4 lives remaining. Wu Yu stood in place, breathing heavily. Despite possessing the purple lightning and Nine-Tails chakra, he was unable to withstand the rapid succession of jutsu used in such a short span. The Nine-Tails chakra within him had been utterly depleted, causing his body to tremble slightly. Wu Yu was acutely aware that Danzo aimed to exploit Izanagi to drain his strength, hence his relentless efforts to expend so many Sharingan. How are you holding up, brat? Danzo appeared leisurely before Wu Yu. Observing the dimming of Wu Yu's purple armor and the tremors coursing through his body, he recognized that Wu Yu had expended a considerable amount of chakra and stamina, as he had yet to mount a further offensive. Nevertheless, he was profoundly alarmed. The power erupting from Wu Yu was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. He had never heard of anyone wielding such ninjutsu, with both speed and intensity dramatically enhanced. Fortunately, his Sharingan enabled him to activate his Izanagi, otherwise, he would have perished multiple times by now. Danzo surveyed his surroundings, a surge of fury swelling within him. The elite members of his root organization had been nearly obliterated by Wu Yu, and it was only thanks to a few remaining operatives on missions that Wu Yu had not succeeded in annihilating them all. Wu Yu gazed at the arrogant Danzo, feeling no trepidation despite the considerable depletion of his chakra and stamina. Danzo, do you truly lack comprehension of human speech? I have stated that individuals like you, even with 100 Sharingan, remain weak, Wu Yu mockingly taunted him. And do you genuinely believe you can ascend to the position of Hokage? Ha ha ha. Wu Yue erupted into wild laughter, finding it astonishing that Danzo could even entertain the thought of becoming Hokage, albeit for a mere few days. Yet, Wu Yue was determined to seize this opportunity to ridicule him. Upon hearing this, Danzo's rage ignited instantly. You insolent brat, you seek death. With that, Danzo brandished 2 wind-style chakra kunai and charged towards Wu Yue. Witnessing this, Wu Yue revealed a faint smile. He had intentionally provoked Danzo. Otherwise, Danzo would continue to toy with him, and he would undoubtedly be drained to death. Wu Yue gazed at the charging Danzo, his hands firmly gripping the Raiga dual blades. With a swift motion, he unleashed the lightning flash slash. In an instant, Wu Yue wielded Raiga with unyielding ferocity. The clashing sounds of weapons echoed as the two engaged in a flurry of strikes. Trading blows in the blink of an eye, Danzo bore numerous cuts from Wu Yue's Raiga, his body drenched in blood. Relying on the advantage of his Anaji, Danzo willingly exchanged injuries, inflicting several wounds upon Wu Yue as well. With a fierce roar, Wu Yue raised Raiga high and delivered a colossal strike that cleaved Danzo in 2. Yet, Danzo vanished instantly, leaving only 4 Sharingan remaining on his right arm. Wu Yue panted heavily, exhaustion weighing upon him after the relentless battle, while Danzo still retained 4 lives. Wu Yue dared not let his guard down. The fight was far from over. At that moment, Danzo reappeared unscathed not far from Wu Yue, a smug expression of triumph crossing his face upon witnessing Wu Yue's plight. With a fierce determination, Wu Yue unleashed his blaze release, Hellfire Rain, disregarding his dwindling chakra. A torrent of blaze release crystals surged towards Danzo. Caught off guard, Danzo found himself facing the onslaught of Wu Yue's formidable jutsu, but his form again became ethereal, leaving him with 3 Sharingan on his right arm. The tenacious Danzo reemerged before Wu Yue, intact as ever. He unleashed wind release, multiple vacuum bullets, saturating the space in front of Wu Yue with a barrage of wind projectiles. In response, Wu Yue activated lightning release, Thunderstep, transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing from his position. He swiftly maneuvered past the wind attacks, appearing before Danzo, and with a surge of willpower, he struck fiercely with his dual blades. Danzo, undeterred, retaliated with his kunai, the 2 warriors clashing fiercely. Wu Yue, nearly spent, found it challenging to match Danzo's full vigor in hand-to-hand combat. In a moment of desperation, he seized the opportunity when Danzo was off guard, hurling Raiga as a hidden weapon. Danzo, taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, faltered, causing his kunai to clatter to the ground. With a fierce determination, Wu Yue unleashed his secret technique, Thunder Split, channeling purple lightning and chakra into his fist, striking Danzo with immense force. In an instant, Danzo was engulfed in purple lightning. His body propelled backward before becoming ethereal once more, disappearing after traveling several meters. At that moment, Danzo's right arm bore 2 remaining Sharingan. Suddenly, a massive compressed air bullet surged from behind Wu Yue. He had no time to evade and was struck by the wind projectile, sending him flying. Wu Yue coughed up blood. Although the purple lightning armor mitigated some of the damage, the force still reached him, causing the armor to dissipate under the strain. Huh, look at you, Uchiha Wu Yue. Danzo taunted, reveling in Wu Yue's disheveled state, as if victory was already assured. You are just like Itachi, haha? Go to hell. Wu Yue seethed in fury upon hearing Danzo's mockery of Itachi, his rage surging to its peak. Ignoring his injuries, he seized the Raiga and charged forward. After all, he is just a child, Tuanzo sneered coldly, surprised at how easily Wu Yue was provoked. Lightning release, Thunderclap instant step. Wu Yue, undeterred by the pain in his leg, utilized the instant step once more, appearing before Tuanzo. Lightning release, Thunderclap destruction slash. A strike composed of purple lightning surged towards Tuanzo. Taken aback by Wu Yue's formidable attack, Tuanzo was cleaved in half, his form dissipating into nothingness. Shortly after, his figure reappeared behind Wu Yue. Damn it, you are truly like a cockroach, Tuanzo thought, glancing at his right arm, which now bore only a single eye. This indicated he had 1 life left to expend, otherwise, he would have to rely on Uchiha Shirsue's eye. However, Tuanzo was acutely aware of the eye's significant potential and was reluctant to waste the Kodo Amatsukami on Wu Yue. Wu Yue's gaze was fixed intently on Tuanzo, understanding that Tuanzo still had a Sharingan in his right arm. If he held on a little longer, he could deplete all of Tuanzo's extra lives. Come on, Tuanzo. Wu Yue wiped the blood from his lips and shouted madly. The battle had reached its critical juncture. Lightning release, Thunderclap instant step. Wu Yue again transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing before Tuanzou. Tuanzou, wary of letting Wu Yue approach, swiftly formed hand seals, wind release, vacuum bullets. A barrage of wind projectiles surged towards Wu Yue. In response to the assault, Wu Yue charged forward, utilizing his Sharingan to evade the wind bullets. Although some still struck him, he managed to avoid any fatal injuries, sustaining only wounds to his limbs and torso. He arrived at Tuanzou's front, meeting Tuanzou's astonished gaze with a slight smile. Suddenly, Wu Yue's right eye glimmered with a purple radiance. A rapidly compressed laser of purple lightning erupted from his eye. This was the new ability Wu Yue had awakened but refrained from using, as employing it would render his right eye temporarily blind. Therefore, he would only resort to this power in dire situations. In a flash, the purple laser pierced through Tuanzou's forehead. Given the proximity, Wu Yue was confident that no one could react in time. Tuanzou's form began to waver again, and at that moment, the last Sharingan in his right arm closed. Wu Yue, using his left eye to survey his surroundings, noticed Tuanzou materializing several meters in front of him. Seeing this, Wu Yue swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, great dragon fire technique. Tuanzou, witnessing the oncoming Crimson Fire Dragon, dared not confront it directly. With his right arm Sharingan now closed, he had no extra lives to expend. Damn it. Why hasn't he fallen yet? Tuanzou thought fiercely. As Wu Yue observed his attack evade Tuanzou, he could no longer bear the exhaustion and half-kneeled on the ground. Tuanzou approached leisurely, albeit with a watchful gaze. Wind release, continuous vacuum waves. A series of massive wind blades surged from Tuanzou's mouth, aimed at Wu Yue. Seeing the attack, Wu Yue hastily rose, rolling and scrambling to evade the onslaught. Then he formed hand seals, unleashing the fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal crimson fireball surged towards Danzou. Yet, perhaps due to the exhaustion of Wu Yue, the fireball unexpectedly veered upward, grazing the top of Danzou's head before vanishing into the sky. Haha. Danzou erupted into manic laughter, his face reflecting madness and triumph. How is it that you missed at such a close range? He gazed at the beleaguered Wu Yue, feeling an immense satisfaction. So what? With the twin blades in my hands, I can still slay you, Wu Yue declared as he charged at Danzou. To Wu Yue's surprise, Danzou stood still, making no move as he approached. As Wu Yue drew near, raising Raiga high above his head, poised to strike with his jutsu, he suddenly found himself unable to move. What is happening? Wu Yue was taken aback. Glancing down, he noticed dark curse marks slowly manifesting on his body. He had fallen victim to Danzou's sealing technique. Upon witnessing his jutsu take effect, a smile spread across Danzou's face. At last, Wu Yue has fallen into my trap. Long ago, during the many times of death and rebirth, I had strategically placed sealing talismans around the area, merely waiting for you to walk into my snare. Now, Danzou stood just a few meters away from Wu Yue, gradually lowering his guard. He couldn't help but marvel at Wu Yue's strength. In just 2 or 3 years, he had grown to this level. If not for this opportunity, even with the power of his Anaji, I might not stand a chance against him in the future. You members of the Uchiha clan truly are detestable, much like you, Itachi. And that Sasuke, Danzou mused, seemingly lost in a reverie as he touched his right eye. Ah, by the way, your father was also killed by someone I sent. With that, Danzou erupted into another fit of triumphant laughter. Wu Yue's expression twisted into a grimace, his desire to tear Danzou apart surging within him. Though he had long suspected Danzou might be his father's murderer, hearing it spoken aloud struck him with uncontrollable rage. What a pity, such a remarkable person. Yet one of the Uchiha. Danzou regarded Wu Yue with a look of disdain. He then seized Raiga from Wu Yue's raised hand, scrutinizing the blade with admiration. What a fine weapon it is, but what do you think it would feel like to be slain by your own blade? Danzou slowly aimed Raiga at Wu Yue. Faced with impending doom, Wu Yue unexpectedly burst into laughter. What is this? Have you lost your mind? Danzou remarked, perplexed by Wu Yue's laughter, believing it to be a sign of fear in the face of death. Wu Yue fixed his left eye intently on Danzou. Do you know the rule in films? The villain always meets their demise due to excessive chatter. Danzou, bewildered by Wu Yue's cryptic words, sensed an ominous undertone. Meanwhile, he remained oblivious to the thick layer of dark clouds that had silently gathered above them. At that moment, dense black clouds occasionally flickered with purple lightning, accompanied by rumbling thunder. It turned out that the 2 fire release techniques previously employed were intentionally misfired. He understood that given his current condition, even if he utilized fire release, it might still be evaded by Danzou, who was also a formidable shadow-level ninja and not a fool. This was one of his contingency plans. If he could not eliminate Danzo in the end, he would at least gain insight into his abilities. Just then, he became ensnared by Danzo's sealing technique, and Danzo began to engage in verbal taunts. This caused the thunderclouds above to slowly coalesce, reaching the conditions necessary for the lightning release. Kirin. Upon seeing this, he summoned the last vestiges of purple lightning within him, though its brilliance had waned due to energy depletion. At that moment, a faint purple lightning coalesced upon his raised right hand. The lightning from the clouds above seemed to respond, swirling violently, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal purple Kirin materialized. Instantly, the area where he and Danzo stood was illuminated as if it were midday. Danzo was taken aback, momentarily dazed and unable to grasp the surrounding situation. At that juncture, he spoke. Danzo, have you ever experienced the sensation of being struck by lightning? A faint smile appeared on his face, which in Danzo's eyes resembled a devil from hell grinning at him. Before Danzo could react, he made a slight motion with his right hand, summoning the purple Kirin to his side. Die, Danzo. Lightning release. Kirin's destruction. He roared, channeling years of hatred, humiliation, and fear into the strike. The towering purple lightning Kirin seemed to resonate with the emotions coursing through him. In a silent roar, Danzo was engulfed by overwhelming pressure and the power of the lightning, which struck him like a bolt of light. The speed of the lightning was beyond human reaction. In an instant, both Danzo and he were struck by the Kirin, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of purple lightning between them. The area within 100 meters was enveloped in a torrent of purple electricity. Trees, buildings, and even the ground were reduced to charred remnants, turning into a field of blackened ash. In that moment, a powerful shockwave radiated outward, its tremendous force wreaking havoc across the surrounding landscape, drawing the attention of every inhabitant of Konoha. What is happening? How could such a powerful explosion occur? The ninjas in the village sensed the impending disaster and rushed toward the source of the explosion. Amidst the chaos of the blast, he was blinded by the brilliant lightning and radiance. It felt as though time itself had slowed, and as he gazed at Danzo, who had yet to register surprise, he was reduced to a charred corpse by the lightning strike. This time, he had no opportunity to employ his Anaji. Perhaps he would never comprehend the nature of this situation, as his ambitions dissipated into nothingness with his death. As Wuyue felt the lightning wildly coursing through his body, he found himself devoid of any strength to defend himself. Perhaps due to the purple lightning surging within him, he did not succumb to the fate of becoming a lifeless corpse like Danzo. Nonetheless, the fierce purple lightning inflicted immense agony upon him, as if every cell in his body were undergoing the purifying torment of thunder. The purple lightning within him fervently absorbed the energy of the external lightning. Ultimately, Wuyue could no longer endure the excruciating pain and succumbed to darkness, losing consciousness. Time passed, and when Wuyue slowly opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a bed. Ah, it hurts, he thought, observing that his body was now swathed in bandages, a testament to the care he had received for his injuries. Shaking his head, he recalled the tumultuous events that had transpired. He had single-handedly wreaked havoc at the base, effectively annihilating the ninjas present there, and after enduring perilous battles, he had unleashed his ultimate technique. Wuyue rose slowly from the bed and stepped down, noticing that his right eye had regained its vision. However, the purple lightning within him exhibited an unusual flicker, pulsating erratically like a beating heart. Wuyue concentrated, attempting to activate the purple lightning, but it refused to heed his call, continuing its erratic dance. Consequently, his body, affected by the anomaly of the purple lightning, lost its electrical might, and the enhanced vitality and neural responsiveness that the purple lightning once bestowed upon him vanished. This sudden turn of events left Wuyue in a state of bewilderment. Just as he pondered this perplexity, a series of sharp knocks echoed from outside the door. At this moment, Wuyue became vigilant, realizing he had found himself in a confined cell. The door swung open, and several individuals entered, the third Hokage, Mito Minen, and T-Rin Kamachi among them. Two of them were the third Hokage's former comrades, now high-ranking officials in the Hidden Leaf Village, directly involved in significant decisions concerning the village. Wuyue understood that their visit was primarily to demand accountability. While he felt somewhat at ease with the third Hokage due to their long-standing relationship, Mito Minen and T-Rin Kamachi presented a greater challenge. Nevertheless, Wuyue felt no fear. With Danzo deceased, he mused that they could do little to him. At worst, they could eliminate him, which he deemed inconsequential. Wuyue believed his actions were not erroneous. Wuyue, how are you? Is your health restored? Inquired the third Hokage gently. Before Wuyue could respond, Mito Minin interjected. Uchiha Wuyue, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You have killed Danzo. Upon hearing this, Wuyue's anger flared. He would not hold back and began to retort. Oh, so you imply I should have been killed by him? Wuyue scoffed. Do not distort the truth. It was you, T-Rin Kamachi, who voluntarily ventured into the route. Ha ha ha, let me clarify. It was I who eliminated Danzo. Wuyue declared with a hearty laugh. The third Hokage was taken aback, not expecting Wuyue to confess so readily. Danzo not only leaked our mission but also repeatedly ordered the route to assassinate me. I wish to inquire, where were you when Minako and Kenta were ensnared? Where were you when I was forced to wander outside the village for 3 years? Where were you when I stood alongside the third Hokage against Orochimaru and the Sand Village invasion? You remained indifferent, failing to emerge during times of need when sacrifices were required for the village. Now you accuse me of killing Danzo. Indeed, I did. So what? As a high-ranking official of Konoha, he stole the eyes of my Uchiha clan and colluded with Orochimaru to frame other ninjas. For these transgressions, he deserved his fate. It is even more absurd that such a person aspired to be Hokage. What a farce. A man who tramples upon the lives of others and engages in clandestine treachery does not deserve to utter the title of Hokage. Therefore, the next time you speak, engage your minds and contemplate the circumstances before you utter another word. Do you understand? Wuyue's words left the third Hokage and the others in stunned silence. Mito Minin and T-Rin Kamachi displayed expressions of shock, yet they hesitated to respond. Why are you silent now? Unable to continue your tirade? Wuyue seized the opportunity. He speaks the truth. We were all there. Just then, a voice emerged from outside, and several individuals entered. Upon closer inspection, Wuyue recognized Akane, Kenta, and Kanako. They had come to visit him and happened to arrive amidst Mito Minin's interrogation. As Mito and Kankuro exchanged glances, they understood that there was no way to interrogate Suki. Moreover, they themselves were in the wrong, with Saratobi having continuously supported Suki. After demanding an explanation from Saratobi, they turned and departed. Saratobi gazed at Suki, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. He had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. At this juncture, both sides were irrevocably at odds. It was precisely due to Saratobi's indecisive nature that Danzo was able to establish his roots and thrive for so many years, indirectly leading to the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Lord Third, I believe I have acted rightly. To hesitate in making a decision is to invite chaos, Suki asserted resolutely. Upon hearing Suki's words, Saratobi began to ponder deeply. Then focus on your recovery. I shall attend to the remaining matters. Once Tsunade returns, I will resign from the position of Hokage, he concluded before turning to leave. Suki watched Saratobi's departing figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of solitude in his retreat. At that moment, Akane and her companions gathered around. Hey, you really didn't consider us as friends, did you? You dared to confront Danzo all on your own, Akane remarked, her voice rising with concern. Indeed. You were rather lacking in brotherhood, Kina added, draping an arm around Suki's shoulder. Kanako circled Suki a few times, inquiring, so, how is your body holding up? Feeling the warmth of his friend's presence, Suki was filled with gratitude. It was comforting to know that he still had friends who genuinely cared for him. I'm fine. I didn't sustain any serious injuries, he replied, realizing that he had nearly recovered, likely due to the care he received during his unconsciousness. Oh, by the way, what transpired afterward? Suki asked, eager to learn about the events that unfolded during his unconsciousness. Well, what else could happen? The commotion from your battle with Danzo attracted nearly every ninja in the village, Kina explained. It turned out that the disturbance caused by the lightning was immense. On that day, nearly all the ninjas rushed to the scene, only to discover that the root base had been reduced to rubble. Danzo, at the center of the explosion, was left charred, yet inexplicably, Suki bore no signs of having been struck by lightning, aside from several severe cuts and penetrating wounds. Later, the surviving root ninjas recounted the events, leaving Akane and her friends astounded. They had never anticipated Suki's audacity. He had ventured alone into the depths of the root base and had effectively eliminated Danzo and his subordinates. Subsequently, Saratobi and others managed the aftermath while ensuring Suki received meticulous care at the hospital. Now you've become a celebrity in the village. Nearly every ninja is aware of your name, Akane teased with a laugh. Well, that is not necessarily a good thing. They won't be secretly cursing me, will they? Suki replied with a hint of discontent. Of course not. The root ninjas were never particularly well regarded. Besides, this operation involved the village's elite, who hold a certain status and respect within the community, Kenta reassured him. Not knowing how to express his gratitude, Jianai comforted him, saying that Shiranui and the others had indeed spoken highly of him. It was true, they secretly admired Mugetsu. Even when ambushed, he remained composed and successfully guided them to safety. After a few days of recuperation in the hospital, Mugetsu's health was fully restored. He did not wish to linger in the hospital any longer, so he decided to return home. However, one matter weighed heavily on his mind. The purple lightning within him remained in an unusual state, pulsating like a heartbeat yet failing to activate. Gradually, anxiety began to seep into Mugetsu's thoughts. Although the absence of the purple lightning would not strip him of his self-defense capabilities, it would significantly diminish his strength. The loss of cellular vitality, neural responsiveness, and potent lightning release left Mugetsu feeling quite unsettled. As Wuyue reflected on the events of that day, he could only recall the purple lightning within him absorbing a substantial amount of thunderous energy, after which all memories faded into oblivion. Was he undergoing evolution? Yet, why was there such stillness? Wuyue felt a deep sense of frustration. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps this evolution of the purple lightning demanded even greater quantities of thunderous energy. It seemed that its current anomalous state resulted from a lack of such energy. Did it mean he needed to be struck by lightning once more? Wuyue pondered, though he was loath to endure that sensation again. Nevertheless, a notion took root in his mind. The land of thunder was perpetually shrouded in thunderstorms, adorned with towering peaks that reverberated with deafening roars of thunder. Wuyue surmised that this land must be saturated with the essence of thunder. Thus, he resolved to embark on a journey to the land of thunder, hoping that the environment might stimulate the evolution of the purple lightning within him. To his surprise, he found himself preparing to depart once again, having scarcely lingered in the village. Although it felt somewhat exasperating, this journey was not a mission, which was a relief. Moreover, he was currently embroiled in the public discourse surrounding his confrontation with Danzo, making this an opportune moment for a brief retreat. He also wished to visit Old Z, as it had been quite some time since their last meeting. Once he was ready, Wuyue sought out the third Hokage to express his intentions. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage acquiesced to Wuyue's request, promising to inform the village's upper echelons and fellow ninjas that Wuyue would be temporarily confined to his home, thus serving both their interests. After bidding farewell to his family and friends, Wuyue set forth on his journey alone. Throughout his travels, he did not abandon his training, striving to adapt to the absence of the purple lightning's enhancement. He found it difficult to adjust initially, so he engaged in rigorous practice to refine his physical capabilities. He also prioritized his training in the Flying Thunder God technique and the fire release, as previous events had interrupted his progress in the former. Now, with time at his disposal, he could devote himself to mastering the Flying Thunder God. Moreover, he prepared for the worst-case scenario. Should the purple lightning within him fail to revive, he could bolster his strength through the Flying Thunder God technique. From the teachings imparted by the second Hokage, he gleaned essential insights into the technique's mastery. It required heightened spatial awareness and the identification of points of convergence within space. Additionally, frequent practice of the technique and spatial traversal would facilitate a more efficient and rapid application of the Flying Thunder God. Such thoughts, however, were bittersweet. Wuyue recalled the harrowing experience he had endured during his last attempt with the technique, sending a chill down his spine. Yet, he remained committed to following the second Hokage's advice, even if he had not employed the technique since. He intended to seek out Old Z to serve as a support during his practice, ensuring that, should he find himself in dire straits once more, he would have someone by his side to care for him, preventing him from collapsing alone in the wilderness. After a considerable period of arduous travel, Wuyue arrived at a quaint town on the border of the Land of Fire. At this moment, his spirits had lifted, having faced numerous dangers while executing missions prior. Now, having dealt with his nemesis, Wuyue could leisurely stroll about, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Arriving at this quaint little town felt like a delightful escape, akin to a refreshing vacation. As Wuyue ambled into the quaint courtyard of Old Z, he noticed that the elder was engrossed in his exercises, blissfully unaware of Wuyue's presence. "Zigu, it's been quite a while," Wuyue cheerfully exclaimed, observing that Old Z appeared to be faring well during this time. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Old Z swiftly turned around, his expression brightening with joy as he lowered his guard. "It's been ages. What brings you here?" Old Z asked, genuinely pleased to see Wuyue. Although he had been living comfortably, solitude often accompanied him in this place. Now, Wuyue's visit provided him with much-needed companionship. "I've grown weary of village life," Wuyue replied. I needed a change of scenery and thought I'd visit you before embarking on a journey. It feels like you've become even stronger during our time apart, Old Z remarked, scrutinizing Wu Yue, who seemed more mature than before. This observation sparked an idea in Wu Yue's mind. He had recently developed a new technique, and he sought Old Z's counsel regarding his future training direction. Hey, Zigu, I've been working on some intriguing new techniques. Care to take a look? Wu Yue teased playfully. Oh, what sort of techniques? Old Z's interest was piqued, as he had been quite bored lately and was eager to see what Wu Yue had concocted. Wu Yue formed a series of hand seals, and from his palms emerged a deep crimson flame crystal, radiating intense light and heat waves that even Old Z could feel from a distance. What is this? Old Z's face lit up with astonishment upon witnessing the spectacle. Wu Yue reveled in Old Z's surprise. Hee, this is my newly developed bloodline limit. Impressive, isn't it? Old Z approached Wu Yue, examining the crystalline structure closely. It's solid, and it appears this form poses no harm to you as the user. Much like my own lava release, it seems capable of enveloping the body. After a moment of contemplation, Old Z began to deduce some characteristics of Wu Yue's technique. Of course, the power and effects are not as straightforward as they seem, Wu Yue boasted. Oh, let us see how powerful it truly is. Old Z was now intrigued, his curiosity piqued. Wu Yue tossed the crystal to the ground, and in an instant, a small crater erupted at the impact site. Old Z crouched down to inspect it, marveling at the impressive display of power. Remarkable. Such speed and intense heat, coupled with cutting capabilities. It seems to possess characteristics of liquid expansion as well. Indeed, Wu Yue explained. My technique, strictly speaking, incorporates 3 variations of chakra attributes. However, the lightning release has yet to fully merge. It merely serves to suppress the other 2. Old Z contemplated for a moment before stating, your ninjutsu has tremendous potential for enhancement, and I have a suggestion for you. Do not be constrained by formality. I have come to realize that you possess the extraordinary ability to manipulate these crystals with remarkable skill. Upon hearing Lao Zi's suggestion, Wu Yue experienced an epiphany. Indeed, this is a bloodline limit, enhanced by the power of purple lightning and several unique characteristics. One must not confine oneself to conventional ninjutsu. Wu Yue has great admiration for Lao Zi's extensive experience. The elderly yet formidable Lao Zi from Naruto possesses insights and observational prowess beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. How could I have overlooked this? Wu Yue recalled the dazzling techniques from his previous life as anime and the divine skills from various novels, feeling as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. Ah, by the way, brother Lao Zi, there is another favor I wish to ask of you, he said with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. Let us not stand on ceremony. Feel free to speak your mind, Lao Zi replied generously. I would like your assistance in guarding me as I attempt the Flying Thunder God technique once more, Wu Yue said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Last time, he had troubled Lao Zi with several days of care after his initial experiment. Ah, this are you not afraid of spending another few days bedridden? Lao Zi expressed a hint of trepidation, vividly recalling the previous ordeal. Wu Yue chuckled, saying, rest assured. This time, I am well prepared. Lao Zi, hearing Wu Yue's assurance, felt reluctant to decline. Very well then, but do take care to ensure your safety. Wu Yue's face lit up with joy at this response. He reassured Lao Zi. It should be fine this time. However, he felt a flutter of anxiety within. Despite the guidance from the second Hokage and his recent training, he could not guarantee absolute success. Wu Yue produced the Flying Thunder God Kunai and flung it forward, watching as it soared 20 to 30 meters away. It was prudent to keep this attempt within a reasonable distance. Lao Zi stood by, vigilant and ready to protect Wu Yue. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yue sought to achieve tranquility of mind. He silently attuned himself to the position of the kunai and the spatial forces surrounding it before activating the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Wu Yue vanished from his original spot. Lao Zi remained on high alert before he could fully react. Wu Yue had already appeared at the location of the Flying Thunder God kunai. As Wu Yue beheld the transformed scenery, he realized he had successfully arrived at the kunai's position. A triumphant laugh escaped him. He had succeeded, and it had gone quite smoothly. Lao Zi, astonished, shared in Wu Yue's joy. Such a powerful ninjutsu, and Wu Yue has mastered it. Congratulations. I never expected to witness your successful acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique. Lao Zi exclaimed with delight. After regaining his composure, Wu Yue did not let elation overwhelm him. He understood that while he had achieved a preliminary success with the Flying Thunder God technique, he had not yet fully mastered it. He realized that his current range was approximately 20 to 30 meters, Any farther would be beyond his capabilities. Moreover, he was still not proficient and needed further practice. The key is that he can only utilize the pre-drawn kunai to perform the Flying Thunder God technique at this moment. He is not yet capable of sketching the technique directly with his hands in a short span. Lao Zi, standing nearby, reassured Wu Yu, saying, "You are still young. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly master the Flying Thunder God technique." Instantly, Wu Yu felt a surge of motivation, believing that even without the power of purple lightning, he could still become formidable. With this thought in mind, we had another question for Lao Zi. "By the way, Brother Z, I have recently hit a bottleneck in my lightning release ninjutsu training. Do you know of any places abundant in lightning? I wish to seek seclusion there for further cultivation." Wu Yu inquired. "Oh, that reminds me," Lao Zi mused, contemplating a location rich in lightning. After a moment's reflection, he concluded, "Indeed, there is a place. Although it requires quite a journey." "Oh, really? Where is it?" Wu Yu's face brightened at Lao Zi's response. "When it comes to lightning release ninjutsu, the people from the land of lightning excel, and that region is indeed saturated with thunder and lightning. The most abundant location is the Yunlei Gorge in the land of lightning," Lao Zi replied. Upon hearing this name, Wu Yu felt a sense of familiarity, and soon he recalled that the Yunlei Gorge was the site of the confrontation between the Eight Tails and the second Hokage. After the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, escaped from the hidden cloud village, he hid in Yunlei Gorge until the second Hokage captured the Eight Tails beast and departed from that place. Wu Yu pondered whether Killer Bee might still be there. After revealing his thoughts to Lao Zi, the latter readily agreed to embark on the journey, pleased to finally have someone to accompany him outside for a breath of fresh air. Once they were fully prepared, the two set off for the land of lightning. After a long and arduous trek, they finally arrived at the borders of the land of lightning, both feeling a sense of relief upon reaching their destination. Wu Yu gazed at the towering peaks and deep gorges surrounding them, marveling at the unique geography of the land of lightning. Simultaneously, he sensed the air charged with the essence of lightning, and he could faintly feel the purple lightning within him stirring. What an excellent place for cultivation. Wu Yu mused silently. "Well, we have arrived in the land of lightning," Lao Zi remarked, also feeling relaxed. The lengthy journey had left both Wu Yu and Lao Zi physically and mentally fatigued. Instead of rushing to Yunlei Gorge, they decided to rest and rejuvenate their spirits first. They made their way to a local restaurant, intending to sample the regional delicacies before proceeding. As they perused the menu, snippets of conversation from a nearby group suddenly captured their attention. One individual whispered, "I heard that recently. Two people caused quite a commotion in the land of lightning and were inquiring about the tailed beasts." "Oh, is that so? But it's not surprising. There are always ninjas from minor villages prying into tailed beasts," another individual replied dismissively. "However, I heard they are quite powerful, dressed in black cloaks adorned with deep red clouds." A person beside the organization whispered, "So what? There are plenty of powerful individuals in Yunin village. Such people can be dealt with in no time." Upon hearing the conversation between several individuals nearby, Wu Yu and Lao Zi's expressions grew solemn. The individuals they referred to must be from the Akatsuki organization, and they had actually come to the land of lightning to capture tailed beasts. "Should we investigate?" Lao Zi inquired of Wu Yu. "We should refrain from acting hastily. After all, this is the territory of Yunin village in the land of lightning. They are formidable, and the Akatsuki won't easily succeed," Wu Yu replied. Thoughts began to swirl in Wu Yu's mind. This matter had not been mentioned in the original narrative, suggesting new developments were afoot. However, the purple lightning within him remained dormant, and he was unaware of the identities and numbers of his opponents. To rashly involve themselves could spell disaster for both him and Lao Zi. Lao Zi, upon hearing this, also decided against intervening for the time being and opted to accompany Wu Yu to the Yunlei Gorge for training, contemplating the Akatsuki matter afterward. After finishing their meal, the two rested at the hotel for several days before setting off for the Yunlei Gorge. As they walked, they inquired about the location of the gorge. As they approached, Wu Yu began to sense a transformation within the purple lightning inside him, as if the very essence of thunder and lightning in the air was converging towards him. The purple lightning seemed to be absorbing this power, flickering and pulsing with a newfound energy. Witnessing this, Wu Yu felt a surge of joy. Finally, the day arrived when Wu Yu and Lao Zi reached their destination, the Yunlei Gorge. They stood in awe before the towering peaks and distant clouds, momentarily lost in reverie. The canyon echoed with the sounds of thunder, and the purple lightning within Wu Yu appeared to respond, actively drawing in the electric energy from the atmosphere, now pulsating gently. "This is effective," Wu Yu thought to himself, elated. Lao Zi shared in the excitement. After such a long journey, they had finally arrived at the Yunlei Gorge, which indeed presented a breathtaking vista. Together, they ventured deeper into the gorge, where the mist thickened and the thunder grew louder. After some time, they suddenly sensed a massive chakra emanating from ahead. Instinctively, both became vigilant, surprised to encounter a ninja in this place. It was prudent to remain cautious until they could ascertain the situation. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, and a towering figure gradually emerged from the swirling mist. As the two discerned the newcomer's features, Wu Yue realized that this was indeed someone he had anticipated. The individual had dark skin, light yellow hair, black sunglasses, and carried 7 blades on his back. A symbol representing the iron armor seal adorned his right shoulder, and a horn scar marked his left cheek. This person was none other than the legendary perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Who are you two? This is my territory. Please leave at once, he stated in a rather clumsy manner, leaving Wu Yue feeling quite embarrassed. The author humbly acknowledges their limited rap skills. Lao Zi glanced at Wu Yu, gesturing towards his head, implying that Karabi might be somewhat unhinged. Lao Zi, take a moment to truly perceive, Wu Yu reminded him, indicating that the other party, too, bore the burden of being a Jinchuriki. Lao Zi's expression darkened as he scrutinized Karabi before astonishment flickered across his face. Could it be that he also? Lao Zi questioned, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, he is Karabi, the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails from the Hidden Cloud Village, Wu Yu affirmed, confident in Karabi's character and believing that they could form a friendship. Greetings, we seek to train in the Cloud Thunder Gorge. May we be granted entry? Wu Yu politely inquired. Hey, boy, Karabi replied with a somewhat chilling demeanor. Did you not hear correctly? This is my territory. Wu Yu felt a wave of resignation wash over him, realizing Karabi's vigilance was quite heightened. In truth, we are of the same kind, Wu Yu replied nonchalantly. Oh. Of the same kind? Karabi responded, puzzled. Wu Yu exchanged a glance with Lao Zi, who nodded slightly, comprehending Wu Yu's intent. At that moment, Wu Yu concentrated, activating the chakra of the 9 tails within him. Suddenly, a deep crimson cloak of the tailed beast enveloped both Wu Yu and Lao Zi. You are Jinchuriki, Karabi exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering fellow Jinchuriki in his domain. Observing Karabi's reaction, Wu Yu's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. With a swift blink, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and cast an illusion, drawing Lao Zi and Karabi into his genjutsu. Before they could react, the 3 were transported into the illusion's realm. In this space, the ethereal figure of the 4 tails, Sun Wukong, appeared behind Lao Zi, while the 8 tails manifested behind Karabi. Long time no see, Sun Wukong. Wu Yu greeted with familiarity. Little brat, do not call me by my name. Refer to me as the Sage King, Sun Wukong, the proud figure replied. Karabi and the 8 tails soon realized they had been ensnared in an illusion. Long time no see, you stinky monkey, the voice of the 8 tails echoed. Humph. After all these years, you remain unchanged, Sun Wukong remarked coolly, though a glimmer of joy shone in his eyes. Why do I sense the stench of that foul fox? The 8 tails inquired, fixing his gaze upon Wu Yu. Karama specifically shared a portion of his chakra with me, Wu Yu stated nonchalantly. The 8 tails was perplexed. Well aware of Karama's temperament, it was indeed unusual for him to share chakra with outsiders, especially those of the Uchiha clan. My apologies, we truly came for training. I seek to master lightning release, Wu Yu expressed sincerely. Karabi, witnessing this scene, began to believe most of Wu Yu's words. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of the 8 tails resonated in his mind. Karabi, I believe what he says is likely true, the 8 tails stated calmly. Oh, why are you so certain? Karabi inquired, perplexed by the unusual demeanor of the 8 tails. The 8 tails smiled faintly and remarked, I am well aware of the temperament of the 9 tails. He has never been one to share his chakra with outsiders, especially not with a member of the Uchiha clan. Yet, this young boy has managed to elicit a portion of his power. It seems the 9 tails has chosen to place his trust in him. After a moment of contemplation, Karabi accepted the 8 tails' words. After all, as a fellow Jinchuriki, he understood the nature of these tailed beasts all too well. Gaining their trust is a challenge even for other Jinchuriki. All right, I agree to your request, Karabi conceded to Mugetsu. Thank you, Mugetsu replied, bowing respectfully to Karabi and the 8 tails. Following this, Mugetsu dispelled the illusion, and the consciousness of the trio returned to their respective bodies. Just as Mugetsu and Old Purple were about to seek a suitable location for training, Karabi called out to them once more. Hey boy, I see you wield a blade as well. How about you let me test your strength? After all, The weak cannot train in this place, Karabi said. Slowly drawing out his short blades, Miyugetsu felt a sense of resignation upon witnessing this. I suppose you've grown a bit lonely here. Which is why you seek a spar with me, he thought to himself. Yet, this assumption wasn't far from the truth, as Karabi indeed wished to gauge the boy's prowess. Observing Karabi's intentions, Miyugetsu unsheathed his twin blades, Raiga, and performed a few elegant flourishes. Steadily, he held the blades firmly, his gaze locked onto Karabi. The moment Karabi perceived Miyugetsu's movements, his combative spirit was ignited. He sensed that Miyugetsu was also a skilled swordsman. At this juncture, Miyugetsu remained tranquil. Though devoid of the enhancement from the purple lightning, he had devoted countless hours to training over the years without respite. He believed that even in the absence of the purple lightning, his Sharingan would prevent him from being at a disadvantage. With determination, Miyugetsu propelled himself forward, swinging Raiga as he charged at Karabi. Twin blade style, Gale Flash Slash. Miyugetsu closed the distance and unleashed a flurry of strikes with his blades. Karabi, undeterred, countered with his own short blades, the metallic clang of their weapons resonating in the air. In an instant, amidst the gentle mist, the glint of their blades illuminated the scene as the two engaged in a fierce exchange of dozens of strikes. Impressive, Miyugetsu thought, secretly astonished. Karabi not only possessed immense strength, but also demonstrated exceptional swordsmanship, effectively parrying all of Miyugetsu's attacks. However, lacking the support of the purple lightning, Miyugetsu, despite his formidable sword skills, found himself slightly outmatched in combat experience. Prolonging this clash would undoubtedly be unfavorable for him. With a decisive horizontal sweep, Miyugetsu managed to slightly push Karabi back and leap backwards. Simultaneously, he raised Raiga high, invoking his secret technique, Thunder Annihilation Slash. A bolt of lightning surged forth, slicing through the air toward Karabi. While Miyugetsu lacked the backing of the purple lightning, this strike was not to be underestimated. Noticing the incoming attack, Karabi's blades crackled with lightning chakra. He raised them overhead and, with great force, brought them down against Miyugetsu's oncoming strike. In an instant, two attacks collided, erupting in a brilliant flash of lightning. The strike sent Karabi flying several meters away before the energy gradually dissipated. To everyone's astonishment, he successfully blocked Miyugetsu's attack for the first time, despite the diminished power compared to before. Nevertheless, Karabi managed to defend against this formidable blow with his blade. Instead of feeling fear upon witnessing such a powerful strike from Miyugetsu, Karabi was filled with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, you truly are strong, boy, he exclaimed, slowly drawing several blades from his back. In that case, I should take this seriously too. With a swift motion, Karabi hurled all the knives into the air. Wretched blade dance. At that moment, the airborne blades descended, and Karabi bizarrely positioned them around his body, with knives nestled in his elbows, the bins of his legs, and even his armpits. Hey, have you had your fun yet? Miyugetsu said helplessly, fully aware of the terrifying nature of this technique, which he regarded as the most potent swordsmanship in the world of shinobi. Fear not, I will know when to stop. Dance, like a bee in flight, Karabi declared before charging towards Miyugetsu. In the blink of an eye, Karabi had already closed the distance to Miyugetsu, with dual blades drawn. Miyugetsu swiftly raised his weapons to defend against the incoming onslaught. The sharp clang of blades clashing resonated through the canyon like a symphony. Observing the escalating intensity of the battle, Miyugetsu had transitioned from a state of equilibrium to one where he could only focus on defense. Karabi's short blades whirled around him like a razor-sharp tornado, executing unpredictable trajectories that even Miyugetsu's Sharingan could not fully decipher. Within mere moments, several cuts had marred Miyugetsu's body. However, Karabi was equally astonished. Despite Miyugetsu's youth, his swordsmanship was remarkably refined. He had managed to endure Karabi's relentless assault for so long, showcasing extraordinary talent. If given sufficient time, he might even surpass Karabi. Motivated by this thought, Karabi's fighting spirit surged, causing his short blades to dance even more vigorously. Old Z, witnessing the spectacle, was equally taken aback. This was indeed a breathtaking duel of swordsmanship, and his admiration for the young Miyugetsu deepened. As Miyugetsu struggled to maintain his defense, Karabi forcefully swung three of his short blades to deflect Miyugetsu's rakeage, creating an opening in Miyugetsu's defense. Not good. Miyugetsu's pupils constricted as he prepared to defend with all his might. Suddenly, Karabi curled his body tightly, with 7 short blades pressed against him. Dance, like a colorful butterfly. In an instant, the 7 knives launched towards Miyugetsu's vital points. It was over. That fleeting thought flashed through Miyugetsu's mind. He felt an intense pain surge through his body. sending him flying backward. Quickly regaining his balance, he assessed his injuries and discovered that he was largely unharmed, save for a few superficial cuts. It dawned on him that the impact he felt was from the short knife's hilt rather than the blade itself, which meant Karabi had shown him mercy. "Oh, impressive young man. Your mastery of the blade is remarkable. In the future, feel free to seek me out for a spar," remarked Karabi with a casual demeanor. At this moment, Wu Yue realized that Karabi had acknowledged him. Old Purple approached from the side, exclaiming, "Your swordsmanship is exceptional, Wu Yue. I had no idea you were also proficient with the blade." "Flattery, I assure you. I still cannot rival brother Karabi," Wu Yue humbly replied. Observing Wu Yue's modesty, Karabi's admiration for him deepened. Subsequently, Wu Yue, determined not to squander time, dedicated himself entirely to absorbing the power of lightning within the Yunlei Gorge. The purple lightning within him surged forth, pulsating with newfound energy, seemingly expanding in size. Finally, after relentless effort over the course of half a month, the purple lightning underwent a transformation. On that day, the purple lightning within Wu Yue ceased its frantic dance, swelling to what appeared to be its maximum capacity, radiating a brilliant glow. The aura of potent lightning energy emanated from his body, the brilliance resembling that of a shooting star. At that moment, the skies above Yunlei Gorge darkened, forming a colossal thundercloud. The thunderous roars echoed through the canyon, stirring the very mists around them. Old Purple and Karabi, witnessing this phenomenon, hurriedly ventured forth to investigate. They soon spotted Wu Yue in the distance and sensed that this extraordinary occurrence was somehow linked to him, prompting them to approach with caution. As they pondered the situation, a bolt of lightning from the thundercloud struck down towards Wu Yue. Instantly, a dazzling radiance erupted from his body, blinding Old Purple and Karabi temporarily. After a brief interlude, as the lightning and thundercloud gradually dissipated, they finally beheld Wu Yue's figure. He now exuded an inexplicable aura of dominance that deterred Old Purple and Karabi from drawing near. Wu Yue, too, sensed a profound change within the purple lightning. It had transformed into a deep black hue and materialized into a crystalline form. His meridians were flooded with an abundance of lightning energy. With a surge of power, Wu Yue unleashed the technique Lightning Release, Chidori, now imbued with formidable black lightning. The intensity of the lightning had escalated several notches, and its range had more than doubled. Furthermore, he discovered that he could now wield the lightning energy within him, a significant departure from before when the purple lightning merely served to enhance his lightning ninjutsu. Old Purple and Karabi approached him. "Congratulations. It seems your mastery of lightning release has reached new heights," Old Purple exclaimed joyfully. Karabi, keenly observing Wu Yue's black lightning, added, "What you possess can be considered a bloodline limit. Unlike the black lightning of the third Reikage, yours appears to be a genuine product of compressed lightning." Upon hearing Karabi's analysis, Wu Yue scrutinized the black lightning, realizing it indeed aligned with Karabi's observations. He felt that this ability had transcended the confines of mere ninjutsu. At this moment, he could wield the lightning release ninjutsu or summon the electric power within him without the need for hand seals. It is noteworthy that while Madara required fire release and Hashirama needed would release accompanied by hand seals, he could effortlessly channel his abilities. As the black lightning coalesced, Wu Yue distinctly felt the resurgence of cellular vitality and the acceleration of his neural responses. Gazing at the surrounding scene, he experienced an illusion of time slowing down, a consequence of the amplification effect of the black lightning. Suddenly, a thought ignited within him, prompting him to begin concentrating the electric power in his hands. With a flourish, he invoked the secret technique of lightning, the Lance of Longinus. In an instant, an immense amount of black lightning gathered in Wu Yue's hands, gradually forming into a 3 to 4 meter long spear of black electricity. As the lightning was compressed with fervor, it began to materialize, taking on a crystalline form. Simultaneously, the spear radiated a blinding black light. The previously deafening crackle of lightning fell silent, a phenomenon known only to Wu Yue, who understood that this was due to the extreme compression of the electric power. Beside him, Laozi and Karabi sensed a profound sense of impending danger. Wu Yue then hurled the black lightning spear with great force. The trio perceived a fleeting shadow, and the spear vanished from sight. Such speed! This thought raced through their minds simultaneously. However, after a brief moment of anticipation, they noticed no immediate changes. Alas, the thunder is loud but the rain is sparse. Wu Yue lamented internally, fearing that his hard-earned technique would amount to naught. Before he could dwell further on this, A sudden eruption of intense black light erupted from a mountain peak 2 to 300 meters away, even from a distance of 200 meters. The brilliance of the lightning dazzled their eyes, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. As they beheld the distant mountain, they were astounded to see that the once towering summit had been obliterated, leaving not even ash in its wake. Wu Yue stood agape, astonished by the sheer magnitude of the power unleashed. The force surpassed that of Reikage, yet, glancing at the dwindling electric power within him, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He envied the Jinchuriki who could unleash the tailed beast bombs at will, akin to a machine gun. Nevertheless, Wu Yue did not succumb to despair. He recognized the vast potential for improvement within the Black Lightning. Given ample opportunities for growth in the future, he was certain that limitless possibilities awaited him. Laozi and Karabi, equally astonished, exchanged glances, each reflecting admiration for the young prodigy before them. They acknowledged that at Wu Yue's age, they were nowhere near his caliber. This attack nearly rivals the power of a typical tailed beast bomb, Karabi mused silently. While tailed beast bombs could be charged indefinitely, Wu Yue was not a Jinchuriki, making his accomplishment all the more remarkable. In that moment, Wu Yue felt a profound joy. Not only had he safely evolved the lightning within him, but he had also formed a connection with Karabi, the epitome of a Jinchuriki. This journey had indeed become a twofold triumph. The tension that had previously gripped Wu Yue began to dissipate. In the days that followed, he remained undeterred and resolute. As he grew accustomed to the power of the black lightning coursing through him, he frequently sought out Killer Bee for swordsmanship practice. Under the enhancement of the black lightning, Wu Yue's speed and neural reflexes were significantly heightened. At this juncture, he was able to endure several dozen exchanges under Killer Bee's relentless assault with the sword. And this was without Killer Bee holding back. Killer Bee was thoroughly impressed by Wu Yue's progress, astonished by the remarkable development of this young man. Suddenly, Wu Yue bowed deeply to Killer Bee, startling him momentarily, as he was unsure of the reason behind this gesture. Thank you, brother Killer Bee, for imparting your swordsmanship training to me. I am truly grateful. Wu Yue was deeply influenced by the values of his previous life. Although he and Killer Bee did not share a formal teacher-student relationship, they undeniably shared the essence of one. It was only fitting that he reciprocate with respect. Killer Bee, understanding the sentiment after spending time together, sensed a distinct aura surrounding Wu Yue, an essence that seemed to set him apart from the other ninjas. He exuded an innate quality that inspired a sense of comfort and warmth. Even the Eight Tails expressed admiration, noting that it had been a long time since encountering such a ninja. Hey, boy, we are friends, Killer Bee proclaimed, extending his right fist. Wu Yue, with a knowing smile, reached out his hand to collide with Killer Bee's fist. Indeed, we are friends. Following this, Wu Yue and Old Purple trained in Yunlei Gorge for another half-month before deciding it was time to return to Konoha. After all, they had spent 2 to 3 months on this journey, and it was time to head back. As they bid a fond farewell to Killer Bee, Wu Yue cautioned him to be wary of the Akatsuki, explaining that they were an organization dedicated to capturing tailed beasts. Killer Bee, upon hearing this, did not dismiss the warning lightly and indicated that he too would be leaving Yunlei Gorge soon. Thus, Wu Yue and Old Purple set forth on their journey homeward. Unlike their hurried arrival, their return was marked by a sense of relaxation as they traveled leisurely, enjoying their surroundings. On one particular day, while they were on their way, a sudden explosion reverberated in the distance. The two were drawn to the sound, their gazes shifting toward the source of the commotion. It was approximately 1 to 2 kilometers away, where thick smoke and flames were rising ominously. Exchanging glances, both sensed that this was no trivial matter. Someone was employing ninjutsu, and a fierce battle was unfolding. Shall we investigate? Wu Yue's curiosity piqued. He expressed a desire to approach, as such a large-scale conflict was a rarity. After a moment's contemplation, Old Purple acquiesced, confident that their combined strength would see them through any peril. With their minds made up, they swiftly made their way toward the epicenter of the explosion. Wu Yue activated his Sharingan and heightened his electromagnetic awareness to probe the situation ahead. He detected a surge of potent chakra emanating from the vicinity and even sensed a trace of tailed beast energy, a foreboding feeling stirring within him. Beside him, the Elder Z also sensed the anomaly. The air was permeated with the essence of tailed beasts. Who could possess such power? The distance of 2 kilometers was not particularly great, and the two quickly arrived at the site of the explosion. However, in order to ascertain the situation, they did not boldly enter, but rather stealthily infiltrated the area. They found a concealed spot to hide and carefully observed the unfolding scene. With the advantage of his Sharingan, Wu Yue was able to discern the situation clearly. As the dust gradually settled, 3 figures emerged. 2 were standing, while the other, a more slender figure, was pinned against the wall. To his astonishment, it was none other than the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yuki, who was now affixed to the wall. Her body marred with wounds and blood seeping from her form, on the brink of death. Elder Z gasped. They are members of the Akatsuki. How could they appear here? Wu Yue's expression darkened. Indeed, they were Akatsuki members. The 2 standing figures were clad in black cloaks adorned with deep red clouds, unmistakably the attire of the organization. One wore a mask, while the other wielded a massive scythe. Upon seeing their garb, Wu Yue recognized them as the immortal duo from the Hokage series, Haiden and Kakuzu. Pinned to the wall was, in fact, the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yuki. Elder Z expressed his disbelief. I can't believe the Akatsuki is still capturing tailed beasts. They seem incredibly powerful. Wu Yue, however, was deep in thought. Since fate had brought him to this moment, he could not stand idly by. Yet, he remained wary of the duo's sinister abilities. Haiden was manageable, relying solely on taijutsu and his dark arts, which required rituals and conditions that were not particularly concerning. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was a different story. His Earthgrudge Fear was a forbidden technique, granting him 5 lives and the ability to utilize 5 different chakra natures, making him exceptionally formidable. The challenge lay in rescuing Yuki while contending with them, a task fraught with peril. Nevertheless, Wu Yue now possessed the power of Black Lightning. And with the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, Elder Z, by his side, retreat was still feasible even if victory was not. Without further ado, Wu Yue realized time was of the essence. Yuki was gravely injured and required immediate assistance. He turned to Elder Z to explain the situation, sharing intelligence about Kakuzu and Haiden. Elder Z was taken aback. I never imagined such bizarre ninjutsu existed. They are truly monstrous. Soon, you will attract their attention. I will take the opportunity to rescue Yuki. She cannot hold on much longer, Wu Yue whispered. Rest assured, I will keep them occupied, Elder Z assured him. In an instant, Elder Z dashed towards the immortal duo. Melt Release, Scorching River of Lava Technique. Elder Z unleashed multiple magma spheres from his mouth, launching an immediate assault on Kakuzu and Haiden. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, both Angle and Faden swiftly evaded the oncoming fireballs. Angle squinted as he observed Umurin, then turned to Faden, remarking, This must be the 4-tails Jinchuriki that Kisame and White Zetsu spoke of. Exercise caution, Faden. Faden paused at Angle's words, realizing the resemblance to the descriptions in the intelligence report, though he pondered how they had ended up in this place. Nevertheless, the opportunity to capture 2-tailed beasts at once was too tempting to resist. With that, Faden brandished his scythe and charged forward, while Angle, with a resigned sigh, followed suit. After they had distanced themselves several hundred meters, Umurin exerted his strength and transformed into a streak of lightning, arriving before Yumu. He hurriedly rescued her, cradling her in his arms as he leaped in the opposite direction, finally finding refuge in a secluded spot. At this moment, Yumu's wounds continued to bleed profusely, her delicate face paling visibly. Who are you? Why, just me. She struggled to articulate, her severe injuries clouding her consciousness. I am here to save you. You're gravely injured and in need of treatment, Umurin exclaimed urgently, tearing away the fabric of Yumu's clothing. Hey, you brat. What are you doing? I'd rather die than allow you to humiliate me. Yumu protested vehemently, thrashing against him, refusing to let Umurin touch her. Listen, sister. How can I assess your injuries and treat you if you resist like this? Besides, in your condition, what else can I do? Umurin bellowed, urgency coursing through him as he recognized the dire need to act swiftly, lest Owlsy succumb to his own struggles. Whether it was due to Umurin's words or the severity of her wounds, Yumu ceased her resistance, allowing him to proceed with the treatment. Channeling chakra. A gentle green light emanated from Umurin's hands as he pressed them against her wounds. Instantly, the bleeding began to subside, and Yumu felt a refreshing sensation where the pain had been. The exhaustion and agony that had burdened her gradually diminished, her tense spirit unwinding as the prospect of death faded. She had initially believed she was doomed, but now, with the help of another, her relief overwhelmed her, and she finally succumbed to a deep slumber. Quite beautiful, indeed, Umurin mused inwardly, noting her fair skin despite being from the land of lightning, her chestnut straight hair, delicate features, and petite red lips. There was an air of divinity about her, yet she possessed an undeniable charm. Am I on the path to building a harem? He jested silently. After a brief period of treatment, Yumu's injuries had stabilized, showing signs of improvement. Umurin, however, grew increasingly concerned for Owlsy's condition. promptly creating two shadow clones to continue monitoring Yumu while he hastened towards Alzi's location. Sensing the violent explosions and the surge of chakra ahead, Imiran understood that Alzi was embroiled in a fierce battle. Lightning release, thunderstep, he declared as faint black lightning crackled around his feet, propelling him forward like a bolt of black lightning. He soon arrived at the scene of the intense confrontation. Under the combined assault of Angle and Haydn, Laozi found himself in a desperate retreat, appearing quite disheveled. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Wu Yu, defeat would have been inevitable. Angle, a master of 5 forms of ninjutsu, unleashed a barrage of dark creatures that spewed forth techniques with reckless abandon. Wind balls, fireballs, and lightning cascaded towards Laozi, resembling a relentless barrage from a ninjutsu machine gun. Wu Yu harbored serious doubts, suspecting that in the original narrative, the likes of boar, deer, and butterfly triumphed over Angle solely due to plot convenience. As Wu Yu positioned himself behind Angle and Haydn, he activated his scorching ninjutsu, the flames manifesting as a dense array of deep crimson crystals that surged toward the duo like meteors. Angle and Haydn, taken aback, had not anticipated that the four-tailed Jinchuriki would have an ally. In a flurry of activity, they swiftly turned to defend themselves. Angle employed water and earth techniques to counter the oncoming fiery crystals, while Haydn brandished his massive scythe with his right hand and a long spike with his left, creating an impenetrable barrier. Ultimately, through their combined defenses, they successfully withstood Wu Yu's scorching ninjutsu, though the ground surrounding them had been left pockmarked and ravaged by the assault. This was no ordinary ninjutsu. Several attributes hinted at the potential of a bloodline limit, a realization that quietly dawned upon Angle. Meanwhile, Haydn, still oblivious to Wu Yu's formidable prowess, taunted him, "Hey, kid, who are you? Tired of living, are you? Perfect. I'll offer you up to Lord Jashin first." In this moment, Wu Yu disregarded Fei Duan and hurried to Old Z's side to assess whether he was injured. "Rest assured, I am unharmed. I have been maneuvering alongside them without substantial issue," Old Z replied with a calm demeanor. "However, they are indeed formidable, so exercise caution. Do not worry. If matters take a turn for the worse, we can retreat," Wu Yu assured him. "Hey kid, I'm speaking to you." Fei Duan interrupted their exchange, incensed by Wu Yu's apparent indifference. Without hesitation, he charged at Wu Yu. "Do not be reckless." Angle, standing nearby, sensed Wu Yu's prowess and cautioned Fei Duan to be wary. Yet, in his impulsiveness, Fei Duan disregarded this warning and swung his scythe toward Wu Yu. In response, Wu Yu scoffed inwardly, having harbored a deep-seated disdain for Fei Duan while watching Naruto in his previous life. He found it quite fitting that Fei Duan had walked into his line of fire. Lightning release, thunderclap execution. A massive black bolt of lightning surged forth from Wu Yu's hand, amplified by the tremendous electrical energy coursing through him. This strike was exponentially more potent than before. Fei Duan, rushing forward, was caught completely off guard. The black lightning cleaved through him like a flash, bisecting him instantly and sending his body flying. Angle, witnessing this rapid demise, was utterly taken aback. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts." Fei Duan, astonishingly, was not dead. He writhed on the ground, struggling in agony. This phenomenon was linked to his secret technique, granting his body a near-immortal resilience. "This truly is a monster," Old Z exclaimed, shocked despite having anticipated the opponent's abilities. "No, this one before us is the real monster," Wu Yu advised Old Z, having never regarded Fei Duan as a threat. Instead, his apprehension lay with Angle, a ninja of considerable strength and extensive combat experience, particularly due to the formidable forbidden technique, Land of Grudges. Angle, although deeply displeased by Fei Duan's swift defeat, extended a hand to assist him. He split several black tendrils from his hand, methodically rejoining the severed segments of Fei Duan's body. "Kid, you are quite impressive," Angle stated blandly, "but no matter your prowess, today you shall perish." With that, 3 monstrous black tendrils coalesced before him, while Angle himself erupted with a torrent of black tendrils, resembling a beast. Wind release, gale carving. A colossal fireball surged toward Old Z and Wu Yu. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A deep crimson fire dragon roared toward the approaching fireball. Upon collision, a tremendous explosion ensued, sending flames and shockwaves radiating outward. However, Wu Yu's mastery over chakra nature transformation allowed his ninjutsu to prevail. The now smaller fire dragon surged back toward Angle. Unfazed, Angle formed hand signs. Water release, water bullet. The water bullet collided with the fire dragon, generating a dense mist. Having just engaged in a ninjutsu clash, Angle no longer underestimated Wu Yu. He recognized that his fire techniques were no match for Wu Yu's. Simultaneously, a surge of fervor coursed through his heart. He firmly believed that by seizing the heart of the Moonless One, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At that moment, beside him, Fei Duan, aided by Jiao Du, had regained his composure. He moved with agility, roaring at the Moonless One, "Damn little brat!" Without hesitation. He charged forward wielding his scythe, although the recent ordeal had rendered him considerably more cautious. He no longer barreled recklessly but instead utilized the surrounding terrain to swiftly approach the Moonless One. Observing this, Lao Zi darted forward, assuring, "Rest easy, I shall handle this." Beware of his secret techniques. Do not let him injure you, the Moonless One cautioned. Nevertheless, he had faith in Lao Zi, for they were well acquainted with their adversary and would not easily expose themselves to vulnerabilities. Just as the Moonless One issued his warning, an abundance of black tendrils erupted from the ground around him. It was Jiao Du launching a surprise attack. As the tendrils enveloped the Moonless One, preparing to burrow into his body, a surge of black lightning erupted from him. The dark tendrils were instantly reduced to ash. As the Moonless One prepared to counterattack, a winged black creature hovered above him. Wind release. Pressure damage. The creature unleashed a massive, high-pressure ball of wind, producing a terrifying buzzing sound as the compressed hurricane surged forth. Utilizing lightning release, thunderstep, the Moonless One transformed into a streak of black lightning, evading the onslaught. The colossal wind ball crashed to the ground, creating a vortex that wreaked havoc on the surrounding landscape, reducing trees to mere remnants. Upon witnessing this, the Moonless One retreated several dozen meters, only to glance back and see that a vast area had been utterly decimated. Impressive, he thought to himself. Feeling a pang of astonishment, Jiao Du, having lived for nearly 90 years, was indeed a formidable foe, with a mastery of ninjutsu that was at least on par with his own. At that moment, another black creature sprang into action, both creatures simultaneously opening their mouths. Wind release, pressure damage, fire release, head carving technique. A deluge of flames, akin to an ocean, and a high-pressure wind ball erupted from the two black creatures, instantly merging together. Combined ninjutsu, flame wind turbulence. The amplified force surged forth, a vast sea of fire rapidly advancing towards the Moonless One like a shockwave. Unfazed by the approaching heat wave, the Moonless One formed hand seals, summoning two shadow clones that appeared at his sides. Wind release, wind dragon. Fire release, super great fire dragon technique. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. The two clones in the main body unleashed their ninjutsu simultaneously, conjuring a 30-meter-tall azure whirlwind, a colossal crimson fire dragon, and several dragon heads swirling in the air. Under the Moonless One's command, the three entities converged. Upon their fusion, a qualitative transformation occurred. The flames shifted to a deep crimson hue, and the fire tornado exhibited a subtle crystalline quality. In an instant, the violet-red fire tornado collided with the flame wind turbulence. The clash of ninjutsu erupted in a cacophony of explosive sounds, and the flames soared skyward, obscuring the view of both the Moonless One and Jiao Du in the distance. Both Lao Zi and Fei Duan were caught in the aftermath of the colossal attack. They witnessed the area surrounding Wu Yu and Jiao Du transform into a blazing inferno, with the terrain obliterated in its wake. Despite the considerable distance between them, they could still feel the waves of intense heat bearing down upon them. At this moment, Lao Zi grew increasingly concerned for Wu Yu's safety. Although his own strength was formidable, the adversary was undeniably monstrous. He realized that he must swiftly dispatch Fei Duan to rush to Wu Yu's aid. However, the individual before him proved to be a source of great frustration. Relying on the technique of the undying voice, inflicting wounds upon himself to extract his own blood. Currently, both Wu Yu and Lao Zi found themselves ensnared in a stalemate with their foes. Neither Wu Yuan nor Jiao Du managed to gain the upper hand with their ninjutsu, and the flames in the arena gradually subsided. Just as Wu Yue sought Jiao Du's figure, he suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind from behind. Jiao Du had stealthily positioned himself at Wu Yue's back. At that moment, Jiao Du's appearance had drastically transformed, as the black veins on his body had grown wildly, resembling several gigantic tentacles. In an instant, 5 or 6 enormous tentacles lunged towards Wu Yue. He barely had time to evade when a multitude of black veins erupted from the ground, binding him in place, rendering him immobile. Delighted by this success, Jiao Du thought to himself that Wu Yue's lack of experience was evident in this confrontation. The tentacles swiftly elongated, piercing through Wu Yue's body in the blink of an eye. Just as Jiao Du reveled in his triumph, a resounding bang echoed, and Wu Yue before him dissipated into a cloud of smoke. revealing it to be merely a shadow clone. Jiaodu was taken aback. He had failed to notice when Wu Yue had utilized the shadow clone technique, and now Wu Yue's presence had vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, Wu Yue reappeared near Lao Zi. It turned out that after initiating his ninjutsu, Wu Yue had left a clone behind while his true self had long since departed to confront Lao Zi. It was not out of concern for Lao Zi. He believed that with Lao Zi's strength, he could easily contend with Fade Wan. Aside from that individual's forbidden techniques and physical prowess, Fade Wan's other abilities were woefully inadequate. Wu Yue aimed to eliminate Fade Wan first, as he was the key to overcoming the immortal duo. Once Fade Wan was dealt with, Wu Yue and Lao Zi could focus their efforts on Jiaodu. Although formidable, Jiaodu would stand no chance against the combined might of Wu Yue and the Four Tails Jinchuriki. With a thunderous secret art, the Lance of Longinus, Wu Yue concentrated a vast amount of black lightning in his hand, gradually forming a 3 to 4 meter long spear of dark electricity. As Wu Yue relentlessly compressed the lightning, it began to materialize, taking on a crystalline form. The Lance of Longinus emanated a dark luminescence and crackling electricity, its imposing size instilling a sense of pressure. Wu Yue, utilizing his Sharingan, had locked onto Fade Wan's figure, who was presently entangled with Lao Zi. Lao Zi, move aside, Wu Yue shouted, warning that the range of his technique was extensive and could inadvertently affect Lao Zi. Upon hearing this, Lao Zi turned to see Wu Yue brandishing the colossal lance of Longinus from a distance. Damn, Lao Zi cursed under his breath, recognizing the power of the attack. Melt release, scorching river lava flow technique. In an instant, Lao Zi unleashed several massive magma orbs towards Fade Wan. Realizing the imminent threat, Fade Wan hastily raised his scythe to defend himself, momentarily pausing in his movements. Seizing this opportunity, Lao Zi retreated furiously, ensuring enough space for Wu Yue's ultimate technique while avoiding any collateral damage. Once Lao Zi was safely out of range, Wu Yue took a deep breath and hurled the Lance of Longinus towards Fade Wan. At that moment, Fade Wan finally caught sight of Wu Yue. However, the Lance of Longinus was as swift as lightning. Fade Wan had no time to escape and was struck by the spear. A blinding explosion of intense black light erupted from Fade Wan's position as the black lightning surged uncontrollably within a 100-meter radius. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending dense clouds of smoke, lightning, and sand swirling outward. As the haze began to dissipate, a colossal pit, several dozen meters deep, emerged in the center, where Haydn had been reduced to a charred remnant by the lightning strike. You, Haydn's raspy voice echoed. And though his body had not been entirely obliterated due to his forbidden technique, he was rendered incapable of movement. Orochimaru, though not unfamiliar with the might of the lightning spear, couldn't help but marvel at the sheer devastation it wrought. Kakuzu arrived, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had been duped, and Haydn lay in a pitiful state. That wretched brat. I shall offer you to Lord Jashin. Haydn cursed, attempting to rise but finding himself unable to do more than writhe helplessly on the ground. Kakuzu, observing Haydn's plight, realized that his ally was utterly devoid of combat capability. He had not anticipated such a formidable technique from Mujutsu. Orochimaru, do not grant them a moment's respite. Unleash your ultimate technique. Mujutsu turned to Orochimaru and urged. Agreed. Let us eradicate them in one fell swoop, Orochimaru replied, enveloping himself in a deep crimson chakra cloak. He raised his hands, gathering a vibrant red chakra, which was none other than the tailed beast bomb. Mujutsu, not to be outdone, lifted his hands above his head. Lightning release, Raikage. A massive sphere of black lightning coalesced in his grasp, radiating an intense, dark luminescence. In a matter of moments, a sphere of black lightning, several meters in diameter, took shape. The crimson-tailed beast bomb and the Raikage illuminated the sky with contrasting hues, as black lightning and tailed beast chakra wreaked havoc around them, the weight of their amassed energy spreading outward. Kakuzu's expression turned grave, while Haydn remained speechless, paralyzed by fear. In the face of such overwhelming power, Kakuzu remained undeterred. The four black monstrosities behind him began to gather chakra simultaneously, their bodies shimmering with various colors. Earth grudge fear, final flash. The immense, diverse chakra slowly converged upon Kaku, who desperately compressed the energy before unleashing it in a torrent. A colossal multicolored energy beam surged towards Mujutsu and Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Mujutsu and Orochimaru countered with their own techniques, Raikage and tailed beast bomb. The two energy spheres, one red and one black, collided with Kakuzu's final flash. At the moment of impact, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending blinding light, cascading over the battlefield, obscuring the vision of all present. The center of the collision resounded with the roar of explosions, while a wave of multicolored energy radiated outward with incredible speed. "This is bad," Mugetsu exclaimed, urgently pulling Orochimaru backward while activating the Nine-Tails chakra crystal within him, a deep crimson cloak forming around his body for protection. Despite Mugetsu's swift actions, the shockwave still caught them, propelling their figures back over 100 meters. Once they regained their footing and surveyed the scene, they found that the area within several hundred meters had been utterly obliterated, with a massive pit carved into the ground at its center. The air was thick with residual energy and dust. In a moment of urgency, Wei utilized his Sharingan to scan for the figures of Angle and Faden. Regrettably, after a thorough search, he was unable to locate them. It appeared that Angle had whisked Faden away at the instant of the explosion. "So are they dead?" Laozi inquired, now standing beside Wu Yue. Wu Yue sighed, indicating that he had found nothing and surmising that they had indeed escaped. At this juncture, Wu Yue had anticipated such an outcome. After all, this was the real world, not an anime. In the original narrative, Kakuzu was merely a plot device. Did one truly believe that Kakashi, along with Inoshi Kicho, could so easily subdue him? This was a lesson Wu Yue had learned over the years. Never underestimate any shadow level or near shadow level powerhouse. They were not fools and would not commit the blunders seen in the original story. To regard them as simpletons would likely lead to one's own demise, leaving one unaware of how it happened. "They truly are monsters," Laozi remarked, reflecting that without Wu Yue's intelligence, he might have met a fate akin to that of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Every member of the Akatsuki is a monster," he continued, adding that they always operated in pairs to ensure the success of their capture missions. Thus, encountering an Akatsuki member alone meant the immediate need to flee. Wu Yue advised Laozi, "By the way, is the Two-Tails Jinchuriki all right?" Laozi then reminded Wu Yue, "Rest assured, he is fine. My shadow clone is watching over him." Wu Yue assured. Without further delay, the two hastened towards the hiding place of the Wooden Man. In no time, they arrived at the Wooden Man's refuge. Two shadow clones were diligently healing the Wooden Man, and her wounds had nearly healed. Aside from significant blood loss, she was in no grave condition. "I never expected to encounter such an incident while on the road," Wu Yue lamented, acknowledging that despite his grumbling, he had to lend assistance. "Let us take her to a nearby town for proper recuperation," Laozi suggested to Wu Yue. The two exchanged glances, yet neither made a move. "Wu Yue, what are you looking at me for? You can't expect this old man to carry her," Laozi jested. "Well, fine. I suppose I shall take her," Wu Yue conceded, albeit reluctantly, realizing that despite traditional gender roles, there was no time for such considerations. Wu Yue carefully lifted the Wooden Man onto his back and proceeded forward. Remarkably, the Wooden Man had an appealing figure and a subtle fragrance. I recall that in the original narrative, she had no partner. To be honest, I find myself somewhat enamored by her. She truly embodies my ideal type. Wu Yue mused, captivated not only by her formidable strength but also by her beauty. Although she bore a goddess-like demeanor, she was sensible and not overly temperamental, making her all the more appealing. Wu Yue was aware that Kanako and Akane harbored feelings for him. Nonetheless, he felt no such attraction towards them. Love was not something that could be forced, yet when it arrived, it was unstoppable. Thus, Wu Yue maintained a certain distance from Akane and Kanako. Observing Wu Yue's demeanor, Laozi could not help but chuckle to himself, recognizing that Wu Yue had likely developed feelings for this enchanting woman. As an elder, he was well acquainted with the sentiments of the younger generation. "Hey, Wu Yue, you wouldn't happen to be falling for her, would you?" "She is nearly a decade your senior," Laozi teased from the side. "Zijie, please do not speak foolishly," Wu Yue hastily clarified. "Oh, it's nothing. I was merely jesting," Laozi affirmed his thoughts. "Come on, let's hasten our journey," Wu Yue urged, quickening her pace. After traversing several miles, they had yet to discover a nearby town. The duo consulted their map and realized that the nearest settlement was still 20 to 30 miles away. However, the sun had begun its descent in the west, signaling the imminent arrival of night. Were it just the two of them, they would undoubtedly spur their mounts onward, disregarding the encroaching darkness. Yet, with the burden of the wooden figure on Wu Yue's back, their mobility was severely hampered, and it could exacerbate her injuries. Thus, they resolved to camp for the night and continue at dawn. As they set up their tents, an awkward predicament arose. They possessed only 2 small tents, each originally prepared for one person, as their prior journeys had only involved the 2 of them. However, The addition of another individual meant that either the wooden figure and one person would have to share a tent, or one person would have to sleep outside. After a brief contemplation, Wu Yue dismissed the latter option. The thought of sleeping on the cold ground at night was intolerable to her. Laozi approached Wu Yue, patting her on the shoulder. Wu Yue, do bear with it and share the space with that lady, he chuckled. Upon seeing Laozi's grin, Wu Yue couldn't help but feel he resembled an old pervert. She was reluctantly forced to squeeze in with the wooden figure, making it seem as though she were somehow complicit. Once she had organized her belongings, Wu Yue placed the wooden figure inside the tent, draping the only thin blanket over her. She then lay down fully clothed. Due to the small confines of the tent, their bodies inevitably brushed against each other. Wu Yue turned to glance at the wooden figure's lovely features, noticing how adorable she appeared in slumber. Despite hailing from the land of thunder, her skin was remarkably fair, and her chestnut hair fell straight and beautifully. The faint fragrance emanating from her made it difficult for Wu Yue to succumb to sleep. He found himself quietly observing the wooden figure as profile, but eventually weariness overcame him, and his eyes could no longer remain open. In a half-dream state, Wu Yue suddenly felt a delicate hand tightening around his throat. He jolted awake to find the wooden figure had roused and was gripping him firmly. Why am I here? Who are you? She demanded, her grip unwavering and her gaze sharp. You don't remember? I saved you, Wu Yue replied, exasperation lacing his words. You saved me? Skepticism flickered across the wooden figure's face, but after a moment's reflection, she released her hold, the wariness in her eyes diminishing. Thank you for saving me, she said. Her tone softened with gratitude. It was nothing, Wu Yue responded, surprised by her immediate thanks. She seemed to possess a commendable character. Why did you save me? She inquired, puzzled. As she had no prior acquaintance with either Wu Yue or Laozi, she had believed herself doomed, unaware that the two had intervened on her behalf. I am acquainted with Killer Bee, and from your forehead protector, I can discern that you are a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. Furthermore, we share a common bond, spoke Moonlight with a smile. Upon hearing that Moonlight knew Killer Bee and the Hidden Cloud Village, Woodman felt a sense of relief. Indeed, few could claim to know Killer Bee. What do you mean by sharing a common bond? Woodman inquired with a hint of confusion. Moonlight did not respond verbally, but a subtle aura of tailed beast chakra emanated from him, the deep crimson hue unmistakable. You are actually, Woodman stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, that elder is the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple. Although I am not a Jinchuriki myself, I have harnessed the power of the Nine Tails, Moonlight stated matter-of-factly. Moreover, the Akatsuki organization has been hunting tailed beasts, and it was I who rescued Purple, Moonlight elaborated, while also providing Woodman with pertinent information regarding the Akatsuki. So that is how it is. I am truly grateful to you, Woodman replied, feeling his tension dissipate after Moonlight's explanations. And what about my injuries? I happen to possess some medical ninjutsu. It was I who treated your wounds, Moonlight replied. Woodman recalled how Moonlight had torn his clothing earlier and glanced at the bandages adorning his body, his face flushing with embarrassment. Observing Woodman's shy demeanor, Moonlight felt his own heartbeat quicken. At that moment, a subtle, suggestive atmosphere enveloped the small tent.